Time stands still as we walk through the winter, but shit got real as our skins they got thinner. We freeze into the moon and come and breathing through our worn out lungs. My hands, well, they were turning blue, but they were still wanting to.
We all go up. We all go up. Yeah. We all go up. Freeing all of my people out of hell. Blame it on the coke, on the smoke, and the scale. Tryna lock us up, but you always gon' fail. We don't want the damn dreams that I know you tryna sell. Put a spell on my hitters, then you tell on my hitters. We've been working for free, no pay, no figures. Run the whole city with the soles of our feet. Rose from the concrete, been far from the weak. So we gotta stay high. In the air, put your hands to the sky. Feel the vibe if you're feeling alive. Float ozone, stone cold Steve Austin. And we gotta get free. Never scared, I'm ready for enemy. Black Beetle, I'm ready to let it be. Set up my energy, I am the royal we. Yeah. We all go up. Yeah. We go up, up, up, we go up. We go up, up, up, we go up. We go up, up, up, we go, we go, we go. We all go up. We all go up. We all go up. We all go up.
Quando eu vi você naquele style, eu falei, meu Deus, mas que gatão. Chegando você me deu aquele mole. Vai cair na minha rede então. Nosso clima tá gostoso, tá tarara. Me agarra assim que isso tá tão bom. Cheguei em mim, eu tô
to get into it. I'm the next best thing. You see me shake it on the telly. I'm your best bet. Let's get to the before we talk about some press. In the magazine streets saying I'm the best set. Yeah, you acting flip, but can you say it with your chest? Eyes all on me, won't pull up, so that's no stress. I might chase the bags, put the cash, invest the rest. I'ma break the bank, now my name is up in just might pick a fight with your nation. Too much ice on me, prices getting bigger. Broke, unemployed, dude, go figure. Chase the money back, then you block his red on Tinder. I'm a putting pretty in the VIP. Now this copy paste chick wanna see IDs. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick, read about me.
Get the hot combs, I got you, press. Please don't come up missing like I did with your edges. Find you somebody to play with on my breakfast. You know we get 50-50K for a pro necklace. If you got a problem, please say it with your chest. This 50 round, it's better than you breathless. I want a rough nigga, I put him on my checklist. We both got no hands, what I swallow in a Tesla. You bitch, you be faithful, get it with my dick for practice. Riot on the set, I would never play fair from Northside down to Texas. Your worst fear, you know the urban legend. You work for free, ain't no comparison. I like your block, I on top of citizen. No, I know what his fast is. Finger in his body. You know why we practicing.
Camera flashing on me, Get into it, get into it. I'm the best. When you see me shake it, belly, I'm your best. Eyes on me. Just me. Give me the money, you owe me, you catch these hands for free. I ain't gotta lie, my team. I ain't gotta hide and go seek. No, I got heat. We got beef. Ducking, dodging, we gon' see. Open your purse. I need receipts. I'ma get that cash. Just give it a week. Give me the stacks. Give me the racks. Give me the racks. Give me the cash. That's 30, 40, 50. You gotta read it a mad. Open your bag. Open your bag. I'ma go get it and dash. I want the stash. I gotta take out the trash. I got my foot in your.
Listen up here, you know what it is, you know what it's been. Tryna ball out next year with friends, I'm tryna get rich and splurge on my kin. So how about you just pay me, my God gon' get the gadgets, hope it's on safety. Looking at the time that you keep wasting, yo, I'ma go crazy. I don't make exceptions on no bills, and my mama's gotta eat, and I'm paying hella bills. If you funny with my money, I ain't with you. I'm not playing with you, dummy, you know my rent is due.
Whispers in my ear, but I can't hear anything. I'm too busy overthinking. Sometimes think that I should have said last night. Tongue-tied, long nights waiting, share our dreams, they're fading. Hold them close, don't waste them on my ears. It's like I said before, I don't have that much to bring. I can't hear anything, no anything. No, I can't say that I ever feel older, that I ever get over buying ice cream or even succeed in a new place. I'll come home with a newfound love, running down the streets, nothing on my feet, nothing on my feet. This is what feeling freak means, feeling freak means. Wandering in circles, I'm trying to be barefoot. The girl in the mirror, she reflects my face. I don't think she knows me, I don't think she knows I'm the same. The person that's crying in the picture frames with the smile that needs braces. I wanna behave like my hands are all aces. I know they're all spades, but I don't really care. No, I can't say that I ever feel older, that I ever get over buying ice cream or even succeed in a new place. I'll come home with a newfound love, running down the streets, nothing on my feet, nothing on my feet. This is what feeling freak means, feeling freak means. You think you face me, laugh every time the phone rings. I am so good at this, bury my anger into a task. I know you won't see it, it's that. Look at this work you created. I say in your mind, I say in your mind. I say in your mind, I say in your mind. You can't even deny, you can't even deny. I say in your mind, I say in your mind. I say in your mind, I say in your mind. I say in your mind, I say in your mind. You can't deny, you can't deny. I say in your mind. When you get off my shoes, nobody knows I have to do.
Jealousy always brings them right back. I was the only one you had. I can't believe I put so much trust yeah. Thinking that you were someone I could save, thinking that you could have changed, but no.
I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. You can't even deny, you can't even deny it. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. You can't even deny, you can't even deny it. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. You can't even deny, you can't even deny it. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind, I stay on your mind. You can't.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 more teams take the stage for the very first time. And if it goes anyway like yesterday, well, anything can happen. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of Game Changers Championship 2023, coming to you live from the Arena CBLOL here in São Paulo, Brazil. I am your host, Yingsu, and joining me is the return of Baby Bay, and a big warm welcome to you, Sapphire. Welcome.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here. My second Game Changers. Second time in Brazil, too, this year. Obviously, I was here for lock-in. It was awesome, but, you know, this is my favorite event of the year.
Amen.
Yeah, it's been wonderful here. The food has been amazing, honestly. Like, we had a crazy dinner last night. It was just phenomenal.
And still, somehow, it wasn't as crazy as some of the things we witnessed yesterday.
Yeah.
And let's get into that right off the bat, because G2, they are coming in. They faced Team Liquid yesterday. And Baby Bay, do you feel like they are in title defending form after seeing that?
Definitely. And like, I didn't know what to expect, you know, for the first land from Sarah, but even she looked great. You know what I mean? So I think that Mimi was calling phenomenally. She's really proactive in the IGL role, and she was dropping bombs last night. It was crazy.
To me, it's wild. Coming into this event, very few people were talking about G2, the returning champions. But I know these players. I've played against them for many years. Like, how can you doubt Mimi and Petra on lane? They are so nuts. The new players are slotting in well. Obviously, Glance was here last year and had a hell of a performance in the finals. So to see that team come in, take down the hometown heroes in their opening match, it was exciting, and they're looking good.
Yeah, somehow that role swap wasn't the craziest thing, because you were just screaming, shrieking at me for the entirety of this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think they touched spawn at least like 7 times in this entire like thing, and which is impressive because they were just steamrolling every round anyway. But I could not believe it. Like, what we were watching was some PRX times 10 level stuff, and it was just insane.
I mean, it was the talk of the internet yesterday, right? Like, everyone was going wild over these matches, and that's what you love to see. Like, you love to see the hype of Game Changers. People are so invested now, and we're just getting started. Like, I feel like there's going to be some more crazy stuff going down.
Just to backpack off of that real quick, I couldn't believe how on the fly that team SMG was able to just util combo their stuff together just like that. It was crazy.
Yeah, Neri said to me she's never played Cypher before, like just full stop. But yes, Heather, I think you are right. I think that craziness could be top because today Shopify will be taking on EDG, and then we have BBL versus Crew, and then the elimination match between EG versus Team Liquid. Heather, one of EG or Team Liquid will be the first team to go home. I don't think we ever would have predicted that.
No, that doesn't make sense to me because obviously like there's so much hype about EG coming into this, like taking down what was then version 1 was now Shopify to even get here. So that's wild. And then obviously we have the hometown team. The crowd yesterday was so exciting. And then to see them potentially going out, not expected.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I thought, especially with the way that Team Liquid started off that series with winning the pistol at the home crowd advantage, I thought that they were gonna run away with it. But the resilience from G2, that championship mentality and having all that just reigning supreme over them. And then, yeah, EG, I mean, somebody did predict that, and it was Potter, who's a champion.
The curse.
Yeah.
Maybe she knows, you know, a lot about the game. Maybe.
Yeah, she's nosy. She is the GOAT. She's the GOAT. But I want to know what you guys at home have to say as well, and what you think, because all throughout the event, if you use the hashtag VCT and VCT Game Changers, we will feature some of your tweets right here on the show. And while you are there, you can actually be part of today's show by participating in today's MasterCard fan poll. And the question is, as you can see on your screen, scan the QR code. Which team do you think will shock us the most today? Shopify, EDG, BBL, or Crew? After yesterday, who knows? Really, right? It could be any of them, I feel like.
It really could. Obviously, I think we have probably two favorites today, where I feel like yesterday was more of a toss-up, but that obviously then opens up the door for insane upsets from either EGG or potentially Crew.
Yeah, they're going to be put to the test today. And before we get into the matches, I want to put you two to the test. And to an extent me, because I actually don't know the questions or the answers that we're about to do. So welcome you guys to the Brazil trivia. And I just want to say that the last time we did this in LA, I did horribly. I did so horribly. And so did Sean.
I feel like I'm going to do terrible.
I was screaming. I was watching from the observer room. I was like, Sudo, it's this.
Oh, wow. Okay, okay.
No.
Well, Heather, you're going to be coming into this strong here. We're going to test all of our knowledge of the country, the beautiful, the lovely country of Brazil, and start with question number 1. And this is actually one that I know the answer to. What is the capital of Brazil, you guys?
I don't even... Rio?
I know the answer to this, and I have
a
really weird reason why I know the answer. But it is B, Brasilia.
She is right. It is.
Because when I fly, I stare at the map the entire time. I don't watch movies. I stare at the map. And like the capitals usually pop up on the map, and I'm like, oh, what's Brasilia?
No,
and I'm like looking it up.
No, I remember seeing
it. I'm like, oh, it's the capital.
No. Yeah, I like that. And the British school system was good to me. Like I was taught that at school. I also went for Brasilia. That means we each get a point. We are right. Sorry about that, baby. But there's 4 questions. You got time to catch up. Oh, this is a hard one. For the next question, which is, what does the yellow in the Brazilian flag represent? I actually have no idea.
I have no clue. I'm going to go with B.
Happiness?
Happiness.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy here, so it would make sense.
Yeah.
I'm vibing with A, light. Like, it's a little rainy this week, but normally bright, shining sun here. I'm going to go with light.
Okay, just to be different, I'll go for the third one. We'll just get all our bases covered. I actually don't know the answer to this, so...
If one of us win, we all win. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh!
No way!
Wow.
Were you that person that presses C on every test? You fill in the bubble, C down the line?
Yeah, RNG. I'm so good with RNG. So I'm in the lead.
Okay.
All right, question number 3. Oh, you guys have no chance.
You guys, there's no way.
Okay.
I'm a hockey fan.
What is the name of Brazilian women's soccer player who won World Player of the Year 6 times? This is so easy to me. This is actually just, you have to know this.
Is this a fill-in?
Surely you need to know this. I know the answer, so I'll let you guys go first.
I'm going to go with C.
I'm going C as well.
Sounds pretty. That sounds great.
The audacity.
I'm changing my answer.
The audacity.
No.
It's Marta. Marta is so
I'm going
famous. She's a, well, I mean, we're about to find out if I'm right. She's a legend.
I feel so bad.
Honestly, I am pretty sure she also currently holds the goal scoring record, either for Brazil or some kind of record. Like, she's got a lot of goals.
Yeah.
She's crazy good. She's a very, very good footballer. And next question. I'm really far in the lead now, I feel like. I'm killing it, you guys. Redeeming myself from LA. Name this city.
This is so easy. That's Rio. That is so easy.
Yeah, that's Rio. I was there.
Did you know that if Heather hasn't?
Yeah, I was there. I
You're right. I shouldn't have gone so hard.
I
You took that picture?
No, I didn't take the picture, but I took that tram or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, I've never been to Rio.
But it was a long time ago. It was like 10 years ago.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's very impressive. You remember that. Good memory.
Yeah.
I don't
Beautiful.
know, but I will go with you guys and say Rio as well, just to try and get on the board still, you know. Carry me. And last, who wrote these questions? They're trying to rig it for me to win. They are hardcore trying to rig it for me to win. How many football... Also, shout out for not using soccer. How many football World Cups has Brazil won?
They used soccer in the one previously, though.
Did they?
Yeah, you said it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, my memory's not the best. You guys know, I know the answer.
Damn, is it a lot?
I'm not going to say yes or no to that. I know the answer.
I'm going to go with 3.
I'm going to go with...
It could be 5, though. I don't know. I feel like
I'm
they've
going to
won a
go
lot.
with 5, yeah.
I'm also going to go with 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go with 5.
God, I'm just terrible.
And
I think I got 1 right.
I feel like I got...
Yes.
It's kind of rigged, though, because they just gave all the football questions.
Yeah,
which
it's
I
not
just
fair.
know the answer. Yeah. What do you like? Next time we'll do a trivia that you're going to be good at.
I don't think people would be relating to hockey as much as
Hockey?
as football.
Brazilian food. We can do a Brazilian food.
Oh, Brazilian food would be fire.
There you go.
That'd be cool.
Production,
That'd be cool.
we do a food quiz and a hockey quiz next time.
Watch me. I'm still
around.
gonna lose. I'm still gonna lose.
It's okay. You're good at other things. You're really good at other things.
I appreciate that.
And it's now part of the show where we introduce to you guys the most confusing thing. Stay with me. The introduction, of course, of Shopify Rebellion, but not the Shopify Rebellion that was here last year in the finals, and not the one that nearly didn't make it here this time. It's V1, which kind of also has C9Y as well, Heather.
And not the Shopify that gave version 1 their first map loss this year.
No, yes.
The other one.
but also version 1, but not anymore.
But not, yeah, they don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, you know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them. So, you know what I mean? And you know what? Maybe this time they'll win with this roster, the Shopify roster, because, you know, they came close last year, but this is the one, right? This is the one that needs to win.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because, like I said, we mentioned C9Y briefly. They do have 2 of the players from that roster, and Sapphire, they're going to be coming into this looking to get that trophy, which I think a lot of people expected them to have last year.
They want revenge. I would say a lot of people thought they were the clear-cut favorites last year. They dominated their region and then came in and finished 4th, which honestly, anything less than the finals, I think was a disappointment for that team. So they've got a chip on their shoulder. I think going into this, I think they're going to be happy that they lost against EG, whereas they didn't lose a game coming into last GCC.
Yeah, it is an advantage, like, losing like a series before you go to a LAN, I believe, because if you're not losing, you're not going to learn anything. So if you're just consistently dominating somebody and then you get put into like a diverse situation where like you need to adapt and you don't know what to do, it's going to be tough. But now, like, it kind of gets your head on straight as well. So I think they're going to be in here full effect. I think this is a perfect game for them to warm up on LAN.
Warm up, baby, okay.
Hey.
Yeah. Another thing I want to just quickly talk about, obviously, they're the 2 members of the previous C9Y. They have a few other players on their team now as well. But what is more scary, I feel like, than Amel and Alexis looking for revenge?
There's nothing. Like, watching them on LAN, too, when they get hyped, it's very scary.
Mel is scary.
I feel like EDG's gonna be like, oh gosh, wow, they're loud and angry. So yeah, nothing is scarier than that duo.
Yeah, and speaking of Alexis, she is actually standing by right now with Mika Fabs in the arrival interview.
Alexis, do you have time for a quick question? All right, perfect. We have Alexis here from Shopify Rebellion. So what does it feel like going up against a less experienced team in EDG?
Honestly, I'm not going to underestimate anyone, especially after what happened to EG yesterday. So we're just going to play our own game, and hopefully me and Mel's experience can help us out.
That's championship mentality right there. Best of luck to you.
she's always so confident. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to root against them or even doubt their abilities, Baby Bay, when they know exactly what their game plan is.
Yeah, and I like what she said there. I like that she said that they're not underestimating them at all, and I think that's really important going into this because, I mean, with how they played last year in that championship final, losing to Shopify, who they beat consistently throughout the year, I know that they kind of feel like they wish
it's
they
almost a bit
had
of a
that
change in the mindset, because I feel like Alexis 2022 would have said, like, you know, this, you know, we're feeling good, like this is a win for us kind of thing.
Oh, like an easy
kind of thing. And I like that they're saying, you know what, anything can happen, and we're taking it one game at a time.
And I also like the experience. I know Mika was alluding to the fact, obviously, you know, on paper, I don't even think it's comparable this time how much experience some of these players have. And more importantly, LAN experience, which, Baby Bay, you know, is really, really important.
Yeah, it's really important, especially playing in front of a crowd like this. Like, the crowd was going crazy yesterday, like absolutely bonkers. So, and we were hearing from multiple players that, yeah, like we could hear like the chants and everything going on and the rumbling and all this stuff, and that makes players nervous. But there's also those players that can feed off of it.
Exactly. There's just a lot of jitters you got to get out when you go to LAN. Like, even like setting up your equipment for the first time, and like, this isn't the computer I'm used to. Like, all of that, that's some experience gained that a lot of other teams might not necessarily have. So you're already going into it feeling a little more confident. You feel like you've got your setup in a good place, and you just want to play kind of just like you're at home. And if you can tune out the crowd, that's even better.
All right, it's been like 20 minutes and we haven't spoken about Fluorescent. That's a crime. That is
impressive.
It was hard not to. It was hard not to.
I mean, yesterday I spoke about some of the players that are very highly anticipated that we want to see on the global stage, and Fluorescent has to be #1, surely.
Yeah, Fluorescent is definitely a GOAT right now. I honestly think partnership level ready. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised teams aren't even trying to poach her right now, because she's ready. She's ready
All you want to do is scout.
for the championship league. Listen, I've had the pleasure of playing with her in ranked and scrimming against her dropping bombs on me, all this stuff, her carrying me in ranked, and she always asks me, she's like, "How are you so good, baby? How are you so good?" I'm like, "Have you not seen yourself play the game at all? Like, what do you mean?" But she's so humble about it, and I think that's what makes her so great.
She is, yeah. I was just gonna, like, she doesn't realize, I think, how good she is sometimes. And like, even if you don't watch Game Changers, like, you know who Fluorescent is because you see those highlight clips on social, you see them on Reddit. They're clips that, like, I don't see even players in partnerships pulling off sometimes.
And the craziest thing is she gets it developed under the guidance of Mel and Alexis.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you can get better than that. And speaking of them, Mel and Alexis, they are an incredible duo on the server. But let's find out how well they really know each other.
Welcome to the latest and first edition of the hottest show on the internet, Duo Qs. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me. I have Alexis from Shopify Rebellion. Again, congratulations, by the way. That's new news. And then congratulations as well, Mel. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies, the game is very simple. We're going to ask you a question about the other. You guys are going to write the answer, see if you guys know how well you guys know each other. And then we'll tally things up at the end and see if you guys truly are as good of friends as you say that you are, or if we're just going to shatter friendships and relationships and all chemistry.
No, we should be good.
Before the tournament.
This year was our 1,000 day anniversary of being on the same team together. Was this year?
And we've known each other for like 7 years.
So hopefully,
yeah.
This is surely a good game for us to play.
Do you guys count that?
Yeah.
I did. I actually
had it
went
on our
onto our
calendar.
website.
Yeah.
I literally marked it and I like surprised her. I was like, hey, by the way, today's the 1,000th anniversary.
Was there a gift exchange?
Maybe we want to scrim that day.
Nice. That's huge.
Maybe.
That's huge.
Maybe we want to scrum.
All right, let's get started. First question, very simple. What is the other person's cat's name?
Oh, this is free.
I don't know how to spell it. Okay, I'm trying my best.
All right, I'm ready.
All right,
Okay.
and reveal.
Is it Amon? Ammon?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
I didn't
it's
know how to spell
Amon,
it.
but we pronounce it Amon.
Amon.
Okay.
Okay.
You got it.
And Ori, both of those are correct?
Yes, those are
Omen,
correct.
Ace, and Spike
Yeah.
are twins. Those are adorable
Notice
names, by
something.
the way.
Give it a moment. What is something that is interesting about these? It's Valorant, all of it.
This question's for you. What is Alexis's current Discord avatar?
Not my server profile.
No.
My actual one.
Okay,
We are
there's
causing problems.
red and black, or it's all black.
I do want to say it is red
Sorry,
and black.
I just said it out loud, but let me draw it. I got you guys. Hold
You're
on.
gonna draw it?
Yeah.
This gets extra points just because she's drawing it, if nothing else.
Dude, it's hard.
Well, yeah, you're drawing a Discord avatar. I'm actually really curious as to what she's going to show.
I'm also curious, yeah. Okay.
What is happening?
It's a girl with like black hair, and it's giving goth emo. She has a knife on her bracelet or her necklace.
So I don't think she has a necklace on, but she also doesn't look that quite sad.
Oh.
But you were right about the red and black because she does have black hair and it's a red background.
Is that better?
Yeah. I think so. I think that's accurate.
Alexis, what is Mel's favorite day in the gym?
Oh, that's a good one.
Wait.
Who is this? Who did the research?
Wait, I know
this
it's push or
one?
pull. It's one of those.
Think wisely here.
Okay.
There was a lot at stake. You should be careful. Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready. Pull day?
You were really close. It's push.
It was push.
Yeah,
I thought it was the one
50-50.
that we did together. I know we did pull.
You remembered that. That gets
Yeah.
bonus points. I worked out with her once, and we did pull, and that's how she remembered it.
Wait, how many times have you guys worked out together?
Like once.
Once? Okay, then that is. I mean, yeah, that gets bonus points. I
It
respect
was
that.
once before a tournament, and I didn't account for the fact that if it's your first time, you will be very sore for a week.
Oh, you messed her up,
arms
didn't
were
you?
sore for literally 5 days.
At a tournament.
Mm-hmm.
What do you? I
We
mean,
We were
boot
boot camping. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That's
You
why
messed
I got
her
the
up.
experience. Yeah.
You learned. You moved on.
Exactly.
I had a 50-50 shot. Unlucky.
Alexis's favorite show.
This is
It's so easy.
like I don't even like, bro. I'm about to just draw it. Like
Wait,
it's so free.
She's got a lot of confidence in her drawing.
She
Yeah.
does.
Friends.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Yeah?
just
Friends is
revealed
my
it.
favorite show.
Really?
I've seen every episode of Friends probably 50 times.
She plays it to sleep every night.
Yeah, I do. It's always
go to
on my
sleep.
TV.
I think I'm surprised.
Yeah.
So I was
Friends
just
is
really
dope
excited
though.
to flip
Yeah,
it.
Friends is awesome.
I love Friends.
All right, and then last question I have for you. I'm gonna ask you the same question. Mel's favorite show.
Okay, I'll just think of it, and maybe you'll catch it.
Okay,
when I
can you
think of
send it to me?
Yeah, I'm
Like
sending
through
it
my
to you.
brain? Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, can I give you a hint? Can I
Yeah.
give you a hint?
I need a hint.
Because there's a lot.
All right,
I
yeah,
watch
yeah.
shows
We'll do a
constantly.
hint, do a hint.
It's a cartoon.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm ready.
Go ahead.
I should just leave. I will actually exit.
I genuinely what teenage
Impossible Girl.
teenage demographic cartoon.
Legend of Korra.
I've never seen that. I don't even know
Avatar:
what
That's such a
Last
good show.
Airbender.
I think the jury's out on whether or not you guys are actually friends, given how things transpired at
We hate
the
each other.
very end.
Yeah,
basically.
We don't like each other. I don't even know your middle name, to be honest.
You actually don't?
No, I do.
I know yours.
Do you?
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Wait,
Maureen.
my middle name or
I thought you were gonna do mine.
We're done. We're out of here. Thank you, ladies, for joining us.
Oh, they are so real for that. They are so real for that. I reckon we could do that about Taylor Swift.
Oh, easily.
Yeah. Your favorite Taylor Swift song is All Too Well.
Of course.
Taylor's
10-minute version.
10-minute version.
Yeah,
yes.
of course.
Do you know mine? Yours is yours is from Speak Now. I know that.
Here's
Yours
I
is mine.
forgot.
Yours is
It's
mine.
mine. Yeah, that's my favorite song.
No.
That's my
Marjorie
favorite song.
Cardigan.
No, it's a bad question because I don't have a favorite. It's too many. Anyway,
okay, well, that's not
we'll
fair.
do this another time. We'll do this another time. But Shopify, they're going to be taking on EDG, who are at this point, Sapphire, almost an unknown entity on the global stage and even domestically, haven't quite played all that many games.
Yeah, they haven't played a ton of officials. Like, a few of these players had played together last year, and they got, kind of close to making it, but not far enough. So the team has just come together, and again, not a ton of officials to get here, but like what we've seen so far is incredibly impressive. And I think there's going to be a lot of hype around these players once you see them in action.
Yeah, I think the problem here is that they're missing their star player, their star duelist. Now, Blue has looked great on the Rays, by the way. Honestly, great, but the problem is she's only played 3 matches. And we're at a LAN, a global LAN against some of the best in the world. Well, not some, the best in the world. And it's going to be a big, big challenge, but at the same time, they don't really have a lot of pressure going into this, you know what I mean?
3 matches ever, right? Like
Yeah,
not just
yeah,
3
ever.
matches with EDG.
3 matches competitively ever. Yeah.
Well, I think those 3, to be fair, were on LAN too. So
that's good.
That
is
you got
LAN
a little
experience.
experience there. Got the LAN experience. That's more than some players.
I mean, we spoke about this yesterday. We spoke about this yesterday already of players as substitutes, potentially filling in for their star player. How do you think this one's gonna go?
It's hard in that the player that they're filling in for is like statistically the most dominant player in all of GC, even higher than Fluorescent. When we look at Fluorescent stats, you saw a lot of number 2s. Number 1 was the player that is not going to be here today. So Blue's got big shoes to fill, but again, has been studying from the team. A lot of the players have been helping him in the server. So
yeah, I mean, I heard that Legion, the player, isn't here. She has been helping Blue quite a lot just to make sure she catches up and feel comfortable here. So I feel like potentially that could work out for them. But for now, let's send it back to Mika Fabs, who is catching up with Clem.
Wawali, do you have time for a quick question? Okay, perfect. We have Wawali here from EDG and we have Wendy to help us translate. Wawali, everybody's wondering how the team is dealing with these sudden roster changes.
其实就是我们队伍的核心一直是荔枝，然后在世界赛上候补也让我们非常的紧张，但我们会努力去用新的阵容跟新的一些战术啊沟通去磨练，对。
So definitely Legion is our key player and we play around Legion a lot previously. So this times in the big tournaments, we need to like the sub player Blue to sub in. We were a little bit nervous as well, but definitely we're going to try our best to make the full preparations to surprise you guys maybe with the new draft and also the new strategies in the actual games.
Well, we wish you guys the best of luck. 谢谢.
Oh, that is music to my ears,
ISO?
you guys. Five duelists? 5 duelists, anyone?
Let's go.
Yeah?
Let's go. I'm in for it.
I mean, is that the approach that you need to have, though, to go up against someone like Shopify? Do you just want to surprise them and just throw their prep out the window?
I mean, honestly, it's part of being the underdog. Like, they don't know what to expect. You know, like, Shopify doesn't know what to expect out of EDG, in my opinion. And if you come out with a whole new strategy, it can really throw them off guard. And when you're running these new strategies, as crazy as they are, if you have no pressure doing it, you're going to perform really well.
Yeah, and they have, like, you know, a small advantage in the sense of, like, there isn't a ton of tape on them, right? So they can do a lot of surprise things. Like, you don't want to play timid. You want to just pull something out of your hat. You want to completely throw off any of Shopify's prep. And we know that Mel and Effie's are very, very good at prepping. So that's got to be one of your strategies here to take him down.
I'm glad you mentioned Mel because we potentially have one of the craziest stats I think I have ever seen in Valorant, full stop. Because if you compare EDG's experience in Valorant to not to Shopify, just Mel, just to Mel, this is the discrepancy. By the way, this is everyone on EDG put together. This is not the team. This is their entire team's games combined.
Yeah, this is insane to look at. I can't even fathom how many matches Mel has played. She's an absolute veteran, but to surpass an entire roster, that's absurd.
Almost double.
Yeah.
I've never seen a sound like that. So, yeah, you know, Mel, not just as a player on LAN and as IG, everything is in her face.
You have to laugh at it.
Yeah, it is fun. But, you know, I'm sure EGG is like, they're probably looking forward to do this against, you know, Mel is a legend in this game. And, like, to be honest, it's an honor, too, to play against someone like Mel.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of the EDG players here. They're kind of like fangirling a little bit over Fluorescent, too. I think they respect them a lot. Which is why I'm super excited to see what they have in store for us. But another interesting stat I want to dive into is EDG's plant time, because they are overwhelmingly baby base slower than everyone else.
Yeah, and I was talking to you about this earlier. It can actually be beneficial to play a slow-paced game on LAN because, like, there's nerves coming out, people make mistakes, and having a slow approach and not making any mistakes yourself by defaulting and not dying early in the round, I think it can be really intimidating and cause a lot of hesitation.
Yeah, it actually reminds me of what Team Liquid was last year, too. They always talked about how we just want to force our opponents to make mistakes, force them to come into this. And so EGG looking to do something like that. Obviously, players like Fluorescent, even when Sarah's playing on Duelist 2, they're going to be very aggressive. And so maybe EGG's counter to that is what they've done in their regional games is play incredibly slow.
I mean, you're seeing this. 3 different maps clips were showing you. And on Sunset just now, they were planning with 6 seconds.
Yeah.
6 seconds left, but you seem to think that's a good thing.
I mean, it could definitely be a backhanded sword, you know, like it definitely stab you in the behind, you know. But like I said, like if they are able to catch out the aggressiveness of Floor and Sarah on this duelist role, then it could be beneficial to them. And it won't matter what time it is, as long as they're all confident going into the site with the 10 seconds left or whatever they need, you know. A person that was really keen on this was actually like one of my best friends and my teammate, Poised. He was always like, listen guys, don't worry, I don't care if it's 10 seconds left, 20 seconds left in the round. If I call you guys back to the site and there's like no limited time left, just be confident and let's get it done. And it wins us a lot of rounds, so I think it could work.
Yeah, and they're one of only a handful of teams have also played Sunset as well. And I know that this is the comp you and Endo were talking about yesterday that you're really big fans of. So this could potentially be a good pick for them?
Yeah, I really like this comp. I think in this whole series, unless they are truly going to be running some crazy comps, it will be a lot of mirrors across the board. The hero pools really fit, like almost like key, like roll to roll. It's really interesting.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I hope we get some Sunset on this. I know that it's not a map that Shopify, I was going to call them B1. Shopify was originally playing, but you know they play a lot of co-ed events as well, and I saw them dabbling in a little Sunset, so maybe we'll see. But I'm sure EGG would love to see that as well pulled out.
Yeah, and it's time to see what you guys at home had to say for our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier we asked you who you think will shock us the most, and you voted for BBL. Do they mean shock as in like they're gonna win so dominantly, you think?
That's not, yeah, maybe, because that is not a shock. BBL coming into this is one of the favorites for this event, but I guess it's just, you know, maybe we're gonna see Vanyan land for the first time and people are so shocked about how crazy she's. I don't know.
I want to know why.
I don't think we're gonna see anything shocking out of that.
I think the fans just saw BBL and they're like, we're voting. We love BBL. Yeah. They've got a huge fan base.
Yes, the Turkish fans. Who would you pick then? If
I
you
probably would pick Crew. I think that they're gonna run some crazy comps, and I think that would be the biggest upset of the day, honestly. So I think that I'm going to choose Crew for that. But that being said, I still don't think that it's going to actually happen. But who knows, you know what I mean? We've seen crazier things.
I actually like that pick. Also, the hometown heroes too, in some ways.
Yeah.
Well, for now, our coaches, they are ready for map picks. So let's get this show started. Day 2 of Game Changers Championship 2023 starts right now.
I think it is important to be relaxed on stage, keep yourself in the bubble, and just focus on yourself.
To be honest, the 35-0 streak, it doesn't make me feel arrogant or complacent. I don't really see it as something I'm satisfied with yet.
I'm really happy that I'm getting to prove myself on G2.
I really want to make APAC proud, and I hope that I can bring the trophy for APAC back home this year.
You either adapt or you lose. I'll see you on stage, SMG.
Mi equipo Visa Crew Blaze se caracteriza por ser agresivo. Somos muy unidas como equipo, pero por sobre todas las cosas somos perseverantes.
BBL olarak bize özel kılan şey şu, hepimiz çok yakın arkadaşız, iletişimimiz çok iyi ve hepimiz Türk eğilimine sahibiz.
Personalmente para mí es como llegar a la meta que siempre soñé. No hay nada que se interponga en nuestra confianza como equipo.
Biz de BBL Queens olarak buraya ülkemizi en iyi şekilde temsil etmeye geldik ve bunun için çok gururluyuz.
Visa Crew Blaze viene con ganas de hacer historia.
You will soon see we are the queens of the VCT.
I think what I went through last year was necessary for me to grow as a player, and I've grown a lot as a leader, both inside and out of the game for this year.
对自己是有信心，但是我们还是会做，就是尽力做好自己，就是该做的事情。
You need to have that air of confidence around you because you always need to believe that you can win a tournament, whether you're the underdog or the favorite.
看了男队 EDG 在
其他不同的比赛当中慢慢赢得了胜利，然后往上，然后我会觉得说我们其实也做得到，然后也会想要更努力去打出更好的成绩。
To EDG, I'll say let's both bring our best and have a good game.
等着瞧，我们会证明 CN 赛区也是可以打败你们的。
So we're starting the map selection process for SR versus EDG. EDG has a higher seed, so starts choosing if wants to be Team A or Team B. EDG?
Team B.
Okay, Team B. So we start with SR banning a map.
We ban Split.
Split, okay. EDG bans a map.
We ban Breeze.
Okay, Breeze. SR picks a map.
We pick Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven for EDG.
We pick Attack.
Attack, okay. Map pick for EDG. We have Sunset, Ascent, Bind, Lotus.
Okay, we pick Sunset.
Sunset, okay. Side on Sunset for SR.
We pick Attack.
Attack, okay. So second set of bans, SR bans.
We ban Bind.
Bind, okay. A ban for EDG. We have Ascent or Lotus.
I ban
Ascent or Lotus?
I ban Ascent.
Okay, so Lotus is the sider. Side on Lotus for SR.
We pick Defense.
Okay, that's it. So I'm gonna just run it back. SR banned Split, EDG banned Breeze, SR picked Haven, EDG picked Attack on Haven, EDG picked Sunset, SR picked Attack on Sunset. Second set of bans were Ascent for SR and Bind for EDG. Lotus is the sider, SR starts defending, okay? Okay, that's it. Good luck, have fun. Thank you guys, sorry for this.
Mel alone has played more matches than all of EDG combined. But on this stage, anything can happen. We've seen it in the past, we've seen it yesterday. I know you guys are both leaning towards Shopify, but after seeing the way the EDG are handling themselves, how confident they are, I don't know. I think it might be closer than we think.
I think so. They're having fun with it. They don't look necessarily nervous walking onto the stage. They were vibing. They're doing somersault, tumbling. So really, really good vibes from the team. Obviously, they, going into this as underdog, you have to recognize you have nothing to lose at this point, Like, obviously, you're playing against a favorite, but just relax. Play your own game going into this match.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, I gotta give Clem the Selly of the tournament so far. I think she had the best one. The little barrel roll there, that was sick. And just some fun facts. They're 3-1 on Haven, but their most recent loss was a 13-6 loss, and that was with their star duelist Legion. So I don't know what's gonna happen on this map, but I think the fact that they started on attack and they are a slow-paced team, maybe that slow pacedness can affect the gameplay of Shopify.
Yeah, Haven's a tough one because when you think of Mel and her IGLing, Haven is the most legendary map for her to call on. This team almost never loses Haven. I think they dropped 1 game in the last year. So this is going to be a tough one, but when we look to that second map where EDG has played a little more in GC, maybe they got an advantage there.
I mean, I like the way that they picked the Sunset, you know? They're obviously confident about it, and I think it's good for them. But this first map, I think you guys are right. It's going to be a very, very tough start. However, surely if you are EDG, you're expecting this. They probably put a lot of their prep into knowing that they have to play Haven.
Yeah. The thing is like, how is Clem going to be playing? Or what is she even going to be playing? I think it's going to be the Jet. That's what we've seen. That Blue is filling in for Ray's maps, and Clem is now picking up the Jet that Legia was formerly playing. So how is the calling going to be on the duelist role? Because in my opinion, it's really hard to call on duelist. I tried it for a little bit in my time, and it was almost impossible to be dialed in on my op. It was so hard to sit there while I'm looking at minimap and somebody peeks me and I op them.
Yeah,
So
and do you know what's even crazier and more pressure that you might face is that you're looking over to your screen and you're going up against Fluorescent.
Yeah.
Fluorescent is going to be the person that's going to try and shut you down, Sapphire. They got so much to do today.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. Yeah, when you put it into that terms and Fluorescent's facing you down and you're the IGL and you're supposed to be dashing in.
Yeah.
I suppose that is a lot of pressure. You know, I doubt we're gonna get any necessary surprises. Obviously, Wawali said we're gonna maybe change up the comp in the interview, but you know, it is probably gonna be Clem on that Jet. Blue will play in the Killjoy.
I mean, why not change it up here when you know that this is the bread and butter of Shopify? But on the side of Shopify, anything that you feel like could cause a concern, because when you are so heavily favored, I almost feel like you don't think about that. You don't think about even potentially having a weakness.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, I think it was EG that actually did take down then version 1, now Shopify, in the grand finals to even get here, which at the point was a shock too, because we said even coming into that Shopify does not lose Haven. So they've lost it before. Obviously, if I was EGD, I would be studying that tape to seeing how you counter this team on their best map.
I think it's going to be hard to see a world in which Shopify drops this map. I think Fluorescent, just from my experiences, even if you look at her, like, all of her clips in ranked, I feel like they're all on Haven. Like, she's always doing some crazy stuff on this map, especially around like the A bomb site, and I don't know what's gonna happen. I think she's gonna maybe drop 30 this game. I don't know.
Yeah, you think?
I think it might be a 30 bomb straight up.
That's the thing, but that's what everybody is
We'll find
expecting.
out, though.
When I feel like in the past we've had a lot of players that have never really made a big international tournament. We're super excited about them. We want to see what they can do. But in this scenario, I feel like Floor is not allowed to drop less than 30 because everybody thinks she will. Everybody thinks that's the least that she's going to be able to do. And surely, Sapphire, when that kind of expectation is on you, because people don't just think that she's going to come in here and be good. They are thinking that she's going to come in here and be the best.
It is a lot of pressure on you. Like, everyone is talking about this player. I'm sure she's seeing it all over her social when she's checking in, but like, there's a lot of pressure on this player to not just make sure they're winning, but they want to see her. The fans want to see Floor on top of the scoreboard.
We do.
Yeah. we do too. I want to see those viral clips for sure.
Yeah. Just piggybacking off of that, I think you're right, and I think what she needs to do is, if she does have a slow start in any of these games, any of these series, don't try to overcook it. Don't try to do too much and try to get these kills that you normally wouldn't otherwise do. Just keep playing your game, and the kills will come. You know what I mean? And I think that having the IGL and the experience of Mel and just the experience of Alexis as well, I think that'll brush over onto her, and I'm sure that they'll keep her like level-headed.
Yeah, and I'll also add, like, Effie's is just such a really good, like, level-headed.
He's a veteran.
He's such a veteran, very level-headed coach. Like, if Floor is down early and we've seen her like kind of beat herself up when she's not having a good game. It's so funny because when she has like less than 20 kills, she's like, I did terrible, you know? And so she's in that mental, obviously players like Mel and Coach Effie's like have to get her back in her headspace.
I mean, let's talk about how she can do that on a map, especially like you said, against a team that plays very, very slow. If you're someone who's already, you know, you have tendencies and habits, just fragging out and doing crazy stuff, what is the most important thing you think would be for a player like Fluorescent when you go up against a very, very slow attack site?
I think it's really important that you don't want to start off too passive. Still play the same thing, still go for the same peaks you normally go for. But if you're starting to get punished, then you need to be able to, okay, understand, all right, maybe I shouldn't be taking these aggro timings all the time. I can just sit here and hold, let them come into my crosshair, get the free kills that I can have, be okay with my one and done, and then just play like a retake and just win with my team. Because on paper, like this Shopify team is, I know they lost to EG, but they're the best. They're the best in North America. They were all year. As long as they don't choke again, they should be favorites in this entire tournament.
Flora's actually very good at like setting a good pace, like conditioning the team to watch out for her flanks and like readjusting. Like she's always everywhere across the map. So being able to do that, set the pace, get that early aggro, and then adjust if it's not working. That's what we see Flora do best.
I just hope that she's going to come out swinging. I mean, we've seen players where they made their debut and they're just crazy good on the first map, and the rest is basically history. Thank you to you guys at home for sticking with us, by the way, because we are very, very, very close to the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and to find out whether EDG, they are going to bring something new. If Wawa Lee, what she said was true, she's going to shock us. I mean, after yesterday, I feel like it's got to be like 5 smokes or something to really, really shock us. But again, if they do bring something new, I think it'll be very interesting to see how Shopify adapt, because Sapphire, they are one of those teams that can do that. They're not afraid of those changes.
No, not at all. Like we've seen it before. They mix up their comp a lot, and so I don't know. I'm interested to see if we see any surprises here.
Well, we are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and let's see where we are going. Well, Blue is not on the. Sorry, Clem is not on the jet this time. It's gonna be Blue.
It is Blue. Okay, interesting. I wonder why, but you know what? I guess it makes sense. It's just slot in 1-for-1 roll, comfortability. It's all there, and I think this is good. I actually think this is good for EDG because, like I was saying, IGLing on the duelist role I think can be very hard, especially if you don't have the reps on doing it.
Yeah, and you know, as we look at Shopify here, like not too many changes. Sometimes we see that Harbor come in and out with this roster, but the team is really on a comfort.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever played solo Viper. So this is going to be interesting, not having the Harbor as well. And I can't wait to get into game. So let's send it over to your caster. It's Endme, Ender, and Mimi.
Thank you very much, Jinsu. Yeah, super excited to get into this game. The first time that Mel and Alexis played together was 3 years ago, on the very same date this year that this EDG squad got put together to compete in this tournament. They've now made it here. There's definitely an experience gap on that stage, but EDG, I mean, we've seen what China can do this year already in VC.
EDG are a force to be reckoned with, and they're going to be going up against Fluorescent in her LAN debut on the International GC stage. It is going to be so awesome to see what she can bring to the table, and we're already here for the pistol.
And it's EDG starting out on attack. It is their first international debut here.
We'll see what they can do. Already some presence over towards the A side of the map. Shopify putting down sort of an old school Viper wall that slashes off both entrances into the A site and B. While they're getting aggressive down C long, Fluorescent could activate a very quick flank. And EDG, they're pretty locked into this A point at this with Fluorescent so far forward.
You already see players rotated over, and that Viper up can allow them to play this blood retake. The util is good for Noya to find the first. Blue is separated from the team, and everyone else is trying to run through these smokes. He's getting cut down. You've seen Alone and Gone as well. Falls on the lurker of Clem.
And the spy completely trapped on the outside. No Viper wall, I guess, to be able to deal with, but now that his dog clears into short, Clem finds that isolated shot, but the right click isn't connecting.
Oh, no.
Someone shoot their gun, Alexis from behind for the trade.
It's a tragedy to start for EDG, but we're already seeing how strong this comp from Shopify can be. There's just so much stall.
Yeah, the insane stall, especially with EDG sort of running into it there. That Viper wall usually ends up getting thrown over on the C side of the map, and you see an orb placed on A, but EDG are definitely going to have to find ways of baiting out a lot of this stall utility, because they're running through Viper mollies on that side, potential Killjoy problems as well, and Shopify Rebellion very at home here on
No one's going to fist bump Mel?
No one's gonna, somebody, please.
There we go. They're getting warmed up to LAN again. Most of these players new to it all. They'll get cozy.
Yeah, now we're back to that normal Viper wall over towards C. But one of the big differences for Shopify is this Omen. They have never played this comp with the Omen. It has always been the Harbor for them. That Paranoia, of course, very strong at controlling some lanes. The one ways you can have in post plants, very good as well. But again, we're running through the mollies. That's so much damage onto Blue.
And Blue shouldn't be long for this one. Noya from the back lines plays around that wall to perfection, and the entirety of Shopify on the scene. They will completely cut down this attempt, and poor Wawa Lee, she's taken care of as well.
Oh.
Clean round by Shopify. And
yeah.
Alexis, I mean, I thought after last year she changed a little bit.
No, Alexis clearly has not changed. Still that same player, was so good back in Berlin, of course, carrying through with Mel into this year as well. But now EDG are going to have that buy round. Very important for them. And we've seen a couple of quicker rounds from them, but domestically, EDG were so patient, sitting in their spawn. They're the slowest team to plant the spike at this event by 6 whole seconds.
But the thing is, that could come at a cost against a comp like this. If you're not pulling out that stall utility, you might end up in late rounds like we've seen already where you're running into that util.
Yeah, EDG famous for planting with like 15 or fewer seconds on the clocks. They're going to have to deal with that, especially with this Killjoy setup on B. I believe one of those mollies was already broken out on the B site. And that is a little softer, although 2 players from Shopify now rotating over to cover.
Fluorescent holding this line in short, yet to make an engagement yet for the long-awaited prospect, and she has her chance now. Blue on the other side, not clearing the angle. It's a tag, and Floor gets out.
Yeah, big damage as well, and quick rotates potentially to come in from Alexis and Mel. As the dog clears out mid, they know there's not a lurk there, so Shopify can be comfortable to stack this A site for the next 15-20 seconds.
And this is what you'll see a lot from EDG when they play at home, these slow 4-1s, where they just stall out in the mid-round and go for these very late hits. But Shopify seems very aware of this A re-hit.
Flash does not get a ping. It was just dodged away from Wawa Lee, and that's going to cause Mel to rotate back over towards B. It's a gamble off of not hitting the flash, but the second flash comes through. That's clutch from Alexis to keep 3 players on the site.
The stun misses. The util a little unbalanced. Now Blue will make her attempt to dive into this site. A smoke in the back lines. Clem coming up around as his Viper Orb is going to prove critical for Shopify to isolate the kills towards short. That's a gun recovered for Fluorescent. She could be make or break in this round as EDG slows down.
They can't plant the spike. There's 25 seconds left and 5 players on site. Shopify Rebellion are tearing EDG apart. That was such a good re-aggress from Shopify outside of their Viper Orb into Clem's solo short push. And once Shopify took that position, EDG will never be allowed to plant the spike.
It's a Prime Gaming flawless, and it's another classic round from Mel with this mid-round decision-making. Pop up that orb. Everyone plays in it together, and they realize that short is the weak side of that execute and take such great advantage.
And with this comp, whenever the Viper's in the game, that is the area. You control that lane outside Graffiti, and you choose when to fight through. If you have the Sky Flash, you can maybe fight onto site, into long through that orb. But when you don't, fighting into short and taking that just slashes the hit in its tracks. I think EDG are going to need to find an answer to deal with that.
They absolutely will, and you see this proactivity from Shopify as well. Fluorescent in pretty much every round has been able to get an aggressive line on an extremity.
That A control's been big for stacking into this B site. 3 players here. EDG showed their hand a little bit, again breaking that that molly setup on the B site. So it's just a turret to hold, and Shopify are going to stack that area with bodies so they don't get ecoed here.
And look at Flora continuing to push this advantage. She has so much info right now.
She's feeling confident, and that's what you want to see from Floor here on the big stage. Garage control taken now from EDG, but 2 players already flooded backside.
And here comes that Viper wall again. It is so useful when you're a solo anchor, but no, he's not alone for long. Rotates off fast into this site. Sarah ready in the backlines. Wall falls, and the flash is great to take down Alexis, but no one is watching Noya's position. She'll cut down 1. And Sarah helps for the others, and again, it's one of these same late rounds where EDG is fractured, and the last few players get picked to pieces in the final moments of the round. But Clem making something out of this.
Yeah, reminding us all that we got the shots in. Floor will close out the round. Easy breezy for Shopify, but EDG are going to be piecing together what is going wrong in these rounds. For the A's hit, it was the short control. Now in 2 C execs that were primarily through Garage, it was the molly coming out from Sarah, that snake bite. They're running through it every time. They feel pressured to blitz out onto the site, but it's really causing them problems. Both the chip damage and the vulnerability applied has isolated just that Jet player dashing into sight from the rest of the team stuck Garage.
Floor has an op into this round now. How does that change the way that EDG have to attack?
Well, it means you have to be a whole lot more respectful, right? That Sova drone has to be saved if you're going to re-clear into that sewers line. The line we saw Floor take all the way back in round number 2. It means you have to be very concerned of those elevated positions, top B site, so it makes it a little tougher for maybe you're a Killjoy player to solo lurk up into B. You need buddy system and you need effective utility to clear those common angles.
And already a timeout being taken from the side of EDG. Remember, this is their first big international trip as a team. They are still very new together. So I imagine this is more focused on getting those nerves under control.
Yeah, also, Coach Schweishwei just calls the earliest timeouts I have ever seen in GC.
It'll be like round 3.
I saw a round 2 timeout called after halftime, and you get to talk to your team during halftime. Like, the second he sees something, he's going to come in and make that apparent. And I think already it is, how do we save like Paranoia to clear that area of graffiti when it is going to be those A hits, and maybe for the C hits, going heavier into long. But I'm seeing a new Viper wall already again, just heavy stall on site. It's less about flooding onto the C site, but it gives them an extra element of garage control.
Yeah, it'll further punish that Jet player of blue when she's trying to dash in, as she's been getting shut down a lot already in this game.
And Floor's going to be posted behind it, so maybe showing that wall has a bit of a different look. She's playing really deep on the right side of that elevated angle, so it's not until you scale up really far that you run into this op.
Is this our chance for the first fluorescent round? She's got one. Will she re-swing? Dash still. Prots misses the shot on a double. Can she go for more there? Paranoia is in. She'll hide in the cloudburst for a moment as Noya takes some flak. Floor for another. It's 2-4-2 trades the site taken for EDG.
Just insane. Fluorescent gets that last second kill, but now 3-on-3. Let's look at the retake utility. Simu only has the one flash available. Alexis is going to have the dog, and Mel is going for the long flank. There is a Killjoy turret that is online that should spot her out, but she might just go for the ego fight anyways.
It's very possible, and is that Killjoy turret going to be broken? It will. That's information, but now she reflanks through garage, but here comes the proactivity. EDG getting aggressive in the post, but that molly is perfect. It cuts off Simu, but she still wins the fight. It's massive. Still, Alexis there to even the odds yet again for Shopify Rebellion. They'll go through garage now. Clem low on HP. Wawa out in the open. Mel takes care of her. It's a double for the leader, and Shopify up to 5 on the trot.
Yeah, uncharacteristic miss out of Wawa Lee there. I think you can feel it just a little bit. No flash, no nothing, but Mel goes to that wide swing, wins the fight, and recovers the operator. A huge win for Shopify Rebellion. It's no surprise they're starting off strong. I think a lot of teams, or a lot of fans, even seeing the NA number 2, would have them as favorites to win this event with the raw history and firepower that they have. But EDG have to buckle down very quickly and feel comfortable on stage. That was an even fight, and I like the decisions they made fighting in towards defender spawn. But once again, it is Sarah's snake bites that are ruining their day.
This really is a super team when you think about it. At the beginning of this year, this was the best possible talent from North America put together with that Cloud9 core. And any one of these players will have games like the one Sarah has gotten started.
All right, so round 6. It is another buy round for EDG. 2 orbs away from Simu's ultimate, 1 off of Clem. So we're getting close to a couple of power ults, and they're really focused on this garage. But again, they have to bait out those snake bites before they go for it. Or they're ulting spawn.
Isn't here, and look at this play. Yusin alone, but help is on the way. Blue is in trades, stay in favor of EDG, but Noya has arrived just in the nick of time, and she regains control of CT, which means this lockdown can be invested. Aggression from Wawa Lee. She wants to get ahead of this one, and Fluorescent misses another shot that gives Wawa the chance to run.
It means they have to retreat long, but Mel has smokes. They can't play this comfortably from this far back. 2 smokes as well. They can hold it forever. End of Paranoia. EDG have nothing.
Does it really just come down to the spam? Can they get that lucky shot, or will Floor pick him off from range? The operator posted on the perfect angle, and the mollies will miss out. Not going to deny any time here. Noy's just going to stick this one through. Where's the spam? Can it find her? She's gotten it half. She'll tuck away. Floor connects a shot, and towards long, it doesn't feel a chance in hell to get this one done as Noya holds it down for Shopify Rebellion.
Just nothing you can do there from EDG. Wawa Lee makes the decision to try and go for the fight, but once she can't find it, she doesn't have time to actually push on in and make that one happen. And Shopify in the post plant just a little bit too strong. Floor jumping up for that elevation with the operator is just way too much for EDG to deal with, swinging into so many different lines.
Let's spin positive for EDG here. They have 2 of the biggest ults in their comp available here with that Rolling Thunder and that lockdown to get into a comfortable post
enemy remaining.
That they do. Another day at the office there for Noya. And yeah, no chance to really come back in here. and figure it out. We'll see what they have in store for us. I think it's starting out with a little bit of a default, getting pinged by the Sky Flash over towards A, where it's actually a 4-stack from Shopify. They want to fight so early on here and catch EDG before they can use those power ults.
And that's a full re-clear of A, which means it's likely to have rotates on the way to help out just Noya on the other side. For now, they might actually want to push through this flank.
Yeah, it looks like Shopify are going to go for that 3-player flank, right? You know, you expect to have that Killjoy ultimate and then potentially being fought into towards your own spawn. So I like that idea, or even just flushing out into mid.
Every time this alarm bot has been activated, it's been a committal. Shopify knows what's coming, and they'll pop Seekers and go fast through the flank.
Yeah, Noya actually was the one that picked up the op, swapped it over, so they could go for that flank. The Seekers as well, fully clearing Garage, and EDG are on a mission towards spawn.
They have to flip the map here, and they have to win out over Noya. But that's a tough task, because she's picked up Fluorescence Operator, and she's holding this line. Doesn't hit the shot, though, and is pushed even further away. But on the other side, this flank is being activated, and look how far they're going.
Yeah, Mel drops a smoke deep. 2 players isolated in spawn, and it's an old back site. Sarah gets the kill down there, and it's not fully planted for spawn.
They are eons away from this spike, and with that smoke in play, it's a wide swing for Noya. Disgusting work from the Dane, and the sticks coming through. There's nothing that Wawa Lee can do.
This is wild to see. I mean, back-to-back ults. Shopify win that one, but these Omen ults are crazy. Like actual TikTok ults going into the back lines, going for those massive flanks. I liked EDG's idea in the previous round, but again, there, Shopify on the fly. Mel just slams it, and it adds that extra layer that you would not have seen in the previous composition with the Harbor.
And that's both those big ults used for no avail. What a round. Think about the amount of times that they had to pivot the idea. Okay, we're fast flanking. Now they're flipping the map. Now we're adjusting behind a lockdown. That is the experience you get from an IGL like Mel, to stay calm and make the right decisions in those moments.
Honestly, those wide swings are just eating EDG up. They have to be able to react. Floor now back with the operator in hand. No more push, but we'll post on this very common angle. Dog spots out just the one. Doesn't see Jet, but I think it's a fair guess that it would be there. The miss does end up coming in, but still EDG haven't claimed too much space. They're still playing around C. It looks like Yusin wants to take that fight. She's a very aggressive, confident player. You'll see her go on lurks, go for ego fights consistently. That was a staple in a lot of their Haven wins domestically.
Slower round here from EDG. Clem will again try and work her way up and break this utility towards B, but Sarah, ever on the move with this Viper utility, is in a good spot to shut any of that down as EDG will again prod towards Garage.
But there's no one behind it. It's just it's a bit of a fake now, and Shopify have bitten on it a number of times. Alexis back over towards A, and they hear the flash, so now the stack should be able to move.
Yeah, rotate's already coming in, and it's Fluorescent to hold. First shot is good. She'll pop the blades. Floor's feeling it on the big stage, but where is the rest of EDG? It's so delayed. Shopify is rotating in more defenders. The blades are going wide, but can Alexis get it done? 2 kills already. Low HP on Simu, and information onto Wawa as well. Doesn't have to be Lexi. The team's there in time. Shopify looking indomitable.
No one can solve that graffiti position. Shopify eating it up every single time. And now, maybe it's some hero rifles for EDG. You're starting to do the math, and 8-0, not a good start. 9-0, maybe you can come back, but I don't know. EDG, they're going to go for actual 2 hero buys, 3 of them as well. Look at that, Yusin blue. It's a Bulldog with armor. They need something. Not even knives to support it here, but they're going to hope they can find anything. They think they need the 4 rounds here to have a chance in the next half.
I think they're right. Have to break this momentum soon. Floor pushed off the line. It's a fast hit into A. And this time, no Viper utility, but who's here? Fluorescent, none other than her. Finds a shot already, and into the site. She'll look for another line. It's so swift out of the youngster, and she's not even gonna fall. Alexis is there to support. Sarah was always holding down, and that's a nice shot by Wawa. Gets rid of the silliness that Floor was attempting, but it was never gonna be around.
I don't know, it got a little goofy there. I have to say, Wawa leave the 3 kills. It requires the power of the shorty to finish it off.
Hey, honestly, if you're on your international land debut with all the pressure, get silly. Have some fun up there. Get cozy.
I think you need at least 1 shorty kill and at least 1 knife kill before it's a job well done.
If
a
you
win's
would
not
disagree.
enough. Oh, are you going to disagree with me? Okay. I don't know. I like this finish coming in. Look at that, the style. Legs tucked up underneath Sarah.
Great form.
Bam.
Ready for the Olympics.
Yeah, it's like the diving competition.
Oh.
Yeah, cannonball.
Second timeout
Wow.
for EDG now. They really need to arrest this fall.
What do they have to work with? I mean, Sovault is now online. It's triple Bulldog for them as well, which they need to be slamming at this point. Now, every time, I feel like we've seen a couple of funky walls coming through from Shopify out of these timeouts. So it was like that flat wall over towards C and B. On the pistol was the flat wall on A, just guarding those entrances. And I also, at the same time, think that EDG have been playing much quicker than we saw from them domestically. Like, I'm seeing them doing their homework, coming in with different ideas to make it happen. But when it comes to them actually executing into a site, that has felt a little bit rushed at times to me. And they've been getting eaten alive by the snake bites. And also, the paranoias from Mel have been money.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And you remember that interview at the beginning from Wawa Lee where they want to change their strategies, come in with new ideas in the draft. And I think we're seeing some of that, but the execution and the adaptation from Shopify has been so good that so often we're seeing the first few players in being utterly staggered out by this Viper utility.
Yeah, and look, when I was watching EDG coming to this event, like some of their coolest rounds were these like B execs that turned into either A or C splits. And I'd love to see them get a little bit more off the wall with what Shopify is doing. I'd love to see them get into that B site, which has pretty much just been a lot of Killjoy utility to stall it out. They're going for the fight. Floor misses, but that will give long and short control over to EDG if they want to take it.
It seems like Floor has been able to do no wrong in this one. Even when she's not hitting the shots, she's always managed to escape unpunished.
Yeah, I also like the repositions from her. A lot of times Jets will take that fight and then reposition to the other area of the map, but she's just fighting other angles on A. Okay, you beat me on long or I whiff, now I'm on short.
Uh-oh, Noya could be in trouble here. Droned out towards long. She has absolutely no help, but doesn't matter. 1 for 1, that might be good enough because no one here can commit from EDG. They can't react off that.
It's important, though, that Wawa Lee survives with the Hunter's Fury, right? We can afford losing the breach. Okay, losing flashes, that's tough, but we have the ult at least.
Trap play in short. Off of Floor's contact, Alexis flashes around the corner, but it won't be activated. EDG head back towards C.
Wawa Lee doesn't have a drone to play with to clear this close angle. I think if Sarah throws up the wall, a dart back sight would not actually spot her out. So that wall can give her coverage against that utility, and she might eat up a couple of players from that spot.
Dart in. Does Sarah get spotted? Do they clear her? That's the question. And it's not going to see her. Does anyone check Sarah's angle? Absolutely not. 1 kill is through, but it's another 1 for 1 EDG. A comfortable post punt.
But Wawa Lee dies. No more Hunter's Fury. They have to fight for it. I like the spot Clem has in garage. That control funnels SR into one line.
The revolving door. The operator goes to Melange this time on this retake. And Floor, no dash. Does have smoke, so to break these lines of sight. And a paranoid from Mel as well. That is the go sign. Yusin will be able to counter back, and they're stalled towards spawn for the moment. This could be the first round for EDG. Out through the smoke. Alexis falls. Floor will trade, and it's all on her. 1v2. Time dwindling, and look at that teleport. Reposition all the way into the back lines, and Floor thought she had finished the job, but she hadn't. Clem finds the first round for EDG.
An important round win here. EDG have arrived in Brazil. We'll see what they've got for us.
And you can see for the crowd, you gotta get behind a team like this, even when they're struggling. Just fun to watch them up there.
I mean, it starts out just 1 for 1 trades. It was an incredibly close round. Even here, Sarah, once she swings out, ends up getting tagged by that dart. But Yusin going for that TP in deep. Yusin would get a little bit wild, and I actually saw in that moment, like, Mel was checking that B site because Yusin always loves to go for these late rewraps through that B site. Shopify have done their homework, but now EDG are here to play.
That they are. That Hunter's Fury is still online. It's a big tool to try and actually build something off that first round win.
Clem actually has the operator in hand, just looking for a fight down on C, if it might exist there. But so much stall with the Killjoy putting double mollies on the C site. You have the Viper wall there as well. How do EDG get through? I think their best bet would be droning into that Viper's pit and then maybe activating the Hunter's Fury off of it. But they're really moving the bulk of their forces over towards C.
But if they commit into C, look what's there. Viper wall, full Killjoy setup. That's going to be hard to break.
I like this. I think it's going to be a fake off of the drone and the ult, trying to punch out this Viper if they can find it, but the drone doesn't last long enough to make it happen. They're going into the meat grinder.
Here comes those mollies. That wall, can it stop the hit for EDG? First one in, it goes through a single player. Simi Lu, she's taken down. Dash from Blue will help to join, but Alexis, as always, is so quick to aid. Here comes Floor as well. Everyone has arrived for Shopify Rebellion, but Yusin finds an opportunity. Takes down Floor, but where has Noya gotten? She's worked her way up onto a weird angle here as Yusin takes down her teammates all around. It's the paranoia and the swing to perfection. Noya a third in the round, and where is Wawa? She was waiting, lurking her way back around, but Mel is holding this. Can Wawa find the angle? No, it's Mel
Absolutely not. Mel comes in and shuts the door in the face of Wawali there. 10-1 to kick it off. And it's just, once again, EDG, it feels like they're running into a brick wall on these side hits. You're pushed away from the Viper's pit, and you're going into Viper still on this side with the wall, and double mollies guarding the entrance. It's something that EDG haven't really seen, because those double mollies, the Nanoswarms have just been on B almost every single round. They don't expect it because they don't do early scouting into that C site. It was just an operator playing trying to find a shot, but it never was meant to be. And now we're back again. Noya up in hand on the C site, while 4 get aggressive into A.
Flash ready on the other side of this smoke. Fluorescent goes through, and it's a perfect shot onto the first poor blue, stuck in a corner with nothing to do, and Floor will keep it going. They put the leash on her for a moment. She's forced to stall out. Shopify has the spike.
And they're camping on it. Wawali pops Hunter's Fury. That's one ping, and that's a shot down onto Sarah. The thorn in EDG's side has been dealt with.
But look at this position for Mel. She's teleported up onto one of the most uncommon angles in the game here. It's going to be so tough to reclear this without a drone.
Yeah, they have 2 smokes. They have a Paranoia, a Shock Dart, and a couple of nanos. So you could put the nanos in the smokes to try and push in and make so no one can trade out from behind there. But even then, there's a flash coming through. They don't have that much time, 45 seconds, but to get that spike and deal with this corner, they need to act in the next 10 to 15.
Alexis reconfirms, and another smoke just at the right time. Mel actually
wait,
drops off
Yusine
that
has
position.
the ultimate. They can just run away and use that.
But they have to get into C, and look who's waiting.
They're sitting on it.
It's the operator of Noya.
Can Yusine wiggle her way into the middle of 3 Shopify Rebellion members?
Shadows traveling.
Remember, 3 is enough to block the ultimate. But have they done it right? Will it work in their favor? Here comes the ult.
How close are they really? It's a test of friendship.
And she
gets it.
Steals it away. Noya gets a shot on the other side, though. And that spike will be planted. Lockdown instantaneous. No, it's just swinging. Not a care in the world. Leaves it all down to poor Yusine. She'll break the lockdown, but the troops have arrived. All 3 from Shopify holding on the site. A flash in her face. Mel holding down. There's no shot she can get this done. Floor, the one to finish. It is a 10-2 half, or excuse me, 11-1. Even better. I mean, Shopify looking almost
11-1 is a little bit too good to be true, and yet somehow it is. I mean, Shopify Rebellion are just putting on a bit of a masterclass right now with this comp. Even the operator in the hands of Noya is still a phantom at her feet after she takes the first shot, switching it over. The way they held onto the spike was just absolute perfection. Shopify Rebellion are a force to be reckoned with here in Brazil.
It is a beautiful half from Shopify, and I'm sure a lot more praise to come with the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, you guys. And I'm glad you mentioned the comp because, you know, we've seen the Viper Harbor. We know what that can do. But Baby Bay, talk me through the change of the Omen here.
Yeah, so the Omen's getting more and more popular now, and it's just because of the different elevations you could play off of. The Omen flash for the retakes or even the hits to flood in, everything like that. And man, this was just a masterclass. There were so many layers that Shopify was showing. Even from one of the first op rounds that Flora had. She shows A one of the rounds. The next round she's at C, but she's off-angled and having Noya jump spot, so no one thinks the op is there. They think it's a retake with KJ. And then she gets 2. Like the op just being floated around and how Fluorescent is using this. Going for these aggro picks. She didn't always get the first kill when she ran through with smoke and went for it, but she's getting out alive every single time, and I think that's a little bit of nerves coming from EDG.
Yeah, it's such an annoying comp to play against because essentially like Floor's going for those early picks. They're using the util. By the time she's like repositioning, they got a whole refresh, and then they still have that Omen smoke for the retake. So it's incredibly annoying. Whereas if you look on the other side, EDG had to burn everything they could just to push Floor off that early angle.
Yeah, and like you were saying, like every time they're going to C or A, there's this Viper util that just delays you. You're getting chipped by a Viper molly. If you get spammed through a smoke, if a player's using a Phantom, you're dead in like 2 bullets. It's a really, really tough comp to play against, and this is why it is in the meta right now.
Yeah, you know, obviously we saw a lot of at least there were some smiles from EGG at the end, right? Like, I think they realized going into this, listen, like, this maybe isn't a comp that we played against. It's a map that we know Shopify dominates, like, GG go next.
Yeah, I mean,
who knows? Maybe we still got a second half, but it's gonna be tough.
It's not a 13-0.
It's not a 13-0.
It's not a 13-0.
All I'm gonna say is if FlyQuest Raid can come back from a 0-9 on Haven, anything can happen. Am I right, Ender?
Oh, why'd you have to hit me with that Teddy Tactics mentioned? But it's okay. It's okay. We'll see if EDG can make that comeback here versus Shopify. And it's got to start with some aggression here on the pistol round, right? This is the comp that can get really aggro on defense, that breach jet combo, and it's going to be through mid here.
All three players posted up, but they're not pushing just yet. You see this wall for Sarah. She's going to get so close to Clem, but a barrel spotted, maybe not in time. Where's the shot? Clem finds it eventually, but Floor is there instantly on the trade. Here comes those three players through mid.
Yeah, but look where Noya is. She's a little rat demon sitting back in spawn. There's three players about to walk into a crossfire, and the rest of Shopify are coming back to fight with her. But they're all here turning it around. Fluorescent with the 4K on the pistol. It's a 1-on-2. The round is not lost, but Fluorescent just destroyed EDG.
Welcome to Brazil, Floor. She's had her round. 4 kills already. We'll be hunting for the ace in this 2v1 as the C site is secured for Shopify.
Wawa Lee, it is over without this pistol win. A dart and a couple of shocks, but we'll want to look for this fight as that one player is spotted out or heard out with that dart. With a spike being planted.
Mel gets away in long.
I hear some rumbles in the crowd.
A one-way in her face. Wawa, will she take the walk here? Can she find an opening? Mel on the swing, she whips it, and Floor's there for the trade. An ace on the global stage for the long-awaited prospect.
She's here. Welcome to Brazil, Floor. Honestly, cold as ice. It's like, oh, you know, just another round.
Not a reaction.
No reaction.
Another day in the office.
Absolutely. I mean, it starts out with that trade coming through the wall, and then I really like this call from Shopify on the fly. Like, they knew the fight had come out through mid. I believe they'd either heard a flash or some piece of breach utility, and that was the call to come back and re-clear that area, help out Noya, and it was exactly what they needed.
You know, the hype from her team feels good in that moment. So much pressure on a player like that. She is thriving under her head as another ridiculous moment from Fluorescent. Oh, I'm jumping around a corner. That's fine. Win the gunfight anyway. Cool.
Surely she couldn't back-to-back ace.
No.
That just wouldn't be not with EDG forcing up on 12-1.
That's not how they would close out the map, right?
Wait, they just gave her the orb. They want her to pop knives this round.
That's disgusting.
On round 2, Mimi.
I feel sick to my stomach if that happens. For now, I'm fine, right? Because she's not gonna.
But you're about to be sick. If
is that a dink through the?
It was a little bit of that 63 damage.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't like the way this is headed. Although Noya is gonna steal the kill, stolen from Floor, who is down C long at the moment, but surely would have had it.
And no defenders on the C side. Great work by Blue there. Quick shots on the judge, but it's a retake with not the best of weaponry here for EDG.
We'll see what they can do. Double flashes on Similu. They've got some weaponry at the hand, but I mean, it's 3 Bulldogs and a Vandal. They're just going to extend all the way back down long. There's no smokes. Double Cloudburst from Blue, so they can try to look for a half stick on that. Maybe there's some angles, but it's going to be so tough. They need fights, and they need them fast.
That they do. All 4 members of Shopify posted a firing line ready to go, and yeah, no smokes available, nothing to block this off Floor. Finds Stu, Bladestorm. Come on, pop it. Finish the round.
There we go.
Heal up, and Floor's going to look for more dash in there. Let's see it. A 4K to end the game. Why not? Blues around the corner, and well, Alexis steals it.
Alexis!
It's still an excellent map by Shopify Rebellion. 13-1 over EDG to start their international run here in Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, in case you were living under a rock for the last year and a half or 3 years, yeah, this core, Mel Alexis, fantastic. Floor as well has been so fantastic, and a 13-1 to start, just beautiful.
It's a beautiful way to get it going for the North American representation, but we'll have to see if EDG has an answer after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
what a start for Shopify Rebellion. They get themselves on the board with a crazy fast game. I'm back here with Baby Bay and Sapphire. In fact, so fast, that was actually the fastest international GC map we have ever seen.
Shopify's already breaking records.
Yes. Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned for more. Yeah, just crazy stuff out of Shopify. They looked very poised, very calm, collected. They looked confident up there. They were having fun. A little bit of body shooting. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, they looked phenomenal.
Yeah, you know, we said, like, obviously we felt Floor was going to do really good, but there's always that question of, like, can this player perform on the international stage? The answer is yes, and I feel like if we're going to talk about more records, I feel like Floor could get an ace record probably for this tournament, too. Who knows?
She's on track. Yeah, if she keeps doing stuff like this.
Yeah, this AWP presence was just, it was so oppressive. Every time EDG was going somewhere, she was getting a first blood, and they were doing a really good job of setting her up. And even the times where she wasn't getting kills with the AWP, they had all the info because she's getting these deep A lines and this pistol round, right? She gets an ace, of course. All headshots, by the way. Insane. But yeah, the AWP presence, it can be so annoying.
Stop.
I don't think I've ever seen it. I don't think I've ever seen that.
What is this? How do we
400 on the dot? ACS.
That's perfect.
I mean,
I've seen Floor have like 389 before. Okay.
Yeah, and that's her first map at the global event ever, Sapphire. The crazy thing is she can do better than that. We know she could actually.
Yeah, she probably. Yeah. You know, I guarantee in the back of her mind she's like, you know, it's okay. Like, it's okay. But I don't know. It's just so like I just love how versatile she was. Like literally, like you said, she was everywhere, getting the first blood. No matter where they were going, she was there.
Yeah.
And even if it wasn't an AWP entry, dropping the AWP to Noya and then doing aggressive plays with sky pop flashes through smokes to interrupt the defaults that EDG were doing, and then dashing in for more. It was insane.
That peak jumping around the corner.
I've never seen anybody do that rollout, by the way. That was insane.
Yeah, that was really
It's
crazy.
really smart, actually, because she knows, okay, like, what's the worst thing that's going to kill me is a Marshall.
Yeah.
Okay, let me make it hard to get headshot
actually.
of that.
Absolutely nothing. But one interesting thing I wanted to go back on is because before we jumped into this map, we looked at just how slow EDG are when it comes to their plant time. But on this map, it was the complete opposite. They were planting within like the first 10-20 seconds. Why do you think that was?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we did say like they're going to have to change something on this. They're going against one of the best Haven teams in the world. And so I guess they were trying to find something different. Obviously, like knowing that the comp that they were playing against just has a ton of refreshes. And so they needed to get in early after that first utility was burned. I think that was potentially the plan.
Yeah, it's a hard comp to play against, man. It kind of forces you to have to be really good with your utility and really maximize like the space that you gain with it. And it's like, I think they had good ideas, especially when they were going towards the A site where like they kind of flipped and went into hell and they waited out for that Viper smoke to fade. But the person in short went up a little too early, which was Clem. She got caught out because she's isolated. It's such a hard comp to play against. If you play too slow against it, they just have all the refreshables up again, you know? There's just consistently cycling these smokes. And if it's not a smoke, it's a KJ molly. If it's not a KJ molly, it's a Viper molly. Oh, all of a sudden you have the sight finally, and there's an Omen flash hitting you.
Yeah.
It's so versatile, and that's why it's the meta comp, in my opinion, right now on Haven.
And Shopify, you know, the understanding they had of the comp as well. I think Shopify, obviously, they played their game, but it's time to take a look at the AIM Lab shoot-around with EDG's Wawa Lee. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like, obviously, Shopify, an insanely good team. They proved that. But for EDG, it just looked like maybe they were nervous. Maybe the land jitters got to them a little bit, because I don't believe they showed their full potential.
Definitely not. I mean, there was a lot of whiffs and shaky plays and things that we did not see this team do in their regional events, or even when they played it in the Chinese qualifier LAN event. So this is not their full potential, and you know, maybe we're going to see that going into a map that they're far more comfortable with.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's to be expected, you know, like this was literally Blue's first game ever on LAN, on Jet, against like one of the best Jets in the world. Like, it's just like, it's to be expected. So like, I do feel bad. I do feel like they definitely could have won more rounds for sure, but I think that they won't have to deal with this annoying comp on Haven, and they might actually be able to put up a fight on this next map.
I mean, from your experience as well, you know, after you go up against an opponent like that, you're a little bit nervous, you're not quite sure how you're going to do. How do you shake it off? You know, how do you genuinely GG go next and make sure that doesn't happen again?
I just think it's like, how much worse can it be? Like, are you actually gonna get like this? Like, surely they don't get 13-0'd. You know, I'm hoping they don't. I don't want them to. So in your head, it's like, okay, like what do we have to lose? You know, like, let's just play our game. At the end of the day, if we lose, we lose, and it's a great learning experience for this team, honestly.
Exactly. Even if you're unmatched here and you might not even win the series, like, just getting as many rounds as you can and getting a good momentum is gonna set you up for a better run in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and we've also seen it. We've seen teams, you know, lose dominantly for the first map, but then actually make it really competitive and even take it to map 3 as we move on to Sunset, which was EDG's map choice. And Sapphire, we already know they are comfortable here. And I think after getting the first map out of the way, I don't expect it to be as dominant this time around.
No, they jumped into this map pretty early as soon as it came into the map pool. They've played it on LAN before. What we hopefully will see here is we're going to see Blue, who is obviously newer to this team, play an agent that she's going to be far more comfortable with. So I think the team is just much better positioned as we go into Sunset.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Blue, out of the 3 matches she has played, I guess this is the 4th, a lot of her reps have been on Raze, and her stats are phenomenal. It's not a lot to go off of, but you can clearly tell that she has a better understanding of how to play the Raze compared to the Jet. I know we saw a bunch of, like, you know, missed smoke timings and stuff like that on the Jet, but it's all in the past. The Raze is going to be good. I know Blue's going to pop off.
Yeah, and this is their map pick as well. I
as
feel
much
like
as she can against
hey, never underestimate anyone on this stage.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
100%.
But I want to talk about Sunset real quick because the comps that they both run, I feel like you're both really big fans of it and probably a place where you don't want to see any changes, right?
Yeah, I really like the Breach Fade Raze combo with the Cypher and controller of your choice, preferably, you know, Omen or Astra. But yeah, I think it's just a well-rounded comp, and I think we're going to have a mirror matchup here, which is going to be cool, and it's going to be a real test for both teams.
Yeah, and I think it's a comp that's going to lend better to their slow play style that we expect. Like, they're going to use a lot of the util to early push up floor. I think obviously we're going to expect floor to be very aggressive in multiple places on the map, but I think they're now going to have that utility to take and hopefully hold the sites.
Yeah, and I also like, even during that map, we were talking about this when we were watching the game, the vibes are good on the side of EDG. They're not tilted, they're not frustrated, they're not looking sad, they were all smiles, and I think that's a huge positive.
Yeah, that's really important. I mean, if you can have fun when you're losing, it's only good signs for the next map, because, I mean, we saw a completely distraught EG yesterday. They did not look like they were having any fun, even though their coach was like, like, that map's in the past. When you lose to a comp like that in the fashion that they lost, it can really affect you mentally and check you out, basically. But I don't think EDG's checked out of this like whatsoever.
No, definitely not. Like, we want to see those vibes stay up. Like, even the simple things, it sounds so silly, but like fist bumping between rounds, like, that just kind of keeps your head in the game. You know, you don't want to be that person like slamming your mouse because you look over and you see your teammate doing that. Like, you know, it's going to bring you down. So the energy seems really positive for this team, and I think they know their comfort level on this map. They're not walking into the blind here.
Yeah, and before we jump into the second map, we actually have an interview. Mika Fabs is standing by with EDG's coach, even Shui Shui.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm standing here with the coach of EDG, Shui Shui. So coach, we saw that that was definitely a dominant win on the side of Shopify Rebellion. What's the plan? What's the comeback for map number 2?
那其实第一张图是比较遗憾，是个比较一边倒的一场比赛嘛，所以说你觉得可能在第2张图日落之城当中，你们需要做些什么，然后才能够反败为胜呢？
我们就只能多打点非常规，打得强一点吧，然后打那种残局吧。
So maybe we would like to have more uncommon strategies, try our best in map 2, and also maybe to have more clutches.
Can't wait to see it. Shui Shui, best of luck to EDG.
Oh, that's a tough position to be as a coach as well. You know, you don't have a lot of time to turn things around, but it sounds like, again, they want to stick to their own strats, their own game plan. And we know Sapphire. We've seen them in their own region. When the game plan works, it looks great.
It's really good. I mean, they beat a very, very strong Zeta team on this map to even get to this event. So it looks really good. They're going to keep it slow and comfortable, and they're going to control the pace on this.
Yeah, I'm glad that he said that, because like you have to play your own game. Otherwise, you don't know what to work on. If you're trying to do things that you don't normally do, it's just gonna be a disaster, right? Kind of like the last map, you know. But to be fair, I feel like the comp that they played against kind of forced them into playing out of their comfort zone. This map, it should not be the case, and they should be able to, you know, actually play these slow rounds. And I do want to see a plant at like 6 seconds left.
I love that.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see it. I bet it's gonna work. I bet it'll work.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? I like the way the pacing you mentioned, Sapphire, because it does feel like in the first map, the momentum was on the side of Shopify, and they dictated the entire pace of the map. And this time around, if EDG had an opportunity to maybe try and gain the momentum themselves, it should be all right, right?
I think so. I think so. You know, and we just want to see like a stronger start. You want to pick up a few rounds. Like obviously, starting 1 to 11 is not good energy for the second half. So as long as Effie's just
wake up,
Effie's is not entertained.
Yeah,
it's another day in the office for him, huh?
He wants it. He likes getting riled up. I
Yeah.
think he likes when his team's down 10 rounds so he can get into his zone. But yeah, another day at the office.
And Effie's is someone that we all know that even when they are in such a dominant position, he's not going to let the ball drop. He's not going to start, you know, underestimating people, allowing his players to relax too much. And I think, again, he's been a great addition to this roster.
Oh yeah, Mel and Alexis all the time talking in interviews about how much he means to the team, how much they trust him. Like they'll just sit down in server with him for hours and hours and talk through things and theorize. So he's been such a fantastic addition to this roster.
Yeah, to backpack off of that, like I feel like he was such a good LAN player when he was a pro in this game. In this game, he was cold. Online, like whatever, you know, he was good. But on LAN, this guy was getting 1v4s. I remember watching him on split 1v3s, 1v4 every other round, just being like this guy that's just dominating. And I wonder if that's a big reason why Flora is having such a good performance. If he instilled like, hey, this confidence and like what's it like to be on LAN and his experience onto her.
I mean, the craziest thing is they didn't need to use any tactical pauses on that first map. So we haven't even seen like the true power of Effie's yet. That hasn't even been brought into the equation.
So real quick, fun fact. We were backstage the other day, like a couple days ago, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna give them any pauses at all. They're gonna have to do it all themselves for the series."
Whoa!
And that was the challenge that they had. Now, I mean, maybe if they start losing, stuff could happen. But he told Mel, he was like, "I'm not giving you any pauses.
Oh,
you're gonna have to do this yourself."
Goodness.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know.
That's good. Like, you know, he throws kind of Mel in the fire, and she learns from that. Yeah.
We'll see how that works out. Did he say just for this series?
I don't remember what it was. I think it was probably for just this series.
Just this series.
I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, even looking down the bracket, if Shopify, they do move on to the next round, there's still so many good teams in this tournament as well, which is going to be really, really interesting to see how they end up performing, because like we said beforehand, Sapphire, Mel and Alexis, they weren't happy with their placement at GC last year. They want to win the trophy. They're not like, oh yeah, if we make a semi, we make it to the final, it's great. They literally want to win the entire tournament.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is their legacy. Like, they've been set up for, I mean, almost 3-4 years now of being by far the best players in North America, if not the world. So anything less than that global championship, they're going to walk away disappointed again.
Yeah, and can you imagine, you know, players like Noya, Sarah, and Fluorescent just picking up a trophy like that right off the bat as well, right? That's going to be absolutely crazy. I'm getting ahead of myself. Like yesterday I was like, oh yeah, SMG, they're going to be in the final.
No, Lexa said one game at a time. One game at a time.
I'm like, G2, they're going to be in the final.
No.
At this point,
I
for
thought
me,
EG was going to win everything. They still can.
Hey,
they still can.
Lower bracket exists. Lower bracket exists. I believe we are heading soon into Agent Select. We're going to see if we are going to get that mirror matchup from the side of both teams. And again, Sunset hasn't been out for a very long time, but they've both played it. They both never lost. They both play the same comp. So it does feel like it really is going to come down to who's going to be the heavy hitter.
Yeah. So here's just something to think about. I'm pretty sure Shopify is starting on attack here, and is that gonna be bad for EDG? Because they want to be able to play at their own pace, but if you're starting on defense, you're not able to really set a pace, especially with this breach comp. I feel like you could get punished really easily by being too aggressive early on.
Yeah, as you can see from the Prime Gaming agent select, Sapphire, what we expected?
It's exactly as we expected. We expected this mirror match from them. It's the comp that EDG has been playing for several months now. Actually, Shopify has just this used to be a ban for them, and they just started dabbling in this in co-ed, but they pulled out this comp, and it's been working really well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for the roles, at least on Shopify. I really like it. I think that there is a world in which double controller, I mean, it definitely can be played. We already saw it yesterday. And it might transition to that, but for now, this breach fade is amazing.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's going to happen here. It's time to send this back to your casters and see if we're going to get a map 3. Over to you, Mimi and Ender.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, very excited to get into this map number 2. And obviously, a rough start, Christy, for EDG.
Yep.
But let's get some hope in here. What are the win conditions? Who is going to bring them back to life for map 2?
All right, Mimi, get ready for an EDG lore drop.
Okay.
Because I got the sauce on Simi Lu. When there is a bug in the practice room that needs to be swatted, Simi Lu is the player that steps up to swat the bug. She needs to bring that energy to Shopify Rebellion right here and now.
Real story. She's the only one who can do it, the only one brave enough. And we'll have to see if that's enough to come back into this map. We are hopping into Sunset, the first time in Game Changers for both these teams to play it.
Right now, big fight from EDG over B main, but Fluorescent starts it off with a 2K. Are you kidding me? It's just Wawa Lee playing for Market, but now she's smoked off. This site completely open.
And the flashes coming through. It'll be B site fully taken. Wawa toying with the idea of getting ahead of this smoke, but no opportunity presents. Shopify holds the line, and they have a great post plan.
Yeah, this position from Noya too. You'll see so many Sentinel players take it. The late re-wrap or holding for the rotates through mid. She has that quick flank going in now, and EDG, they're going to try to come out with the flashes from the breach, the Prowler as well, but Noya's so close behind. Fluorescent with a 4K, are you joking? Sarah is there for the 5th. What a start to Shopify Rebellion Sunset. That's 5-0.
And it's a Prime Gaming Flawless to get things going. Floor is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It literally took 1/2 of playing, and then she's just up to the standard that she was showing us back
I
in
couldn't
NA.
tell you how it happened. Now I can. She was up here with a little blast back play.
Sick satchel play to get that off angle to double swing.
The way she's playing with the elevation is crazy. Did she get the last kill fully blinded? Oh no, that Alexis got the kill. Or Sarah got the kill. Sorry, I think.
We could. I mean, she was blinded. We could say
she was blind.
did.
Yeah, she was playing above, then she was playing below. It's another B main fight, but I don't know. Fluorescent is on one. The snap over. Sarah's there for the kill. Oh boy.
A 5-0 start. It's not too bad. Not too shabby.
We take those.
Indeed.
You think Effie's is happy with the first round and a half we've seen from Shopify?
No, I feel like Effie's whole shtick is we can't rely on solo plays, guys. We need to be a coordinated team. But some tells me he's not too mad about this outcome. For another, she's just unstoppable. 3 kills in the second round. She has ult.
I bet Effie's is feeling like Neon when she ults right now, because we just lost Mel to a Sheriff. That's a tough way to go.
It's not like we had the FPX by anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
Actually, Shopify, Fluorescent has ult in round 2. Again, remember how the last
not
half
even
closed?
in round 2. After 2 kills in round 2, like right away she had it.
Yeah. She'll save it for round 3, presumably,
hi,
because
Noya.
once again, Noya has that wrap going around.
Noya both rounds has spent a lifetime walking her way up through mid, finding her flank, and everyone's dead by the time she gets there.
Yeah, and the thing is, she's showing that early on in the half. It's an act of conditioning, right? Because now, every time EDG are initiating a retake on the B side, they're going to be turning around. They're going to be spooked. They're going to be seeing ghosts in the walls. And Noya might do it a few more times, but she's going to stop doing it at some point, and it's going to eat up the attention and time of EDG in the retakes.
First rifle rounds here for EDG in map number 2. It took, what, 9 rounds in a row before they found their first in map number 1. This is their chance to get started stronger. But there's that rocket we talked about. Floor finds that tag onto Yusin, and she's out of the sight. That's A taken for Shopify Rebellion. And look in mid, Noya was waiting. Blue tries to push on a re-clear, and she falls. That's a big player to lose in the retake.
Yeah, still 4 players alive and rifles to move with. Waddle we lead full utility, but there's no flank going down in mid. EDG are going to have to come back into this site, but this high-low from Mel and Fluorescent is just unbeatable.
The verticality is so important in those post plants, and Noya's full blind when she gets that kill. Not a matter for Shopify. They tear them to bits. Poor Wawa Lee. She doesn't even know where to look. 1v5. And Shopify, it's just a matter of getting it over with now.
I mean, that's literally what Floor is just going to bring you when she gets that many kills in the first 2 rounds. Unlocks the ultimate so they can start off it. No.
Okay.
Mel's the only player that died. In 3 rounds, Shopify Rebellion have lost Mel 1 time.
Yeah, and then another prime gaming flawless.
Oh. Flawless.
Sometimes we will see some more of those with Shopify in this form.
And I like how Noya's playing this around mid too. You play tiles a few times, you mix it up, play down bot mid to clear out those rotates in. Because now, EDG, like I'm saying, are trying to actively seek out and hunt down Noya, flush her out. But she's just in a new location. She's dancing around the map. Floor is getting all the highlight reels, but Noya is going to be a permanent problem for EDG to solve.
Lesser buy here.
Look at them
EDG,
diving for her.
Oh my god. Blue's just on the hunt. You're going to lurk on us 3 rounds in a row. We're going to try and punish. Doesn't work out though. Noya gets a beautiful little opener. And now here again, the A site is in the control of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, EDG have a couple players on the fast
Great
flank.
statue.
Wawali's going to be a little bit late. And we'll see if Shopify respond with this. They do have that camera, that trip, spotting out players. They know the flank is underway.
As they do, Alexis sustaining with great utility. Noya swings. It is a complete shutdown, but CMU will be able to trade back for something. But here comes the reaction of pushing to spawn. Clem takes one with their Sheriff. And there was moments of hope, but in a 1v3, surely there's not a chance when you're up against Noya. 4 kills for her. We already mentioned it once, but by the way, Shopify, super team, all their players, very good.
Very, very good, you might say. And that round that she gets a 4K and starts off with, I think, a fault line, a paranoia, a raise flying through the sky. Noya just, swats her out of there like she's a bug, and then moves on to the rest of the round.
Thought it was going to be the other way around this game. No, that's tough. Everyone clearly brave enough for that one on Shopify.
But to be fair, 3rd round, they went all in on EDG's side, so that was a bit of a half buy. They're back in it now. Still a long way away from some of those big power ults for EDG. And they're looking to get a little bit aggressive, spot out where the push is going to be outside of A main. And I like this. Yusine has been so good for EDG. Looking for that aggressive angle, pushes back into it and gets the first. Unfortunately, the trades come in, and now A site, nobody's home.
What's the answer to this A main control? Because it's only so important for these defenders to hold on to that, and it feels like EDG haven't gotten it once.
Well, I think the problem with how they're set up there is I think it's really good to have Yusine going for that angle, but they don't have fighting utility behind it. Yeah, you have info util with the Prowlers from Fade, but Omen can't take out the Paranoia because Omen's the one actually fighting. You need to actually have the Breach.
On the other side of the map?
Exactly, you need Breach there if you want to actively fight into that line.
But now Breach is here. 3v4 retake. It's not impossible, but it's going to be tough. Same high-low setup here for Mel. A Paranoia will buy even more time on that spike.
It is just tough to work with. A couple of flashes from Wawa Lee. Let's see if they end up committing. They're going to. Satchel on in.
She's sky high. Drops down below, and Noya still gets one despite 3 targets ahead of her. Mel's position needs to be cleared, but there's just no time. The stall was perfect, and EDG have to run for the hills.
Let's talk a little bit about that high-low where Mel and Alexis, or sorry, Mel and Fluorescent, I'm so used to that other duo, have been playing on top of Generator because it's so unbeatable. I think there's a little lip you can hide on that covers you from CT when you're on the elevated angle, so you can swing off and your ground player can take that fight first. You can even put someone back slant as well to have that first contact. It's really powerful, and it's one of the reasons why I think you're seeing these double mobility agents in Omen and Raze being played here. For that high-low, it's so nasty.
And it's not just that high-low. Remember that default to take B main control. It's Floor satcheling up top for a double swing. The coordination for Shopify with those setups has been so good.
You'll see it on the next half as well, posting up on like the box a link to see over that smoke. There's a lot of clever things you can do there. Once again though, Shopify, 4 players blitzing into A main, and it's a full retake setup from EDG, right? You have a camera and maybe a trip so Clem can fish out for a little bit of a kill, but Shopify's pathing avoids all of that utility.
And no power ults online still. They haven't been able to get those big ultimates that can make or break a retake on the side of EDG.
EDG have bought down to nothing as well. Swing round. They need to win this round or next is going to be tough.
And this elbow control has been an issue. Shopify has just waltzed into the A site so many rounds. It is another retake.
No flank to come in. We'll see what Noya can accomplish playing down bot mid. Players rotating through mid, hoping they can find out Noya, but she's patient this time. She is just on lurk duty, making sure no one from EDG can push into Shopify's flank.
That was the conditioning that you were talking about. She is always in control of this space, and with her presence known, she'll now rotate back over to A. Here comes the retake. Paranoia. Information is good. Blue starts things off for EDG, but Alexis will siege back into the site and find 2 kills. Noya is just behind, and Shopify have A on lock. They haven't lost a retake yet.
No.
They haven't lost a round yet.
It's not even looking close, right? They only lose 2 players. I think again there you have Alexis coming away with a couple of critical kills, and still Fluorescent and Mel's position has not been broken. It was good retake utility, I think, from EDG, but Alexis lands that stun knowing the players were flooding out from Link and gets that second kill while full blinded. Here's what I'm talking about. Mel is hiding around the corner, and then once they're running out, they have to look directly into the sky. It's just not fair.
Timeout for EDG here. This gives a second to talk about Alexis, honestly, because she was Cloud9's best performing player, really, it seemed, when they came to the championship last year. They didn't succeed there, but again, she's back with that same duo with Mel, with a new team around her, and it still looks like, on this initiator role, she is one of the most impactful players on the team.
And consistently impactful as well. Alexis, I don't think she has bad games.
Yeah.
Like, she's always up there, number 1, number 2 performer for the squad. Her utility always perfection as well, when she's usually, with a lot of the comps they're running, that solo flash initiator for the team.
And in the meta for this last year, that has been the role with the most pressure when we were playing Harbor Viper. Even now, when we're playing these breach comps on maps like Sunset, so much of the pressure falls to her, and it seems like it just falls straight off her shoulders.
So, EDG, what's the pivot? I thought coming out of the timeout, it was going to be more fighting for A main. What we might see is next round. You know, you don't want to sell what you're actually talking about in the timeout immediately, so you come up with one ult strat here, which is the B stack, because what Shopify are reading is, hey, we've been slamming A, EDG are going to play there, and now Shopify actually walk into the trap EDG have set up. EDG might also play a little bit more passively. Previously, they've fought into that line, but this time, with Sheriffs and a Judge, they're going to play the close line with potentially 2 players swinging out from backside off the contact from Blue.
I'm looking at that Judge. Close corner, util to support. What can she do?
Well, there's going to be a fault line coming from Market as well once she finds someone, and the C4 doesn't clear her.
Bring them down. Nor does the dog, just in the nick of time. It will, but Fluorescent wasn't ready for it. And she is segmented off and taken down. That's a gun picked up and an advantage to EDG.
But Mel calls move into Noya. Noya is starting to take space into A, and just like last round, it's just one trip and a camera. Noya, once she scouts out that there's nothing here and breaks that camera, it's fully open.
And history repeats itself again. An A retake ahead of EDG. And while they've picked up one gun, they've never been able to get back into this site.
But this round could explode. One off of Blue's ult, one off Similu, one off Wawali. Any of those players gets a kill, EDG are converting this round.
Who is the difference maker? Or is it someone on the other side? Noya's forward on this angle. She'll have Blue isolated. That's the gun down. And she's going to go for more as well. Haunt up over the top. She'll escape just in time. The fault line, not enough to get rid of her. But here comes the ult. It's actually from Shopify Rebellion. They're pushing forward into spawn. They've taken down Clem. And Sarah's just jumping and diving around corners with the shotgun. It's excellence yet again. Wawali's got a Judge. She's in a 1v3. And there's just not
It's just not going to
enough
happen.
time.
I hate to break it to you, it just isn't going to be there. The clock is out of favor of EDG. Shopify are going to take their 7th, and it comes good response. Again, EDG had a nice little setup. They were able to eat up one kill, but it's Noya pushing forward into Link, taking that fight that blows up the round. It's also Alexis, who is one off of her ult as well, getting the ult orb off of the spike plant so they could fight deep into CT, and Shopify continue their dominance.
Mid-round call to go for these aggressive fights for Shopify. It is always seemingly in the right direction.
Also, Mel just always has paranoia for the post plant too. It's just always supplemented.
Big round here for EDG. 4 ults online. We've been waiting for those. This could be their chance to break momentum.
I think it could turn into their mid dive here. Look how fast Blue is moving up here. Here comes the party.
Just on the other side, Rocket connects onto Fluorescent. A massive player to fall, and Blue gets more. 2-for-1 trade. EDG are going to keep the train rolling down those tracks. Noya, though, takes out onto 1, and it's just a wild swing through. Back and forth, the trades come. And he does what 2v2, but look at Mel. Do they have any idea she's here?
they're going to. There's a camera on site and a couple of trips, but Yusine is going fast on that flank. Mel's still hunting. She wants a fight.
Clem just gets past her.
Oh,
and she's
no.
sitting on the
Oh,
camera.
no.
The timing's off, but Mel whiffs it. A rare opportunity lost, but can Noya make better on it? Spike will be recovered. 1v1.
Cage triggered.
Oh no, she thinks Yusine's in spawn. She's coming back, but the flank is already here. Yusine's out on site.
Is Noya ready for this? Camera there, it gets broken. Now she has the information, but a teleport across. Noya's not ready, and it does matter. You soon. It's excellent. EDG again, break the streak. They have a round on the board.
Yusine never goes for the fake TP. It's always the craziest, going as deep as she possibly can to make that one happen. A super chaotic round, and it opens up with Blue getting 2 critical kills. The emergency sub coming in for Leisha here. Starts out that round in a great way. That dive play they dipped into 4 rounds ago, they run it back. This time it works to perfection. And Yusine is able to close it out, activating the flank off of all the space that Blue bought her at the round start.
Another fight for A main control. And Zimilu, she's so far ahead of everyone else. The ult is committed through here, and Fluorescent is still fine for it. Blue is pinching through mid, but she's completely alone. The
Dodge
cat
the prowler.
misses, but it doesn't matter. Fluorescent takes her down, and she'll fall away now as the rest of EDG slowly trickle in, and they're just evaporated.
Shopify with the sit-and spawn strat after that. And EDG just run after him one by one. That's the A-main fight I wanted to see as Wally takes the first, but is quickly dealt with. Right, EDG are there with the breach ult. They've got the Omen Paranoia, but this time, no one's actually in a fighting position. The fight came in before anything came underway. Shopify just beat Simu to the punch on that first fight.
And you saw that Shopify started that round playing further back so that if that ult came in, they could absorb the aggression, shrink back together, and it worked great. Clem, though, it looked undoable, but she's gotten at least 1 kill. Has a 1v3 now.
Needs to channel that rollout energy. The famous faker roll. Clem, that's how she started out the day, but it's been anything but that same level of confidence
look at
now.
that setup. 3 players all holding in a row. Surely there's no chance Clem can get anything done. It's 1, but it's not enough.
Got mine. Enemy Cypher down. Noya has been dealt with. I repeat, Noya has been dealt with.
They didn't win.
Oh. You know what? But
you gotta take
in the
the
Cypher 1v1, you take that, though.
Cypher did.
What can you do? What can you do when the opening gamble doesn't end up paying off? EDG tried to go for it. That's a big expenditure in the ulti there as well. Sarah's having a great time.
They all are. Looking happy out on that stage.
And just Sheriffs now for EDG. Good news is, win or lose, EDG can go get barbecue after this, because this play is not looking good for Shopify. Oh my word, big damage.
Floor live. She's still alive in this season, and she has a rocket as well. If she catches on to how many players there could have feasted, but she moves away instead.
The protocol is just the same thing every time, though. Oh, B main aggression, Noya's on A site, has it for free. EDG are so scared of Shopify, they're full stacking on site, but it opens them to force them into the A retake.
Noya is the monster under the bed. Every round, she's finding her perfect gap, and Mel is calling around it so well. Another 5v5 A retake. This time, no ults, just Sheriffs.
Have 2 players coming in on the flank, but there's a camera here up in the window that spots out both the lane as well as main.
But look at how thorough they are. 2 players go to re-clear the flank.
I love their
from
protocols.
Shopify.
It was the same thing back on Haven. They expect the flank, they expect the aggression, they turn around to re-clear. And there, Alexis left on her own, but she's good enough to get the job done.
And here comes that proactivity. Classic for Shopify. We're in a post plant. We're comfortable. We're still going to find a new angle to get aggressive. Simu got a couple good shots here. Got this into a 3 versus 2, but that time is an issue. Simu holding on to the spike. Will draw out the ults, and it goes nowhere, but Noya did the job, and she'll do even more.
Noya's kind of on one today.
She's nuts. We were all here like, oh, it's the big day. It's the floor debut.
Like, Noya's good, but she's usually not allowed to frag like this. She's 15-3.
This is the map for Cyphers to frag, though, especially with the way EDG is playing. Sunset's her playground.
Yeah. Hey, a lot of the time, especially in mid-rounds, you will be just put in positions where you're fighting one person.
And Mel's just cackling, by the way, at this point.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, my players are good.
Yeah, it's not every day you get to tell your Cypher player, Noya, go kill.
Yeah, rare strategy.
Rare strategy, really reinventing the wheel.
What you would expect from a great leadership duo like
Oh,
Evie's and Mel.
Mel has really just added layers upon layers to the playbook here. Next thing you know, she's going to tell herself to go kill.
Oh, brave. She's good at it, though. Stack on A here for EDG. 3 players set up to hold. Can they finally stop Shopify from getting into this site? 3 clear through elbow. Clem gets 1 and gets out 2.
And that's Fluorescent down. Dive eliminated, but still Paranoia multi-flashes. They're going to keep it going.
This is Sarah's moment to have her bit of fun. Clem on the line, and Sarah's shots missed out. That's a massive one for the Cypher to hold. But where are we looking? The breach
Mel,
has
go
its
kill!
back to Mel.
Mel, go
Mel
kill!
is going, killing. What is that teleport? She's up and over the top, and she's traded. But it's Noya here in a 1v2. It's been excellence from her all this map.
I have retrieved the
And
spike.
she has every piece of info she could want.
She's loud too. She doesn't care if EDG know where she is. She's ready to take these fights one by one.
And they are alone. We'll group up now in the 2v1. Noya, a free site to get the plant, but with 30 seconds, 30 seconds take her time.
She thinks a player went back into main. Unfortunately now, spots at least 1 off of that. Still taking it slow, down to 20 seconds. She has a cage to try and stick the plant, but this isn't going to be easy.
EDG 1 Prowler to work with. They're patient. Know that she has to commit to the plant now, but can they stop her?
10 seconds left.
Plant coming through. Noya gets it in. She has to hop off though. 7 seconds. No time. No chance to sink this one through unless she gets the kills. But Similu just barely saves the round for EDG.
Oh, you almost saw it though.
Too damn close.
Noya's on one. Slips away at the end. Big round victory for EDG though. We'll see it again because it gets a little bit silly. I think like everyone's back on site and Mel just kept on going. I don't think EDG was expecting so many players, but that kill from Yusin absolutely changes the context of the round.
The back of A side is just an anthill. More players than you. Oh. Are they talking a little trash?
Yeah,
Are they getting the energy
I think they're waking up, you know?
Okay.
Get back into it, last round of the half, make it 9-3, and it feels doable.
Blue going into mid again. She's in so much trouble. Every piece of utility invested against her, and she's down. Houston will try and swing through and trade and help her teammate out, but it is all for naught. Clem, on the other hand,
Clem's doing great.
She's
Look
had a
at
great
that.
game, but look at the protocols again. Okay, we lose a player, double swing, traded out. Now we have the A side again.
It almost looked problematic how close they were. Like you saw the vision, the lineup, but the shot doesn't quite connect at the end. What can we do? Similu swat some flies, make something happen, but in the 2-on-4, and 4 with the satchel, be able to position up again on Generator. There's no way you're getting in.
Alexis 1 flash, and Sarah Util to work within this post plant as well. Players are isolated on EDG. Wawa Lee spotted out, stuck in this corner, and Noya's not whiffing that. Clean shot onto the breach. Leaves it all down to Similu, and Alexis, oh, there's nothing much left to do. 10-2, yet again in these halves. It's just been unreal from Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, last map, 11-1, now it's 10-2. It's slipping. Effie's is going to have a big speech to make it
They were
halftime.
twice as close this round. We'll have to see, though, what the desk has to say about that half.
Oh, thank you very much, you guys. Yes, another great start from Shopify. And also, you guys, Noya, how you spoke about how annoying it is to play against the comp on Haven, but how annoying is it to play against Noya on Sunset?
Yeah, I mean, she got value from off the rip of the rounds. Like she's killing, who is it? Blue. She's killing Blue constantly in mid, trying to get a flank in, and she's just controlling all these lurks. And not only that, but taking all these aim tools and just doming everybody possible. Like, look at this, just sitting in mid, gets a free kill delivered to her. Yeah, she's been popping off right now.
Yeah, you know, we actually didn't talk about her as much in the pregame, but like Noya deserves all the credit. Like such a consistent player for this team. Like you never necessarily see her at the bottom. She's always consistently performing, and I guess this time she kind of got to play pseudo duelist.
Yeah. Also, EU buff. I'm claiming it. I'm claiming them. I'm claiming them. I am claiming them.
There you go. Yeah.
But of course, we're going to switch half on the second officer sides even, and Clem is the opposite number on the side for Sapphire. What are we expecting from her? You think it's going to be a similar playstyle and controlling the similar space as Noya did?
Yeah, you know, I think we want to see a lot of that, like watching those flanks. Like we think we're going to see a lot of that come out of Shopify, and so that's going to need to be the play from Clem, is like checking those extra angles, making sure she's grabbing those flanks, like slowing down the pace. Really, like that's what keeps it on pace. Is she's watching those extra angles and hopefully getting those kills.
Yeah, the only problem is it's a 10-2 deficit. You have to win pistol here if you want to have any type of game going into this, and it's just tough, especially the type of game that they want to play. They have to just pull this pistol out. They have to do it.
They have to kill Fluorescent.
They have to kill Floor before she gets another 4K or ace. She almost aced again.
And then you got to take Noya out too. So you know there's that other layer as well.
Hey, we'll never know. We never know. Let's get back into game with Mimi and Ender and see if EDG can indeed take a pistol.
10-2, but it seems the same story as last time, Christy. You gotta win this pistol if you're EDG.
And it's gonna start with an A main bloodbath. If this was the Hunger Games, A main is the cornucopia. 5 players of EDG about to run into a fault line and the death stare of Fluorescent.
And Floor is so precise.
Fly swatted.
Picking Blue out of thin air. Everyone else is terrified. We see Floor, we go to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, but even then, you know who you're running into, Mimi? Can you guess?
Maybe Noya?
Noya. Yeah, top flag Cypher machine on this map. Oh God, we saw the camera. What's coming after is the paranoia setting in.
One enemy. And Noya gets more than a para kill. She'll pick off 3. No one has been able to kill her this map. 21-4 on the Cypher, and she's going for more. Swing through. Just give it to her. Just give her another one.
Yeah. Super awesome, super nice, good.
Another word I'd use, flawless. Prime Gaming flawless.
Nice.
One of many in this map for Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify Rebellion having too much fun. That is 22 kills in 14 rounds on your Cypher.
My dream job is to be Mel and Alexis and just sit back like, yeah, I got a flash for you.
Sick.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Okay, yeah, no, you just anchor the site. We'll push it through site.
And by the way, Mel attracts the attention of 3 players there. That's all why they're all turning to the right, and Noi just takes them down one by one. She's bowling out here.
That's why Mel's on the Forbes 30 under 30. Prudent business decisions to sign players like this.
Well, also, she just doesn't have 30 kills.
Yeah.
Not enough time
She's
for
on
it.
that list, too.
Oh,
To her
EDG.
credit, I don't think she has a possibility. EDG at this point, might as well have some fun. Pull out the Bucky. See what you can do.
Yeah, honestly, I really like the attack strats where you just blitz up into mid and then look to wrap back into either B or A site. Come up here, break that tripwire, then smoke off either left or right, and then usually it's only one player on defense. You can see that's Alexis. Problem is they've taken so long that Mel's turned around and Alexis is spamming through smokes.
And Alexis, look at that combination of Utah. The only player not flashed, by the way, is the one Alexis shoots. Just the ability to prioritize the target like that in such a short moment is amazing. Mel will go for more. She gets her fun for once. Let's go, Mel. 3 kills.
I like everyone can do it. It wasn't super awesome nice, but it was pretty darn good. That's what I'll give it.
I'd agree with that one. Series point here. Shopify Rebellion. We were excited to see them on the international stage. People knew Floor would be good, but I don't know if people expected them to be this good. They've dropped 3 rounds this series.
Yeah, and I mean, EDG, of course, you have to call the timeout here, figure out what to do. But the experience differential that we talked about, the 3 years that Alexis and Mel have been together against the 3 months.
On their 3-year anniversary, that's when this EDG squad got signed. And they're not a bad squad. They did great in their qualifier. They took down Data Division GC, who was always really good in that East Asian region. But they come here, they play Shopify, and it is just a completely different level.
Honestly, when we were watching a lot of EDG, it seemed like what they usually did on their attacking halves, they would chill out for the first 40 seconds, sort of test and see where the aggression was going to come, and then off that information, do some kind of really aggressive, like full-on commitment into a site hit. And while I think they picked up the pace compared to how they were playing domestically, it just hasn't worked into Shopify. I think Shopify's default setups on defense have just been too strong, and also, like, they're just shooting out of their minds right now. Like Fluorescent doming Blue, who's satchelating across the aim punch to stop her in her tracks. There's not a lot you can do against that.
It's so hard to focus on how good the protocols and the synergy is on this Shopify team when you have players like Noya and Fluorescent playing like this. But even with raw talent, it takes so much more depth, and Shopify has oodles of it.
They absolutely do. It's sad to see like how disappointing of a start EDG
I mean, you
have.
couldn't get really a harder draw in your first round.
It's one of the toughest you can possibly get. Of course, there is a lower bracket awaiting after this. potentially for EDG. And from talking to some of the regional experts that watch EDG, they've said like they're a very close team. You'd say Shopify Rebellion are super, super close. EDG are exactly the same.
They have a cat that lives in their practice room that the team takes care of together.
Yeah.
It doesn't let them pet it, but it's there. Maybe thinking about him to support in what could be the final rounds of this series. Mel, stunned up. Great util combo by EDG. But here comes the demon on the site, Alarkin. It's Noya. She's already found one, and she's locked them out. Re-clear in mid. Noya on the scene. 2 kills. She's traded. Now a post spike for EDG.
The spike's not easily recoverable, though. There's 3 players in market sitting on it.
Look at the setup for Shopify now. The cat goes through, spots out blue. They know no one is pushing up just yet. It's a high-low, and Wawa Lee cannot get past it. All left on the substitute. Blue to try and keep her team in the upper bracket. She finds one. It's a clean tap and a nade ready. She knows that at least one player's over there, but she's not prepared for Sarah. Shopify Rebellion enter the international stage with dominance. Only 3 rounds lost as they send Edward Gaming to the lower bracket.
Day 1 is always about making a statement. Yesterday, G2 proved that they are back with insane role swaps. Then we had Team SMG prove we don't need to pick the right agents. We're going to lock in 4 duelists and own 13-3. Now Shopify Rebellion dismissing last year's missteps, right? The failure on the Berlin stage. They come in and they drop 3 rounds across 2 maps, Mimi.
And you can see the growth for the core of this team. Mel and Alexis have been together for a long time, but you can say with confidence that this is the best team they have ever had around them. Fluorescent is a star that everyone knew, but Noya impressed to an unbelievable degree on
I've never seen anything like that.
Sarah was so consistent with her utility. She's one of the most flexible players in this event. This team is unbelievable.
Yeah. And honestly, they look a little bit bored out there. It's like a bring a next challenger approaches, like give us something here. A very good performance from them stepping up, especially to see Fluorescent shine here in the first 2 maps for them.
And of course, credit to EDG. They had a very tough task ahead of them, but they could not stand up to North America's super team.
So good from Shopify Rebellion here, continuing to run it through the final waves to the crowd, but they'll be back. Don't worry, we're going to be seeing a lot of them throughout the rest of this event.
Very excited to see what they can do in this upper bracket. Definitely one of the favorites to make a run here, but a lot to be said about that game, and we'll leave that to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. You guys make a run. I feel like it's more than just a run. They're going to be sprinting circles around everyone at this point. I've got Baby Bay and Sapphire back here with me. What do we even infer from that series? Shopify really good?
Good. Insane.
Yeah? Super good?
Insane. And what a better way to make a statement. You want, like, they barely showed any of their rounds, you know? Like, think about it. Like, whoever plays them next, how do you even watch any of these VODs and get anything out of it? Like, you didn't see their attack haven, really. You didn't really see their defense on Sunset. So it's tough, and this is the best way to win if you're them. It's intimidating for every other team they have to play against in the future.
Yeah, there's nothing you can walk away with beyond, like, Shopify good, Fluorescent good on LAN, Noya consistent. Like, the team is finally looking poised for that championship.
This is absolutely obscene. I feel like it's always Mel and Alexis, right? And when they were on Cloud9 Wyatt here, when they played against Crew as well, they were doing a similar thing. The dominance that we see from them, it's not unusual. We've seen it before.
No, they did last year against both Crew and Guild. I think they lost 8 rounds total from what I can tell.
Wow. I mean,
and so
it's gonna be a start for them. But let's send it down to the stage while Malone is standing by with Noya for the Rise of Pro Championship.
Valeu, XR, tô aqui com a Noya, acabou de vencer a partida. E já quero saber dela o seguinte, é um dos times favoritos, muita pressão. E como é que foi estrear com uma vitória tão dominante? First of all, Noya, congrats on the win. You guys are one of the favorites to win it all. It was an extra pressure. And what does it mean for you guys to win in such a dominant manner?
I think we're happy to win so dominantly because then we don't show like what we've been working on too much, and I don't think we feel the pressure at all. We're just taking each game as it as it comes, and we're just playing like we do in scrims.
Bom, ela disse que não tem nada disso, tá tranquilo, vão jogando um jogo de cada vez, estão jogando como se fosse nos treinos, então elas não se deixam levar por isso. E uma coisa que eu achei da hora é que a torcida tá gritando muito o nome dela, eu quero saber se ela conseguiu ouvir como é que tá sendo jogar em frente da torcida brasileira. I don't know if you could hear it, but the crowd was chanting her name almost all the time. You could hear it, you couldn't. And what's it like to play in front of this Brazilian crowd?
Oh, it's amazing, and I heard them all. It's great. It's so nice. I love it.
Ela diz dá pra ouvir sim, dá pra ouvir o tempo todo, tá adorando jogar na frente da galera. E sobre o próximo adversário, né? Vai ser BBL ou Crew que vão jogar logo mais. A BBL é a favorita, né? Então o que ele espera aí do próximo adversário? So you guys are facing BBL or Crew next match. They're playing right now. BBL is the favorite, so what do you expect? Who's gonna win? Who do you think is gonna play against you? And what do you expect about both teams?
I think we're just going to play our game. I don't think we're going to be too stressed about it. Obviously, we're going to watch this and see how they play and like prepare for it, but nothing too stressful.
Bom, ela disse que não tá se preocupando muito, vamos ver como elas vão jogar, elas vão se preocupar com o jogo delas e quem vier tá ótimo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Obrigado, é com vocês.
When people think about esports, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Players, obviously, but there's so much more.
With the launch of the MasterCard Gamer Academy, we're providing 10 people who are passionate about League of Legends or Valorant and want to pursue a career in esports with the chance to learn what it takes. What it takes to manage a team.
Can we wrap this up? We need to scream.
What it takes to produce content. Cut. Okay, yep. Okay, action. What it takes to write, direct, and produce award-winning content. And of course, what it takes to pull off some of the largest events like the League of Legends World Championship or Valorant Champions. In partnership with MasterCard, we've created a priceless experience. The chance to fly to Seoul, Berlin, and more and take immersive courses on esports, business, content, and everything in between. Taught by the very best. Think you have what it takes? Here's how to apply.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The pretty nurse is selling poppies from a tray.
And though she feels as if she didn't play, she is anyway.
Penny Lane, the barber shaves another customer. We see the banker sitting waiting for a trim. And the fireman rushes in from the pouring rain. Very strange. Penny Lane is in my ears and in my eyes.
Quando eu vi você naquele style,
Mel alone has played more matches than all of EDG combined. But on this stage, anything can happen. I think it might be closer than we think.
Low on HP, Wawa out in the open. Mel takes care of her. It's a double for the leader, and Shopify up to 5 on the trot. They are eons away from this spike, and with that smoke in play, it's a wide swing for Noya. Disgusting work from the Dane, and the sticks coming through. There's nothing that Wawa Lee can do. It's a perfect shot onto the first. Poor Blue, stuck in a corner with nothing to do, and Floor will keep it going. 13-1 over EDG to start their international run here in Brazil. Rely on solo plays, guys. We need to be a coordinated team. But some tells me he's not too mad about this outcome. Floor, another. She's just unstoppable. 3 kills in the second round. Alexis sustaining with great utility. Noya swings, and there's moments of hope. But in a 1v3, surely there's not a chance when you're up against Noya. 4 kills for her. Blue starts things off for EDG, but Alexis will siege back into the site and find 2 kills. Noya is just behind, and Shopify have A on lock. Shopify Rebellion enter the international stage with dominance. Only 3 rounds lost as they send Edward Gaming to the lower bracket.
Match between BBL Queens and Crew Blaze. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Baby Bay and Sapphire. I am so excited for this game, and of course for the international fans to be able to see BBL for the first time on this stage as well, Sapphire, because they had a great year and they come into this tournament as one of the favorites.
They do, yeah. It's been a really exciting run for them. This team has been forming over the last couple months. They had a great start to the year, finishing 2nd in Series 2. Dropped off a little, but like looking as good as ever after winning Series 3, and not only just winning it, but such a dominant fashion. And there's so much hype around all of these individual players. They've got obviously Vanya, they got a really young player in Wenz. The entire roster is super exciting.
Yeah, it's just something about Turkish Valorant, bro. They're just all gods at the game. Just God's gift to the game. And Vanya is just an absolute monster on this controller role, especially the Omen.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When it comes to Turkish Valorant, we've seen, you know, Foot do pretty well this year, but we've never had a Turkish team win a title. So everybody in Turkey right now, Safa, are incredibly excited.
I can't imagine what the crowd is. Obviously, we've been to Istanbul. The crowd was incredible. Just, I think it was cheering for one player. Now they've got an entire roster to cheer for. I've seen a number of videos on social cheering for those players. They must feel so good to know that their whole country's behind them.
And I think something that you touched on, Yinsu, that's really good is how they performed in the split 2 of Game Changers and how they bounced back and ended up looking even more dominant than ever.
Yeah, this is the thing. You guys mentioned it already. You know, when a team, when they don't lose for a long time and they do lose, you have to question how they're able to bounce back. But the fact that they've done it already, do you feel like that gives them an edge, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, you're as hungry as ever. They're in form, all of them. And now they want to win this title. Like you said, no Turkish team has won a title yet. They can be the first.
Oh, what do you think, Sapphire?
I mean, they're certainly poised to. Like, this team dominated in Series 3, and there's a lot of hype. And then just, like I said, individually, they have so many great pieces. And even, like, knowing that this team, like, lives in a house together, like, they've got so much chemistry. Like, being together in person is not something that's new for them. They've been doing it for months in prep for this.
Yeah, of course. Wenz was a slightly late addition, but not as late as some of the other teams with their roster come into this. So they do have a veteran roster that's been together for a long time. And unfortunately, I do have to inform you guys at home that Alkia will not be playing on stage today. She will be playing in isolation for today's series. Of course, their star duelist, the person that puts up enormous numbers. How much of a difference do you think this could potentially make for BBL?
It's unfortunate, especially when we talk about a team that like has such good chemistry together, and they like being together, and they feed off each other's energy. But like we've seen it before, you know, in VCT where players have kept in isolation. I remember Optic had players held back, and they just did perfectly fine. So it's doable. You know, they've got to look past it and realize you're still fine. Nothing changes beyond your players just not next to you.
Yeah, I think it also depends on like how severe of a sickness she has, you know what I mean? Like, is she gonna be the same in the server? Is she feeling okay? Like, we don't really know all that information. Hopefully she's feeling fine and she's 100%, but there is a chance that, you know, maybe she doesn't perform as well because she is sick.
Yeah, but there's always, you know, there is the adrenaline rush. So hopefully playing your first international event, so hopefully she's feeling fine and looking forward to this match.
And the beauty of BBL is if Alkia is not on it, as you guys just saw there, Wenz, Vanya, Eva, literally any of them will step up and quite literally win a 1v4. Wenz won like 2 1v4s on one map at one time. So I feel like it's going to be okay. And we're going to talk about their IGL in a second. She's actually standing by right now with Mika Fabs.
Hey Vanya, can we pull you over here for a quick question? Awesome, the legend herself, Vanya from BBL. Now you guys are the #1 seed from EMEA. How do you plan to maintain your momentum, especially up against an opponent like Crew? And we've got Rebecca over here to help with some translation.
Hoş geldin öncelikle. EMEA'dan 1. sırada geldiniz. Crew'ya karşı olan momentumunuzu nasıl ayakta tutacaksınız?
Sağlam iletişim ve tamamen özgüvende.
With strong communication and confidence.
Sounds good. We can't wait to see you up there. Best of luck to you guys.
I mean, for those of you that might not be familiar with Vanya, she's an IGL, but she's not a regular IGL. She is a top fragging, entry, clutching, do-it-all GOAT. I am literally such a big fan of her. I know I'm going to sound a little bit biased here, but Baby Bay, I'm not wrong though. Like, you know, I'm coming from a good place.
Rank 1 in KD is something that FNS has been striving for forever. That's impressive.
Do it like
That's
that.
crazy though. Rank 1 KDA as an IGL is insane. It's unheard of before, honestly.
Yeah, not just among, but among everyone.
Yeah, in other games too. In any game ever. It does not happen.
No, it doesn't. This player is like almost like a once in a lifetime. What a pleasure to be able to watch Fluorescent and Vanya back to back. Like, we are in it for a treat with these players.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is Vanya even said, you know, we've asked her, like, you're an IGL, you frag out, how do you do it? What's the balance like? You know, why are you able to do these things other people aren't? And dead ass, she said skill diff. Like, dead ass skill diff response.
That's kind of what I got out of that interview too with Mika. Like, she was just so confident. She's just in it. But coming with a lot of confidence, we saw Mel last year. Sometimes it doesn't go your way, so, you know, we'll see.
Again, this is going to be their first big land too, Sapphire. They haven't really been tested at all internationally, so this is going to be interesting.
It's a lot of pressure. I mean, everything, you know, I've heard from all of our EMEA friends of like, this team's going to win it. This team's going to win it all.
There's me.
Yeah, there's a lot of people hyping him up. And so, again, that can add a lot of maybe unnecessary pressure as you go into this, and they're facing an opponent that's not a slouch. Like, it's not going to be a necessarily easy game to start off.
Yeah, and let's talk about Crew here, because we've seen a team already in this tournament where they've been undefeated. You know, SMG, they were on a nice win streak, very dominant in their region, and it feels like Crew similar, right? Super dominant in their region. What are you expecting out of them?
Yeah, it's interesting because that's what we saw from Crew last year too, and I remember the very famous plat chat card of like, Crew's gonna win the event, and they came in and went 0-2. So that was a big disappointment for that team. Obviously, they're returning with a majority of the roster, which you could say that puts them in a very unique position. I think only them and G2 are the two teams returning with 3 players to an international event. So being able to bring the core of your roster and have been so dominant in your region, I think they're in a little better position than last year.
Yeah, and somebody that I really like on this team is Michaela. Like, I think she's actually a sick duelist, especially on maps like Ascent, Bind, stuff like that. She really shines on these maps and actually carries her team a lot of the time.
Yeah, the Bind is going to be very, very interesting if that comes up today. Very, very dominant from Crew. But first, let's send it down to Mika Fabs, who's standing by with Connor.
Kinnear, do you have time for a quick question? Okay, perfect. We have Kinnear here on the side of Crew now. You guys dominated LATAM, and now you have a very tough opponent in BBL. I understand that you have one very quick, one very simple plan to continue your success on the global stage.
Use teamwork.
Okay, enough said.
Okay. I wish it was that easy, huh?
I mean, you gotta love it that we got two extremely confident teams going head to head. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Yeah, one of them is like skill diff, the other one's teamwork, so we'll see which one reigns supreme in the series, huh?
What are you leaning towards?
I think I'm leaning towards skill diff, I'm not gonna lie.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
There's a classic quote from Marv when he was on my team. Doesn't matter what strat the enemy team has if you shoot him in the head.
I like it. I like it. I mean, I like
That's right. It doesn't matter what agents you play, what utility, if you
as long as you shoot him in the head.
We could see that. We could see that today. But let's talk about this Crew roster because, again, returning players, a lot of revenge on their mind, didn't show their full potential last time around. But Sapphire, talk me through the new additions as well. What do they bring into the team?
Yeah, obviously you mentioned Michaela, like this young player, this superstar, like incredibly aggressive on this roster. She's been a superstar for the team. And then as you look over to Shai's another like newer player, but actually a very like versatile, interesting agent pool. Like sometimes we see her on the Sentinels, other times she's playing different initiators. So I like the versatility from the roster, and then it allows kind of those core players that they've had from the beginning just really to frag out. Like again, we've seen Kinnear, we've seen Rami. They were superstars in their region, and now we need to see them do it on the international stage.
Yeah, and something else that I like about this team is they're pretty versatile in their comps. They switch it up consistently. Like week by week, I was watching them change their comps. Apart from Ascent. Ascent is a very standard map. You can't really change anything. You don't want to reinvent the wheel on that map. But on a lot of these maps, like Bind, even Split, they've played like 3 different comps. So it's like you don't know what they're going to pull out in a time like this.
Yeah, and also you don't want to play against BBL on Ascent. You just don't. You're not going to want to go there. A lot of the teams, EMEA, they avoided that as well. But I want to take a look at the Sentinel players from each side as in a head-to-head because Safa, there's so many talented duelist players, you know, even on both of these teams, they can all frag out. But I think the Wens versus Rami head-to-head is interesting.
It's very interesting. Obviously, Wens is this new player that has very few officials under her belt. Like I think she's very close with Fluorescent being the youngest player in this tournament. So she's been a really consistent player, and like you said, one of the best things about her is her sane ability to clutch. So if she can stay alive, her team can rely on her to get that clutch. When you look at the other side, Rami, like stat-wise, is up there with some of the best. If you look at across like ADA, KPR, everything, like Rami is consistently in that top 10 globally.
Yeah, Wen's a Swiftie, by the way. Shout out. Shout out to my fellow Swiftie. I honestly think, like you said, there doesn't even seem to be a lot that separates them when it comes to firepower necessarily. But BBL, they've had a lot of practice in their region against teams that have been to LAN before. You know, against G2, Guild. I think maybe, at least from a fan's perspective, Baby Bay having the edge, being the favorite.
Yeah, it's something that you said earlier. They literally grind the game more than anybody else in their region. And it's like, it shows in the gameplay. So I'm excited to watch this. I think that they are the favorites for sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if Crew pulls some stuff out of like that little hat, you know, and like do something crazy and maybe upset them. That stat line is ridiculous.
Yeah, see, Romy, like, you know, despite like the LATAM region maybe doesn't necessarily have like the strongest ranks, but like if you look at like globally, Romy is just so consistent, like always at the top of the scoreboard, and her ability to get first bloods too is so impressive.
Yeah, and of course they've never played it against each other before, so this is going to be a great battle. But earlier I got a chance to sit down with Vania and Felipa from BBL Queens to talk about their road to get here to Sao Paulo. Check it out. I am absolutely thrilled to be joined by two of the queens of EMEA. It is Felipe and Vanya from BBL Queens, and Rebecca here to do some translations. Now, you guys were the champions of EMEA not too long ago, and now you're sitting here in São Paulo about to play the most important tournament in the Game Changer circuit. So Felipe and Vanya, what are your emotions? How are you feeling about this?
I've been playing video games for years, like when I was 7 or something, and I'm competing like from when I was 12, and I was just imagining like playing in this kind of events, being like in different countries with different people. But it was just imagination. I didn't think that it's gonna happen. It's so good to be here. Now I have my family support as well, because I had no before, since we were not like getting anything. Like once we've been the champions, like they started supporting even more.
Yeah, and the Turkish fans as well. They're going to be
of
really
course.
supporting you guys. And what about you, Vanya?
Felipa'nınki gibi aslında ben de küçüklükten beri oyun oynuyorum ilkokuldan beri ve hep bunu istiyordum. Bunun doğrultusunda çalışıp başarılı olunca her şey yerine oturdu. Ailem de beni sonradan desteklemeye başladılar. Çok mutluyum burada olduğum için çünkü hep buranın hayalini kuruyordum, böyle bir yerde olmanın. O yüzden hayallerime kavuştuğum için gayet mutluyum ve heyecanlıyım.
It is actually similar to Felipe's story. I have been playing since I was really young, and after I started to show some success, my family started supporting me as well, and it has always been a dream to come to a LAN event and play on stage, and this is like a really big opportunity, and I feel really excited.
Yeah, you guys deserve it as well. You did very well this year in EMEA. Now, Vanya, I have a question for you, because a lot of IGLs, they get criticized about perhaps their mechanics and fragging abilities, but how do you balance the duties of IGLing with fragging out for your team?
Bu sorum sana geliyor Vanya. Normalde IGL'ler çok fazla hani frag alamıyor ya da oyunda daha geri planda kalıyorlar. Daha doğrusu böyle söyleniyor ama senin hakkında bu daha önce hiç söylenmedi. Sen buradaki bu balansı nasıl yakalıyorsun?
Genel olarak hani IGL'lere bu gözle bakılmadığını biliyorum. Ben de farklı olan şeyin nedenini açıkçası ben de bilmiyorum ama oyunu yaşayarak oynadığım için olabilir. Çünkü oyunu adeta yaşıyorum oynarken, her şeyin farkındayım, her şeyin bilincindeyim. Bu tüm özellikler gelince IGL'lik beni çok yormuyor. Ne kadar performansım azalsa da daha fazla performansım var ki azaldığı hali bile yeterince iyi.
So actually, yeah, it is true that this is said about IGLs, but for me, I just really live and feel the game, and I'm really conscious and aware of what's happening around me during the game. And I think like these abilities coming together helps me play the way that I do, and this just shows that I have so much skill that even while IGLing, I still play at this level.
Amen, amen. And for you also, Felipe, being her teammate, it must be nice, right? Knowing that your IGL can sometimes entry, she's clutching as well. So how do you feel about being able to rely on someone like Vanya?
Honestly, she gives us more confidence, because even though we forget something, like she's always here to remind us, and she's pretty good at multitasking, I can say. Yeah. So she can look at the radar and play her own game, do everything at the same time. So it's great to play with her.
Oh, I can't wait to see it on land. I can't wait to see that. And a last question before I let you guys go. Now, some of the regions in this tournament have already played Sunset and Breeze in officials. You guys haven't yet. Do you see this as a disadvantage, Felipe, at all?
Not really. We still had time to work on it. I mean, Breeze was a map that we played before already. And it's like similar to us. It's not that hard to play. Also, Sunset fits our gameplay. I like to play it personally, also as a team, so it's not a big deal for us.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Vanya and Felipe, and also Rebecca for translating as well. And good luck in this tournament.
Thank you so much.
Honestly, they're confident on the new maps. They seem to be in a good mood. The vibes are high. Vanya telling us there that she's just better than some of the other IGLs, which I agree with, by the way. I categorically agree with. I just don't see a world where BBL don't do super well in this tournament, and it's starting to scare me after seeing how well Shopify were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Alkia
is looking good today.
Yeah.
Alkia is looking good.
Nice.
Yeah, it's you almost want to not be too confident in a sense. I like the energy. I like the positivity. Like I don't want to get my hopes up now because I'm feeling like I'm starting to get on board the BBL train.
Have I brought you onto the hype train?
I might be on the getaway car for BBL train. We'll see.
I love it, Sapphire. I love it. What about you?
I'm definitely on the train already, but I will say I think the best thing about them is that they're so motivated by, you know, like wanting to seize the moment right now. They want this tournament. They're like, yeah, I've dreamed of this moment. I've dreamed of playing on an international stage and holding a trophy up. Yeah. And that's such a good motivation to have as a player.
I do want to quickly say on the other side though, because like I think you made a really good point, Sapphire Crew. They're not pushovers. They're gonna make this incredibly difficult. They have a great chance in this tournament as well. And again, some of those members they've been in this situation already. It's not gonna be their first time.
They have. They've been through here. They've been through all the motions of this event before. They're not gonna be happy. Just like we talked about Melon, they're not happy with that 0-2 from last year. And then this year, going into the LATAM division, they were more dominant than ever. A lot of their wins are like 13-4s, 13-5s. So they're looking really strong too. And I think this is going to be a much closer series than the one we just watched.
Yeah, definitely. The drive that they have because of how they bombed out last year, that's enough in itself. And that's why you're seeing a lot of, even in a lot of their series, it was 2-0s. And they played a couple best of 5s that were like 3-1, so they barely dropped maps. But at the same time, they actually didn't really get to play that many matches this year. And that's kind of what I'm worried about a little bit, compared to like how many matches that BBL played.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You compare that to them, all the matches they play, but then also that they're in a gaming house together. And they've done interviews where they're talking about like, they just sit down at dinner and they just theory craft together. Like they live and breathe prepping for this tournament.
I mean, that could be a good thing and a bad thing, because the amount of tape that you're going to be giving to your opponents, the amount of anti-strat they're going to be doing, you know how it goes both ways.
Oh yeah, it's so annoying being anti-strat. Man, on FaZe, we had to play against the guard actually, and man, that was just not a fun time when they understood what we were doing. We got countered in anything that we were doing. We were such noobs at the time. But yeah, it's definitely frustrating to play against. And when that happens and you don't know how to adapt on the fly and you don't have an answer, it can snowball out of control. And that's where you see games get out of hand.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's what they need to be prepared here for, because once you start to lose that momentum, like things are going to slip away. And especially on LAN, like you don't want that to happen, because then again you have to walk backstage, you have to think about map 2, you feel so like down and defeated, like they countered everything, like what are we supposed to do? Can we change the map veto at this point? No, you can't. So like you're stuck with what you got. You need to come in as prepared as you can, and like again, having that extra tape out there does leave you vulnerable for that.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the bracket and see what they're going to be playing for, of course, the first place and a title and a trophy here in São Paulo. But besides that, if you drop into that lower bracket right now, EG are down there, Liquid are down there. I know EDG didn't have the best day today, but they're down there as well. You don't want to be going down there this early. This game is absolutely massive, baby, for both of these teams.
Yeah, and honestly, forget about who loses. Whoever wins has to play against the Shopify that we just saw. I mean,
it's like
that is crazy.
A rock and a hard place,
yeah,
right?
It's like, yeah, oh, we won. I feel great. But now we have to play against a team that only dropped 3 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. But still better than the alternative, because that lower bracket run is a very, very long run to the finals. So you're going to want to start off strong here with a win.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We've heard from BBL already. Let's hear from Crew. In just a moment, I've got a fun little bit of content for you guys. But for now, let's talk a little bit more about where we're going to think the maps are going to go. I think you mentioned the bind. For Crew, they love that map. That's going to come up for sure, right?
Yeah, honestly, if I am BBL into this matchup, I'm definitely getting rid of bind. There's a no-brainer. Crew all-time are 12-0 on the map. Now keep in mind some of that is involved with chamber meta, and I think this year alone they're like 3-0. And they've played, like I said, multiple different comps. So it's like, which one are they going to beat you with? You know what I mean? I think that's something that they should stay away from. BBL should stay away from bind. But, you know, at the same time, if I was Crew, I'd probably stay away from Ascent, like you were saying.
Yeah, BBL plays a ridiculous amount of Ascent. I think what I'm most interested in is like the Sunset, because neither of these teams had it in their map pool to get this event. Obviously, we just heard from BBL that it's something that they've been practicing and they're excited for that. So I'm wondering if that's maybe something they want to pull out, because we don't know if it's a ban from Crew or not.
I also wonder what comp they're going to run there. I know BBL does like to run a lot of Breach, so I'm assuming it's going to be that, because like right now on Lotus maps especially, they're like one of the only teams that continue running Breach on that map. I haven't seen that in like forever, you know. So
yeah, do you know what else is really crazy? Is that did you expect to see this much Sunset and no Breeze so far in the first 2 days?
that is such a good point. I personally like Breeze, but maybe these teams, they just like forget this map. They're thinking of the old one. You know, the new one's definitely a lot better. But you know what? Sunset is just a fun map, honestly, and it's a breath of fresh air to play something new for a lot of these teams and really show how you can cook up.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. These teams, especially for the ones that didn't have it in their map pool, it's a chance that they can kind of practice in secret in a sense and pull something out new, whereas like other regions like North America have been playing it, and so like you can surprise them a bit.
Maybe everybody's pocket pick is just the Breeze.
Could
Everyone's
be.
like, we can play Breeze, we're not going to show it. Because, I mean, let's not forget, the grand final is a best of 5. So there's a very, very high chance that you might have to play Breeze.
Yeah, I think, you know, what I would do, a lot of teams are probably doing, thinking about, you know, we gotta save some things. Like this is a long tournament, you know, you don't want to show all your cards early up.
At this point, we should have a poll saying which one's first, ISO or Breeze, because nobody, actually, now that I think about it, nobody's playing Breeze. And I'm thinking of a lot of these teams, I'm like, why would you not want to play it? Like, your players would dominate on it.
I think Breeze for me. I reckon Breeze.
You think Breeze will come before ISO?
Yeah.
I think so.
I think that's legit. I think that's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, also...
I just really want to see ISO. I'm sorry. I want to see it so bad.
Are you willing to hot take it? Because we had some pretty insane hot takes yesterday. And Sapphire, you had the unfortunate event of not having to listen to this man talk about how EG are going to run it back to back. It was a hot take, though.
It was.
I respect that.
Was it a good one?
Time will tell. Time will tell.
Yes.
Time will tell.
Yes, it was.
But
Watch.
do you have any hot takes? I want to see if you have any.
My hot take. Wow. Is it a hot take to say that G2 is going to be back in the finals again? I feel like people are counting them out, and I never count out that team.
Yeah,
I do
you're
not
the real
count them
one.
out.
You're the real one.
I stay by them. That's my
I would probably rate that like something a little bit higher than mild.
Yeah, a little mild.
Because
yeah,
like
medium.
I could like it makes sense because they are LAN gods, honestly. Like that is what it is. But at the same time, with all the hype around Shopify and even BBL, it's like, you know what I mean? That seems like a very mild take on what a final could look like in this tournament.
I think today's game will kind of give you a better idea, right? How they're gonna match up against SMG, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a different one. You know, it's gonna be a test of Mimi's calling if she's playing. You know, calling against 4 duelists again and 5 smokes. I think they've done that one before. So.
Yeah, I mean, luckily that game is going to be coming up a little bit later. We do have the first one coming up for you guys, BBL versus Crew. And let's take a look at this IGL head-to-head, Konya versus Vania here. We've spoken a lot about Vania already. Again, Konya on the experience side, she has Vania beat. Safa, you can't deny it. She's been to a big LAN like this before.
Kanir is an OG.
Yeah.
Kanir's been competing for so long, and so she's been here for many times before, and yeah, she might have an edge in that sense, obviously, but it's hard to even like count Vania out. Like I'm literally just like running through the top 10 stats in my head of like every category, and like Vania is just there. But okay, like Kanir, like look at those numbers.
They're great numbers
good.
Indeed, but I think the maps is what's going to be able to tell how this series is going to go today. And you know what? The coaches are ready, so let's send it down there and find out which maps we're going to be seeing.
So we're starting the map select process for BBL versus Crew. BBL has the higher seed, so starts choosing if wants to be Team A or Team B.
PK.
So BBL Team A.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just put it here. And Crew is Team B. So BBL starts banning a map.
Ben Breeze.
Breeze. Okay. A ban for crew.
Bank Haven.
Haven. Okay. First map pick for BBL.
Pick Sunset.
Sunset. Side on Sunset for crew.
Ataque.
Ataque. Okay. Map for crew.
Big Bind.
Bind. Side on bind for BBL.
T sides.
Sorry?
T
Defense?
sides.
Attack.
Yeah, attack.
Yeah, okay. So the second set of bans, BBL starts banning. You have Ascent, Lotus, and Split.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus, okay. The last ban for crew.
Split.
Split. Okay, so we have Ascent as the sider. Side on Ascent for BBL.
City sides.
Defense,
Yeah,
right?
defense.
Okay, that's it. Good luck, have fun.
Before we start the match today, we want to honor the memory of two members of our community, Turkish trailblazer Gizem Hamankaya and Cruz Santiago Davies Ruiz, both of whom tragically lost their lives this year, and they will be missed. Please join us as we pay our respects with a moment of silence. Thank you very much to everyone who's watching all over the world for joining us for that moment of silence. Like I said, both of them will be sorely, sorely missed. Now we're going to move back into the match. Again, I think both of these teams are coming into this tournament with a lot of pressure, with a lot of ambitions, with a lot of revenge. I think there's a lot of storylines that we could pluck in and out. But also, I think following the theme of every single other walkout we've seen, all of the teams just seems to be friends with each other. They do the walkouts together, they have their little dances, and it's so beautiful to see.
As I said, this is the best event of the year because the teams are just like so happy to be there. They're so happy to meet the other players, many of whom they've looked up to when they're competing. But yeah, a lot of exciting energy. But obviously now, now they're enemies. Now they go into their huddles and it's game time.
Yeah, it's so funny seeing how everyone's so close and so friendly, and then you get in game and people are shooting bodies, doing all this
at each
stuff.
other. Yeah.
Nobody takes it personally, though. I feel like it's fair game for everyone. But let's talk about that map veto. I don't know what's going on, but another Sunset pick from a team that's never played Sunset before right off the bat. You guys think that's the right decision?
Well, I think so. You know, like we talked about, that lower bracket run is hard. You really, really want to start off with a win here. Like, you're not going necessarily against Shopify yet. This is a match for either side is winnable, and they want to start off with something that's a surprise, something that they feel like they're not going to get counter-shredded, because that can be, as you said, baby, really, really annoying. So they want to start out with some surprises here.
Yeah, it's like I said yesterday, it's like when you pick a map like this that you've never played before, it's almost like you're trying to make a statement. And if you make that statement correctly, teams for the rest of the tournament will be scared to pick it against you. It makes your map pool much deeper. And yeah, you can really play to even like picking what you want, Team A or Team B. Like, it all depends.
Yeah, and the bind though, I think everybody on the planet. You surprised that? I mean, Crew are always going to pick it, right?
Yeah, but I'm surprised it went through.
Oh,
yeah,
you think BBL should have banned it?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't see BBL as like the best bind team. Now, granted, they're not bad by any means at any map, but I believe, like, why even risk it against a team that hasn't even dropped it yet? But also, that just shows how confident they are. Maybe they wanted that challenge, and they want to make a statement with that in itself.
Yeah, they're playing to their strengths.
Yeah.
As Kinnear said, like, teamwork. That's it, teamwork. And they feel like they have the teamwork on bind. And then obviously we round out with Ascent, which is interesting to know that it's a map that BBL has played God knows how many times.
I can't wait to see this Prime Gaming agent select. Would you look at that? I'm starting to feel a meta developing here.
Nice, nice. The only difference here is we have a Sky instead of a Fade, but Sky's still great, like, by all means. It's still a really good character. I personally like the Fade a little bit more because I like the scans that you can have, the lineups that you can have on this map, and the Fade ult is great. But Sky is never going to be bad, honestly. You can almost always sub out a Sky for, like, even any initiator, even Sovas, you know?
I'm just so excited to see the two duelists go head-to-head, especially Alkia. Like, we've talked about how Alkia just, like, she is so aggressive. Like, this is one of the fastest teams in this entire tournament. Absolutely. And her initiators just, like, do everything they can to support her getting into that site.
Yeah, I can't wait to get into this match. It's BBL versus Crew, and throw this over to your casters, Van Silly and Potter.
Thank you, Yinsu, and indeed, there's a big rivalry on the stage right now, Potter, and for us, I think we sort of have a small rivalry as well, because we have choices for dark horses for this tournament. You have BBL Queens,
yes,
and I have Crew, so I want you to try to give me the copium as well. You think BBL is going to win this one?
I don't know if it's much copium. I think the Death did a really good job highlighting exactly why we should all be fans of both of these squads, but BBL have certainly been kind of, at least in my eyes, Vance, flying under the radar. Look, I know their stats are ridiculous, and they are a star-studded lineup, absolutely. But for me, over in the NA across the pond, we haven't really been hearing that much. So I think, especially on their debut on this international stage, it's going to mean so much to be able to just come out swinging in this first map.
And I know people don't have too many hopes about Crew with, unfortunately, them dropping 2 maps in a row, 2 series in a row last year in Berlin. But they came in with changes this year around. They brought in 2 duelists to play. One, of course, a duelist in their roles, and Micaela, but also brought in Shies, Brazilian homegrown as well, coming in from TBK, and is playing a great role, and they've up the ante in terms of firepower for this roster. And I just think that it looks really good from what I've seen, at least in the LATAM region. And when the devs talked about that teamwork, they're going to have that on top of the firepower for Crew.
Exactly, exactly. And I love the fact that the desk highlighted the Sentinels, right? Busting out both Sentinels from both squads. That's something you rarely actually do. Yinsu touched on it, but it's always the damn duelists that are stealing all the spotlights, right? So going right into map 1, we're going into Sunset. Yesterday, we saw how much impact both different Sentinels brought to the table. Sunset is one of those maps that Cypher can absolutely control the entire pace of the map. So I think both squads are busting up the Cypher coming through for Sunset here. So I'm excited to see new setups, new little 4-1s or whatever it is you're doing to highlight that Cypher play.
We're going to see small variations just from the compositions today in itself. When the previous matchup, there was actually a Fade going in as the main initiator for the team. This time around, for these 2 teams of BBL and Crew, going with the Sky. And think about, again, yesterday with the Skies, the Sky disc that we had on that G2 game. they had such a big role to gain information for the team. So there are pros and cons from the Sky versus the Fade, but they both bring so much good value.
Absolutely. Not to mention the double initiator that both squads are bringing to the table, right? When we think about Sunset, is constantly that double controller right now. So double initiator, you're absolutely going to be able to get longer, deeper lines as your sprays is just satcheling and gaining space, diving into there. Now you've got a breach. Now you've got that long fault line. Breach can be anywhere on the map and send that cross-map help and assist the Rays wherever they are. So definitely, I mean, this game, it should be pretty exciting. It's not going to be as slow-paced as those double controller maps tend to be.
This is why I love this series, because it's not about the records that both of these teams have been holding on whatever they've been playing through their regions. Of course, this is the first time that we're seeing Sunset from both of these teams, but the Breach is going to be that I wanted to highlight because you mentioned it. I had a chance to talk with Fritz, the coach over at Crew, and he's like, if we have opportunities to play a Breach, we're going to do it. And BBL is also very competitive with Breach. They love to have their momentum, use the Breach to control the map to their style. And I think both of them clashes quite well between both BBL and Crew. So head-to-head, I don't think there's a clear favorite between these two teams.
I don't think so either, but I'm going to pick one. I'm going to pick one right now and try to
And you switched over to Crew because I convinced
things
you.
up a little bit. No, I cannot. I cannot. The way that Vanya has that stern face on right now, she is absolutely ready to prove her worth on that stage right now. In fact, I mean, I think all 10 players, they look serious business right now, man.
100%. I mean, you look at Kunir when she walked in, already going with the finger gun, walking on the stage. And that's another important thing. The LAN experience. There is a core team for the players over at Crew. This is Kalita, this is Kunir, this is Romy versus the inexperience of BBL on this stage. And they're also playing one player less on that stage. Unfortunately, Alkia has to play in isolation, but enough of that chit chatter. It's gonna have to happen within the server, and we're finally about to hop into it.
We're hopping right into the game right here. We already highlighted these compositions, double initiator. I'm expecting something fast-paced here on this pistol, Vans.
It's fast and aggressive in a sense that you want to stay quiet for a bit until the Trailblazer comes out on the attack. Crew trying to find the information towards this A site.
Yeah, it's weak side right now. BBL only 2 members in the site. That flash is going to buy a little bit of time.
Well, that's going to force Crew to come in towards the A choke, though, and the impingement towards the site, and all of BBL falls down in that defense, and it rotates so far away.
It's so far away. All 5 members of Crew are going to comfortably be able to set up in a post plant here. We've seen a lot of these retakes come through. Now, it's 3v5, but BBL, they've got to get some picks, and it starts with that.
Starts off very well, but the advantage for Crew is they had the time to plant the spike, not in an orthodox position. They can play the crossfire at this point. Konir's the one holding within the site and gets the first blood, at least on the post plant for Crew. And there's another one. 3 and 4 into the round, and Konir, a player that shines for Crew, played a lot of chamber back last year in Berlin, now goes into a controller role, switching into roles and playing it very well.
Absolutely, absolutely decisive. A bit of a wrong read, unfortunately, for the side of Crew at least here, or rather BBL, but Crew chose right. They picked the weak side of the map, and again, they didn't really let go of W key that whole time, absolutely realizing that they were able to take the space. And unlucky about those gambles. Sometimes, you know, pistol rounds, that's just how the cookie crumbles. You pick one side, make it the strong side, but we'll see how BBL adjusts as this half goes on. There was a lot of sound cues, a lot of little tells that Crew gave over towards BBL that this was going to be a commit.
And also Crew was known last year to be very aggressive, just like the VCT side for that Crew over in 2022. So lots of aces under the sleeves for this roster as they're controlling towards this middle. A little bit of a jiggle peek coming out of Felipa. Gets contact, but look at the rotate from Crew. Already giving up that area and meeting up to re-hit the A site.
Regrouping for sure. I'm going to keep an eye on it, Vans. I'm going to keep track of how many aces they actually get this map and this series. But all 5 members, Crew, I mean, this is the 2nd round now that they are calling quite well. Picking the correct site on the gamble here. Just the Omen, kind of looking for info at this point.
It's well done. The jiggle peek that you saw from the market, they expected potentially a stack towards one side. The Omen's playing it passively, and that was Vanya. just waiting for the team to come back with her so they can retake it together. And the Trailblazer on the attack for Crew is going to spot a little bit of that rotation.
BBL, they've got Fault Line up, and Raze has a satchel and paint shell still. I mean, they can try to do a little bit of damage, but man, Shy's beautiful shot.
Shy's the star duelist, and Tibika coming in as an initiator. ADS and getting the frag with the Bulldog, and Kalita with the support. I mean, the crossfire's really nice for Crew on that post plant.
The power of the Omen. The power of the Omen for sure, busting out that high-low crossfire already. And that's certainly something that BBL are definitely going to have to keep in mind coming through on those A retakes specifically. So many little nooks and crannies that you actually do have to clear. This is the bonus coming through here for Crew.
I still like the idea of that smoke that they're throwing for the retakes, though. So all of them flooding back within the spawn for BBL, and they really just want to cut one lane. So focusing on one portion, one by one, and dissecting the sites. And that's something that we're starting to see a lot, actually, when even on Haven, for example, where you're placing those smokes, you're trying to isolate areas to make it a little bit easier to retake the sites.
Exactly, and that's such a good point, right? I mean, just cutting off that one line of sight really allows you to focus on that one angle, and especially when you're grouped like that and swarmed and you have no other options, you might as well get in there and party. So for sure, the ideas are coming out to play already. Another tech pause already coming out to play already here, but it's all good. It's all good. The
definitely.
crowd, man, this crowd is so loud.
They are definitely loud.
The energy is insane.
It follows the tagline that it was going to be louder no matter what here in São Paulo, and they've definitely shown it. There's been so many players and so many fans actually lining up for the players, but also lining up for you, Potter. That was actually pretty awesome to witness in person, to see the stardom that you've actually raised to. But let's focus a little bit. We have the opportunity to talk about this while we have the tech pause with this audio issue. A little bit more about Crew on my end, and I want to try to bring it back into conversation of switching camps, agreeing with me that Crew's going to win this series. So not only did we
Convince me, man.
exactly.
Convince me.
So not only did we talk about that star duelist being one of them here, Shy's switching over from Tibika to this roster, but they've also changed roles, right? And then also the IGLing. Kalita is now taking the helm, IGLing for this team for Crew. And the reason why they want to choose her is that she's also that very calm spirit for that team. And you definitely need that as an IGL. You don't have to come in with a game face just like we saw Vanya walk on that stage. But if you're able to be that person, to be the voice for the other two that are new on this stage at the Game Changer stage, that's going to be a lot of help for these two to really shine for Crew.
And not to mention just the fresh new ideas, right? Fresh new blood coming through. You know, Heather mentioned Connier, so much experience. She was a player that Heather and I both competed against many, many years ago. So definitely someone who's been in the scene for a long time. I'm interested to see, just like you mentioned, Vance, now that Connier is not going to have to micromanage so many different things, how much is it going to put her on a pedestal, right? I mean, there's going to be a lot of mid-rounding and a lot of different kind of communications that Connier is going to be able to bring to the table now that she's not controlling the beginning phases of what the protocols are going to be for the whole squad.
At least controlling as an agent.
Yes.
Playing now the smokes for the team, and you mentioned less micromanaging to do. What did she do? She got a 4K in the pistol. So also on top of that, when you had that experience of Connier that you and Heather competed against her, that's also double voices for this team. So even if Kalita, as this initiator, wants to set everybody up for Crew, there's still that second voice. The mid-rounding will be a great point of experience for somebody like Connier to add value to what Kalita's also calling for them to be able to try to take this series. And it starts off quite well. We just see the scoreline right now at the bottom, 2-0. But at least for BBL, is there anything that you've seen so far that, you know, brings us hope that once we start this third round where they have the rifles, that it should be easy peasy 2-2 right away?
Well, I mean, we gotta look straight at Vanya. I mean, she did not look like she was messing around at all throughout any of her interviews or when she's just speaking and talking about her team and this game. So I think this round right here is exactly where she's gonna have to put her money where her mouth is. And this time around, BBL are keeping that strong side towards A. They're gonna trust that their Cypher's gonna be able to do their due diligence.
It's a nice pivot. Dog trying to clear. I mean, the shots will be heard. So you're trying to play that off angle on top of the market. And unfortunately, Michaela comes in with the entry onto Vanya. So that star player is already down for BBL. Now flooding in within this B site is Crew in close range. Kalita headshot onto Wentz as the IGL. We might have another IGL fragger right now for Crew.
Yeah, another one for sure. That's gonna help a lot. Philippa at least finds herself one. has a good inkling that Cypher's being a rat somewhere here in mid. If she's able to find that one, there is a chance here for BBL.
Not happening at all. Romy had the better timing, the backstab with the Spectre. Numbers dwindling down for BBL. As potentially these last two players still stuck towards Boba. Might have to save, and Toledo is trying to find some information, trying to look back towards that pillar. Just got denied that information. And it seems that BBL will try to go for it.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like a bait. That last kill really is egging them on and making them think they have a chance, but the time is ticking, and Ava, she's got to book it.
No choice. What can you do? The power of that breach as well. Another one of those, especially in that spike plant, right towards that B site, is going to be a pivotal piece of utility in that fault line to not allow the defenders to really escape from
Yeah, and I think the key point there about the spike plant Vans is the speed in which it came out, right? I mean, immediately, as soon as Crew found that opening, found that entry, they went immediate to get that spike down, get themselves in that post position. And with the aggression that the Raze on Crew is coming out with, I mean, sure, Vanya got a little unlucky. She was caught with her utility out. That paranoia was out. So getting kind of past those jitters in these first few rounds is going to be very important for BBL. But Crew, they are not slowing down.
Definitely not slowing down. This time around, though, trying to find information early, knowing that the economy is very low for BBL. Only one Vandal to work with, and that's in the hands of Alkia, the Vandal that they saved on that previous round. So it looks like Crew, they just want to see if there's going to be aggression coming out. Indeed, there is.
You can see Philippa was in the back lines with her arm out, ready with that fault line, trying to give some assistance, but Kelia just gets wiped out. Not even able to shoot a single bullet. Now it's Vanya's turn.
Playing switch around the Vandal, and that's the Vandal to fall, but this time, exactly.
Yeah.
I like to call them pointy elbows, but that was potentially a pointy shoulder, and that Vandal fell down pretty deep towards the spawn. Will not be recoverable, but at least Eva is there with the Sheriff, and will make that weapon come to use with the second one there, but it gets immediately traded out right after.
Good flash and a better shot. 2v2 all of a sudden. Look at Philippa's utility here as well.
Full utility on that breach.
That's a good tag.
Gwen's looking for that timing coming through too from that tag of the dart of her own camera. And now Shy's pushing in, switches over to the second one, and that's gonna stop the bleeding. This 2 versus 1, it's gonna be very difficult for Gwen's to win this. Big flash coming out, Shy's comes in for the third in the round. And that's 4 rounds down for Crew, winning the bonus on top of that.
Wow, wow, wow, wow. At least some good, crispy shots coming through with those deagles, at least in this anti-eco. That should instill a little bit of confidence for BBL coming through in this 5th round, second gun round for them in this first half, but they've got to be able to stop the bleeding. It doesn't seem like these last few rounds have been within any of control for BBL. They haven't been able to stop anything that Crew are bringing. They got to think about what kind of stopping power do we have? How do we want to react? Let's start using the drill, let's start using the fault line and the flashes, and just start trading some util. Something like this to just get themselves back into the game, get a little bit of breathing room, and be able to shoot their guns back right now.
You're going to love this timeout now if you're a Crew, because you've won 4 rounds in a row. The signs that you've shown towards the A site hits, they can't hold it. Mid control, they can't really hold it. And also holding spawn against anti-ecos, and now you're saying, okay, how can we fight against this? But they never really contested B main yet, so they have another strategy they can bring out and really take control of this first half.
And those kind of mind games are the best part about timeouts like this. When you're up 0-4 and you're feeling yourself and you know you're controlling the pace of the map, the sky's the limit. You can do so many clever, ratty things to just get more into your opponent's mind. So for Crew right now, they can either double down, they can keep up this W game, or they can slow it down and start throwing some misdirection here.
That timeout being pivotal for BBL Queens. They're looking to add that pressure towards the B in the beginning, but for Crew, it seems to be that default style once again. Not too much pressure towards the A side because the Cypher placed that camera up there and trying to see what the defenders will do. This time around, they heard the camera go in towards that link. The flash comes out on middle for Crew to get information, and instantly they break the door.
Going through with their own protocols. Now, Michaela wants to find this trip, has a good idea that it's in this general vicinity. And this sort of pressure is going to keep Crew and BBL guessing. How many members of Crew are actually in their spawn? Omen caught with the paranoia out last time.
Not this time around, it hits, but
Seeker.
she gets hit by Seeker herself, tries to TP away, but Alkia's there to save. Kadir's the first to fall for Crew as the Satchels comes across. Vanya just takes her in the air. That's a beautiful crossfire and a nice attempt for what Crew is trying to do to push towards Boba, but everything gets denied. It's Shies alone.
All alone, and you know, this is the second time now that I'm seeing full utility on the back of the breach here as well. I'm not sure if there's some sort of mistiming or maybe that second layer that they're expecting hasn't come through yet, but I'd love to see a little bit more breach util in the beginning of the rounds, especially if Michaela's going to be as aggressive as she's being.
That's a great call and a great start at least for BBL Queens. A Prime giving flawless to get the first in the round, and that's a great way to shake off the nervousness maybe that could be, you know, shown in her playstyle in the first few rounds.
Yep, shake it off. Shake off the jitters. Got one round on the board, and sometimes that's really all you need to get the ball rolling. So for BBL, 3 ultimates online as well. Vanya finally starting to feel herself.
There.
I think now, unless I'm doing the caster curse thing, Vans, we might have a game on our hands.
I agree with you, though. They have the ults to work with. A great opportunity for BBL to start spiraling some rounds in their favor. But Crew, because of the other rounds that they've won in the past 5, they do have that economy to work with. So less ults, but still another opportunity. They're looking to work back towards this middle and try to surprise BBL once again.
Yeah, rinse, repeat once again here for Crew. And a lot of bodies as well. Vanya getting a lot of tells in this moment. And Michaela, this time going straight towards that A site instead of spawn to B.
Break the camera. So the defenders actually have to play in a different position. They're looking to re-aggress up towards A main, and that's Wentz with the first pick onto Kalita. But there's that flank coming from behind, and it's beautiful from both ends. Still the advantage out for BBL Queens as they're holding up towards this A site. Neural Theft now being thrown by Wentz. A jump out through the cage. Nice shot by Konir. Now a 2 versus 2. Showstopper out right at the feet of Romy, and it's up to Konir on a 2 versus 1.
67 HP. Spike is right in front of her, and she's still got the Omen ult. 30 seconds left on the clock, so there's absolutely a chance here. Both members of BBL are very grouped. This is a complete post plant. With the smokes, Konir can really, really play around on this post plant.
So that smoke and a shrouded step on the other end, though, for BBL. They have opportunities to still the TP to spot Alkia and drop her right away. But there's still Philippa with all of the kit remaining of the breach.
This play coming out from Konir is so clever. It's so clutch. I don't think Philippa's ever going to expect this. 1 versus 1 coming back into the smoke, but Konir's going back to the spike.
And the timing has to be good here for Konir. It wasn't planned for her before. Just waiting for the tap on that spike. Throws the first smoke coming through on that staircase. Waiting for the timing, peeks out, it's out in the open, and she knows that there was nobody on there. Counts the timing once again, beautifully done, and that is a 1v2 for me. That's the Red Bull clutch.
I'm clapping in real life, man. I'm clapping in real life. That's exactly what you want to do, especially if your Crew, I mean, look, BBL just finally won their first round. You just completely slapped them down and ruined their money. Came back in a 1 versus 2 clutch on the biggest stage at the end of the year, and Konir just coming up so clutch here.
You needed some reaction time coming out from that shrouded step back towards that market. Another opportunity to real control and just focus on her game and her aim. And that's gonna add the morale. I mean, look at Crew jumping off their seats. Change of plans for BBL though. Operator coming out.
Operator for sure, and this should allow Alikia to actually just hold the whole ground herself, right? So much stopping power right after she takes that 1 pop shot. So you can see Cypher and Sky kind of regrouping. They don't want to allow Crew to keep throwing these shenanigans in their own spawn. 2 members now holding that line. Oh, that's a very early paranoia here.
Still Crew reading this map so well. Showstopper out, trying to get the entry. Beautiful push by Vanya right on the edge of the smoke. Drops Michaela and also drops the Showstopper. Now I try to answer back, trying to hold the site as well. It's Konir to answer right back onto Philippa. Right off the corner, it's checked, but Vanya's still there for that second. Also playing for the third. And the Classic could do more damage than that, but at least Wentz is there to trade off.
What a hold! What a hold coming out here for Vanya. I mean, we talked about the fact that she was warming up into this half, but man, the moves that she made in this round, she started off the round in market, but ended it with a 2-piece all the way back left side, right? So definitely the power of the Omen TPs coming out to play, but I mean, if you're this mobile and this quick thinking, certainly when you're entering into the site, you just don't know where that anchor is.
And that's a silver lining right now. Light at the end of the tunnel for BBL to start coming back because they've never really seen for crew side that operator that was pulled out by Alkia. Also, this time around, finally an eagle comes out. So room to breathe for BBL Queens.
Yeah, and this is huge. This is everything, especially for the IGL of BBL to kind of stop the bleeding and lead by example here. If you're BBL, you're looking for a clean anti-eco here. You want to be able to start making some bank, building up some ult orbs.
But they know the op is there, so it forces out the Rolling Thunder and trying to push forward. Eva will be able to do so and drop Kalita. The other four just holding their grounds, though. They're trying to see if crew wants to continue, or BBL wants to continue to push forward.
Wow, BBL really sending a message there, using that breach ult in the beginning. They do not want to allow crew to just freely collect these orbs on this eco round.
Here. I think it's a smoke miss, but thankfully it just dissipated. That was an opportunity potentially to try to go for a swing and catch their opponents off guard, but the op's still in a great spot.
Yeah, no one's biting, no one's moving, and no one's reacting right now. All 8 members on this side of the map realize that this is where the party is.
Heard the camera just got broken, so they're like, oh, we're going to try to rotate back towards this A side. Doors closed, another trap on the top, a cage being pulled as well, and now the crossfire set up on the top of middle for BBL. Big flash coming through, but Felipa gets the pick, and finally there. Beautifully done by BBL. There's only one player left. That's Groby that does a little bit of damage with the Spectre, though. A third into the round. I mean, we're overcommitting into this. That could have been so much damage done, but finally Eva stops her. And BBL put 3 now on Sunset.
Yeah, things got pretty dicey. I'm not satisfied with that round. I'm not gonna lie to you, Vans. If you're BBL, you wasted a breach ult and you lost a lot of guns. But look, kills like that is how you get back into the game. You cannot expect perfection in a game of VALORANT. So doing what they can with these rounds, and at least things are stabilizing now. At least both squads are swinging back. And that scoreline is getting closer and closer.
Just found out that Vanya actually also smiles.
Oh, wow.
So happy with the round that they got, also forcing a timeout to come out on the other end. And there are the supporters. We talked about it before. Home ground is not only for the Brazilian teams, but also just LATAM. As they have Shies representing the Brazilian side for Crew Blaze at least. But with this timeout, Konir just laser focused, ready to go back in.
As she should be, as she should be. Things have kind of slowed down for the side of Crew, especially considering how explosive and how dominant those first 4 rounds were of this half. But you said it, man, Konir, she's looking ice cold right now. And we're back in it.
It's an important round, though. A lot has been invested in terms of the economy for Crew Blaze. Couple of Vandals, half shields, maybe trying to leverage what they could do with this Rolling Thunder. As Shies, as we're looking at it, is setting up towards this B side. So this finally, after this timeout, is the first time that we're going to see this pressure coming out from Crew over towards the B main.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be one of those rounds where, for the first time as well, Crew is going to do a full-on execute into the site, right? We've seen them visiting towards that mid consistently. This time around, not a single soul towards there. And this Raze wants to see Michaela. She wants to have fun with Shy's util here towards B.
This is going to be a big pick.
Oh, that shoulder.
Well done,
that pointy elbow.
And Konir falls. And unfortunately with that, you're going to have to backpedal here for a Crew. It almost looks like the default they're trying to do was trying to sell a little bit of that noise on that A site, come back towards a Rolling Thunder execution. But that foils all the plans. They now know where the operator is, and they might try their hand with this Rolling Thunder towards A.
Yeah, unfortunate misread there in that moment. They thought the op was on this A line. But either way, the explosiveness that Crew are going to be able to bring into the table here, especially with this breach ult that we keep talking about.
Blinded.
BBL, they've got to have some answers, and the Seekers is it.
Seekers, Rolling Thunder on the other end, though, for Crew. But the kill still comes out for Felipa. Falling back unaffected now by the Rolling Thunder on the attack. They're in a great position to hold this A side with 30 seconds left on the clock. You saw that smoke that also came out, and that slows everything for Crew. No W this time.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Crew's side. You saw they weren't able to actually take any space or take any ground. With Konir getting wiped out early and being the first player down for the side of Crew. They didn't have any more smokes. It would have been great if Romy were able to kind of go
10
out, throw
seconds
a
left.
cage down, and let her team know that she was able to block off that line. But unfortunately, the stopping power, the answer from BBL with those Seekers was everything.
And off the Rolling Thunder, and you're seeing what Shies has left when Crew's saving their weapons, at least for now. Felipa's looking to trade, or at least hunt them down, and they'll be able to save these weapons. But those flashes, there was no flashes aftershocks to really try to flush out the opponents out of BBL's sight over on towards A. So maybe the gameplay right now for these breaches is to keep that utility for the post plant, but I think you might have to start using it earlier on to at least get onto these sites.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you for sure. I think for sure, again, as we mentioned for Crew, if Connier had those smokes available, that round definitely would have looked differently for Crew. They definitely need to start keeping in mind about this operator. You mentioned it, I think it was like in the 5th round. Right now it's in the hands of Wens. And this line of sight, Crew, they've already kind of suffered from it in this B main. You can see Connier doesn't want anything to do with it, really holding a passive far back angle.
Everything's being pretty passive on this hold for BBL. The camera is being set up for the defense to watch towards this B main, and just a contact play with the fault line for Felipa and Alkia towards the market. So really just giving up mid control and make them think for a Crew that they have that map and towards the spawn. But instead, BBL's been so good holding across that line of scrimmage here against Crew when they're trying to take control of that middle.
They have, and I even like the fact that they're keeping the strong side towards the Cypher. That's a good punish coming out from Michaela. This Cypher ultimate's gonna give them so much information. They realize A site is theirs.
There's only one player there. So what can you really do here for Eva? And Eva has no choice but to fall back. Here's the TP, sees a shadow on the top, Boombot to try to clear the angle, and now Eva finally falls away. Falls back and the plant comes in for Crew, but it gives enough time now for BBL to be on this rotate. Already 4 players are there. There's that first contact towards the A-Link, but Romy couldn't get the first pick. So we're back on a 4 versus 4. Time for BBL to aggress right back within the A site. Satchel towards the back of the site. Beautiful paranoia. Nice shot by Connier as well. As that holds it down, Michaela holding the other angle. That high-low is still too good, and the crossfire even more beautiful for Crew Esports. And that only leaves one more. Oh, what a flick from Eva! It's a 1 versus 1 on that spike, sticking it halfway, goes up for the swing, and lands that shot as well!
Ava! With an insane clutch. We have to rewatch that entire sequence once again because that flick onto that Omen in the site was disgusting.
Insane shot.
Oh my, here we go. Let's watch this in all its glory. It's this shot. It wasn't the Omen, it was the Raze.
Oh my. What? A Red Bull clutch of the Ancients right there. And Alkia, or Eva right there, the one that's on the stage, the inexperience from BBL on the stage, I don't think it matters anymore. So I'm going to retract that statement on the conversation that we had for that, but we're going right into the action. Coming forward, 1:30 left on the clock. Crew is looking for the mid control, but a different position for BBL. Look at them, they actually have players out there.
So aggressive, what a bait and switch. Alikia with the long lines, and the whole time Banya was there with the paranoia out in case anything got dicey. Good refall back. I mean, this is just beautiful coming out here for BBL, not only because they find the 2 opening picks, but the fact that they're just able to shut down this A post plant from Crew that just looks so good.
They have to try to do something once again. Thankfully, Connier is still alive. They still have smokes to work with. Paranoia on top of that. It's being used to smoke out one side of the top middle, breaking the trip, trying to get some tags there onto Vanya if possible. But they're just in great position. You just play the power of numbers, and you just play the off angles, and it works beautifully. Alkia landing that shot. The operator still a menace in the market, and BBL's in a great position to take the lead in the first half.
Yeah, both players of Crew are just kind of getting corralled into the spawn. Felipa rather, goes 1 for 1. Connier, if she's able to get this guy out of the picture, maybe. Uh-oh.
Through the smoke, swinging out.
That mouse jump.
Tapping on the spike, forcing out Eva, and Eva's quite quick on these flicks.
Just a little jiggle. Just a little jiggle, one tap. Well, you can't do that, man.
Last round before the
Hey, don't throw me under the bus like that. Actually, I can.
Nice. Here's that setup that we witnessed from the get-go right here. I mean, a beautiful set piece to be able to find the opening for Akelia. I'm saying the wrong name wrong.
It's all good. I
right
got
now,
you. I got you.
You know what, Raze? She's popping off. I mean, just one away now from Showstopper as well.
And that's the beautiful thing about BBL, positioning that operator everywhere to really be a menace against Crew. They never dropped her really in these opportunities. As that combination that you talked before with that operator, the paranoia from Vanya was beautiful then. But Crew on their last legs on the first half, pulling up the Seekers, a full exec, Showstopper on top of that, following behind the Seekers, and it lands onto Wentz, still moves within the smokes, and Michaela stays alive.
She's still alive with paint shells in hand. Beautiful entry. And Crew have been in these post plants before, time and time again, and just falling slightly short. A lot of util on their backs though this time.
That's beautiful. Trailblazer just got shot right away at the entrance, so they had no information going back into site for BBL. So it has to be the Showstopper, but it misses. Advantage coming out for Crew Esports still. Crew Blaze setting up on the crossfire on the post plant. Emma moving forward. All-star player so far. Seekers on a 1 versus 1. Can she do it again? The shot gives Kinnear's position away, and now we're jiggling on both ends. Another tap. Play mind games. Lands another shot, and comes in for another round for BBL as they take the lead 7-5 on the first half.
That is so damn steady. Ava, it doesn't seem like just any of this pressure is getting to her. That was steady, that was crisp, and that was Ava just clutching another round like she does every single day.
Right now, it seems like the desk have been talking about these Sentinel players or Vanya, but I think they're going to have to really start talking about Eva here, as she's been an all-star player so far. A beautiful clutch that came through, and we're going to have to agree to that, right, Ginsu?
Oh yeah, you know me too well. You know me too well, Vans, of course, of course. But let's talk about some of the things that happened that half. I've got Sapphire and Baby Bay here with me. I think you jumped the gun a little bit. Talk me through this round you chose.
Yeah, so I chose this round because I think it's just good fundamental gameplay from Crew. Like, they really slowed up the round. They know that it's like a dodgy buy out of BBL, and just watch it. Just watch this unfold. They get the first kill, which was a beautiful shot, and now they're aware of another push coming through. And this is just good fundamentals. They're already grouped up, and then they're just going to close out the round. It's just clean stuff, not getting caught off guard, not getting ecoed by BBL, who's mechanically insane.
Yeah, you know, you talk about jump the gun, but it was a close series. It was a very close half so far. So obviously there was some insane moments for both of the Omens. Kinnear starting off very strong, and then eventually we saw Vanya like getting into the zone, and like especially as someone that plays Omens, like the repositions on Omen, I was so impressed with, like always changing it up. The amount of people that I kept seeing getting paranoid from Vanya was incredible. But and then just to finish it off, like Eva, like those clutches. I mean, winning the unwinnable.
Yeah, I also think for Conner, you can feel the fire. We speak about how she might be feeling coming into this after last year, and Heather, she's proving that out there.
She is. This is what a veteran is meant to do to open the tournament. She is playing like that star that Potter and I both know for many, many years. But unfortunately, the BBL is starting to get that momentum. It's looking a little scary.
Yeah, BBL with a great tack and great adaptations to what Crew was doing, and bringing the half back with honestly good set plays and also amazing clutches from Eva.
Yeah, they needed those clutches though. I think it's still a very, very close. Anything can happen. Let's get the second half underway. Back to you, Vans and Potter.
We've seen all sorts of Sky pretty much on this map. One getting information, one being the entry, and this time it's just one being the retake solo play from Eva. And I want to know what she could bring out now that BBL has the attack.
Yeah, no, I think Ava saw Mimi kind of getting spicy yesterday on this map and said, whatever you can do, I can do better. And I'm loving it so far. 100% putting BBL on her back and bringing it right into grasp, and oh, she's so fast.
It's quick.
Done.
A stun on top of that from the fault line at the breach, and that's what we wanted to see from Crew, at least when it did the first half. Couldn't get the contact onto Kinnear, but at least Vaughn is there, pushing it to the B main, and instantly all the players fall into defense on the B site.
Insane timing for BBL. What a pinch to come through. Spike will be planted.
Spike planted.
And they've got all the time in the world now from market and B main. With that placement of the spike, Crew have to do so much here.
A little bit of room to breathe from that utility coming out from Shines to allow now Crew Blaze to move out towards the right side by the staircase, but there's smokes after smokes. There's a flank coming out from Felipa. And this is going to be a very tough task now for Crew, but we forget about Romy. That's 2 kills on her end. Disadvantage, though, still for Crew Blaze as they're looking for that tap on the spike. The fault line forcing the swing on the other end, and unfortunately, Romy falls, and Eva comes in with 2 kills in the round.
Beautiful, decisive for BBL, and I feel for Shies. I love the play that she did there in that 2 versus 3 in the clutch. Fault lining the right side, allowing her Cypher to get that line on the left and try to get the spike to half. I mean, that was really the only win condition that they found themselves in, so good effort coming through here. But this pistol round, again, we're seeing the power of Breach, and with that raise, if you're decisive like this and you've got a raise that has that movement ability down with the satchels, you can really be explosive.
That's really nice too here from BBL. We see a lot of Valkyrie on a jet, but not too much of Valkyrie on a raise, and showing that she has prowess on these satchels. It's in her eyes, her point of view, trying to spam behind a Trailblazer that's looking for information. Spots one within the smoke, and they know the site's open. There's that creep. Right
going
through
to
the
the
smoke.
highway.
Nice shot by Konir. That spike down actually. An
So
opportunity
many bodies.
for Crew to move back in. So many bodies within the site. Trades are perfect. Advantage back for Crew as Felipe moves in. Back to the classic, out of bullets, and somehow the massacre thrifty comes out from Crew as they're not done yet.
Oh no, a little too confident, I think, coming into this anti-eco perhaps. I mean, you saw it as soon as the sound cue came through, as soon as that hit came, everyone rotated. Especially because it's an eco round, you have nothing to lose. You take that gamble and you take it every time. And things get dangerous because of that. Things get dangerous when you just flood and you don't care about your life. So, oh man.
And that player right there, Konir, the self-smoke that she placed towards the staircase to isolate herself in a corner, that was that first blood in the round. And they're going to try to do it again, though, for BBL. So let's hold that thought of what Konir could do. Let's see what BBL could do this time around as it's their turn on an eco.
Alkilia had a frenzy on her back this time. But BBL, or rather Crew, they've learned their lesson.
Staying far back, definitely. Solo play from a Cypher within the B site. More players playing further back towards the middle. The aggression is more on the crossfire towards A main. So they're just really trying to find the information a little bit more passively.
Yeah, and that's going to be so important as this half goes on, is really just keeping track of that fault line. You know, we talked about Crew learning their lesson and kind of not keeping their bodies in there, but communicating to each other when that fault line is down and keeping an internal clock of when it's coming back up is going to be extremely important to kind of telegraph when those hits are actually going to be coming.
Seems to be coming towards this market. A flash for contact, doesn't get any information, so an opportunity for them to really set the pace, set the tone for this push towards this market. Nicely done by Shies, though. Fault line has slowed him down. Romy's playing within the site with Khalida as they're just holding these angles. Passive, beautiful trip to get into the pick. We're looking for potential flawless. One more player remaining, and you will definitely see the Prime giving flawless this time around.
The power of the Cypher, and with just a simple crossfire, they're able to dominate that anti-eco. And that's what you want, especially with the shenanigans that we just saw the round before. You want to be the team to be able to have clean rounds just like this and build up your bank. So for Crew, that is just such an incredible swing round. Now coming through, I mean, it's just shifted. When you lose that second round, the bonus is off the table. Now it's kind of Crew's bonus, but kind of BBL's first gun round.
BBL's gun round is focused
so
towards
much
its B
damage.
side. Thankfully, there's a little bit more nerfs coming in here from Pain Shells with the newer patch. So only Eva comes out with 86 HP remaining, but they still want to hold their ground now towards the same main. Potential re-hit.
Yeah, if you're BBL though, you're pretty satisfied with this. Sure, you gotta trade a bit of util to gain the ground, but you already know fault line is down. You know Paint Shells is down. All members of BBL grouped with the Cypher lurking, and the jig is up. Crew, they've just found the Cypher.
They found the Cypher. It's the battle towards middle. An over-rotate coming out though for Crew, as even the Cypher. Romy gave her position away, or gave her position towards the B site away, which allows now BBL to move up.
Yeah, these are some weird reads coming through here for Crew. Romy's gonna catch that fault line, but thankfully for her, Crew, they have no idea.
And she's gonna hear all of those footsteps too. So they'll know that they're gonna play more passively towards that back of the site, probably play that triangle formation in the back of the pillar at that B site. Meanwhile, for BBL, they're running a marathon around the whole sunset.
I mean, because they're confused. They're like, where the heck is this Cypher? They can't believe it, but Wens, that's going to make this post plant so much easier.
Finally found the Cypher. And unfortunately running out of bullets is Michaela as she gets dropped by Vanya. Alkia looking for an opportunity to push forward off the assist, off the flash, but Konir's just waiting around the angle, also supported by Shies. One jumping forward, Felipa gets the pick. Will the trade come in? Low on HP, tries to fall back, and it works out for a bit. Konir is now the last player remaining. Her teammates has fallen towards the front of the site. So she has to play this solo. Double smokes being thrown, nice little shot, and the off angle there. Eva, once again, is pretty much the pillar for BBL in these late rounds.
Pillar for sure. I wonder what happened, what the communication was that came through for the defense side, but you saw that crew were early rotating. Romy kind of just ditched her her post and started going towards spawn, so they for sure thought that some sort of A split was coming through here, but that quick pivot for crew and this strong post plant is making this B site so dangerous.
That's a great call. It seems that there wasn't too much utility being used after the initial trades towards the A side, so one small push from a Trailblazer forced that over-rotation. They want to try it again now for BBL. Early Trailblazer out, getting information towards the right side. Cornir gets spotted, TP's away nicely, but there's a TP also from Vanya in the back of the A site, and Cornir still falls.
Just off the rip, Vanya's all of a sudden on the back lines. Everyone is falling in the sights, and Michaela, she wants to get the heck out of there. She needs to save the op now. Maybe Romy can find some sort of exit kill, but at this point, yeah, crew, they just got to save everything they have.
Especially when the Seekers come out. There's no element of surprise coming out for crew this time over. Romy trying to save her weapon towards mid. You definitely see the players of BBL trying to hunt down at least that one player for Romy.
Yeah, interesting Seekers to blow here in the post. Really just solidifying this round, trying to get the 10th on the board. If BBL are actually able to punish and get some kills, that could be huge, but it looks like BBL want to save their money as well.
Important. You mentioned the operator that was there. Michaela made it out at 7 HP, only thankfully met up with Kalita for the full heal, and their attempt there is to keep their grounds, keep their position. Also, look at their position on the post plant. You're not really or as the spike goes off, you're not really trying to set anywhere where you're trying to save as a group. You're like, okay, if you fall, it's okay. At least we'll try to save the rest. So they really are trying to salvage whatever they can within that last round.
Yeah, getting everything they can out of that round. And Vanya, I mean, Vans, I looked down, I looked up, and all of a sudden she's in spawn shooting people in the back. Yeah. That was so fast.
Aggressive. I mean, it's this time BBL's turn to hold that W and really take over that A site. It seems to just make sense. A lot of these plays so far on Sunset as you're starting the map, it comes with a lot of aggression towards this position right here.
Yeah, and a quick adjustment for this one. Bringing Romy to just be the anchor towards this A site. This should change the dynamic a little bit for crew, allow their members to be a lot more mobile, take a lot more duels towards this B site. But BBL, they want to take care and handle business over towards A, still being very patient, but all 5 members group. You can see Ava's kind of leaving the pack. She wants to send some misdirection, get some info towards this B main.
Already running towards there. Trailblazer. So they know that Michaela is pushing forward in this spot. So potentially that the stack is happening towards the A side. So what's the read for BBL? They still want to go for it. Still towards this A side.
Yeah, but the fact that Romy is still here and has a Sky to assist with these flashes, it's going to be difficult. Now they know.
Beautiful flash. Fault line for the assist. Kalita gets the pick onto Alkia. Room to breathe for crew. As now that straight off is beautiful. But Eva, once again, this person alive right here, moving forward. Blocked off by smoke, thrown by Konir. Has a flash to work with and will use it. No contact as a cage also came across for Wentz. So they isolated within the A site and are trying to go for that plant.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful call. You saw that ping coming out for Ava. She wanted to isolate, see if that bird got any info on her left side. Now she's got a strong idea.
That's two lined up. And the hat. Konir gets spotted and Wentz holds. Gets the hat trick on top of the hat being thrown, and that's BBL at 11.
Surely we get a replay again of Wen's one taps there. I mean, BBL, you know, the desk talked about it. Individually, this squad is filled with superstars, but I thought it was just going to be Vanya. I thought it was just going to be Vanya. Everyone stepping up and stepping up huge. Ava consistently, but this time it's Wen's on that Cypher.
How do we say it? Sorry, BBL, I wasn't aware of your game, right?
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with your game.
That's it. Sorry, I'm a boomer. But now an important timeout being called by Crew Esports. We talked about really the timeline of this game that was always in control by Crew Blaze from the beginning until round number 5. It was like, what, 4-0, 5-0 at that point. And finally, we're starting to see when that operator started coming out for BBL Esports, and it was, or BBL Queens, sorry, and there was no answer coming out from Crew. That changed all over here for Blaze. They've been in full control since that moment.
Yeah, and I think for these ladies on Crew right now, during this pause, they've got to just be kind of reinforcing their own game plan. Because you said it, Vans, in the beginning, they were controlling the pace. You know, when we've got Michaela flying around in the sky, really believing in that breach stun, those entries that she was fighting from that pistol round to that first gun round on their bonus, that's exactly what Crew need right here. Set up your Ray, set up Michaela, find those entries, and allow Connier to just close out the rounds.
And also, they've been a little bit more reactive in their playstyle for Crew, banking on the retake plays where unfortunately they didn't have much of that opportunity to play those retakes because of the numbers that are falling down here within the executions of BBL, who are looking to work towards this B main.
Yeah, and Crew once again really keeping the Cypher very mobile. This time around, Romy defense is set up back towards this B, and just last round, Romy plus Khalida towards that A halls was so dominant. Again, both in tandem, trying to defend this B site, but those sound cues right now, BBL, they've heard it. They know the Cypher setup is here, so now they're deciding, do we want to hit this site?
And on top of that, they'll hear the Trailblazer coming out too. So 2 sets of shots though got heard.
They did get heard. The fact that no one saw Akeelia yet, and that dog didn't clear, I like this move coming out for BBL. This is so sweaty. Sending the whole squad back towards this A, sending that misdirection, but the timing that Akeelia is going to find here should be everything.
And it's more misdirection. The flash went towards middle, that didn't spot anybody, and look at that over-rotate coming out for Crew because of that flash and the fault line. Rolling Thunder for the full fake. Even an entry on top of that. This is going to be the best fake that's been thrown so far by BBL Queens. You're never going to run for a loop as BBL will have an open A site or B site.
Positioning though, Romy's positioning, this could be the crux. Oh, well, not if you're Philippa.
That's Casa Curse. So Platt comes in now on the staircase for this B main. And they have full control, really, of middle and of B on top of that for BBL.
Yeah, Spike's gonna get down, and you can see Crew are scrambling, trying to figure out exactly which retake protocol they want to call. They've got to find an opening pick. They've got to find something to give themselves a chance here.
It's going to be a dangerous retake. Losing this one here, they won't have economy to work with for the last round. It's just too much utility for BBL, on the post plant. And unfortunately, they can't even cross the entrance of the market. BBL's now at that point.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate for Crew side. You saw Khalida, I mean, just doing Sky duties over there, finding that information, but just that small move, not clearing that right side, gave them just that sense of security that they never should have had. It's an information game here, information warfare, Vans, and BBL, they've got all of it.
And the hopes that they have now is on the back of a showstopper potentially to stay alive. It's being used on the attack though from Malkia instead. Counter showstoppers coming out and misses, but somehow still stays alive within the B site. How is she alive for so long? There's that first kill. Romeo had her hands full pretty much towards the B main. That's the reason why. Unfortunately here, the hopes of Crew trying to come back are thin. BBL just wants to continue to push towards the spawn. They're flipping the map over. And it's time now for the defenders to retake from the B main.
Yeah, flipping the map for sure, and they even planted the spike for that area. Connier, the jig is up. A lot of utility on her back.
There's that first smoke. Phantom picked up Paranoia as well. First contact, nice little dink, and a nice flick onto Eva. The third one peeks out, so information on both. An opportunity to win right here. Paranoia being thrown out, tap on the spike, a TP being heard. There's that first headshot, but time is running low as Vanya, the star player, gets the last pick, and BBL Queens take the first map.
I fully believed in that clutch for Connier. What an effort coming through. Both Omens in this first map were just insane. The type of plays that we're seeing coming out for both squads was incredible. So decisive for Crew, but BBL, the fact that they consistently had answers, especially as the map went on, I mean, that's experience. That's exactly what you want.
Well, with that, hopefully a chance to come back for a Crew on that second map of Bind, and that's going to happen after the break.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. For the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Laugh every time the phone rings. I am so good at this. Bury my anger into a task. I know you won't see it as that. Look at this work you created. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. You can't even deny. You can't even deny. I stay on your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. Stay on your mind. When you get off my shoes, nobody knows I have to do. Try to see you always brings them right back. I was the only one you had. I can't believe I put so much trust in that. Thinking that you were someone I could save. Thinking that you could have changed, but now I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. You can't even deny. You can't even deny. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. You can't even deny. You can't even deny. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. You can't even deny. You can't even deny. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. I stay in your mind. I stay on your mind. You can't.
guys, Mika Fabs here. I'm standing by with Coach Meseka of BBL along with Rebecca to help out with some translating. So I wanted to ask you guys, of course, how do you prepare for map number 2, Bind, which is a map that Crew is also very incredibly dominant on?
Crew'nun çok dominant olduğu Bind haritasına, ikinci haritaya nasıl hazırlanıyorsunuz?
Bizim için kimin hangi map'te ne kadar dominant olduğunun çok bir önemi yok. Nasıl oynadıklarını biliyoruz ama biz bütün map'lerde dominantız. Ona göre hazırlandık. Kendi oyunumuzu oynayacağız. Bizim için ne yaptıklarının çok bir önemi yok. Muhtemelen rahat bir maç olacak bizim için.
For us, it doesn't matter who is dominant on which map because we are dominant on all maps and we play our own game style. We don't prepare according to our rivals. We just do what we do best, and we think it's going to be an easy match.
Spicy words indeed. Let's see if BBL can close this out.
Oh, you love to hear. I don't know about all maps, but certainly the map, Sapphire, we have never seen them play before. You can see why they chose this. This was beautiful.
Oh, they were cooking something over the last couple weeks, and it tastes good, right? It tastes good if you're a BBL fan. That was a wild performance. We obviously just heard from the coach, like, they're just playing their game. They are so insanely confident, and you could tell that in the server.
Yeah, it definitely took them a little bit to get warmed up, but once they got warmed up and made some adaptations, it just started getting out of hand. And like, honestly, I feel like Crew didn't even have like that bad of a map. Like I thought they looked really good. Yeah. I just think it was a skill diff. Like, I actually do think it was a skill diff.
I mean, the clutches, what I love about BBL is that they play like this online, you know, back in EMEA. This is how they play. They get a lot of clutches. And today it fell to Eva. She was taking most of those. And it felt like Sapphire, she just couldn't miss.
That flick was crazy.
That shot right there is insane. And that's what you want to see. And so, like, you want to take what you've been practicing for months at home, months in the gaming house, and translate immediately to on LAN, on the global stage. And so this team coming in as big favorites for the event. There's a lot of hype around them. And like you said, they're playing like they've done in Series 3 and looking good.
This is what makes a championship team, is when your star player, like, I mean, who really is the star player on this team, right? But this is what I'm saying. Like, the fact that anybody can step up at any moment and drop bombs like that is just like that. That's what makes a championship team.
Yeah, there were a few rounds I honestly thought that they might not even deserved to win. They just like pulled out of nowhere, right?
Definitely, yeah. The clutch rounds were crazy. The 2v4, the 1v2s and stuff like that. Yeah, it was obnoxious. But I mean, that's part of the game, and that's what makes teams great.
Yeah, but on the other side, they also had a clutch on the side of Crew. Let's check her out. Is Konya in the Verizon high speed moment, because Sapphire, especially in the first half, she was all over them. She was a real nuisance to BBL.
She really was. I mean, so many important like entry frags from her, a lot of great clutches. Obviously this one here, like this TP into winning the 1v2 was a big pivotal moment, and then just a lot of like nice repositions on that Omen TP. And then I think she had so many multi-frag rounds. This was so beautiful, so smart that she played. We went wild for that, but that obviously got the team hyped up for that. Kanir, the OG player, is playing very, very well today.
Yeah, and honestly, this could have been a very, very different series had Eva not been in this game, because there were so many 1v1s that she beat Konir on that like would have changed the entire structure of how this game went down.
Yeah, she was the only person that went positive against Konir. Konir was kind of farming everyone else, but Eva stopped her. I think definitely contributed to their map win. But also, let's revisit the head-to-head of Konir and Vani. We set this up before the game started. You know, those were two of the players to watch, and I just cannot believe that we're seeing these kind of stats on their Omen Smokes players. Sapphire.
Wow, Omen, the new duelist. I love it. There's so many great entries. Like their ACS is just like off the charts. Incredible performances for these two, and what I love too is just using like that entire kit, the entire Omen kit, like so versatile with their play.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you saw it in the stats. Imagine what would have transfolded if Eva had not shut her down, because this is Konir was actually just going crazy. She was going nuclear, and the entries and the clutches too. It was insane.
It almost feels weird that she was on the losing side, right? Because she was just doing everything.
She was the best in the server, honestly.
Yeah.
Stats-wise, at least.
I mean, does this change your expectations at all now? We have seen both of the teams play on LAN. I know it's just map 1. This series could go the distance as well.
Yeah, I definitely think it could. I think Bind is going to be a really good map for Crew. And I don't know how comfortable or how strong BBL is. I know that they're obviously super confident no matter what. But I think if Crew can maintain composure and understand, look back like, hey, honestly, we didn't even play that bad on that map. Yeah. It was pretty close. We just lost some clutches. Let's clean it up and focus on that teamwork that they were talking about going into this. I could see them taking this next map. Now, Ascent, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. A lot of LATAM teams do like playing Ascent. But, I mean, BBL is, like, they have so many reps on this map.
Yeah, Turkish teams on Ascent, it just hits different. But yeah, Heather, how are you feeling ahead of map 2? This is where, in theory, it should flip, right? Crew should be favored?
I think so. I'm feeling good about it for Crew. They've been undefeated on it during regular season play. Like, they clearly are really comfortable on it. Kinnear has, I vividly remember a number of great clips on it, too, from her. But, it's one where I'd say they're slightly flavored, but again, like BBL, they don't necessarily play it, but when it does come up, they still win too. So.
That's the BBL way. That's the BBL way. But how are we feeling in terms of the compositions? Because obviously you've mentioned already Crew. They've had a few different faces on Bind, and I do like that Bind feels like one of those maps that you can just do whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have your staple double controller, but it's really that like sentinel slot that a lot of people are changing up. You know, a lot of people are playing Yoru now. I don't know, BBL's running a breach for that slot, and I haven't seen that yet, or like a Gecko, you know, stuff like that. So I'm really interested to see the comps. I think Crew, it's going to be hard to tell what they want to run because they've literally ran 3 different comps in 3 different weeks.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, BBL also ran the Gecko on Bind in the past.
That would be a sick mirror.
Yeah, they have done that.
Yeah. Obviously, we'll get both jets out, and then I think a lot of the differences here will be what they choose in terms of the initiator. I believe Crew has had a fade on here at some point, so that's probably where we'll see some differences, whether it's a fade or breach or sky or double initiator on both teams.
You guys have a preference? You know, you think there's one that they should be running, especially for Crew, because I'm not also 100% sure what we're gonna get.
Honestly, I think now that Cypher is buffed, I'm a big Cypher fan. So, you know, like the Fnatic comp, you know, Alphager type style on that map with the double controller, Sky, and Raze. I think that's a really solid comp. I don't know if we'll see that in this series, but I'd be okay with anything, honestly. Like, the double initiator is impressive. The Gecko is honestly such a niche pick, but I've seen teams like Oxygen make it work and make it look really good. And the Gecko can be really annoying because honestly, a lot of the times you're playing Bind, it's hard to get the bomb down, and the fact that you don't have to expose your body to getting the bomb down, I think is a big advantage.
Yeah, and what we saw in the last map is like the breach kind of struggled a bit from Crew. Like, we didn't necessarily see a lot of that utility that we needed. So I do kind of like the Sky here pairing with the Raze. I think that's just a little better fit for the initiator.
Honestly, I feel like at this point, every Sky map we've seen has just been crazy. It's been like some of the best VALORANT we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, I don't know what it is with these Skies this tournament. It's just every Sky is dropping bombs on the winning side, because the Crew Sky didn't play that great compared to Eva, but how could you? She was clutching everything.
We are experiencing a slight delay here, but don't worry, we have some great content for you, because earlier Kukuka sat down with Cruz Conir and Kalita for a quick game to see if they're on the same page. So it's time for agree or disagree.
Hello everyone, I am joined by Conir and Kalita. ¿Qué tal, chicas? ¿Cómo estáis?
Hola, ¿todo bien? ¿Y tú?
Muy bien, gracias. We're going to be playing a small game that you might remember. We've done it in the past. It's called Agree to Disagree. I'm going to just give them some statements that we're going to see and you know which degree they agree or disagree with those. We're going to be doing it in Spanish, so maybe you'll learn something. Ok, chicas, ¿sabéis cómo se juega este juego? ¿Estáis preparadas? Ok. Lo primero, durante este año solo habéis jugado 13 oficiales de Game Changers, lo cual os convierte en un equipo que está un poco preparado para este evento. ¿Dónde estáis? A ver esas paletas. Vale, estáis muy en desacuerdo. ¿Por qué, Kalita?
Yo creo porque la preparación es lo mismo que cualquier otro equipo, entonces para mí estamos a la misma altura que cualquier otro. No importa que sean menos partidos, sí estaría bueno que hayan más, obviamente, porque toda experiencia suma, pero la preparación es la misma, entonces desacuerdo completamente.
Vale, y tú, Conir, o sea, quiero que me expliques. ¿Tú crees que a lo mejor dais esa imagen de que sois un poco más débiles al resto de los equipos y cómo os afecta a vosotras y a ellas?
Sí, oficialmente hemos jugado muy poco, pero claro, detrás de pantalla hemos jugado un montón.
Todos los días hemos estado jugando, ni siquiera mientras haya torneo. Todos los días practicando, entonces ellos no saben lo que se están perdiendo.
Me encanta, me encanta, me encanta. Vale, además, en esos 13 partidos no habéis jugado ni un solo Breeze ni un solo Sunset. ¿Pensáis que los equipos que llegan habiendo jugado esos mapas tienen una ventaja muy grande? Yo creo que no. Oye, estáis muy en acuerdo las dos, o sea, me gusta. ¿Por qué pensáis? O sea, por ejemplo, tú, Calita, estabas diciendo, muy importante esa experiencia en oficiales. ¿Estos dos mapas ni los habéis testeado en ese ámbito?
No, pero la preparación está. Entonces, que no se haya mostrado no
sorpresa,
significa,
¿no?
claro, no significa que no se haya trabajado. Entonces, yo creo que de cierta forma nos favorece a nosotras porque ya sabemos algunas composiciones de los otros equipos. Mientras tanto, nosotras todavía no hay información.
Me encanta, es el completo as en la manga. Me gusta, chicas. Vale, un statement que además yo creo que se oye mucho. NA y EMEA son regiones un poco sobrevaloradas. ¿Dónde estáis?
Sobrevaloradas.
Volvéis a estar de acuerdo. ¿Por qué, Conir, tú crees que están un poco sobrevaloradas?
Bueno, es lo mismo de siempre. Ellos no saben a lo que se enfrentan. Este año hemos trabajado súper duro y venimos con todo a demostrar en que la región que es LATAM tiene todo para salir adelante.
Y la última, ¿vale? ¿Creéis que el home crowd path, esta gente, ¿no? Ahora mismo que estamos en Brasil, ¿creéis que se puede tener ese efecto en las jugadoras? ¿Creéis que tener, por ejemplo, el equipo de Team Liquid Brasil va a tener ese bufo porque la gente de su país les esté viendo y estén representándoles?
No.
¿No?
No, yo no.
Para mí, sí.
Vale, por lo menos encontramos una en la que no estáis de acuerdo. creo que me gusta. ¿Por qué no?
O sea, obviamente capaz para ellas significa algo, pero para nosotras no significa nada. Entonces, nosotras vamos a intentar demostrar lo que tenemos y lo que trabajamos y no nos vamos a dejar llevar por eso. Entonces,
para mí Liquid si tiene un bufo, estamos en su zona, básicamente.
Sí.
Pero nosotros también venimos a bufear. Somos de LATAM, básicamente.
Me encanta, me encanta.
Bueno, somos de esta misma tierra, así que...
Muchísimas gracias, chicas, de verdad, muchísima suerte en el torneo. Sé que lo vais a hacer genial, ya es un logro siquiera llegar hasta aquí. Thank you everybody for watching. This has been Agree to Disagree.
I love that segment. I also love the questions Bea proposed and some spicy answers there. They're thinking that NA and EMEA are overrated regions.
I wonder what they'd say now after that first map. It's interesting. Obviously, you wanna be confident and feel like, you know, that they're underestimating you as a region, but it is hard to deny that NA and EMEA also have just very freaking good teams.
I think the only thing that I agreed on was that they do have the tools in order to win. I think we actually saw a lot of great stuff from them. And had they not gotten clutched so many times, maybe it would have been a closer game. Don't know if they would have won still, but I think it could have been a closer series. And then all you're waiting for is just for everybody to turn online, and that can happen at any stage of the tournament, hopefully sooner rather than later. But you know, they definitely do have the tools. I like the way they were working the map. I like their strategy. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I think the key there for Kanir and Kalita is to reinforce that like LATAM still has some like really strong players. We saw some great individual moments from those teams.
Honestly, give them 2 slots. That's how I feel.
Agreed.
I feel like they should have had 2 slots coming into this tournament, and we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select very soon here for Bind. Of course, this is the choice of Crew. They are 1-0 down, but if it's anywhere they're gonna get back into this game and push it to a map 3, it's gonna be on Bind. Just a reminder, not only have they not lost this year, they've never lost this map ever, and it looks like they've gone with the Fade composition this time around.
Yeah, so we basically have a mirror across the board, but Crew has a Fade and the Queens have a Breach, and I haven't seen this Breach be played on this map in quite a bit of time. I'm interested to see what they got cooked up on it. I'm more leaning in terms of what I would like to play. I really like Crew's comp. The double initiator, you have a lot of info. The scan sky flash when you're hitting sites on this map, especially with the lineups, if they have high lineups, I'm assuming they do, it's gonna be really strong and impressive to play against.
I think on the other side too, it's been a while since we've seen a Fade on Bind too, but that's something that the team has been running for all of Game Changers qualifiers to get here, and again, they're undefeated on this map with this comp.
This is the thing, that they have to make it work, because if they don't, they'll be dropping into the lower bracket. Let's send this over to your casters, Vansili and Potter. Take it away.
I am on that copium there for BB and for Sapphire that I still think that this is going to go to a third map because we're playing Cruise map, undefeated on this one, and an opportunity for someone to just drop smokes and start dueling all over the place.
Exactly, exactly. Not only that, but both squads are going to have kind of like this faux duelist style brimstone, right? Brimmy with the stimmy, Vans. We're about to see some insane executes, and if map 1 told us anything, is that both these squads are decisive. So with that stimmy, certainly going to change the pace. And again, you mentioned it, that breach coming into play here as well, Vans.
Breach, something that BBL likes to use as, it's actually Crew looking to hold the W to start things up. Duelist premium for Kadir, the headshot that on the first, but BBL answers back right away. 3 to fall, and an advantage for the attackers to come in for the plant towards the A site.
Yeah, and it's going to be a free site, able to plant and go wherever they want. That sound cue of the TP, giving a lot of information as well. Maybe this flash is going to open something up for Romy, but she's stuck behind a smoke right now.
Yeah, the thing is the spike is planted towards the mid box and APC, so looks like for the attackers for BBL, they really just want to play the crossfire, focusing on the drop from heaven. But a nice shot comes out from Kalita after the showers, and Neva's the one to fall. Disadvantage though still for BBL, or for Crew rather, as Vanya's there at the off angle, at the barrel. And you know what? We talked about a control on the first round.
Yes.
Being Konir getting 4, but this time it's Vanya.
Yeah, and I mean it's the perfect opening, right? I mean, Vans, it was Konir that opened up the round with a beautiful one tap, and it's Vanir that's gonna close out the round with 3 more kills on the other side. I mean, both controllers are absolutely crazy, but that shot from Kalita, I mean, if Romy's able to wipe out Vanya here, it's wraps.
Yep.
That is a round 100% coming through for the other side, but just the smallest of margins right now across both maps, fans.
And this is tough though for Crew, as they wanted to set the tone early in that pistol round. The aggression that they pulled out got denied right away, and also on top of that, the star player over at BBL gets 4 into the round and closer to a Brimmy ult. So now Crew, they want to try to push forward once again. Sheriff long range, you saw there the Fade got some information on the players falling back from BBL, so they had to be ready on this A site.
Yeah, now Romy's about to have a whole lot of action come her way. You can see most of the squad is on the way with the rotates coming, but just a Sheriff in hand, that's the way to start.
That's good enough. And now the push out through the smoke. Shies comes in for the assist, so no aggressive position coming out from BBL until this player right here flashes out and allows both of them to get the 3 picks instantly to trade right back.
And the map is somewhat getting flipped, but Konir in the heaven just doesn't see Philippa in the corner. And just like that, what coulda, shoulda been, BBL are able to just stabilize the round, but man, things got dicey there.
Really starting to see BBL players within their element. So as Yinsu was pointing out on the desk, it's the way they played in the EMEA online, and they're definitely showing you here a comfort zone for Eva. Beautiful flash to allow these kills to happen in a double swing to get these 2 picks. Was everything there for BBL to stop that bleeding and prevent the Thrifty from happening.
Exactly, and that's such a good point, right? Because right prior to that, we saw Alkia going into U-Haul all on her lonesome, all by herself on an eco round. So definitely gonna have to go back to the fundamentals and make sure everyone is doing their job. But on this bonus right now, BBL, you can see they wanted to do some sort of fast opening towards this hookah, but no bodies here, no defenders in sight. And this is gonna be so much control for BBL. Once you have top octagon and hookah, this should be a simple execute.
And that's why they're not looking to fall back here for BBL. They're still holding their positions. Michaela is the one playing and trying to spot the angle. Just saw one and forces the wall up. Pain shells to just try to prevent players from dropping down right away. Romy's looking for a time to run through the smoke, and unfortunately the timing's not right. BBL's taking over the B site.
Yeah, just like that, both members wiped out. Kalita still has a flash, maybe an opportunity. They are blind, but the backup is there for BBL, and now both members remaining, Konir and Shies, maybe some damage, but you really just got to think about saving at this point.
I agree with that. Right now they're just holding behind the thickness of the smokes towards the spawn. An opportunity maybe to duel to recross, but they're going to probably cross onto one spotting them. There's that content, and at least Konir is able to win that against Philippa, and trying to see if they still want to try to hunt her down. So she's trying to bait it out so her teammate could get the backstabs in the end, but unfortunately she falls, and look at BBL. They're actually pulling it all the way towards the teleporter, and that's discipline.
Such a dissection of this site as well, and you even saw it in that last moment, Vans. Both players biding their time, the communications coming through, they did that countdown and double swung onto the spawn player. So, I mean, little things like that go a long way. But again, the decisiveness, Akia just flying into the back of sight. And when you're prepped as you are, if you're BBL here, you really understand when your openings are, when that breach fault line is going to come through, and exactly what angles you have to clear. So a drilled execute coming through here for BBL, and clean as hell.
That's really nice to see from BBL, a team that hasn't really played this map during their own qualifier at EMEA Season 3, but we'll hold that thought.
Good night.
Crew's just trying to push forward with just sheriff plays and trade-offs, and maybe trying to take advantage of the phantom that they have behind for the assist. So there's only one player holding the anchor within that smoke. You know she's close. Shy's at 61. Here's that tap on the spike. And as she runs out, the 3 players are greeting her right there. And that's really not going to allow Crew to set the pace or try to bring it back in their favor. We'll definitely see a 4-0 here.
Should be, for sure. Yep, and Romy, no chance to even shoot a bullet there in that one. Coming on to the 5th round here, Vans, and this is, I mean, this is going to be a strong gun round. Maybe an operator needs to be discussed. Starting 2 on the defense side, do we bust it out? The biggest problem when you're running comps like this, and really Bind in general, is who's going to hold the op, right? Is it going to be our Rays? Because if it's our Rays, they're not going to be as free and mobile, which is exactly what you want your Rays to be. So decisions having to be made. No operators, because no money yet on the board, but a good timing on this timeout if you're Crew.
Yeah, and that's why some of the competition that we see towards the VCTs, when they want to try to have a player use an op, you definitely see a Chamber in that composition. And this time around, though, these 2 teams are not opting for that type of play style, but they're opting to play a Fade, at least on Crew's side, where they're calling this timeout. And I feel like I've seen this before, this composition with the Fade.
Yeah, you definitely have, Vans. You definitely have. This is a comp that I'm definitely familiar with. It was a comp that my team ran all of last year, and you know that, again, we got to highlight what the strengths are. It's the Fade and Raze together in tandem. Not just that, but the Brim ult, as soon as it comes out, that tether coming through for Fade, it's a very underrated piece of utility, but that stopping power that you're able to provide, and just those plays in the mid-round when you've got your Raze running beside you and you say 3, 2, 1 and throw those 2 utility pieces together, it can really change the tide of how the round's going. So I'm expecting to see Crew start to really warm up into this half and start utilizing each other so that they can combo those utility pieces together and get around on the board.
That's the silver lining when you're looking at how the defensive has been played for Crew. They have stuck those 2 players together for most of these retake attempts that they're trying to do. This time around, you see all 3 players that you've mentioned with the Brimstone in combination, all playing towards this A site, but no orbital strike this time around. We still need 2 orbs for Cornier to get that upgrade, but at least it's that smoke to really slow down any type of pressure from showers to start.
Yeah, and she's even going to get a Haunt to help her side as well, maybe trying to really collect the orb, but a bit more of a passive look. And you can tell here, Connier doesn't really want to contest this shower. If she did, the Sky would be a lot closer towards Octagon to pressure the TP at the same time, but she's playing for info at this point.
It's very interesting that Kalita even threw the Seekers immediately at the beginning of the round.
Bit of a maybe miscomm, but the pressure applied by BBL was certainly felt if you're Crew. But a waste of an ult, essentially, in hindsight. Romy's got a lot of info, though. A lot of info, and I wonder if Romy is actually hearing the Viper jump spotting, because that's going to be a huge sound cue. A lot of information.
That's right, Crew staying with this formation towards the A site.
Romy's going to get the... Oh, God.
Oh, it's fake checked. She has an opportunity right here, so she'll call for the rotate. No! The re-swing out from Vanya, and somehow Romy was ready for it. Now being pressured, throwing down a snake bite. Now the TP comes across for a pinch, but it's too aggressive for Crew. They fall down left. 1 by 1 right outside the teleporter, and even Shies could avenge her teammates. And unfortunately, with all that timing, all that information that Romy got, they couldn't capitalize on it.
Couldn't capitalize. It's just down to Connier and Kalita. Kalita's in a very interesting position. If Connier's able to find one, the time is low. With the flank in way, maybe there's a chance here.
Saw the barrel of a gun and 1 planting for sure. An opportunity to backstab. There's that first frag onto
shot.
Alkia, and knows that at least one player has fallen back towards the U-Haul, but it's doubled up. We're about to see a duel on the rotation, but one's watching that flank at the same time, and that's the commitment to try to stop Wenz to play that pulse plant with the snake bites, and Wenz was ready for it all along and all ready for the lineup. You pretty much could say that this is a done deal. It's about to land onto the spike, so Kinnear has an opportunity, though, to clear out towards U-Haul, but we mentioned it was 2 players in there. Kinnear comes across, gets picked off. And it's time now for BBL to really take a strong lead on Bind.
Yeah, what a dominant answer. What a dominant round, especially if you consider how that round was looking. I mean, Romy had everything going for her that round, even with the flank of Kalita. Every moving piece that they needed was on the way, but it was right there, that TP. I love the ride or die. I love that you're committed to your teammates getting contact and you're gonna trade them no matter what, but it was a little too early. There was just no attackers in that area of the map, so the timing isn't on Crew's side, but BBL, they're constantly having answers.
Yeah, Romy definitely wasn't in a position to be able to trade off with her teammates. Pinned all the way back towards the attacker spawn. Hopefully, with room to breathe as the barriers come down, ultimates to work with on BBL's side, and Crew are looking for a gamble stack towards this B side, and hopefully that's going to pay off.
Oh man, I love this play coming out from Alkia right now. She's going to have so much. Oh, the jig is up.
Flash finds information. Alkia's just pushing her away with the satchel. Orbital strike coming out too, clearing out towards the showers. So the commitment is for BBL towards this A site. We're still having that battle 1-for-1, and finally the backstab comes in. Kalita gets once for trouble, so we'll take it. The last bullet remaining gets the pick off onto Vanya.
I've got your
But no matter what, really set up towards this A site for BBL. Forcing out Seekers too is actually quite nice for Crew. But it'll still guarantee a plant for BBL towards the A site.
Yeah, exactly. That Seeker's buying them that time. It doesn't look like Crew want to give them any much more of it. They are on the way, but with just Sheriffs and with all the utility coming through for BBL, it's not going to make it hopeful whatsoever. But this is dominant so far for BBL and a hot start. And it's exactly what you want, especially with all the question marks coming through from the desk, from us as well. Bind, questionable pick, but so far, there's a rhyme or reason coming through for sure.
Yeah, BBL is definitely looking comfortable, and probably they have studied the tape of what Crew brings to the table right now in their matchup. Another timeout being called once again. And they really want to focus on what they could do here on the defense, because that combination that you talked about with the tether and the nades, I've seen this being done for Crew's side when they're hitting the attacks, really taking control of towels towards the APC, towards the A side. They could actually add a lot of pressure. So for me, it tells me that Crew are still very comfortable of running it back on the attack. Just salvage as many as you can here on the defense.
Yes, yes, and as they should be. Right now, all of their ultimates, most of them, should slowly start to come online for the next 2 rounds. You've got a lot of protocols, you've got a lot of sequences and little set pieces that you've been practicing all year long. This is absolutely where it comes into play. All those drillings, all those reps, this is where you have to execute.
When we're looking at how these rounds have been played out for BBL, it's really Crew trying to be a little bit aggressive towards short, pushing out towards B, not too much pressure towards the showers coming out from BBL. So now it feels like the map's even kind of flipped around. They have that extra opportunity to add more again, to add that fear and that paranoia of an extra step that Crew has to take advantage of or has to think of.
Yeah, exactly, and we'll see if Crew put some pressure towards the shower TP. We've seen the hookah TP in the mid round. It didn't work out, but now you can see that Sky on the side of Kalita is towards that octagon. So maybe providing a little bit of utility through that TP, but doesn't look like Crew want to make their stand there. Michaela feels really comfortable on top of this truck right now.
And just eyeing down towards the showers. That's her goal so far. Really leaving the short open because of the one-way Viper orb that's also available. Meanwhile, we're just trying to play the information game. Everything's been utilized towards this B side from the Sky utility, so we're staying put right now for Crew on the A site.
Yeah, and Shy's both used both of her prowlers already. It didn't catch anything in shower. This timing might be crucial.
Timing is even better for Vanya. She gets the pick off. Showstopper was hurt, moving towards the attack. Hit out on the defense to try to slow things down. Counter with the orbital strike. That's going to push players away. You saw an opportunity, an attempt to try to get that seize. Or at least it was a hunt that came out, sorry, not a seize with the orbital strike, and that TP forces now BBL back into a ring around the rosy.
Man, this is a good answer. Look at the mini-map, Vans. It's only Romy here all alone in the site. Connier fully bit into that B hit, even used the molly down under Hookah. So it's just Romy. She's got to get a multi-kill. Oh, they're doubling back.
No, only one TP, so still committed within the A site. Fighting inside the pit, it falls down as Romy gets picked off, but Khalidah's still there. Trying to get a flash, trying to get information. There's 13 seconds left on the clock. BBL has to commit now towards this A site. Now it's being stuck by Philippa. Khalida still trying to find that timing. Swings out, but couldn't get the kill before he gets planted, but at least gets a second into the round. Eva, the all-star in the clutches, moving on to a corner. There's that first, wants a second, but Shies is there. Finally to save it. No clutches coming out this time for Eva.
Not this time around. Shies has an answer, and you can see how much it means to her, and it should. Finally stopping the bleeding. They had to use a lot of ults, but the mobility coming out from BBL this round even confused me. So I'm glad to see that Crew had an answer. They looked calm and cool, all things considered, with every TP noise coming out 2 times in that round, but good stabilization, and man, that was so close to even close out the round there on the spike planner.
That was everything too.
Yeah.
To stay under the composure of oh crap, I missed the spike planner, and it's down and we have to try to clutch it, and he still got it. So you're gonna be happy with that for sure. As the fans stay wild within the CBLOL arena. And 1-6 in the scoreline. Room to breathe, our hope right now for the Crew fans, as they have money to work with and still 2 very strong ults.
Very strong ults, and BBL trying to do their best to kind of bait it out and make them use one early. Once again, BBL have full shower control. This time, though, Crew are reacting and responding with a quick, short peek. Filippo is such a good answer, though.
Every time they try to walk forward and trying to get a surprise attack on a contact play, it gets denied right now by BBL. So the protocol that they have to just hold back, play passively, let them walk into your crosshair. They've studied some tape for sure.
A lot of research, a lot of studying. Michaela, this timing, I mean, this is where heroes are made, right here.
I think right now within that smoke, it just got dropped, so there's still a lot of time to work with within here while the pressure is going in. Shies has the Nightfall, lots of utility, uses it right away after the plant. And there's that flank, an opportunity for Romy. Just win on the off angle from that Nightfall to just have them funnel right back to her. As now Michaela's the one pushing forward through the smoke, does not get the contact onto Akia, who falls back, has support into the U-Haul. Disadvantage for Crew, 2 versus 3. C's being thrown just to hold them back, and that same battle happens towards short. And this allows now Crew, or BBL, to just run that clock down, and with the pain shells on top of that, hope is lost.
Yeah.
Romy on a 2 versus 1, but no time to come in for the plant or for the defuse. She's gonna have to save.
She will. She's got to survive. Take that TP. Beautiful. And you know, all things considered, Vans, this is a W round if you're a Crew. You've got to be reminding yourselves that this was just a small difference, a matter of just milliseconds difference, right? You saw Romy setting up this flank for that entire round, slow creeping down that long B, and again, deja vu, finding herself on the flank, but this time able to actually get a multi-kill. So just the smallest of margins right now that's happening for Crew side. BBL, they keep getting shower control. They keep getting hookah control. So I'd like to see Crew being a little bit more proactive in the mid-round. Maybe not just towards short A, but getting a little bit more info towards that shower.
Yeah, it almost seems that there's not too much of that objective playstyle from Crew to grab that orb towards the showers, focusing more towards those picks, towards that short A, as you've mentioned. And for BBL this round, quite quick towards this B site. They know it's a lower buy that we have here for Crew. They're satchelating through. Showstopper out, it misses. Alkia still gets 2 entries on top of that. Now the Seeker is going to confirm, at least on the defense, that yeah, they're planning in there.
They will get the spike down. Khalida, Seekers unable to find much of anything, especially because Romy was just too far away. At this point, like once again, damage control. With the Viper's Pit out, you want to kind of just contain the attackers here, make them fall with the spike.
Kalida's just trying to catch one off guard. Lurking across, picking up a weapon at least. That could be another big one. Goes in to tap on that spike. Counter flash coming through. Really just trying to keep those players within the radius of that plant. But BBL, they move up at 8-1.
Dominance so far, Vans. Complete dominance for BBL. I thought maybe they would approach that anti-eco a little bit more cautiously, but they are not. I mean, they're feeling good, they're feeling confident, and even though a little bit of RNG is thrown into rounds like this, they're feeling good about it. They're feeling like no matter how dicey things get, we're just gonna be better. So a lot of confidence coming through here for BBL, and with each round, it's just building and building.
I gotta give them the attempt though to try to get some players off the showstopper out of hoops, but unfortunately with no contact there. That was all the eggs in the basket for that. But now you talk about this showers control out from Crew. They're trying to go for that utility play just to try to push Vanya away. Meanwhile though, the battle ensues towards Long B, and Kalita is able to get that pick.
Now that Kalita has a pick, she's got the opportunity to apply a lot more pressure through that TP to help her shower players out. But you see, she's very nervous about this bottom B. She wants even further info, and that dog gave her exactly that. They should have a good idea that this is an A hit.
Protocol was there for the others to fall back here for Crew. After the Trailblazer spotted nobody towards Long, but Wentz has already moved up towards the U-Haul. There's a big flash, and instantly we opened up the site for BBL. Plant now goes down. Shies is able to answer back, but low on HP. Hot being thrown for some information. They know there's one player towards the bench as they smoke this space. Beautiful flash, and Felipa falls. Orbital strike, though, still available for Vanya. And that could be everything right here for BBL to win this 2 versus 3. And lots of times being wasted here because Kalita's forced to use a heal onto Shies. There's that orbital strike to delay it even more. Both of them could stay within the U-Haul. Making a lot of noise though. This is great. Shies is playing the off angle, now forcing one to stick onto the spike.
Wow.
And they both get their picks. Now halfway, Romy on a 1 versus 1. Vanya plays the time, gets their pick! And she'll get the time for the defuse. That was one rare mistake that came out from the IGL over at BBL to allow Romy to get this Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, one rare mistake. I don't even blame Vanya though. How many kills have we seen her just running and not stopping, sliding and getting kills? She just got one prior to this. So unlucky for her, but both players are bobbing and weaving, jiggling, right? I mean, Romy, as soon as she gets contact, just gives a nice little sidestep, completely ruining that crosshair placement. Beautiful mechanics coming out here for both players. And man, Crew, they really needed that one. Now all of a sudden, I mean, the light at the end of the tunnel, Vans, it's there. 2-8 right now, 2 more rounds. And that second half is looking a lot more doable.
The light's definitely brighter now for Crew. As they're setting up here, they know the judge is close. Showstopper can hold on the attack. Forward moving with the judge.
Beautiful.
But unfortunately, it's a showstopper at the feet of Michaela. She gets dropped. Early advantage, low HP at least for Algia. This looks like Crew are looking to push back forward. Yeah, the full end's huge.
Wow.
Easy kills for Eva.
The communications coming through. Shies just left with the Bulldog right now. And with only 2 rounds left in the half, she's got to go for a heroic play. Such a strong crossfire for BBL in the site. That's just checkmate right there. And Connier has been incredible in these clutches all series long, but with a judge in her back, yeah, she's just gonna tuck tail and see if she can get some sort of exits bottom B here.
And the exit's only with a judge. I mean, I would respect going for that as well. Getting a couple of picks and dying here, getting closer to an orbital strike in round number 12 would be the saving grace potentially. As for BBL, this time there's definitely no holding back, just chasing down for the last kill, just trying to find her. And they don't care losing their weapons.
Yeah, you know, I want to highlight what you mentioned there, Vans, the fact that just dying for the orb anyway, if you're not going to save the judge, you might as well have, for sure. So dying to the spike, you know, that's definitely a strategy you keep in the beginning of the half. As you build up into the half, you don't want to give free ult orbs, but in the last round, definitely want to change pace a little bit on that approach. But here we are, 9-2. Listen, it's either the 3-9 curse or fake comeback 210. We'll see which route Crew goes with. But BBL have just been so dominant. I mean, each individual is just having highlight reel movies constantly here on Bind.
I felt they never really had to get within these sites for these highlight reel picks. It always comes down to that first blood in favor of BBL. And in the mid-rounding, the retakes just not really working out for Crew. Thankfully this time, different change of setups though for Crew. They have a crossfire set up with this lower buy that they have. One playing close to the teleporter. Still once again playing the utility of Sky. So this is very important here. Khalida already used the flash and the dog, having nothing left around. It allows this position to get taken for Michaela to maybe get the off-angle pick.
And it's going to be really important that Michaela does not give any sort of tells that this is where the trap is going to be. But BBL, they've read it, and they're choosing correctly here as they choose to regroup, leave the Sky inserted, maybe drop a couple of smokes towards that B and really sell this fake. But you can see that the spike is recollecting towards that A site here.
Clock's ticking down, and finally BBL are looking to pivot back towards the A site, and that's where it forces Shies to push forward. Got contact play and forced to fall back, but now pinned within showers. Prowler to get information, now committed. Are BBL within this A site for a plant?
That drill is so clutch. At the same time, Wenz with the pinch. Wenz does have a flank on her back, and Romy now activated on that flank.
The retake's now available for Crew. Looking for utility. There's that flash. Beautiful. Alkia's fully blinded, and it's working out for the lure buy for Crew. Has salvaged this last round. There's only one player left, but it's Eva. She's done it before, but not this time around. We'll have that 3-9 curse.
Yep, too many bodies to shoot at there. And yeah, 3-9 curse. I'm ready, baby.
Too many bodies, but at least that shows the protocol that you saw from Crew. Beautifully done on that push. And we'll see if they could actually pull this back. Let's toss it down to the desk so they can actually break down that first half.
Thank you very much, Vans and Potter. A very dominant half from BBL. But again, like you said, Crew, they have the ideas. Sometimes they have the read, they have the reaction times, but they just get caught off guard a little bit by BBL.
Yeah, it's so sad actually, because even that round 5, the pinch, it's just like, it's a good concept, a good idea, and it makes sense, but the timing is just not there. And like, the execution isn't there for a lot of their plays that they want to make. And it's just unlucky. I don't know how to say unlucky.
And then how many times like they were trying to play aggressive long, they had the flash ready to go, and like Eva was always just in front of that flash. The timing was so unreal and very unfortunate for Crew there.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, as you said, there were a couple of moments where we felt like they were going to get some rounds on the board, but in the end, they did manage to get 3. 9-3 curse.
I believe in the 9th curse, because it happened to me quite a bit. So I do believe in it. I just hope they have really good executes on this fade comp, and if they do, I actually do think that they can bring it back. But it all starts with the pistol round. If they can't get the pistol round, I don't know. It might be just donezo, you know, like it might be done.
Yeah, no one talks about the 10-3 curse. So yeah, it's you know, they picked Bind for a reason, right? Like we know that they're very comfortable on this. They have a kind of an interesting comp with Fade, so you know they should have something prepared for this.
Yeah, and I think they will. Like I said, it all starts with pistol round. I hope they cooked up some kind of crazy strat here. I like what they're doing. I like the aggressiveness. It may be able to pay off more on this attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels like BBL, they're just clutching out. There's a lot of rounds we're seeing a similar theme to Sunset.
Yeah, again, that individual play, that skill difference when it comes down to those 1v2s, those 1v3s, the BBL players are so in their comfort zone there.
Yeah, well, this is it. This half is going to be very, very important for Crew if they want to stay in this upper bracket. Vans and Potter, you think they can do it?
I still think they can. Potter?
I'm a believer. I'm a believer, baby. I mean, Crew, they've got to dig deep. They've got to dig deep here, and there's a reason why they're undefeated. There's a reason why there's stats to back them up on this map. This is a comfort pick, and now you get to kind of control the pace. Listen, you were reacting a lot on the defense. Now on the attack side, you can really choose what you want to do. So enough reacting here. Crew, I'm expecting them to control and dominate in this pistol.
For BBL, they kind of want to control as well. They went for early picks, or peaks rather, towards Sands, but let's focus on what's happening towards short. Trailblazer to push one away. Michaela's also Satchel, taking control of Fuel, and a Hot gets information towards the back of the smoke. A Pain shells to flush her up, but look at the flood coming in. But Schwartz still gets 2 picks there somehow. At least it's a 3v3. They stop the bleeding there, and they have an opportunity to go for a plant. It's smoke galore towards this A site right now.
So many random smokes, and they decide to get the hell out of their. Crew with the spike in their back. Connier's going to be able to set up the spike. And Michaela, she wants to go for more. She has to.
She has this frenzy. They heard a TP towards that flank. And Michaela's just waiting here. And so are the other two BBL players just outside of the smoke. It's Vanya, and it's also Alkia. And that's Michaela. It still waits within the smoke to get those 2 kills. Laser beam to leave Alkia alone. They definitely know that she's playing towards the towards Hookah, and they'll hear her to drop no matter what. And it's committed.
Connie, you're playing this round so well.
Still waiting across the back, and Michaela gets 4 in the round. A great start as well, and we're already halfway to a showstopper.
Halfway there, and if you're Michaela, you are loving that. And I'm so glad it was Crew who was able to convert that round. I mean, listen, Wenz should not have been able to get that double kill. I don't know what the heck happened in A site, but those were some heroic moves coming out from the Viper on the side of BBL. So the fact that Crew were able to respond and react and quickly pivot going back towards that B in that nick of time, beautiful stuff coming out. And especially, I mean, listen, if you're down 3-9, this is the kind of round that gets you back into this game.
Looking for a trap play, a GP across right through the walls that was set up here for BBL. But smart for Crew to stay all the way back towards spawn. That alleviates a little bit of pressure that might be happening towards this B site.
Yeah, but this is a bait. This is a complete bait. Love this setup for BBL here. 3 members with a beautiful crossfire in the site. Roman's able to punish.
Pick.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge.
Move in within this B site and they spot the stack. That's a free TP back within the other way, but Michaela is able to get that first pick off the long range. The Classics still are able to answer back. And there's that flank coming out from Eva, and thankfully there, it's the long range weapons. It's a stronger buy that we have for Crew, but it's also still lost 3 players in the process.
When you say long range weapons, Vans, did you mean the Classic? The Classic on the back of Kanye there?
Kind of right, kind of right. Yeah, in truth.
What the? My goodness, both these controllers on both squads are just so damn good in the server. But all good. This is a very healthy buy coming up for BBL, and the fact that Crew only have a few sheriffs to work with. You can see Michaela right now really deciding what her weapon is going to be. She's absolutely not going to stop W. She's going into U-Haul with that Bucky.
It starts off with the orb being thrown first, and there's that execute, the utility support to allow this Bucky to maybe get some control here within U-Haul. But nobody's there to greet her.
Nobody's there, but this should allow to formulate exactly where the defender should be. U-Haul control.
Nice flash as well. And that ground control towards U-Haul is huge. Vanya is forced to play all the way back, waiting for the smokes to dissipate, but also an opportunity to try to get a plant. But there's still utility coming out for the defensive end to prevent this plant from happening. And there's that first blood, though, from Khalida, right between the eyes of Vanya. On the top of the bench, Wentz moves forward to trade it right back. The crossfire is still really nice, though, for Crew to take the advantage, at least for a brief moment. Felipa wants to try to fight back, but she won't see anybody. We're rotating towards B.
But Alkia is on the way. She's still got paint shells on her back. Just released those. Did a little bit of damage, but the spike is going to get down. Felipa, just hardly any utility to work with here.
Yeah, and the Aftershock is a little bit too far behind for Michaela, so she couldn't use it towards the U-Haul, but she might be able to use it right here at the entrance of the B site. And Alkia is going to be the one that's going to try to play that contact. That fault like you mentioned before, Felipa uses it. There's that push forward. It trades off, and the advantage still continues, still remains for Crew. As Felipa's walking in, trying to get the spray on the first one. Here's a shot in the second one, and Shy's repositioned to a spot where she could have been picked off there. The wall bang, the halfway mark. So close, but Romy was smart on that. 4 kills in the round, but she almost got beheaded.
She did. She really did. I thought Felipa knew something no one else really knew. I thought she was trying to bait her to peek in there. I mean, absolutely, those game senses tingling, and Spidey senses letting her know where she could be. But what a round. I mean, and that's the bonus as well. That is everything for Crew. You know, the Death was talking about they need the pistol, but now with this bonus, oh boy, 3-9 curse, oh boy.
It looks a disappointment as well, as they had everything that they needed towards that A site to hold everybody back. And look at this. We have a Marshall out for Philippa, so this half buy that you have some room to breathe, but there's still a lot of aggression coming through, trying to play the long range with that Marshall. It's being held here with an aggressive push towards Showers.
Yeah, and I kind of like that Alkia is showing herself towards this hookah. I'd really like to see her be extra mobile, maybe release a boombot and then just book it back towards that A site. Certainly crew are understanding that that is the one win condition on the back of BBL, is that showstopper. But my goodness, Alkia
Everybody's pushing.
She's pushing. She's in a ranked game right now, Vans.
Gotcha.
Oh
Elise Coney was there. That 6 cents coming out from the old IGL. Philippa gets Elise value out of that Marshall. But there's just too many players of crew moving together as a death ball. That will not allow BBL to really play any more surprises until maybe right here, that flash coming out. But she blinds herself, unfortunately.
Unlucky timing for Ava. That's I'd ask for a refund on that bird. But Wen's with the Bucky in her hand. I mean, this is where the discipline comes in, right? If you're crew, you don't want to give freebies unless you do. Unless you want those eeks.
You definitely want to get the alt orbs up. I mean, they're so close to it as well for crew. And as you mentioned, you want a refund on a bird, but sometimes birds are free, so why not? Why not try to use it at least to try to make some surprise play, but unfortunately it didn't work. And now for BBL, I mean, we're closing this gap. This looked to be really BBL's game from the first half. And it's crew once again. They were the ones making the first mistakes on a defensive half. But as you mentioned here, Potter, now that they have control of it, they've been doing a great job really working this map.
Absolutely, and timeout coming out right in the nick of time for BBL. I don't think the alarm bells are ringing quite yet if you're BBL, for sure. I think they've lost 2 actual gun rounds so far and 1 eco round, so that's definitely gonna hurt. But for these ladies, they've been doing all the right things, right? We talked about that shower control. For BBL side, we've consistently saw that TP pressure, and that Sky is sending the utility through that TP to give even further information for their A-site players. So we'll see if there's any adjustments coming out for BBL, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they just rinse and repeat, do the same thing, because they were going through the motions. All the pieces were in the right places.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. Also for crew is that pressure they're able to get towards that U-Haul. Fans are still pretty loud here in the CBLOL Arena. As we move back within the server, we look at what we have here. Because they've lost those 2 gun rounds and also the eco, we see that the string of rounds that was able to come out here for crew. But now they have the weapons now for BBL and also these ults.
Yeah, look at this from BBL. All 4 members are grouped towards this B. This is looking like a full push down B type avenue. They have the breach shield, so they're okay playing retake and keeping A site as the weak side.
And the start is just to put Alkia in a position by the TP. Dog coming out to get info, gets shot right away here from the spawn, so we're not too sure if there's somebody close there towards Showers until that bird came out.
Yeah, Alkia didn't like it. It was just too far. She wants a guaranteed kill right here. So just biding her time. You can see both initiators are babysitting the Rays. Here we go. Oh no.
It was one to bait out Alkia to try to get the trade with the showstopper. And good for Kalita to stay alive using now the Seekers. Now 1v1, wallbang attempt. Reopens and greeted by Kalita. The flick back to get the pick. And an opportunity for crew to move within the site. Orbital strike to flush Philippa out and move her out of position where she can't use the Rolling Thunder for the retake on BBL.
The timing in this round for crew was beautiful. Absolute perfection coming out. And the cherry on top is Kalita's already ready. I mean, as soon as the communications come through for her team that this retake is not on, she can just booktail, turn around, and really put the nail in the coffin here and put a checkmate into the second half. Crew are completely controlling the tides here. And BBL, I like the proactivity. I like the trap play that they had. The idea was there, but sloppy. Too sloppy.
With the 4 positions, looks like crew this time around notices that the last 2 players are attempting to save their weapons. So they are hunting it down. Kalita's already back towards short A. You've used a Viper utility for her to move through, trying to flash for some information. But we could definitely see here that the last 2 players of BBL holding back towards the spawn on the top of heaven will save these weapons for the next round. So again, if you're in the camp of BBL, at least you still have that Rolling Thunder and 2 rifles to move and work with in the next round.
Yeah, nice shots. And even Michaela being there at hookah to just perfectly timing that spawn peek as that B defender is rotating because he thinks that that A site hit is on. A lot of moving pieces for Crew on this attack site so far. And again, it's just Shies outside a bathroom trying to give info. BBL are so aggressive.
Super aggressive, trying to push him towards a Rolling Thunder, and there it is. It's coming out right now. Showstopper on the other end as well, just to try to answer back. But Felipe's the one that's holding it through towards the Sands. Wenz as well pushing down, and Kinnear unfortunately falls. And that spike on top of that. Romy and Shies, the last two to work against 4 players of BBL. Too good. It's a 1-for-1. And now only Shies. Looking to clutch it around here. An opportunity for Crew to tie up the game. But BBL had something else to say about that. There's no way that they want to make this a close game now.
Yeah, and that's a response. That is exactly the response you want if you're BBL. They've got to be able to repeat it, though. That was a nice curveball, a nice change in pace right off the rip here. But with no breach ult coming out for the second round, I'm looking straight at what kind of misdirection they're going to throw. They're going to try to make Crew think that that same type of aggression is back on the way, or will they just go back to that standard? Because as I said before, that standard actually for BBL, it was working out. I mean, they are proactive. I'd say maybe the timing in which in the round they're trying to clear shower is a little bit too early. I think you wait a little bit longer, but otherwise, again, they are crossing their T's and dotting their I's as far as looking for information in the mid-round here.
And that's quite interesting, actually. I was looking at it with the Crew coming out with the timeout. And so the timeouts that came out in the first half was actually from BBL, just trying to secure those rounds on defense, right? Or am I wrong on this?
I'm a little confused as well, because I think they did use both.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Yep.
We'll see. It does seem like there's
Crew timeout, so they had 2 left to work, as you can see on this. Yeah, so that's actually quite interesting to see how it was so one-sided for BBL.
I don't know how to count anymore, man.
Dude, it's okay. It's one of those days where we're learning today for sure.
We gonna learn today, Vans. We gonna learn today, and it looks like that timeout, it's done.
Yeah, it's timeout done right now for Crew as they come back within here, and BBL is slowly starting to slip away with this matchup, trying to come back within here. We talked about the ults that are available. Romy has an opportunity here, so maybe to try to work together with the utility that they have and try to go for this Viper's Pit. But starting things off on this overlay, they're just holding back, again, that same type of play style, to hold back a default, and waiting to see if BBL wants to go for that same type of pressure that they did a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, and BBL, they've got a lot of decisions to make, because as you say, that Viper's Pit is up, and at this point, you got to decide, are we going to ride or die fight for this site, or are we going to let the Viper set up in a post plant and use Vanya's ult to kind of push and pinch them out? So we'll see exactly what kind of response the defenders of BBL do here, but if they come towards this B side, I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for that sort of retake. It really just depends. Yeah, Wenz is out of mollies as well. It seems like they're going to have to go for a retake towards this B site.
Definitely okay to give that up. Players playing towards the elbow. There's that pick coming out on the attack for Crew. A classic play coming out on the attack. And Vanya, though, has an opportunity to really try to flush out Crew.
Yeah, but she's holding on to it. You see that Crew are really trying to bait it out, but Vanya's biding her time. She wants her teammates to be a lot closer to the site before she goes.
They're going to let that plant go down. So it's a full counter against the Viper's Pit. Nightfall to even find more information. There's that orbital strike finally coming out on defense, but that's a pick coming out from Alkia. Wentz now pushing forward. They have to go into the thick of it now as Romy's still holding this pit within the site. Finally gets sprayed off, and Kinnear's alone now. Wall's coming up, it finally comes down. A flash that misses, cannot connect the shots. The lineup at least, but it's too late. The defuse comes across for BBL, as now they're at 11, getting closer and closer to finish the series.
What a beautiful sequence coming through here for BBL. I got nervous, especially because that Viper's Pit lineup was a little bit different. It was the one through hookah, not the one that fully clears the site, but BBL, they were patient. They trusted and fully believed in their retake protocols, and it pays off huge for them. Everyone in the right spot at the right time, and that sort of small little patience in the beginning allowed them to get in the right spot. So good moving pieces here for BBL.
Even more aggressive. That's actually really nice by Michaela.
was a nice shot.
Finally looking to be a little bit more proactive at the beginning of the rounds, just trying to hold that walk into the control and getting that first pick. It works out, but meanwhile, they've lost Romy.
Yeah, they've lost Romy, and the good news, at least for the side of Crew, is Viper is no longer at this B side. It's just a double initiators, and sure, that's a lot of flashes, but you don't have the delay, you don't have the walls any longer towards here. Good re-aggression coming out here for BBL. Oh, they're walk contacting. I love this coming out for Crew.
Yeah, even looking at BBL, they're just thinking that they have the play, that they have the flank. So with that, though, a couple of utilities just got used, and you definitely hear it from BBL. They're backpedaling and looking to re-flank towards Long B. This might be dangerous right here for Crew.
Yeah, Crew, they've got to set up in better post plants, and they've got to do it now. They're getting pinched, and that beautiful shot from Kalita will buy some time.
Aftershock coming out too. Flash to try to recross.
Wow.
Beautiful fault line from Felipa. So it turns out to be a 1-for-1, but information is there. So there's going to be another contact play. Shy's the one that's watching the flank. Meanwhile, the push towards the spawn. Michaela gets the last two over there as Felipa has to clutch. And there you go. That contact playing around that corner. Easy for Shy's.
Easy.
Narrowing the gap once again.
Yeah, easy for Shy's. I would have loved to seen Felipa save her gun there at the end. Maybe some dead cons coming through from her teammates to let her know, hey, oh, we can go again. GG, we go next round. Because coming into this one, even though their finances are a bit shot, with that saved gun, they certainly would have had a really good chance to stand their ground into this one. But I think she's going to be really broke coming into this round. Let's see if they actually decide to invest. A hero rifle on the back of Ava, Seekers in hand, and Alkia is just one away from a showstopper.
Not playing into an angle here where BBL are trying to take an objective of one of these orbs. That showstopper that's one away from Alkia is moving towards short. The contact play, an off angle now this time around, trying to see if Romi's going to try to push and play the lurk towards short. But with the walls coming up and her pushing forward, she kind of knows that this has been a ruse all along by Crew.
A ruse for sure. Kalita's really going to try to sell and keep these A players busy towards this A while her teammates regroup, but oh, that fault line is so huge.
Flash also got contact, but thankfully they only got hit at the bottom of the sands at Long B, so they're able to pull back away from that aftershock to even push them even more. So it allows a little bit of a reposition for BBL to try to force Crew into their hands. But with the Seekers coming out, with Kalita flashing forward, the 1v1 around the area, it allows Crew to TP across, support her as they're committed now towards the A site.
Now it's just Alkia stuck in pocket. Vanya was able to rendezvous back with her, so there is a ping pong, there is a crossfire here towards U-Haul.
There's that swing through the smoke. Kalita catches Alkia. Out of surprise. Wall coming down as well. A double swing, beautifully done. Somehow hits Romy through the smoke.
Yeah, Vanya actually gets the third behind, but all of a sudden it's come down to a 3 versus 2. Ava is able to equalize 2 versus 2. She wants to wait 8 seconds for her next flash.
Wait 8 seconds.
3 now.
Or just try to get these last 2 picks for Crew Esports. Just a regular crossfire setup. First contact to be Konir. Eva unfortunately doesn't look towards the right angle, and Konir gets the last pick as they're 1 round away of tying up the game, where this was one-sided all along for BBL since the first half.
One-sided all along indeed. Both squads coming out with all the stops on the attack side. And this one, I mean, it started off with, again, making the Sky and Breach really busy towards that Long B. I really like the setup coming out from BBL. You can see exactly why they value these agents, because that fault line is so fat down that Long B area. You can really control it. The timing has been a little off, and unfortunately for BBL, they haven't been able to punish off the back of the util. They've just been able to kind of slow things down a little bit. Good spam.
Whoa.
How is she not dead?
A fadeaway satchel to get information and potentially bait out this showstopper. Comes out right away, lands into the showers, but does not connect onto anybody. So actually that was nicely done by Michaela. She'll get the re-heal from Kalita, and they could now refocus to re-hit towards the A site against less utility.
Yeah, that's such a W if you're Crew. I mean, Michaela's just going to get topped off here, healed back up to 100. And now Akelia is real sad about the fact that she used every stopping power she has on her back. The reaggress coming through once again. Breach right on her heels. Wow.
Kinnear was right there, out in the open with an easy kill. Philippa not given an opportunity to be able to support her teammate, so she's going to be the one that's going to try to make a play. But it's beautiful there for Crew. 2 players holding towards the showers. Vanya, though, is still alive towards the U-Haul, and she takes the matters into her own hands, holding out the short A area. The push forward towards the trip box. That's Khalida trying to get the backstab back onto Vanya. 24 seconds left on the clock, though. They have to pitch in towards this player from both angles. The first contact comes in. Khalida gets the pick onto Wentz. The fight towards the front. We talked about the time left, though. Orbital strike not used, 12 HP remaining, and a jumping right-click classic off the assist of the flash. 4 kills for Vanya within the round.
And I love how you set that one up, Vans. You're absolutely right. Vanya, she's still alive. So everyone has to be worried. I mean, Vanya was in that U-Haul all alone, but she delivers, and she delivers once again. That was, things could have got dicey. I mean, we talked about it, right? The fact that Alkia got baited so hard and just bit so hard on the fact that that A hit was coming, wasted her showstopper, wasted her paint shells. And Crew, I mean, they were completely set up. They even were disciplined, they stopped noise. They really kept Crew guessing, but BBL, Vanya.
Yeah.
Beast.
I mean, even surprised that the push went in there towards CT, but instead, the round comes in for BBL, match and series point. Again, that orbital strike was never used within that last round, so a powerful ult on delays, powerful ult on retake.
Yes.
So Crew backs against the walls.
Yes, and that's such a good point, especially because we've seen the retakes coming out from BBL. Taking out Wenz this early without a trade in sight is gonna be everything for Crew, though. Still, both ultimates that you mentioned on the board, and those retake protocols that we kept commending from BBL is going to be a lot more difficult with a man down.
And the pick that Michaela just got allows for her to get the showstopper within this round. So all of Crew are grouped up here towards short A, and they'll try to execute off that.
Philippa is making good proactive moves to try to make sure she's not going to get pinched. This Raze ult going off should be okay, at least if you're BBL. They're going to book it. And again, those retake protocols, that's what BBL is leaning on in this round.
I love it. The 2 with the ult are actually pushing out towards Shower so they can play the retake off that 2 utility. So now it's the pincer maneuver this time around for BBL for the retake.
Yeah, the sound cues. So many sound cues at this moment, though. Crew have a good idea. They're reacting by pushing spawn.
And that's well done. First one to fall. But where's that utility? When are the ults coming in? There you go. Flushing it out towards U-Haul. Pushing it forward. Nice smokes on the ground, though, to prevent the players from flanking across from BBL. It looks to be beautiful for Crew. And even a Prime Gaming flawless as we move into round number 24.
Wow, wow, so much mobility. Both squads reading each other so well in this last round. I mean, you called it, right? The reactions to reaggress back towards that shower because of their retake protocols. It did seem like they did enough. I mean, Crew were starting to get pinched and constricted, but this move right here, the fact that they quickly push spawn so that that pinch never happens was just everything for the side of Crew.
Still happy, still smiles. Working under the pressure. As they only needed that one single round to push us into the extra innings. And they've broken the economy of BBL Queens this time around. But Philippa still holds on to that Rolling Thunder. The key piece here to allow for BBL to cross that finish line if they can.
And both initiators, they swapped it up. BBL. You can see Philippa's trying to make her way quickly back towards this B. And Vanya's got a lot of time. She's still got 2 smokes left to be able to cycle through and delay and buy time. And that's exactly what you want if you're BBL. Wenz, good, deep line of sight. Once she spots Romy, that information should keep the defenders moving here.
The util that was used by Crew, all they're moving together towards the U-Haul. Definitely will get caught. Manages to survive with 10 HP remaining. And Eva also gets the pick up to Michaela. This is huge right now for BBL. Mentioned at the beginning of the round, that Rolling Thunder still available. And now they also have the power numbers. The re-heal coming up from onto Wenz as well. And there's that Rolling Thunder. The flood coming back from BBL. The close range shot executes Khalida. But finally Crew are able to fight right back. Room to breathe. Battle now towards the trip box. Plant not down yet for Crew as we have 20 seconds left, dwindling on the clock. And now with another pick from Valkia, it forces Crew to try to fall back. Under pressure, it shines just towards her U-Haul. Wins it against Vanya. 13 seconds left now as she gets the knife fallout just to try to run the clock down while Crew is able to get the plant towards the B site.
Philippa has made her way towards this B. It's a fair 1v1 as she takes out Conir. That should be the spike.
It's halfway, they're low HP, there's the TP. It's halfway the wall bang, but we're off it. And now the TP's coming up from Valkia. The shot from Shies. Now she knows that her opponent's off the spike. Swings back out of bullets, and we're still dancing around. Philippa gets the pick now. Comes in for the defuse, and BBL will take the series.
What a way to end this series. My goodness, Shies ran out of bullets there. Just wanted to peek up, see if she's actually sticking it, but just gets her head wiped clean off. What a response here for BBL in the last round in this second map. Things were not looking good, man. Crew, they've got to feel very sad about that. But you know what? Tonight, when they're rewatching this footage, they better be gassing each other up because this series was incredible.
And I love the smiles, Elise, in the defeat for Crew, though. I got to say, they put up a great fight on that end. They had great control in that first map. The second map, too, a great attempt of a comeback. And you definitely have to be proud of that. You're coming in with 2 new players on that stage with the veterancy. You also have second life now. But for BBL, they've definitely proven that they are able to play here on land and they can put up a good fight and they could potentially be that dark horse that you mentioned, Potter.
Yeah, Vanya is just something different. My goodness, so many times when that moment fell into her lap, she capitalized. She absolutely capitalized and she executed and she looked damn good while doing it. So that sort of leading by example, especially on the BBL side in your opening match of this tournament, should carry you through for the rest of this week.
Yeah, and it does give a lot though for Crew fans. Again, a team that unfortunately was dropped with no series win in Berlin last year. Well, there's hope this time around. They put up a great display, and there's still a chance for them to fight back in the lower brackets. Fist bumps all across, and there are your winner of the series, BBL, right here. And what does this mean right now? Will they be the team that will continue to push forward now through the bracket that could be that dark horse and continue to upset the top dogs, at least here in this tournament? We'll soon find out as we move forward throughout this tournament, but let's at least toss it back to the desk where they can break down the series.
Thank you very much, you two. What a crazy map that was in the end. Let's take a look at the replay of that last round, Safa and Baby Bay, because I feel like that summed up the entire series.
It really does. I mean, there's so much back and forth, so many like hero moments from the players. There was obviously like one team, BBL, was like kind of on a half by there, yet they managed to win it. So many insane like micro moments that sum up the entire map of mine.
And I had a lot of questions about how this breach is going to be played, but you saw from that replay just there, it was beautiful the way they were comboing the utility with the stun. I think there was multiple rounds where they were using the stun off of the dog's contact and able to get like 2 or 3 kills off of it. But at the same time, Crew did a great job on their attack of identifying where that breach was, not dying to the trap plays. And then honestly, it kind of felt like, oh, breach is here, let's go hit the other site where it's weak. They understood the setups that BBL were playing. And honestly, heroics was what made BBL come out on top of it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and speaking of heroics, like some props to Michaela too for starting off on that map. I believe she only had 2 frags on the first half, which is very hard, obviously very demoralizing, and then just turned it up. Unfortunately, it was just a little too late for the team.
Yeah, as you saw that on that graphic, Crew had more first kills as well, which I feel like paints a picture of how BBL are always managing to win things out in the last minute.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Potter said about how like they should definitely keep their heads up high. Crew played phenomenal. Make sure you have a better defense next time.
Wow, let's send it down to the stage right now. Dixina is standing by with the IGL who can do it all, Vanya, in the Verizon post-match interview.
Salve, salve galera! Tô aqui no palco então de frente com a Vânia e com a Rebeca, a tradutora, que vai fazer o trabalho aí de turco com o inglês, né? Então vamos lá, minha primeira pergunta já vai ser sobre o começo ruim que elas tiveram na Sunset. Quero saber como elas voltaram naquele começo para terminar o mapa em 13-7. So Vânia, first of all, congrats for this important win. The beginning of Sunset was a little bit shaky for you. You started losing 5-1 to Crew. What happened? What did you do to manage to come back from this bad start?
Öncelikle tebrik ederim sizi. Sunset haritasında başlangıç birazcık zordu. 5-1 geriden döndünüz. Orada nasıl bunu yapmayı başardınız? Nasıl geri dönüş sağladınız?
Sunset'te biraz geriden başladık. Bu bizim galiba her zaman yaptığımız bir şey. Alışmaya çalıştık ekipmanlara, seslere. Seslerde biraz alışma sorunu yaşadık. O yüzden oyuna hiç fokus olamadık böyle 4-5 round. Sonra çözdüğümüzde zaten oyunun gerisi geldi ve kazandık.
At first it was kind of difficult getting used to the stage, to the sounds and everything. So it took us a few rounds to come in the game, but after we figured it out, everything came naturally and we won the map.
Ela falou que no começo foi difícil acostumar com o stage, com o som, com essas coisas, né, de jogar num palco pela primeira vez aí, depois que elas acostumaram, as coisas vieram naturalmente e acabaram vencendo. E minha segunda pergunta agora é para falar sobre essa bind, né, que depois de virar de 9-3, tiveram muitos problemas para fechar, quase perdendo o mapa. Quero saber o que aconteceu. So my second question is about bind. After 9-3, a really good advantage. What happened? You struggle a lot to close the map. What happened?
Şimdi bind hakkında sormak istiyorum. Önce 9-3 öne geçtiniz, çok güzel bir avantaj sağladınız. Sonra maçı bitirmek birazcık zor oldu sizin için. Orada ne yaşadınız?
İkinci yarıda 9-3 önde olanın biz olduğunu unutmuş şekilde oynadık. Daha fazla özgüvenle oynamamız gerekirken daha pasif oynadık. Normalde vuracağımız adamları yaşarsam ben vuramadım. Ama bir şekilde sonunu getirdik. Önemli olan sonunu getirmek. Fakat biz de farkındayız. Daha basit bir şekilde geçmesi gerekiyordu. Ama enti diyelim, sonuçta kazandık.
As you said, after getting the advantage of 9-3, we should have closed it out easier, but we kind of forgot that we were like leading and we were kind of more passive. We should have been more aggressive, so we were aware of that, but the important thing is that we closed out the map and we won the match.
Como ela falou, elas meio que esqueceram que estavam com muita vantagem, começaram a jogar mais passiva e ela acha que elas deviam ser mais agressivas para abusar dessa vantagem e conseguir vencer o mapa, mas ainda bem que elas conseguiram vencer no final, né? Voltaram para o jogo. É isso, vou agradecer, muito obrigado. Thank you so much, Vânia. Congrats. É isso, tamo junto.
Red Bull gives you wings.
both of these teams are coming into this tournament with a lot of pressure, with a lot of ambitions, with a lot of revenge. But also, I think all of the teams just seems to be friends with each other. They do the walkouts together, they have their little dances, and it's so beautiful to see.
In a shrouded step on the other end, though, for BBL, they have
the
opportunities.
timing.
And still, the TP to spun Alkia. Counts the timing once again. Beautifully done. And that is a 1v2. For me, that's the Red Bull clutch. That high-low is still too good. And a crossfire even more beautiful for Crew Esports. And that only leaves one more. Wow! What a flick from Eva on that spike. Sticking it halfway. Goes up for the swing. And lands that shot as well.
Eva!
She goes back into sight for BBL, so it has to be a showstopper, but it misses. Eva moving forward. All-star players so far. Seekers on a 1v1, and now we're jiggling on both ends. Another tap. Play mind games. Lands another shot, and BBL Queens take the first map. Wentz moves forward to trade it right back. The crossfire is still really nice though for Crew, and the advantage still continues, still remains for Crew. So Rolling Thunder, there it is. It's coming out right now. Showstopper on the other end as well, just to try to answer back. But Felipa's the one that's holding it through towards the sands. There for Crew, 2 players holding towards the showers. Vanya, though, is still alive towards the U-Haul. Orbital strike not used, 12 HP remaining, and a jumping right-click classic off the assist on the flash. 4 kills for Vanya within the round. And BBL will take the series!
What a way to end this series!
The second day of Game Changers Championship 2023. Another game, another desk, another banger. As our final game for today is the defending champs, G2 Gozen, up against a powerhouse team, SMG. I'm Janiro, your host, joined on the desk by our own Louds Lisa. Thank you so much. Your international debut here. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, lovely to have you. We're also joined by Kuka.
Oh, I'm very happy to be here actually with you girls. You know, Lisa, next year you will be on the other side, I hope. But we're very, very happy to have you, especially after what happened yesterday. I think that everybody has a lot of big open eyes towards G2 and SMG.
Yeah, it has been a banger indeed yesterday. Both of these matches going very interestingly, and I think curveballs and unpredictability specifically were the theme of yesterday. I mean, a lot of Gambas unfortunately were lost as well, but when we're looking at G2 Gozen, the biggest curveball being that role swap, that was incredible. And something to really highlight here is that Mimi, as an individual player coming through on the role swap, but then that didn't stop her from popping off.
Yeah, exactly, but that's just Mimi. I feel like we've seen this film before, you know, and we actually did like the ending. And it's something that we also saw last year. Coming into Game Changers Championship, they decided to swap things around to move Mary to that chamber. Do you guys remember that, Meta?
Yeah,
that was
great.
A long, long time ago. But this is definitely the thing that makes G2 so strong. The fact that they can swap things around with just that 1 month and a half that they had, and it's like, okay, so we have new maps and we have to learn, that we have to prac. We also, you know, have to address this problem, or maybe we want to give it a different turn. We want to bring something new. Okay, you, Petra, you have already IGL'd. You're new. Actually, how about you go on the smokes, and Mimi, you will go on the IGL. And it's the kind of team that can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if for some reason you've been living under a rock and you're wondering what exactly are you guys talking about, let's hear from our IGL Mimi herself and see what she had to say about it.
We had a rough Series 3 in EMEA, and we knew that we had to change something up to also, so no one knew what we were going to do at Champions. And it might have seemed like super crazy. Like, Petra has never played Duelist before, not even in ranked. And also, Sarah has never played Smokes before. So we were just like, we needed something different also in terms of like initiation. And Petra is very vocal, and it just made a lot of sense. So we've been working very hard to make it work, and I'm happy it did for this match.
You know what? It feels like we've seen this movie before. Last time it went really well for G2 Goes and they come out on top. So let's have a look as well in terms of what we saw yesterday when it came to these changes, when it came to these new agents that the players pulled out. I mean, looking at Mimi, Petra, and Sarah, diversity.
Yeah, exactly. This that we're seeing right now, as you can see on your screen, is the 2023 agent pick. So for the entire year, you can see that Petra has mainly been on the Sky, that Mimi has been supportive in any way that she was needed. And then against Team Liquid, Mimi exclusively on that Sky from that IGL role. Petra, even though you see those 2 times on Raze, that was actually during Rebel. This is not something that we saw at Game Changers, but probably already testing that theory and testing things out. And Sarah, that was one of the questions that we were having getting into Game Changers Championship. What was she going to do? Definitely fill in the shoes for what was expected from G2.
No, they're so good. Like Mimi, she can play everything. Honestly, she's just that girl. You know, like even with the role swap, to me, they really did like a great job. We did a boot camp on Europe this September, and we played scrims against them, and they had that impact, you know, like those 3 players, and even with the world changers, it just made sense. Like it made sense, like really.
It made sense. It made sense yesterday, and I'm just really looking forward to see what else they're going to be able to bring out to this.
Yeah.
Because when we're looking at yesterday at Petra on the initiator, Sarah on Digital, that's what we're used to. But for some reason, this just it's G2 and they make it work.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's so important what Mimi said, you know, like you have to find your own challenge. And as I was saying, they already had challenges. The breeze, the sunset, what is going to happen? We were already surprised by what happened in the map select, but it's just the old G2. And if you want to be up to, you know, taking the challenge of going against them, it's the unpredictability. You come into this event being like, they haven't been stable during the year because they haven't, especially on this last Game Changers. With that position, it really wasn't G2 Ghost, and they needed to look scary. And yesterday, they made a statement, not only with the role set, but also deciding that the first map that they were going to play was going to be Sunset.
What can they not do at this point, honestly?
Really
like everyone. They're so like flexible, and they all have impact in the game, and that is so important, really.
And it translates as well as a team. You're seeing that confidence. You touched upon it yourself already, Sunset being the first map pick. I remember
to
very
me, that's
much,
unreal.
I mean,
really is unreal.
the thing is, we're saying that's unreal, but so far, it feels like almost every single map draft that we had at Sunset in it. So it's like, it's not just G2 that are throwing these curveballs. Every single team is throwing one, but it feels like G2, when it comes to that adaptability, they've been coming out on top.
I mean, as I was saying, everybody has their pecking order for this event. But G2 had so many things to do. Even they wanted to find that edge, and they decided to go for everything at once. You know, when you go to class and probably you didn't do your homework, and there's this person who has already, you know, sum up all the units, has done every single resume, and you're just like, yeah, I'm just going to fail this. That's how the rest of the teams must be feeling right now.
Yeah. Well, it looks like everyone's done their homework, but without further ado, let's hear from Petra, who's ready with Mika.
Petra, can we pull you in for a really quick question?
Yes.
Awesome. We have Petra here of G2 Goes, and now you guys were really dominant against Team Liquid yesterday. How have you guys been prepping for SMG's unique style?
Yeah, they have a very unique style indeed. We're trying to observe their playstyle, and for it looks like now they have the same playstyle on every map. So if we counter them and shut down the team early, then I think it wouldn't be a problem.
Excited to see it. Good luck out there.
Thank you so much.
Very unique playstyle. That's definitely an interesting way to put it. I think yesterday when we were looking both at G2 but also at SMG, they're coming up with their own kind of twists and turns after, as you said it, some of the boot camps, the changes that we've seen, Sunset being picked, the agents swaps, the role swaps, but also SMG with the 4 duelists.
It was unpredictable. I think unpredictability is one of the things that are like dominant in this tournament to me. Everyone just don't know what to expect at this point. Like, what should we do at this point? Like, I don't know. We cannot prepare like certainly to a match if a team is super unpredictable. That's why we say that SMG is like the new Paper X of Game Changers.
Ooh, I like that. I mean, that wasn't on the bingo card for me, at least, to be completely honest. But
definitely not. But we did enjoy it. I mean, I think that yesterday everybody in the community was enjoying it. If you were to turn into Twitter, you would see so many people having opinions on you know, what was going on. Some people was taking it very seriously. I think it was very funny because we knew what had happened, right? And
Yeah.
at some point, I wish that they hadn't had the interview where they say exactly what was going on, but everybody was like, oh my God, this is so good because actually it makes a lot of sense because of this and that. And we're like, if only you knew what was going on.
You know what's going on. Yeah, I mean, when that happened yesterday, I think everybody and their grandmother was like shook, to say the least. But we're going to be moving forward because I think as well, what really was highlighted that was the fact that there was also versatility within Team SMG. When we're looking at Inari starting off on the Cypher and then pivoting onto that Jet, onto the Duelist, but also every single one on that roster yesterday had played Duelist role, which from a player perspective, how likely is it that everyone on the team is comfortable playing every single role?
Honestly, I think what the key point was to them, it was the confidence, because it really changes. Like in the game, it's really different to play with the Jet and with the Cypher. Cypher, you usually do your setups and you wait for people to come to you, and you just stay still the entire match. So it's really different. With Jet, you like rotate a lot and you peek a lot, and honestly, she could do it like. It was like Cypher had dash.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we need to give context because maybe some people do not have Twitter or have not read about what happened. Basically, yesterday on this Lotus, we had a composition with one Cypher. By the way, the Cypher was played by the Duelist of the team, and for Duelist, and everybody thought that it was so edgy and so crazy. But what happened, it was just a mistake. They thought they were testing the ping for the lobby, and since they had already seen the composition on the other side for the other team, they were like, we cannot actually remake this. And they were like, okay, you know what? We'll play it. And right after that, when they won and everybody was like, what just happened? I found Kohaibi in the green room and I was like, girl, I mean, at what point somebody turned to the other players and said, winnable. Like, at what point you decide that you're actually going to make it work? And it was literally the confidence, because probably they're not in their comfort picks, and it did not matter because they trusted themselves, not only as individuals, but also as a team, being like, okay, you know, guys, we have some smokes, we have some walls, definitely have some flashes, so let's just run up to them. And it worked perfectly because it also fit their playstyle.
Yeah, and they definitely had the ACS as well. When we're looking at Inari, both on the Duelist as well as the Sentinel, it was incredible to see. And I think that's, again, another curveball that G2 is going to have to adapt to, because you don't actually know what you're going to be going up against. But similarly for SMG, they also don't know what's going to be going up against. So it's like, how do you approach this?
Honestly, you just cannot prepare for this. I think they both should just focus on their own playstyle. Honestly, I think they all should be super confident, and I think who is more confident today is gonna win. That's basically it.
I think it might take a little bit more, because if we think about G2 and EMEA as a region, we have had many teams that are very proactive. I think in the SMG way, for example, BBL, you know, is the kind of team that it won't stop just because it's defense. It doesn't matter that you can't press W, and they will definitely do it. Now, it's going to, you know, take maybe a different kind of breed this time around, but they do have, well, most of them have the experience of doing it in an international event. They did it last year, and I think that maybe this year they can do it as well. Of course, the opponent is different, and there's new difficulties, but I think that G2 is the kind of team that can do it.
Absolutely. I mean, W gaming seems to be a theme around, and I'm a big fan of it. Let's check in with Mika Fabs as well as Inari and see what they're thinking ahead of the game.
Inari, can we pull you in for a really quick question? Okay, awesome. We have Inari here from Team SMG. You guys have a really tough opponent today. How is the team feeling? Let us know.
It's a tough opponent, but when we go into the server, right, we don't see them as like G2. We see them just as the agents. So coming into this, we're super confident, because like, as for me, I'm confident in myself and I'm confident in the team. So yeah, we're just feeling super good and super confident today.
Really excited for this matchup. Best of luck.
You said it yourself, Lysa, confidence is going to be the key here, and that's going to determine who is going to be potentially taking this one away. We just heard it from Inari. They are very comfortable themselves. They're very confident. And when we're looking at SMG and their track record, in case you've missed it or you forgot about it, it's 35-0. That's pretty impressive. I don't know anyone who's had that track record. That's a green carpet. I would love that.
I mean, we have seen, just because of how the regions work and everything, maybe we have seen teams, especially in the past, I feel like this year's been a little bit different in that sense, but we have seen teams being very, very dominant. the problem is that at some point you are going to lose, and you need to be prepared to be as confident as you are winning as you are losing, because in tournaments like this one there is also a loser bracket. Just because you lose one match, it doesn't mean that you're out, but definitely just because you win one, it doesn't mean that you have the whole thing secured.
Yeah, and dealing with that loss is going to be something to learn and to just develop on its own from a player's perspective. When you're on such a high that you've continuously been winning games, you're 35-0, you're getting all these wins, you're now going on to an international LAN, and you're dealing with your first loss. How would you approach that as a player? Like, what would go through your head?
Honestly, I don't know. No, but they're
Come on,
just...
Lisa, you're ready for next year. You have
Oh my
this.
God.
You need this kind of learning.
Yeah. Like, losing is something that we... every team needs, honestly. Like, it's the experience that is gonna make you better as a team, as an individual. Honestly, experience counts a lot, and G2 has more experience talking about adversities and things going wrong, and maybe that's a key point when it comes to like winning or losing today, because something could happen today. Like SMG could lose a map and they're gonna be like, oh my god, what are you gonna do? And maybe they cannot come back, you know what I mean? But just maybe they have the confidence to come back as well and do whatever they want to do. They want to just peek and kill everyone. They can do it. So I think confidence is key today. Yeah, really.
Yeah, from that perspective as well, neither one of these teams has lost here yet, so this is also going to be that first one.
We're 1 day into, like, we're 2 days into the tournament.
you gotta say it, you gotta point it out, man.
No, yeah, but I think it's crazy. Like, for example, looking at what happened yesterday and what we can expect from SMG, I think that just imagine for a second that you misclick, okay? It was a mistake, things happen.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, props to the team, because I know of some teams that after that mistake was made, they would be like, oh, we're not playing. And they were like, it's our mistake. It's fine. We will play it. They even played along with it. They didn't even know if they could say what had actually happened. And we saw their coach being like, yeah, this was a tribute to one of our old comps. And I was like, can I like you more? I don't think so. I think it's so wholesome in many ways. But moving away from that, yesterday with that happening, I feel like the confidence is through the roof.
Yeah,
after winning that,
really.
you can win everything.
Yeah.
And you feel unstoppable. Also, EG on the other side, after losing to that, you feel like, man, I had a plan. I had a plan, and then I found 4 duelists, and I don't know what to do against this because I was not prepared for this. But now that G2 is coming into the tournament very, very well prepared, and maybe they expect something different. I want to see SMG in that position that things are not working. Things are not working, and we need to turn this around. So I would like for this series to at least go to a 3rd map.
That would actually be the first series as well in the last 2 days that would actually go to that 3rd map. But it's
3-match day, and we're gonna be done at after 6 hours.
We love Valorant, okay? We do hecking love it, so we want to see more of it. But when we're looking as well at SMG and G2, both of these teams, Liza, have been so incredibly well at dictating the pace of the game. You're looking at SMG, like you said it yourself. EG had a plan, but the plan was not for duelists. It wasn't my plan either. So coming into this game, how can these teams actually assert that fact of dictating the game and saying that you're playing mine, I'm not going to let you run away with the lead?
As Petra said in her interview, they're gonna just cut the bad from its, like, just gonna destroy them like by the start of the game. Yeah. They wanna just, I think, hold maybe and punish them on pushes, or maybe, I don't know, just trying to stop their victim or something. I think they're gonna be prepared in that kind of way, like more holding and trying to stop the pushes and trying to stop that confidence that's gonna be like snowballing at some point, and I think that's gonna be their plan.
I think that we saw it yesterday, especially on that sunset, I was so excited being like, okay, G2 on your map, what are you going to give me? And in so many rounds, we saw that proactivity coming in from Mimi, just pushing mid, just having the initiative. But G2 is also the kind of team that is not scared at all to just wait for you and to just hit you in your weak spot, because they have the experience. And as I said, we have so different teams in EMEA that they have been tested against everything. So they look that scary because they know that they can adapt mid-game. That's the kind of G2 that you get every single day.
Yeah, and touch upon the G2 and how well they've been doing. Mimi particularly has been a player that has been super outstanding, not just when we're looking at her stats, but also the fact that she was able to set up a lot of mid rounds with her calling, and just the util usage has been perfect.
Yeah, and actually, it's so surprising because you have Petra that has been doing it for the entire year, and now you have Mimi who's doing it now. And if you, for some reason, you don't know this, these two girls are like giga best friends. Like they do everything together. They have the kind of synchrony that you cannot have with most people. And if you can translate that to in-game, I could not think of a better duo than Mimi initiating for Petra and just Petra running free with the race. I think that that's another thing that makes them scary. Like I don't see, if I'm SMG and I'm looking at it from the outside being like, okay, I need to focus on myself so much. And it's so important what they were saying. I don't even look at the names. To me, they're just the agents. Because if you think of everything that goes behind G2's reasoning of doing things and everything that goes within around, it's too much for you to take in. Anybody would be nervous.
Yeah, also looking at G2 specifically, when we're looking at these role swaps, Lysa, we're looking at the maps that we've seen yesterday and their approaches to it. It feels like they've shown us a lot of their cards that we potentially were not expecting. But considering it's day 2 only, it's a marathon, not a sprint, does that potentially cause any worry? Do you think there's even more that a team like G2 could just like have in their back pocket?
I mean, they could be prepared to I think more time in a tournament, maybe something weird could happen, you know what I mean? But for now, I think if G2 mainly plays just default and doing their thing and just doing everything they can with that, just the relationship that everyone has in the team, you know? Everyone's just super in sync. And I think if they play just default, they're gonna be really great, even though you don't know really well what to expect, you know?
All right, well, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. We're gonna be heading to a very quick break and we'll be back shortly with the final game of today. SMG up against G2 Gozen.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I play for G2. Yeah, it does feel really good to prove everyone wrong, especially in front of a home crowd. I was feeling pretty nervous. It's my first Game Changers LAN, but I was super excited as well. I didn't really do anything to calm my nerves. I was just trying to speak to my teammates and get my mind off the fact that we're going to be playing on stage. If you want to win, you have to be focused. I think I bring some extra firepower to the team.
One player within the pit and letting the other two play the pulse plan on the long range shot from Mound. And Mimi's there for support at least. Oh my, what a little flick right there.
I think SMG, being from Asia, they have a very specific playstyle that we're not used to. Like in Asia specifically, they play a very fast pace, which we're not used to in EMEA, so we need to adapt fast. I'm excited to play a fast comp, but we need to be really quick thinkers. You either adapt or you lose.
You adapt or you lose.
You die.
No, I mean
that
in-game.
both.
So yeah, you lose, unfortunately. But I think the fact that there is a lot of awareness in terms of the difference in playstyle from both of these regions, Liza, you know, Sarah said it herself, we're not used to that in EMEA. You know, they're going fast, they're running at you, they're just dashing straight in your face. You already touched upon it a little bit in terms of trying to stop them in their tracks. But as the SMG, when you're looking at a team like G2, you know they've prepped, you know they're going to try and stop you. What would their game plan be?
I think that you can't be confident and still play a like more slow game and still be confident in whatever you're doing. Like to me, I think they're gonna come back to their default comps and just be confident in like whatever they're doing that are basically like common calls. Honestly.
Yeah, just very easy. I think that G2 has the upper hand in this one because I feel like they're gonna have an easier time adapting to all of this.
Do you think as well when we're looking at the map, so like that G2 could have the upper hand?
I think that there is definitely room for some surprises.
All right, well the coaches are ready and so are the maps, so let's head over.
So we're starting map select process for G2 against SMG. This is a match valid for the second round of the upper bracket. This is decided by coin flip. The coin flip was defined by alphabetical order, so G2 is heads and SMG is tails. Okay, so heads is the front, tails is the back, okay? So it's tails, right? Okay, so tails, SMG starts choosing. Team A or Team B? Team B, SMG. Team B is second ban. Okay, that's it? Team B? Yeah. Okay, so G2 is Team A. Then G2 starts banning.
Ban Lotus.
Okay, so ban Lotus, ban for SMG.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze? Yeah. Okay. Map pick for G2.
Pick Bind.
Pick Bind. Side on Bind for SMG.
Defense.
Defense. Okay. Map pick for SMG.
Pick Split.
Sorry?
We pick Split.
Split?
Yeah.
Okay. So split, side on split for G2.
Start Defense.
Defense. Okay. Next set of bans. G2 bans a map. We have Ascent, Haven, Sunset.
Ban Ascent.
Ascent. Last ban for SMG. We have Haven and Sunset.
We ban Sunset.
Sunset. Okay. So the decider is Haven. Side on Haven for G2.
Defense.
G2, Haven, Defense. That's it. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who needs fist bumps when you can just play a rock rock, paper, scissors, okay? Winner takes it all, losers goes home. But that is not what it is, because we're gonna have to settle this one on the server. We got Bind, Split, and Haven. And you know what? They're so real for that first one.
Listen, there's so much to unravel here. G2 goes in, that defending champion, still on that winner run. And SMG making us all dream with what happened yesterday. How far can they take it? And as you're saying, it starts with the map picks and bans. The fact that G2 yesterday was banning Bind, Peak and Sunset, and now today, they banned something different there. They banned Lotus just because of what they saw.
I mean,
just in case, you know, just in case. It's a risk not worth taking. And they pick the Bind. They want to make sure that everybody in this tournament knows that they are the bigger threat.
But it also, Lysa, comes back to the point that we discussed a little of. Another ace up their sleeve has now been shown again. Are you worried about that?
Honestly, I think G2 has everything in control. Yeah, they have a lot of things to show, I think, still. But Bind to me was a big surprise, honestly, because they've been during the entire year, basically, right?
No, so G2's been doing this, like you might, and you're correct by thinking that, because for a very long time, this is definitely the map that they've played the least, that they have felt less comfortable. But this is not the first time that G2 goes on this trail of just, you know, this is going to be Bind against you, but maybe Lotus against you. Like, this is the kind of thing that will disrupt you a little bit, because it makes you feel like they're comfortable everywhere. And they're not. Like, nobody is. Nobody can be, but you have that feeling. And this is, I know that this is, you know, the second time, well, the first time that we see a team playing twice, right? And just because we're 2 days into the competition. But if you think about the rest of the teams, most of them, if not none of them, we're coming with a permaban or something like that. And G2 is, again, that ultimate threat of, honestly, I dictate everything that happens in this tournament, just like last year.
Yeah, Prime Gaming Age Select is ready as well, just to further solidify their position on this map. When we're looking at these compositions from the side of SMG, nothing too crazy from what we're used from them, Lysa.
Honestly, G2 with the Cypher, I like that, because Cypher got reworked and it's meta now, honestly.
Honestly, what I'm surprised is, I cannot remember the last time that we saw G2 go without Sage on this map. Like, for so long, it was a pick that they trusted so much, especially with Mimi. And it's funny because we had seen them play in Red Bull home ground, and the race, and Petra on the race was something that was definitely there. Sarah also on that Brimstone. So maybe you thought that that was the way to go, but actually giving it another twist, I'm very happy with it.
Well, G2 goes in, the returning champs going up against SMG Powerhouse. It is currently 35-0. Who will taste their first loss on the international stage? Let's find out with our casters, Doug and Athena.
Thank you so much, Ginny. This match has so much to be excited about. Again, you talk about the 35-0 record. You talk about the fact that they're defending champs on the other side of this stage. The map pool looks great for this too. I'm so freaking excited.
Yeah, this game is going to be an absolute blast. I am calling that this is going to be a banger. We see the #1 seed, the one that won last year. And then we also have SMG, who we saw yesterday be absolutely confident and explosive. And we'll see how these two teams battle it out.
G2 starting off on the attacking side of Bind, and it's a heavy lean towards B. They've already taken Hookah. They've triggered the trip, but they have all the space over there. That's going to force the fight into Roxy, and Roxy's glad to take it. 2 kills already to start him off.
Yep, that's simple hookah pop, nothing else to expect. I mean, the two players in SMG trying to fight for long, but not much they could do against the raw firepower that G2 just used to take that space. I mean, just an unlucky gamble from SMG, but they do have the ability to retake here. They have a lot of smokes, a lot of util, and a molly to get out with this.
Can G2 hang on with the numbers advantage that they have? Yeah, Roxy's taking a bit of damage. You've got Sarah who's playing off. You imagine there's a lineup if need be, but it doesn't matter. Kicking things off with the Prime Gaming Flawless is G2.
That is so G2 of G2 to have a Prime Gaming Flawless in the first round already, trying to prove their dominance in the experience that they have, especially here at LAN on stage at GC.
I mean, really just an excellent start. Roxy handled this pressure so well. I mean, you imagine if Roxy falls here, all of a sudden, all the space that you took Hookah on site, it's not as comfortable, right? You've got to deal with the pressure coming in from multiple areas, so Roxy really felt like the MVP that round.
Yeah, for sure. And actually shutting down Kohabi that early in the game might be like a little bit of a confidence blocker, because she is just trying to prove their dominance with the aim fights, and they just completely denied it. So I'm excited to see how SMG reacts.
Ooh. Another opener there, the Bulldog making things work. We're gonna be online with the neural theft here pretty soon if things continue. The dog prowling out to sight. The spike is still all the way back in spawn, so really nothing to worry about there as Kahibi's getting free one onto Petra.
Such quick reactions from G2. They instantly saw through the SMG shower trap, and actually, I think they got a pick before SMG even was prepared to trigger that shower trap. So it actually ended up being an unfortunate loss for SMG, but G2 immediate reaction towards Hookah. Such a good reaction here. We did talk about hive mind mentality, but it looks like G2 is actually powering through with that hive mind mentality as well.
Yeah, they just look so comfortable right now. And I mean, we haven't had to see a ton yet, but what they've tried so far has worked quite nicely. SMG not really able to put up much of a resistance. Again, at least early on, a kill traded back and forth. If things go cleanly for G2 the rest of the way, they're going to be able to carry these 3 Bulldogs up well. That's 2 now. But still, I mean, still a decent bonus, all things considered.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 3 guns down. They have to buy next round anyway. I think that both teams here on the first gun round really have a chance to prove how they're trying to set the tone for the pace of this map. I mean, so far we have seen SMG not scared to take those first confidence peaks. I think it's really great that they're trying to put that down on paper, but G2 is also playing really well with their reactions so far. This first gun round is going to really set the pace for the rest of this game, I believe.
Roxy's going to have the Bulldog still. Petra will have a Vandal.
An interesting bonus.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
See the Stimmy up aggressive towards B. You know, as we mentioned in the previous round, the first 2 have worked well on bullying, getting past the defenses B, and then finding success. So if it ain't broke, well, all right, it's broken now. It's broken now as Kahibi just mows over Petra there on the counter to keep things competitive, to keep them interesting as Roxy and Petra still stand. Oh, she's going up really far. This could be really cheeky. She heard that. The smoke goes down. That's a free kill, or it should have been. But Kamiyu, all the wiser, all the better in that instance. SMG, they're on the board.
Oh my god, absolutely shutting down that execute. I was just about to talk about how Cypher is such a good defensive player, and then on the other team, on SMG, they have Chamber. So Chamber needs to be aggressive and take those picks. And as soon as that TP went out, I thought, okay, well, they're kind of caught off guard. GT's going to react, but no, absolutely proven wrong with this 3K spray down from Kahibi. Amazing hold, and Kamiyu just absolutely denying the space that Petra was trying to take. I think both teams had such good reads here and good reactions, but the mechanical skill coming out just proved to be different.
Yeah. Ended up being the difference maker for sure. Finally going to see a bit of a lean towards A, and we've already got the Tour de Force online. Kahibi popping it early, the Flash getting a little bit of info towards long, and that is where the op is trained.
Sky actually walking down long here, taking that space, flashing Sarah off, and that is a perfect long control. They're actually pushing both extremities here, both showers and long being on lock, absolutely demolishing this default that G2 was trying to do.
I mean, what a gorgeous start. You're absolutely right. To find value on both sides of the map, and for G2 to not really take up any of the space on the inside of it, it's just I mean, that's all you could possibly ask for. They also have an orbital strike online already. This is an excellent start for SMG.
Yeah, I mean, I think a really big thing was getting that Tour de Force so early on Chamber was such a big difference maker, because they did have the confidence to take those kinds of peaks. Petra trying to go for a little cheeky one on Shirazi, but not much to be taken here.
Well, not even to mention the financial implications of what just took place. Because Kahibi didn't have to buy, right? You're going to have so much more carrying into the next round. A Prime Gaming Flawless coming through to respond with G2's first. And that first round, Dina, that feels like a really long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, on your first gun round, everything that you need to do, like, as an attack side, you're doing that default. You want to understand how the defense side is playing.
Right.
And you want to understand what their reactions are. Meanwhile, the defense, usually you want to see how the attackers are trying to take the map, but instead they literally just entered and pushed themselves through into the back lines of the other team. Like, it's really interesting to see how SMG played, but G2's reaction here is going to be a really big one on this Thrifty.
I mean, they've got the crowd behind him. You can hear the chants. Let's go G2, let's go Petra. A great response from the previous round, getting the opener onto Kahibi, and yeah, she's plucked out of the sky. Oh my gosh, Alexi does it! 3 on the round, the 4th had no shot. As as they just crumble. The pistol's not able to find any success. Roxy getting one. Yeah, it's an ace lost. I mean, but the stats are padded.
That under hookah position is
crazy.
Is being a beast towards G2. G2 does not know how to deal with this hookah position from now on.
I mean, and the crowd turned real hard. Now we have SMG chants that are popping off. The spike well out of reach of Roxy. Has upgraded a weapon though. A 1v3, no armor. She can get her one. She might have a shot at it. But a little bit of damage already done. Roomba confirming the position. Now you've got a triple face you're gonna have to deal with. Once you swing out, a brutal situation. SMG takes the lead.
Yeah, really well played by SMG. They were trying to keep that hookah control. As soon as they lost it, they're really good at capitalizing these trades. The only thing is that G2 is so good at getting these first bloods. They just need to be able to clear these spots and not allow a multi-kill like that. That's happened twice now already in the first 5 rounds of the game.
Yeah, and it looked like Mimi's flash was just a little late, right?
Yeah.
You saw the flash go out in front of Petra and never pop, so Kahibi's able to get a couple of quick kills there. Or excuse me, yeah, it was Kahibi, I believe.
Yeah.
Either way, it was a lot of kills. It was from under window. We'll see what the adjustments are. Op online for the chamber, an aggressive line. You know, you were talking about this. As the chamber, you have to set up in these aggressive positions. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, getting the line and being able to call the rotations for your team is so important, but they're actually setting up Sky and Raze towards that long position. A TP or info coming in with the dog, that's super important because now they're going to understand that the 2 Sentis need to fall back towards that site. You see Chamber and Viper now playing passive to hold it back, waiting for rotations from their team as they got all that information already. Really, really good rotations coming in from SMG.
Petra does have the showstopper. Perhaps that's a spark they need in the face of this small but notable momentum shift that is leaned over towards the defense, and there's just nothing but silence across the site right now. No one daring to make a move. And finally, the flash will shatter that silence. Petra pushing forward, the satchel to take some space. Showstopper still in hand, but they've split out through showers as well. This fight back side is gonna be brutal. The flash is gorgeous, the kills come through. G2 on top for now.
What a flawless execute. They knew they got the front of the site for free, and they punished them by taking that back site control. They took the space back that they got, that they needed, and so this post plant is going to be so important. G2, Glance, and Petra just holding it down with a beautiful crossfire for another Prime Gaming flawless. Both these teams just hitting us with flawless.
Yeah, I mean, Prime, they're getting their money's worth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We had 6 rounds, 3 of them have been that. But yeah, I think that was, I think you said it so well. That was very clean. They took front side for free. Yeah. They knew they had what they wanted. Very well done, and obviously a little bit of gas for the IGL. It was good.
Yeah, really good, really well played. I think both teams are just reading each other so well at this point that it's really down to like the nitpicks of the multi-kills and the fastest reaction time to see who gets the upper hand in each of these fights.
Another aggressive line taken from Kahibi to start the round. Roomba not detecting anything, but the Vandal of Veneri does. But it's traded right back.
Toxins going up.
Where do they go from here? G2 with the opportunity to reset the map. They have the numbers advantage.
Scout destroyed.
Really a luxury, all things considered. They also just found where Shirazi was playing, so we'll see where they choose to go with this. Oh my. That was pretty.
I know exactly where.
Shirazi just being a beast. I mean, G2 with the numbers advantage, just grouping up to take advantage of it, and Shirazi is trying to get that numbers equalized. Really, really good play. I mean, the ult to delay is so important, but Viper on the side? Mimi?
I didn't think that the Orbital Strike would catch, but we found ourselves in a 1v2. Glance left alone, the pit to cover for just a moment. No armor. You see a couple of bullets whizzing by as Glance has to carefully check where any member of SMG might be. The tap on the first, the peek back into the pit, and Camille's there to greet.
Oh my goodness, SMG. They turned that around.
Yeah, they did.
G2 had numbers advantage, and it was converted. Kahibi first walking up, getting that kill. Yes, she got traded, but it put a little break in the gas of what G2 was planning to do. Obviously, when you're in a situation where you're down numbers, you want to group up and just re-hit. But the second that you know that that information is there, the Brim ult, the Sky's rotating already, is just such a good timing play. Mimi, unfortunately, just getting caught out, but Alexi with the pick on Roxy. That Viper pit went down, but it was not enough shield for what SMG was bringing.
Yeah, that pick from Heaven was nasty. And you see it, they're feeling it. Gassing up the crowd, and right on time. A quick timeout being called, we presume, from the side of G2, and probably wisely timed, all things considered, because you feel, again, this momentum starting to shift that way. When you have a numbers advantage situation like that, for SMG to be able to convert as well as they did can be very daunting if you're on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, I think that round was just like a huge factor in understanding how close this game is going to be. Like, I think we've already seen from the first few rounds that both these teams have insanely high firepower, insanely high skills, insanely high teamwork, and so now we're just figuring out which one of these teams is going to come out on top. Again, numbers advantage seems to be nothing for either of these teams because both teams can convert whatever it is that they need to. It seems like it's going to be down to these post plants and retakes and how well each team is going to be able to perceive those.
We'll see how things play out. G2 has 3 ults to work with going into this round on the other side of the timeout. And it doesn't seem like, at least early on, there's much of a change. You've got the same Viper wall that's gone down short and a lean towards A.
Yeah, a change of pace here might be needed for G2. These defaults are kind of getting punished by SMG. They seem to have understood how they're playing the game. But with these ults, again, Doug, just like you said, maybe something fast is in play.
There's such a heavy lean towards B from SMG here. Roxy getting caught. You imagine you find the Cypher. Is that going to be quick rotates? You imagine Roxy's going to be lurking. The rest of the hit has to be A.
Yep, and we already have 2 players on the flank. Such good positioning from SMG to punish whatever it is that G2 is trying to do. They set up their Raze in that Showers position, but they probably have no clue that the 2 players are actually wrapping all the way through spawn. They are aware that someone is in the flank, but I don't think that they're ready for these 2 players to be so late. But Sarah does not care. Getting the pick onto Kohibi, absolutely shutting down the chamber peak.
But it's got to be fast. G2 have to continue to push the pace because they've got it. Well, again, it doesn't matter. Another 3K for Kamiyu. The flank that's coming in behind him just proves to be ineffective because all the members are going to be dead. When all things are considered, SMG get another round. They read the map beautifully. They got the opening pick on Roxy, and then they had the flash and the dash to show with it.
That round was so good from SMG. I mean, again, Kohibi just playing for her own picks and allowing her team to get that much information so early on in the round, absolutely shutting down any adaptation that G2 is trying to do. And then, of course, Kamiyu with the 3K. I mean, again, these multi-kills, Doug, this is what keeps setting each team apart from each other.
It's so difficult, too, to continue. I mean, if that's the game that we're in for, where it's going to be firepower versus firepower and trying to match like that in order to maintain pace, that's a difficult task. But so far, SMG have been able to play that game and do so more effectively.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what G2 has in store with these ults for us because they have been holding on to it for a while now. Specifically that Raze ult, but Roxy getting almost punished once again, running away. Raze and Sky putting a lot of pressure down, and G2 is coming back to try to retake that space, something that they really need to do. But, I mean, again, playing so smart SMG, they took the space, they gave it up. They know that the other team has to use util to re-clear it, Doug, because they saw that they were pushed all the way down.
Right. It's utility that you're not going to have to actually get out onto the side or take some space that you normally would out of Octagon or Hookah or things like that. So they still have the dog. That nade is going to cause some problems. It's going to separate them. And Aries right beneath them. How'd she get the kill onto Petra? The showstopper doesn't land.
Oh,
doesn't matter. Either way, Mimi's there to respond. They're going to heal him back up. That was ridiculous.
Oh my god, just phantom things right
there.
Yeah,
I guess. I was mad.
Oh my god, and Neri, I like the confident wide swing after too to try to peek down long. I think maybe it was a little overkill, but again, what a kill from Neri. That was so good to watch.
If you're feeling it, I guess. Seekers intended to pave the way out on A. You've got Kohibi who's still here, Shirazi up in heaven, and now really the rest of SMG has joined the fight. Spike still managing to go down. Roxy playing up close in lamps. Oh, did you see the gun barrel? Either way, the kill comes through for Roxy. Numbers starting to dwindle. Actually, of course, they counter right back. Just when it seems like SMG's at a numbers disadvantage, it's another multi-kill situation, this time not as flashy, but with the same result, the same success. The orbital strike not finding anything other than buying time. Sarah gets the first, Alexi's on the flank. Stop me if you've seen this one before. Another round in favor of SMG.
I mean, G2, you know, they tried to delay the retake for so long. Mimi with the flashback side trying to delay because they had the brim out. They were waiting. They were playing off-site. All they had to do was protect the president as much as they could.
Yeah.
But the crossfires on site did not work because SMG did such a good job at picking one side and isolating one side and taking those picks in the retake. This bench position just absolutely getting obliterated. I mean, Alexi just kind of killing that crossfire by herself and absolutely punishing Sarah for standing all the way back. You need to be able to delay for that brim ult, and if you want to play post-plant, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, Alexi, again, it feels like a flashback of the series we saw yesterday, constantly getting a deep flank in at just the right time and finding value out of it. We've already seen her attempt it a couple of times. That last round, the most successful, this time an early pit. Out from Shirazi towards a short. G2 taking some of the space showers, but I mean, what do you do with it? You're still going to have to establish this area of the map if you want to end A.
Yeah, I mean, not putting any pressure on the other side of the map is going to be punishing because they are already out. But look, there's 3 players already on the flank towards short, and Viper is just sitting in short, delaying for so long. Oh my!
Roxy with 2 massive kills with the Guardian. The pit went down. Shirazi wasn't able to hold that. They still have Miyu on site. Mimi's able to clean that up. Alexi's left alone. And again, it's going to be coming from a flank. Petra nicely using the satchels to break the crosshair placement. G2 respond with a round.
A nice little boop at the end with the satchel. I mean, that round... Listen, Doug. G2 finally understanding the assignment. They know that they have to change their pace. They took that showers control and they actually did something off of it. They popped the ult, they took front sight. Again, one of those reads where they knew they had front sight for free. There has to be something fishy going on. And just like that, the reactions to turn around, to understand what was going on, to split on the short player and make sure that they punish that Viper ult that's coming down. Everything was really well played by G2. They are adapting as we see it.
Tour de force used to open the round. You see a little bit of jump spotting, and Aries feeling a lot of pressure here, and there is some, well, there was some help. Kamiyu was the assistance, and Aries falling too. Showers is theirs.
Time to hunt. Yeah, wide swinging showers and Neri. I love the confidence, but at this point, G2 is starting to get the wheels rolling. Oh my goodness, Shirazi again showing us why she's such a good sentinel holding down the side, but Petra immediately getting the trade. G2 just showing us that they're playing such good 1v1s and playing together as a team, and I think that's one enemy remaining.
Another 3K, this time for Petra. Kahibi left alone with the Tour de Force in a 1v4. As the spike ticks away, you can't imagine a situation like this will play out in favor of the defense. I think you're right, there is definitely a notable change in pace. And even if it does seem like they're still trying to consistently hit A and find value there, just the added wrinkle, ever so slight, of a little bit of more oomph behind it is proving to be the difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. G2 reacting a lot faster than they normally were. They're deciding, hey, this default maybe isn't working so well. They took showers control. As soon as they got the picks, they know, okay, let's react, let's do it. Shirazi obviously trying to get the 1 kill. Like, it was good. She's trying to equalize numbers, you know what I mean?
Yep.
But at the end of the day, like, this showers swing from Inari, and they're trying to hold this showers control. You can't do it without any util at this point.
That's
because
hard.
again, both these teams are so good mechanically that if Inari, I know you're crazy good. Like, I know, I see it. But wide swinging showers like that, no smoke, nothing, just trying to take that ego peak, it works. It worked a couple rounds ago, you know, but you can't just keep doing that. So I think at this point, we're going to see that adaptation from SMG on the defense side in order to use more util, to deny showers, to make G2 use most of their util in order to take the space. Because right now, both these teams adapting so well, so fast, each of these rounds, that it's interesting to see who's going to shake it up in a way that's going to actually, like, mess with the other team.
Only 1 round left in this first half. SMG calling a quick timeout here to make sure that they preserve as much of a lead as they can going into the next half and not be tied up at 6 apiece. I think you're right. Given how the last couple of rounds have gone, it feels like G2 has established a read and a lead on the situation. We'll see what the buy is here for SMG. It's fine. They've got light armor and a judge, but they do have that orbital strike.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need to delay once G2 gets onto that site with that Brim ult. But we do see another Showers control trying to come in here. We have that Brim and Raze headed towards Showers. I'm wondering if they're going to do it in a different way, but they're actually not going to find anyone because G2 has shifted towards that hookah control.
Amy's got to be careful here. The flash confirming some presence, you know. Are you expecting the second? There's the judge. It's so precariously placed, and it finds value. Alexi with 2. Hookah is not available right now. They drop the Seekers. They're going to take the space, upgrade weapons. This is a gorgeous start for SMG.
Yeah, playing for that hookah control so important because they knew that either they were going to take that Showers or they were going to take towards long, and they gave up one of the other sides and held towards hookah, which was super important to get that info. Again, the 2 players on B really able to push it down, and G2 just looks like they're struggling towards that B site, and SMG knew that that was going to happen.
This half has been so much fun. Just when it feels like one team is establishing control, there's just always a counter. That's what gotten us to this 6-5 scoreline. And still just a couple of moments ago left in this round. Again, numbers in favor of SMG. G2 with the spike, a lean towards A. You have 1 player up in heaven. You have 2 in Showers. This is going to be very difficult for G2 to get through.
Yeah, SMG immediately pushing that Showers as soon as we get contact up short, reacting in such a good way, but backside is completely open.
Oh my, Lanes is so dead. No real shot. Roxy managed to get away. Roxy and Sarah left alone, and now it's just Roxy with Molly in her lap, has to take a step back and dodge the 5 members of SMG that are hunting her down. You got 1, got the second. That was flashy for just a moment, but that's all it was. A great response from SMG, given G2's build of momentum, and that's going to get him to a 7-5 half.
Yeah, Roxy versus the Avengers right there. That was a crazy round. I mean, again, they finally tried switching it up, but they got punished for it. G2, SMG again with these amazing reads. I think doing a great job. Again, once they're spotted short, taking that Showers control, coming back in order to fight with their team. Just amazing Valorant to be seen here on the stage.
A 7-5 lead in favor of SMG at halftime on Bind. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down that first half.
Thank you. Thank you, Athena and Doug. I mean, listen, we're looking at SMG. They found their footing. They found their multi-kills. They found their W key. And this is looking a little scary for G2.
Yeah, exactly. And just in this brief time, I want to take a quick look at round 4, because this is when we started seeing SMG actually taking the upper hand in the rounds. We had those questions of what is it going to be, you know? Are they going to be so proactive? Are they going to, as I said, take the upper hand? And Alexi was determined in every single round. Probably G2 thought that they had the bull by the horns, being like, oh, we just have to wait here and then, you know, they won't have it so easily. But getting the chamber ult so quickly made such an impact, and we saw the SMG that we were promised, the one that is confident and that knows exactly what to get out of this one. I think that this first half is summed up by something that Doug said perfectly. When you think one of these teams is taking the upper hand, is establishing control over the game, the other one's going to surprise you.
Yeah, and confidence was the key here. So looking forward into that next half, what can either team do to close this one out?
I just think G2 can just take care of the pushes, and to me, SMG is relying a lot on highlights to win the rounds, and I think that's a pretty easy to counter, you know. So I don't know, it could happen, anything.
I mean, definitely. I think that G2 also yesterday had a bit of a slow start. It looks like maybe we're getting the same today, or maybe this is the SMG that we actually were promised and the one that we want.
I mean, we've been seeing a lot from both of these teams, but either one has got to really lean to be able to close it out. So let's head back over to our casters, Doug and Athena.
Thank you so much. Yeah, 7-5 half for SMG. Now we're going to get to see how things play out for them on the attacking side. Things looked really good. It felt like they always had momentum, or at least a step ahead of the number 2 reps from EMEA. Again, we'll see how things play out here.
Yeah, I mean, the Cypher on G2 is going to be really helpful in this defense side. I was talking about it earlier, how Chamber has to be a little bit more aggressive, and we actually have a Viper set up playing off of the Cypher trips, which I think is a really good play in order to play that retake towards B. We have 4 players towards A ready to rotate, but SMG just kind of walking up, taking that contact.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Glance is still playing from a pretty safe position, even though she is by herself. Trip finally getting somebody, and Glance gets a kill off that. Very nicely done. Are they just going to scale into elbow and try to fight some more? Yeah, that seems to be the case. There are some reinforcements here, and remember, it's just pistol, so it's going to be chaotic. It's going to be messy, and SMG walks out on top for now.
Smoke's down.
Yep, the Autobots rolled out into elbow. That was really, really good because they knew they had to equalize numbers in this. Glance playing it perfectly, playing off the trip, knowing that she cannot give numbers, trying to fall back, but SMG just catches her off guard.
Now the spike is in an interesting spot as it's scaling its way up into elbow. And you've got Sarah who's waiting back in spawn. I don't know. Oh, well, she's spotted now. That should give a lot of info as to what's going on here, especially if you've got a really good timing on a crunch. And if there was any other doubt, it's the Clydesdale's running. You can hear all that noise. Petra on the swing, and oh no. Kahaimi getting the best of her. Sarah's falling apart too. Things not looking good for G2.
Yeah, SMG literally just taking the strat of run it down together, walk it down together, yo, let's trade together. And I think it worked out perfectly. Again, these reactions, just amazing. Mimi picking off Inari so early on, and if anyone can clutch this, Doug, it's Mimi.
Yeah, there's a potential for an outrageous moment here, opting to go for the frenzy. Keep things close, keep things fast. Mimi on the tap. Now scaling up. No, Shirazi is weak. That kill would be everything, but it's just not going to come through. Pistol going in favor of SMG.
Yeah, that was such a weird round for a second there. That was so weird. Glance again, playing it perfectly, falling back deep into elbow, but SMG just charging at her, understanding that, hey, they're playing retake. This is going to be a weak site. They pushed, they got that kill, and right there, they start walking, contacting, not letting them get any idea of where they're going. And then as soon as they start making noise, they have Kohabi turn around holding that flank. They know that something is up and something's going to happen. G2 so close to winning that out, but SMG just winning it on top.
You can see questions abound in the G2 camp. And it doesn't look like any of those are going to be answered this round. As that might be the fastest round we've had all tournament, maybe? That was very quick.
That was cool. You know? I mean, classics. Like, what can you do, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I respect it.
Yeah.
They tried to walk up. I respect it. But SMG, of course, ready, not rushing into anything. They understand that they are saving. They are on a low buy, that they could push up and do something aggressive. And they just played it so patiently, just holding these crossfires, aware that something has to be done by the G2 side. Again, just really good reads from SMG here to kind of be on top.
Very quickly into the action, you see the flash forward, the satchels from Inari to take showers. It seems like this inevitably will end A. The thing is, you're pushing into the teeth of the Cypher setup. You just had a dog come through teleporter to confirm where they are. How do G2 respond off of this?
Yeah, I mean, we have the Raze solo staying onto B. They are hard stacking towards that A site. I don't know if they're going to be able to have enough util to delay this plant, but Camille just planting for free. I mean, they have the Brim Molly, the Viper Molly, but again, pushing back side. SMG displaying it perfectly. Mimi, oh my goodness.
Perfectly timed counter, leaving things at 2 apiece. Petra hasn't even shown up to the site yet, just now arriving. But through all of that, the spike was planted. SMG with control. A 2v2, Mimi weak, 47 HP, no armor to work with. But they continue to scale forward. You see the Viper util up. Try to deny any sightlines, any vision of what might be firing on the site. Mimi with the first, and massive kill. The second's not going to come through. Petra's gotten it to half, and the 1v1 goes G2's way.
Oh my goodness, such an expensive round for G2, Doug. SMG understood that they had to take the fights to G2. They had to get close with those Spectres, with those short-range guns in order to win this round. And they actually bullied them off of the 4 guns from G2. I mean, this is going to be hard financially. This is going to be so hard to recover from.
Let's go. Nice
Freaking massive round up on Mimi, though.
That was insane. Mimi just popped off. Holy smokes.
Let's start this party.
Yeah, the buy's not great. Light armor on everyone. A Bulldog. And then Vandals and Phantoms the rest of the way, or just Vandals, excuse me. A deep flash. They're going to try to fight for some of this long control, and this could be chaotic. Note that Mimi's just 1 point away from Seekers.
Yep, gonna fall off of this, allowing them to use all that util towards that long. The dog actually getting a lot of information, knowing that Showers is fully free is so big, but it doesn't matter because they have the double senti set up on A and 3 towards B, that they're ready to fight for this long control. Raisin Sky set up in such a perfect spot in order to counter this.
trouble. Oh, yeah, Petra's so dead. It was just, I mean, off a hairline trigger, that's all it takes for them to go. Mimi playing in a very close spot, and Cheeky wanted that, and finding two, almost snapping onto the third, but SMG punch back, side open, it's all theirs. They should be able to get the spike down unless Glance can do something about it. Seems like she's just gonna wait for Roxy to join her though.
Almost a replay of how SMG got multi-frag after multi-frag. Mimi is now showing us that she can do that too.
Lance, surely, even if she gets a kill on Shirazi, I can't imagine expecting Kamiyu there. That's going to confirm things though. Neural theft, exposing everything that's left. You've got them both playing back in elbow. Glance on the tap on the spike, the jump spot. Stays alive just for now. But do you care? Swing once more, a 1-for-1. And it went in favor of Roxy.
Goodness. That was insane. Okay, SMG had a really good pull time for a second there, but Alexi, unfortunately, giving that one to Roxy just completely ruined all of their plans. I mean, such a good hold from G2, such a good play by the two sticking together, understanding that the Cypher is going to ping everything. But again, that this play was so beautiful. Mimi with the double kill, just showing them that, hey, I can do that too, but from a different spot.
Yeah.
Don't worry about under hookah. Like, both teams were setting themselves up for success this round, and it's so close every single one of these rounds.
I mean, it's just been the story of the entire map, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Note here, a very different Viper wall that we've seen. It's normally been angled the other way towards Lamps, this time towards A from Shirazi, but angled in a different way to give this some of that Shower's control. SMG are leaning on the opposite side of the map, though.
Yeah, Mimi with the Sky ult, still holding on to it. She can definitely pop it whenever she needs. This round is super important because there are a lot of players that are 2 or 3 off of orb. So if they just get one of these players an orb this round specifically, they can go and farm them next round on a default. But Mimi kind of punishing and getting this information is super important because SMG is just walking together as a group, letting their Viper lurk.
This is nicely set up by G2 as well. Knowing that you have a Cypher who can play A, play very softly on site, still get info in case anyone's lurking, which, as you were just saying, is the case. SMG not liking what they're seeing, what they're feeling towards B. G2 almost instantly rotating on that.
Yep, the hero Vandal and Shirazi trying to get a pick, trying to get an opening, but not really finding anything. They understand that the Cypher trips are played towards A, though. That is the info that SMG has gotten. And they're going to play towards that, where they explode off of these trips. Still leaving the Sky behind, though, towards long. And
your teleporter confirming there's no one playing that way. 13 seconds left. The spike really hasn't made it very far at all. They've gotten past some of the Cypher utility. As you see the mollies, the spits, everything going up to the sky to try to deny the plant. Not able to do so, but the guns from G2 will prove to be the difference maker when all is said and done. It's just an Eri and Kamiyu left, just pistols. Now an Eri has managed to upgrade a weapon, but facing 4 rifles, no shot.
yeah, beautiful defensive setup from G2, not overextending where they don't need to. They understand that the patience that they need against this SMG team on this eco, they didn't try to force anything. They let them walk into where they wanted them to be. And I think that double Senti setup really proved to be perfect for that as well. Like, again, G2 playing wonderfully, but both these teams now with a lot of ults that can help them. I mean, we have the Viper ult. If they get on site, they put it down, round might be over. Same with the Brim ult, same with the Sky ults. A lot of information, a lot of good util from both these teams to kind of play it out.
I mean, late in this first half too, you imagine this round could really be the difference maker when all is said and done. Quick timeout called from SMG, again, understanding the gravitas of the moment, if you will, realizing the tools they have at their disposal and not wanting to fumble the bag by any means.
Yeah, and I mean, normally I talk about how, like, oh, these ults are good to be like a good momentum shift, but the momentum right now is like 1-1-1-1. Like, they're just bouncing back and forth between rounds.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like anyone has really established control. I mean, all map, to be honest. So, again, the moment that's before them right now just feels really significant.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams playing it so well, reacting together as a team, understanding that number differential and doing something about it every single time. So interesting to see how both these teams play. And honestly, I think Cypher being such a big big annoyance on that defense side is messing with SMG a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even you saw late in that last round, they had to navigate through all of that utility, which annoying, I think is the best way to put it. Pesky, however else you want to describe it, but where do SMG go off of here? Again, we've got to note the 3 ultimates that they have to work with, considerable ones at that. With the 1-round lead that they have, this could be everything.
Yeah, G2 definitely trying to not let SMG get onto that side and put that Viper down, because it's so hard to retake, but they do have the Sky ult saving for it, hopefully. The double senti setup for G2 towards that B side. They are just giving up that long and hookah control, letting SMG use whatever util they need in order to get control. And I mean, it's working great because SMG is using so much util now. Both Sky Flashes gone towards getting that info.
Man, SMG are playing this one very carefully, very cautiously.
Got the spike.
Hoping to get a pick or something like that and then advance. This is nice though. The Seeker's used in the face of really no knowledge of what's going on. Now they decide to swing out and Mimi gets caught asleep.
Smoke.
Not quite sure what the setup was trying to be there. Mimi just being caught out, but Inari showing us again why she keeps entering and getting those kills.
30 seconds left.
You mentioned the pit so many times and how powerful it could be. There it is invested. Petra does have a decent counter if they want to go, but Athena, it looks like they've already called it. It seems like they're just going to try to save this out.
Yeah, I mean, I literally said it. Once that Viper ult goes down, the only thing that they had to save themselves from it was Sky, with that Sky ult, the Sky Dog. But unfortunately, Mimi again getting caught out on short. I don't know what information they seem to have gotten that made them move out of such good positioning from G2, but I mean, that little slip up, just small tiny mistake, mess up the round. That's how close this game is. Like, little tiny mistakes like that is what's going to turn the tides for the other team. But again, really well played by SMG, getting onto site, getting that ult down. They put so much pressure towards long. They got so much info, and they knew, hey, they're playing retake because no one is contesting hookah.
Right.
No one is contesting long. We can probably just end B, try to get these trades, try to contact up, because no one can get that information as fast as Cypher or Viper can.
Right, yeah, absolutely. And I think the crazy thing to consider is they kept the orbital strike to go into the next round, so they still have that tool. They're 1 point away from having Kahibi's ult online, so they didn't really even have to show all of their cards in order to secure that round.
Yeah, exactly. This next round might be a little bit simple for them, but as I say that, we do have Petra picking up the op, something I was just about to say that we need from G2 in order to punish these contact plays that SMG is starting to do. Such a quick and fast adaptation from G2, and yet SMG just making them play at their pace. They understand that contacting up is an option away from the Viper and Cypher.
Mimi's dog finding the first trip. If they push into this, it seems like they're scaling up now that the Viper wall went down, and yeah, that was going to give a line for Petra, but not able to land the shot. Maybe the showstopper will as Sarah swings out, Inari gets both. Somehow, they get the orbital strike to deny any sort of a flood outside of showers too. One thing they haven't caught is Mimi, who's still tucked in pocket. But holy smokes, what an opening from SMG.
And Neri just dodging util, dodging bullets, dodging rockets left and right on that entry, getting 2 kills. Shiraki showing why she's also part of this team, but left with a 2K. And Neri rounding the round out with 4 kills. That was an insane entry, Doug, from Inari.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I just saw.
I mean, we've got to see Inari's POV there, because that entry out onto the site was nuts. I mean, you get, again, it caught me by surprise. They swung out of short when the Viper wall went down. Yeah. So Petra had a line with the op, and maybe we won't see the POV, but we are going to see the kills come through as Inari gets the last 2 to get up to 16. That 4K was perfect. I mean, we've talked so much, Athena, about how pivotal these last 2 rounds are. Yeah. You see the SMG campus having a good time. How pivotal these last 2 rounds have been for either squad, and SMG has just taken it by the horns.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard because you can see that either team are having such good reads. Like, this is good Valorant to watch. Petra getting the op, she had the right idea. She knew that she had to get the line. Mimi taking that pressure towards showers. They understood that this was something that they needed to do towards the A line as long as they're playing retake on B. And unfortunately, whiffs the op shot, wall comes up, Ray's rocket flies way past wherever it is that she's trying to shoot it. And it just allows Inari to unlock whatever beast is inside of her to get those kills and to continue pushing her confidence. I don't think that's what G2 wants to do here if they want to win out.
Oh, freaking outrageous round. Kaibi's ult is online. And yeah, SMG invested the orbital strike that we talked about, but now note, Inari, given the 4K that she just got, 1 point away from showstoppers. We talked so much about how pivotal ultimates are late in games, and it just seems like SMG have positioned themselves in such a way that there's not just like one big round. They've staggered them all, so it's like a constant flow of pressure.
Yep. Double Senti set up towards A this time. The trips being towards that short and showers line. Cypher actually putting pressure in that showers with the cam. Really good information to get, but there's not much they can do because SMG walking up, contacting up short again with that wall.
That trip is going to be the first thing to dissuade. You've got to be cautious about rotating very quickly because they could flip the map, but SMG trampled forward. They've got the spike all the way up, backside at this point. G2 still have showers control, and that's going to have to be dealt with, but Shirazi, my goodness, if they don't consider Shirazi, this could be disaster.
This is insane. Players pushed up towards that spawn, and Shirazi getting the pick onto Glance, and another one on Roxy. Pushed up into spawn is not what G2 expected, but Petra catching Alexi off guard.
And Ari still with the showstopper online. As the spike is ticking away, Mimi and Petra both in such a brutal position, they can't really get out either. There was nowhere for them to go. SMG gets a map point.
Oh my goodness, what a round. SMG, again, like I'm telling you, these reads are so good. They knew immediately with that Sky Dog and Sky Flash towards showers that they saw the Cypher playing towards showers. They assumed that they were playing retake towards there. They set up Shirazi to hold the showers, and hold she did. She got those 2 kills and actually a third onto Mimi. Really well played. They knew that the players had to be rotating in from B and just sat in spawn waiting for them.
So well considered. I mean, we thought this SMG team was good yesterday, but it just seems like they're on another level today.
For sure. I mean, the 4 duelists, that looked clean. But now we can see they can actually play meta comps and be amazing at it as well.
Oh, Sarah, what? Oh, how does she still get that kill? Either way, Alexi was there on the trade. I thought she was done, given that she was caught mid-jump. But a 1-for-1, Kahibi pushing forward. Petra understanding, surely there's somebody on the other side. There's a swing, and every single kill is going SMG's way right now. It just seems like G2 cannot land a single shot. And this map, Athena, this map feels over.
This map looking so close, so rough for G2. This is a hard one to lose, Doug, because it's so close. It feels like, again, like small little mistakes, but Glance grasping at straws, getting the first kill on Kohibi, and maybe Glance and Roxy can do what they did earlier and round this one out.
Last player standing.
Glance is going to be left in a 1v3. Shirazi is weak, but she's getting spammed, she's getting peppered. There's just no shot. SMG continue their dominance. It wasn't just domestic, it wasn't just yesterday. A 1-0 lead over SMG on a beautiful performance.
Yeah, SMG again, like we said yesterday, we talked about the storyline that SMG had in order to get to this place, and they're showing that they deserve to be here. They deserved to be here last year, and they're proving that this is where they need to be right now.
Split on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Mika Fabs here, and I am standing right now with Coveted, coach of Team SMG. Coveted, can you let us know Team SMG has a bit of a unique coaching style? How do you share that role with Kohaibi?
Wow. I think with Kohaibi, she does put in a lot of effort. So we sort of lean more towards like trying to figure out stuff on the way, and then really leaning more to like, all the stuff that analysts do. Yeah, there are a lot of like really great analysts out there, and then I'm not going to drop names, it's not going to be fair, but yeah, we like to lean more towards a very aggressive kind of style to analytical kind of style. So, and then we also take some consideration of our players into mind. That's why sometimes there are some maps that our comms will be weird, but yeah, I think we have a good dynamic.
Well, it seems to be working, so best of luck to you guys.
Seems to be working indeed. 13 and 8 for SMG to close out G2 Gozen's map pick, Bind. We already said it. We were like, wow, this is another ace up their sleeve that they're throwing our way, but it turns out SMG is the one taking the lead on this one.
Hear me out. This is dangerous, you know, because we have been in the position before where a team has stolen our hearts, and I think that SMG had a perfect start yesterday, and they're just doing it again and again, and they're doing it just by amazing individual plays time after time. It literally, I love the fact that they're so honest. They do not care that they're playing against G2. They're just performing so well individually in every single round. I was so thrilled by them actually in every single instance finding, okay, we can do this one better for the next round. That's exactly what we're gonna do.
And that is what we expected from them, right? From SMG, like those like peaks and like out of nothing, just randomly going W and just going for the kills, like out of nothing. To me, SMG really relied on highlights, and that could be a bad thing and that could be a good thing, because when you're on a good day, honestly, it's perfect because you just do those highlights and things work out for you. But there are going to be days that is not going to be like that.
And I wanted to take a look at this head-to-head because I think that we've talked a lot about Mimi. I was so surprised by the performance from Alexi because, yes, we did have a lot. I think that every player in SMG had their round with their multi-kills, but she was keeping everybody so pumped up. Her utility usage on Sky was beautiful in so many rounds. And actually, in that second half, once they figured out that G2 was just playing up to the retake and that they just needed to execute as soon as possible and just think about the rest in the mid-round and how they were going to face it, it looked so clean and crisp from SMG. I was looking at Alexi all the time because I feel like she was one of the players keeping everyone in the zone, right? And also G2 a little bit uncomfortable. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what you need. The perfect mix coming through from them. Alexi just really showing up this time around. Then I think it also brings a lot of question in terms of moving forward, what we can be expecting from them, because yesterday we said it, this is an SMG that was just pressing W. They weren't really stopped in their tracks, but it felt like even G2 was not able to stop them in their tracks.
Honestly, I think they were just not prepared. Like, there were a few plays that could be countered with skills and resources that I think that G2 did not really got. Like, when you look at the 3K and 4K of SMG with Alexis and I think
Kohaibi,
yes, they were not flashed, and that was an execution. So there's something wrong, right?
But they were also like playing from inside the smoke. Like, this is the kind of plays that you have seen before, that you have also seen in ranked. It's not something completely new and unexpected. There was something that, for example, Roxy was leading the charts in the numbers, but for example, on the attack, she wasn't having that impact. Like, everything was everywhere, and we were talking about it here, and that's why we were watching it, being like, wow, Roxy, we know what you're capable of, and you're being shut down. Like, you literally have to back and retrieve your utility or feel like you do not have the impact. Not in the early round, not in the mid round. You're just there to try and get the kills.
Yeah, it felt like at times here and there, G2 was able to bring it back. Round 15 was where they kind of started to get 3 rounds back to back. I think that's the most we've seen from them really this time around. But what exactly did SMG change in their approach to be able to say to G2, no, not today?
To me, it was on their attack side. They just snowballed, honestly. The after plans were being just peeking and everyone pushing and everyone together. That is a great point. Like everyone, even though they were pressing W, they were all together all times.
Yeah.
Like 4 people peeking. It's impossible to kill everyone. Like
I think they understood the assignment. As I said, like G2 is playing retakes. Okay, they want us to plan. We'll just go and plan. We're playing the Brimstone. We're playing the Viper textbook in my books, at least.
Absolutely.
The perfect executes, perfect smokes. Just put in one step further. As you said, they're gonna go for the retake. We will be ready for that. We will peak off timing. We will be prepared.
And at some point, like, they had a plan, right? G2 had a plan, and they just stopped following it. Because at some point, when they were doing, like, A executions, Brim was dying in mid. Like, Sarah was dying mid, doing nothing, like, solo. And I think that is kind of runs from the plan, you know?
A bit of an oopsie-poopsie happening there, but the second map that we're going to be heading into is going to be Split.
Yes.
And this one, however, being SMG's pick, to me, Kukuka shouts out, they're comfortable, they're confident, they want to get it going. So when we're looking at what just happened on Bind, what are we expecting?
The unexpected, because this is a map that they have played. No, hear me out. This is a map that SMG has played a lot. I think that they have maybe played it 8 times. And with 7 different compositions. We've seen some Reyna, you know, we've seen different duelists, different smokers. So if G2 wants to have that standard of we're going to be the unpredictables of the tournament, honestly, SMG wants that title. The Game Changer Championship as well, but that one is one that they will they will definitely get.
A little prediction thrown in there in the mix, just like spicing it up a little. But you're looking at Split, and we're looking at a couple of mistakes potentially that we've seen from G2. One thing that you highlighted specifically was the flanks, something that they weren't really able to stop from the side of SMG. You're talking potentially deviating from the plan. When you're heading onto a map like Split, are you worried that these could be mistakes that are repeated, or considering it's G2, they can just fix that?
Honestly, Split is a map that you have to play like flank is not a thing. Or
you tell that to Petra.
Like you could have flanks, but it's just like specific rounds, and it become predictable at some point, and like it's something that you can work against and in your favor as well, but it's not that strong as it is in Bind.
Yeah, I think that what you're trying to say is that we're so used to, for example, having that cipher just locking one side of the map that it's very easy to read into it, and when the timing of the lurk is going to be starting, that is actually pretty easy to read into, especially if you have the time and the opportunity to look at what your opponent does. But again, this is a map that we still have to see from G2 ever since that role swap, so maybe there are more things changing in that sense.
Yeah, the changes keep on coming from G2, and it feels like it's the opposite of SMG, because one thing that they're staying consistent with, Lysa, is that they're just pressing W and going straight onto site, and that feels like
they also had some good standards.
They did also have some good standards, yeah. I mean, you know, when you're just seeing them shooting up everything, you're like, oh, they got that too.
Is that kind of rounds that you actually remember at the end of the day?
They're very memorable. We also have an interview ready with Karkas, so let's head over to Mika and see what Karkas had to say.
Mika Fabs here, and I'm standing right now with Karkas from G2. We saw that was a difficult map for G2. What was SMG doing that was so difficult to deal with, and how do you plan on fixing that in map 2?
I mean, they're playing really aggressive, and in my eyes, we really did too much. Like, we gave them too much respect, and we need to fight for those areas, and we cannot just sit and wait and try not to lose. And yeah, like, we had a really serious talk in the green room. And yeah, we just need to change mentality, like from them allowing them to play however they want, and actually us dictating the pace and how we want to play the game.
Thanks very much, Karkas. Let's see if G2 can make a comeback.
A stern talking to in the green room. We gave them too much respect. Ooh, these are some. I'm looking forward to that split. I feel like the hype here is going.
I love it because Karkas has been in charge of this team for a very, very long time, and we know that he has been behind some of these changes, and they're a very well-working group. So the fact that he is also honest about it, be like, yeah, we needed a serious talk, and that's exactly what we did. We gave them too much respect. They knew that SMG was coming in with this plan. How did they allow it to happen? And what it has to change so much on Split? Is this going to be even faster pace? Like what is going to happen on Split? Are we going to turn into an A? Just pressing W all the time? No shade, no shade.
No shade, nothing.
No shade.
Whatever. But we're looking as well at G2, and I think highlighting what we've seen from that interview, just the fact that they're aware of what they need to change. G2 can adapt, do you think?
Really, I think in this map, it's easier to stop the pushes. on CT mainly. So I think G2 could shine and play that slow game that they like to play and really just shine. It's their moment.
Okay, it's their moment. It's not their map, but it's their moment.
Yeah, definitely. I need to see something, you know, something more. I want them to start the map and be very, very comfortable. Very not only leading the upper hand, but I feel like SMG is still in the honeymoon period that they were yesterday. We were talking about maybe needing to be on that harder position. Still hasn't happened.
Yeah, and we're also going to be heading into the Prime Gaming Agency, like just to see what is actually going to be thrown in the mix. I mean, are you expecting Arena? I would love Arena, to be honest.
I'm expecting everything.
You know, expect the unexpected.
Deadlock, come, just come.
ISO? I haven't seen him yet.
Hear me out. Talking to crew, they were like, you know what? Maybe.
Didn't get it though.
It's definitely there. I don't expect it, honestly.
It takes courage, and SMG has a lot of it.
Honestly, yeah. You know what?
You actually cannot predict what's going on.
You know what? Winnable.
Winnable. Hey, listen, if 4 duelists is winnable, then ISO should be winnable too. But I think that so let's head into Prime Gaming Agency, like to further solidify whether or not we're gonna get another curveball.
I literally have every single composition that that SMG has played this year in front of me, just so I can tell you they have or they haven't. You know, lately they've been going for a more tamed version of it. Oh my God, it's going to be the tamed version of it. And Petra, of course, is going to be on that race. Mimi on that Sky. And double controller for the side of G2 Ghost. And in EMEA, we're big fans of double initiator or double info. You know what? I'm loving it. I think that they could literally use some change in this direction.
There are 2 default comps in this map. There is one with Cypher and Omen, that is a more aggressive comp, and one with Astra and Killjoy, that is a more like passive one, and they're both in the same vibe, honestly.
All
They're
right.
aggressive.
G2 Gozens are in hot water. Do we want to push this to that 3rd map? Are they able to do so? Let's head over to our casters, Doug and Athena, to find out more.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm so excited to see how Split plays out. You and I were actually having a conversation prior to seeing how Agent Select played out. You were mentioning that you were kind of surprised with the Cypher instead of a Chamber. Tell me a little bit more.
Yeah, I was thinking with the way that SMG is playing, that the confident pick towards that Chamber, maybe they were going to be setting up towards that. I was a little bit excited to see something like that. But again, of course, Cypher is just so overpowered, like you mentioned. He's just so good right now in his Cypher meta that I don't blame either team for picking this champion, especially in Split.
SMG on attack, a flash already, confirming some presence. See a very standard Viper wall from the attack side and the defensive side to counter it. The first pick already going in favor of Mimi. A great start for G2.
Yeah, taking that ramp control is super important. Again, numbers down. Are they just going to group up and hit? I think going towards Heaven, trying to get picked off, or trying to get a pick off in order to capitalize on these numbers. But both these teams, again, playing the patient game, not over-rotating, not over-committing, just going for those tiny little peaks.
I mean, they've gotten this far. And again, they still have that Viper wall they can play around. But again, the defensive wall does such a good job of countering this very standard defaulty Viper wall that we're seeing from the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, mimicking the other team's gas is super important as a Viper, but they are taking that space towards Heaven, trying to get a little pick, trying to find a little weakness or a slip-up from G2's part in order to capitalize, but...
Discipline box. Oh, but she managed to look at just the right time. Mimi falls. Roxy feeling some of the pressure, trading back with some of her own. Ultimately falls. The site is SMG's. The spike will go down as well.
You need to know who was watching Heaven for Mimi. That was so unfortunate. And like we said before, how it landed, everything sounds different. I think that was a pretty big clue that she did not hear the drop from Heaven.
That nade, the paranoia, another kill going in favor of SMG, and Sarah can do nothing against this. SMG drop 1. It was really off of the opener, really. I mean, G2 had the numbers lead at the beginning, and SMG took it the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, Again, it seems like Mimi getting a little bit caught off guard in these positions is kind of costing them a couple of these rounds from the last game. And now this game, I mean, I understand playing up and playing a little bit more aggressive, not over peaking, but still playing in that spot. But who was there to support? Looks like there was some sort of miscommunication or some sort of misplay in the crossfire. When you want to fall back to site and you have numbers like that, you need a good crossfire to hold because you are giving up that space. But unfortunately, not much to do here, but we do see the walk-up A main. I like this from G2.
Oh, hello. Surprise. And they get both? Kahaibi's now here. The trip is going to be tough, but it's just a ghost. Never mind, the Bulldog was there too. All good. It got messy, but all good.
Yeah, I mean, just super quick reactions from SMG, like we said. They're just like, oh, they're pushing, let's go back and fight.
Let's go
Most
fight,
teams would react, just run away, and they're like, oh, well, they're stuck there. But again, SMG with the confidence, looking good.
This is where the game really begins, though, now that G2 have a little bit of weaponry to fight back with. Light armor the whole way, rifles, and, you know, given how messy some of that previous round was, I think things still look decently well for SMG. You've got a Vandal, and you have 2 Spectres you're carrying forward, Sheriffs the rest of the way. This is fine for SMG, really.
Yeah, definitely a convertible round for them here as they look to take that mid. Super fast take from Neri, but it gets instantly punished by Petra. A very heavy mid control, but not much space that they could take, and losing their entry fragger instead.
I like the swagger and the aggression behind that play call, but, I mean, Petra just handled it beautifully. You know, given some of these conversations around the role changes and how are G2 going to respond, you heard Carcass talking about it yesterday, the fact that they felt like they needed to make something different, right? They needed to bring a change into this tournament. And, I mean, Petra seems to only be getting more comfortable in the role as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, and another really good read from G2 here on their defensive side because they did play a 1-3-1, ready to punish any mid-control, trusting that their sentis on both sides are just enough to hold it down. We have Cypher still spawning today and Omen alone on the B site where SMG is starting to regroup.
A flashback site. The wall actually should have prevented Glance from getting flash. Either way, repositions around Pillar. Petra's here. Shirazi has already taken a little bit of damage, and there it is. The kill found. And yes, sweet, but things seem to be converting in favor of G2, but hold the phone for just a moment. Alexi and Kahaibi still in a position to win this one out. It's going to be difficult, but it is doable. Kahaibi flashed, has to take a slight step back. How do they handle this? The first flash forward, the shot's just barely missing, and G2 avoid the bonus. They're on the board.
A good round from both sides here, actually. Getting 2 guns down. Definitely a good sign from both these teams that they're understanding how the other team is playing. The util used on site to get out. I mean, I don't think that SMG should have gotten that many kills. Honestly, I don't think they should have gotten those 2 kills. The instant shutdown from Petra in mid, as we talked about earlier, just amazing. And Sarah and Petra holding it down. And again, retake looking really clean. G2 starting to clean up a little bit of the loose ends that they were having that was making them lose those rounds, the small mistakes. And as we can see, it's starting to pay off here because they had each other's backs in that round.
Yeah, a continued focus from the defensive side towards mid, as we'll often see.
Blinded.
And split, we're kind of nearing this area of split where the beginning of the map is just like an exchange of utility, like a trade, a molly here, a molly there, a flash here, one for the other. Then things settle, and then things just explode.
Yeah, I mean, that Viper gas towards mid is always annoying to deal with, and the Viper gas towards A, so both these teams need to get that information past this Viper utility. I mean, the delay in mid is just so strong. They're cycling these smokes, making sure that mid is a lot harder to get than they think it's going to be. They need to use some sort of dog and flash to get up towards mid. But the Roomba and the flash coming in towards Vent, denying the push out. Neri trying to get that first pick, but Petra denying it once again.
Very nicely done. Had enough delay with the nade and the Viper spit that we talked about, and then the swing out was just very nicely handled. Mid is just not available right now. Sarah and Petra have done such an exceptional job at denying that space, and then they quickly rotate B. Remember, we saw Petra in this exact position previous round with 30 HP, gets another kill. This time, Alexi just obliterates 3 of them. We're back on the multi-kills. We're back on the confidence for SMG. Glance spotted by the Seekers. No real way to keep position concealed.
Spike plant.
Holy smokes, 2 fall. Alexi's left alone. Glance with 3 of her own.
What is going on? Both sides of these teams just getting multi-frags both ways. Amazing, like truly a brawl at B side. I mean, I did not expect Alexi to get 3 there. The round looked almost completely dealt with. But again, just the small little peaks from G2, the confidence, like you said, coming in from SMG, allowing them to get these peaks. But Glance absolutely shutting that down, shutting that idea down. Both these teams are out. Claws are out.
And voices are allowed again from the players, from the coaches. Massive round, breaking SMG, back just to Sheriffs. Choosing not to buy into this, really. And you've got a couple of ults on the side of G2 as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to be a nice little A split, trying to get that mid control, smoking off towards Mail. They have the 2 players outside of A ready to speed up on the mid player's contact. This is something that's looking like a really easy setup. Omen with the spike falling all the way back after getting Sky and Raze into that heaven. And now it's just up to how these players on G2 react, because they do have a trip in heaven. It's not going to be easy to get this space.
No, yeah, it's going to be really difficult. And you've got Mimi who's playing over the trips as well. Triggered. I think this will be tough sledding if they choose to continue to go this way. As if the weapon difference wasn't enough. But try they will. And Ari already spotted on the first. Unlucky. Gonna call with utility out. The flash. There's the swing, and the kill comes through for Mimi. And Ari has fallen. A very nice trade, though, out from Kahaibi. But again, you know, we talked so much about how this is really going to be difficult space to take. As yeah, they've gotten a kill. They haven't really gotten any more space than they had at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking a little bit dangerous there for G2, but again, the teamwork of flashing and popping through that smoke together, immediately calling Petra over was such a good play, such a good way to capitalize. I mean, Mimi unfortunately just pulling out her flash, but that happens. You know, and now they're gonna commit towards that A, trying to get a pick. Roxy actually denying that info at Cypher. And such a beautiful, beautiful round from G2. It looked a tiny bit scary. Kohaibi spamming through the smoke, getting 1, but again, not much you can do on an eco when you're trying to face against a Cypher and Cypher trips, other than race satchels. But Mimi again and Petra just playing so well together in this scenario.
Yeah, it just really feels like, again, they've done such a good job of establishing mid, allowing them to quickly rotate to the extremities once they figure out where the hit is.
Yeah.
It was spotty at the beginning, but this has become a very nice adaptation out from G2.
Yep, now we need to see how SMG is going to react towards this mid-hold that they've been trying so hard to get past, but not really successfully doing it. Petra taking a sneaky little peek out, getting hit a lot. We do have to have the Sky rotate in order to heal. So G2 still trying to hold down that mid, showing their presence, showing their pressure, and Raze and Sky from the SMG side still trying to poke and prod and get that info.
Poison's off.
4 ults on the defensive side. Really everything it could want, you'd imagine.
Yeah, from SMG, this is looking like a much slower pace than what we've normally seen them play at. The dog getting all that info, Petra trying to peek out, but being denied by the Omen smoke. Again, grouping up towards one side. That is kind of how split is supposed to be played. I mean, you need to get some sort of mid-info, or you need to execute. But this slow pace is not at all what I was expecting from SMG.
No, not at all.
I must wait a moment.
You see the flash coming over the top of smoke controls heaven, and now an Ari will go forward. Caught by the trip, caught by Roxy,
30 seconds
and no real shot to do much more. They're going to commit onto the Otis. Roxy continues to lock the side down. 2 kills already found. Reinforcements have arrived, but it might fall onto Roxy on her own. She's still back sight, has taken some damage. Alexi cleans her up. Mimi left by herself. A 1v2 position given away. Oh, just barely missing the shots onto Alexi. Seekers dropped Kahaibi.
Spike planted.
Can she stay alive? Mimi's on the swing and Kahaibi's on the trade.
Oh my god, Alexi just bringing this round so much closer than it needs to be, and then rounding it out. Alexi and Kohaibi, that duo on site, perfectly played. Insane round. Again, like I told you, it's going to come down to these different mechanical things that are making G2 or SMG get the round. This was actually insane. I did not expect it to go this way at all.
No.
The entry was killed almost immediately due to the trip, but SMG was just so patient on their take that they managed to get those kills. They managed to get G2 as they were trying to flood out into site and punish them.
Petra getting the opener with the op. Again, establishing control of the middle of the map. A great start for G2.
Yeah, that op, something that they didn't necessarily need, but I think a really good addition to his defense side, and immediately moving away from mid towards that A site, putting Petra there with the Cypher, able to rotate 3 people towards that B. They're ready for this take, but SMG are just farming orbs. I mean, now they have this Viper Pit, and they have the Omen ult, and now they have the Sky ult as well. Really good orb farming, just leaving Viper here. They made them rotate. They made them second guess, but it doesn't matter because Mimi is just floating in between both sides.
Seems like they're going to end towards Glance and towards Sarah, the 2 controllers who have done such a good job of controlling the map, as is so aptly named. Now in the face of the Seekers, what will they do with it? A deep flash. Oh, they're TPing onto this as well. The Paranoid's doing a really good job to delay, and then you've got the Molly backside, but Camille's behind them already. They've got the pit down too. How are they going to handle all this aggression that's just come out from the side of SMG? They've established almost control. They're going to have a late flank coming in from Kahibi, though. And is that going to be the difference? It's just Kamiyu left in a 1v2. Spike in hand, but how did they get back out with only 13 seconds left? Roxy down low and weak. She's gotten ones. 10 seconds has gotten past Pillar. Should be able to get the Spike down. Mimi's just so much healthier.
Spike planted.
It's going to take a massive mistake for this not to go their way. Kamiyu with the fake TP. Daring Mimi to check the smoke. Although the clock is ticking, Kamiyu can't sit here forever, and Mimi gets the shots. The kills go in favor of G2, and so will the round.
Oh my god, these rounds are so back and forth and back and forth. The second I think someone is winning, the other team just absolutely obliterates, and then there's trades on trades. It just shows how good both these teams are at playing crossfires, at playing together, at playing trades. And G2 was out on site so fast that even though Kamiyu TP'd backside, she still couldn't catch them off guard when they're rotating into that site. And again, just a beautiful round here by Mimi. So patient waiting for Kamiyu to peek, and played absolutely amazingly.
A ton of discipline from the star of G2. And again, it was off the opener of the pick in the on the middle of the map from the op, which is still in line in the hands of Petra.
Yep, she is going back towards that mid to try to see if she gets a pick. Again, holding that sewers line. The flash is going past her, and she does manage to get it down on Alexi. They did not learn from their mistakes. This mid is being absolutely shut down by G2, and SMG does not have an answer to it yet.
Yeah, it's just been so difficult for them to get any space there. And as we've talked about a little bit, the nature of the map, like, you're going to have a really hard time finding success on attack side split if you can't control mid.
Yeah. I mean, a team, they're not even playing that heavy towards mid.
Yeah, they're really not.
Like some teams, you know, they're 1-3-1ing mid. Okay, great, sites are open, but it's only 2 players towards mid. And one of those players is super fast at rotating, and they still cannot get through on the attacker's side, even though it is only 2 players holding it down.
Oh, we're committing. Oh my. Yeah, we're committing indeed. Look at that trip. I don't know how the trip didn't land. I don't know how the showstopper landed. You still got Roxy backside. Finally cleared. It got messy for a second, but things seem to be stabilizing as Roxy locks the site down. 3 on the round for her. Shirazi left alone.
30 seconds left.
And that, I'm really surprised that they committed that as hard as they did.
Yeah, I mean, popping the ult, it was a winning condition, I guess, to try to turn the round around, but again, like, such a weird way because they did not have any like aiming space like that hard. We have Shirazi trying to play and get a pick, but nothing, literally nothing. They did not have enough space. They did not have enough information to do that. And like you said, the Cypher trips, so scary to play against. Yeah. We talked about this earlier on Split. Cypher's so hard to play against, especially as a Raze, unless you're clearing those with the Sky Dog or something. Again, I don't know. That was pretty wild to watch. I think on an eco, sending your Raze ult, unless you have a solid plan on how you're going to punish these players, not necessarily my favorite choice.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. SMG calling the timeout. They find themselves down 2 rounds with a gun round just on the other side of this very momentary break. I think, you know, you and I have talked about this a ton. They've got to find some room to breathe across the middle of the map. And I don't know if that just looks like applying some pressure on site to draw the rotations out from mid so that then they can breathe and move or whatever it is. But I think if they continue to persist this way, it's going to be a great half for G2.
Yeah, I mean, they tried going fast, they tried going slow, they tried using util, they tried just walking up. None of them seem to have an answer for how to contest this. And like I said, they were just playing 2 players towards mid. It's not like G2 is putting too much heavy pressure towards mid. Again, pressuring extremities, it could work, but also making sure that they're using the correct util, making sure that they're using that Skydog effectively, running up with it, ignoring the Viper Orb, and making sure they have that confidence to just go through, because cycling those smokes and orbs, you're never going to be able to just wait it out.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's so difficult to deal with. They last forever.
Yeah.
Where do SMG go from here? Lean towards A with some presence mid, but take a look at Petra's got a different angle. My memory might be failing me here, but I don't remember her having this angle out from garage. It's primarily been mid.
Yeah, taking her off towards mid and rotating off seems to have been the play, but a super fast push into ropes and Inari getting the pick with the judge. That was the answer that they needed, but Mimi immediately trading her out, shutting down all of that, but they still commit to the A split here.
That was an excellent response. We were asking, how are they going to get mid control? That's how you do it. And not only do that, Satchel, Judge, Flash, win game. Not only that, though, Shirazi also got so far up. Look at how deep this Viper wall is. It's going to give them so much room to breathe A. It's going to force G2 to play really far back here.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good wall. But again, we still have Roxy just alive, on site, ready. She has her trip up. She's playing so patient. She's peeking into that heaven. They don't care about heaven because at the end of the day, SMG has to get onto the site and push control. They are aware that spawn is open, but that is not an issue because they're going to hold that site down, play a crossfire, Roxy trying to stay alive, and the execute starts.
Mimi gets caught. Roxy gets caught too. Seemed like Mimi just tried catching a cheeky little area there to catch him slipping, but on the other side of the timeout, SMG find massive success. And again, it was off the flash, the double satchel mid, and a judge in the face of whoever was unfortunately there. I think it was Sarah at the beginning. A brutal way to go, but some room to breathe for SMG.
Yep, well played. They sped up the pace of the round at the beginning and then ended towards that A again. The Viper wall putting up some sort of pressure, forcing them to play onto that site. So dangerous because what ended up happening was Omen blinded Roxy off and Mimi was stuck in a one and done position in hell. So again, crossfires need to be played in those sort of scenarios where they know they have to play on site. They know they're giving up so much space towards heaven and spawn. So they have to be able to play together in a way that they can see all the choke points around them. Because again, they could have just pushed spawn and like gone right behind them, but they just chose to leave that open. So again, understandably, Mimi went towards that hell spawn in order to not be seen by screens, but ended up shooting her in the foot because the Omen blind made Roxy not be able to support her in whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, it was really well considered by SMG when you think about how they chose to play that out, because you're right, you put them in a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? If you play off site, you've lost sight. It's going to be difficult to retake. If you play on, you're screwed.
Exactly.
That netted them some success. Alexi getting some info with the flash early on towards vents. And that seems to be, again, an adaptation, because remember, it's the previous round we saw Petra set up garage. Not the case this time, given some of the investment of utility that we saw from SMG towards mid.
Yep, the Viper out going down off of that off contact, allowing Petra to go rotate that off towards B, but she doesn't know that it's the wrong site because SMG's all grouped up outside of A main.
You're going to hear it now. You see the nades, you see the smokes, and everyone going above the trips, and that's all right. Mimi got the kill. It was messy for a moment. Roxy's still alive. Pit's still in play, but it's going to go down in just a moment as Roxy continues. My goodness, she's so freaking stalwart on A. It's outrageous. Now Kami, you left alone. Spike out of hand. And no real options to work with.
Yeah, Roxy being an absolute beast on site, showing why she's a Sentinel and why she's playing on site. Not scared to get off and play with her trips. But again, a 1v3, not looking too good for
30 seconds
SMG
left.
here. G2 just creeping out. And Petra with the op. I mean, that was so well played by Roxy, just staying alive, making sure she's on site. And Nary needs to buy a Phantom. Because on Vine, that satchel stuff was working.
Yeah.
And now she's satcheling in with the Vandal. It's not working as well as it should. I mean, that trip, so good. Roxy playing for so long that no one could get a trade here. I mean, looking a little bit like an executional error from SMG's side that not a single trade could be made. But again, G2, Roxy, man, she played that well.
We had done so well.
Yeah.
We had gone a full almost map and a half.
We almost made it.
We
without
almost
a tech pause.
We almost made it. But alas, here we are with the tech pause in play. Once we know what's going on, we will let you all know. But yeah, I think again we've got to talk about how good Roxy has been as an anchor. We've got to talk about how good G2 continue to be at controlling mid-map, and then once they feel where the pressure is, they very quickly rotate out. Mimi being able to be there early on to save the day for Roxy allowed Roxy to get those 2 kills back screens. It was very nicely played.
Yeah, I mean, right now for SMG, it's not looking too good. I mean, they're struggling towards mid. They're struggling towards A. They're trying to have these splits, but they can't really manage them because the early round game where they're trying to get that space in mid is just absolutely not working for them. So the A execute, yeah, it was okay, but what are you going to do against Roxy?
Right.
So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing way more B pressure here coming in from SMG because they know that that's the weak side. They know that Omen is playing there. They know that they're playing towards mid in order to rotate towards that B rafters and play towards them. So I think right now that's probably an answer that they need, that they're going to try doing. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if Petra just sets up that op in B main and starts pressuring back towards SMG. I mean, Petra even has been doing such a good job.
Yeah.
She ops mid, rotates off immediately. Ops B main, no one's there, rotates off. Ops towards ropes, rotates towards A. Like, it's such a good setup for Petra in order to be having these lines and like giving them that space.
We'll see how they choose to adapt. Again, it was on the other side of a timeout that it felt like SMG had found a little bit of room to work with. The adaptations in the chess match continue between these two squads, and it's been a gift of a series already. I mean, you think about how close map 1 was, how close this first half has been. It wasn't really until the end of the first map that SMG kind of ran away with it, and finally were able to, you know, kind of put G2 away, but that just does not feel like the case this map.
Yeah, and Split specifically, it is a little bit rough on the attack side. So that being said, SMG with 4 rounds, it's not bad. It really isn't. But the biggest issue that SMG is facing is that they cannot find their footing in order to set their own pace at the game. It really feels like they're playing towards G2's pace, and G2 doing such a good job at shutting down, rotating, shutting down again. The only small little mistakes that they've been making in those like small crossfire scenarios or giving up a little bit too much space has been the reason for the downfall of a couple of these maps. But other than that, they are looking solid on the defense side.
No, yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. Again, a tech pause, gear.
Gear.
I hate when gear happens.
Don't you just hate it when gear?
Yeah, I hate when gear. That's the worst.
Gear.
Again, gear, but we are working to get back into the action very quickly. Again, a 1-0 series lead in favor of SMG, sitting pretty, close things out on Bind 13-8, but now they find themselves in a bit of a different story here on Split. You mentioned how the attack side of Split tends to be problematic. So you get 4, you get 5 round. That's okay.
Good.
Yeah, we'll take those.
Yeah.
Where do they go from here? They have four rifles. They've really invested into this. It's just Alexi with the Sheriff.
Yeah.
Oh, Roxy's really far ahead of this. You've got to be careful. Yeah, she may have bit off a bit more than she could chew. Off of the dog, tries to take some space, gets caught, gives up the neural theft as well.
We were just gassing up Roxy on how well that she's playing, how patient she's playing on site, and immediately she has to make us eat our words because peeking into that A main, yes, they tried to do it the util. It was unfortunate, but Kohaibi actually getting the pick and regrouping towards that B site to go instantly into an execute. Such a good response.
Mimi's here to help, but they've already gotten around Pillar, and I don't know that Mimi knows. Oh, Glance was there to help. They hold the line. It's actually Mimi who's the surprise in the face of the flash. Somehow, Roomba not clearing him out. Mimi's still here. This has been so patient. These crossfires that they've set up are gorgeous. I don't know how SMG is going to get past this, but they managed to anyway. Mimi continues to be the thorn in their side as the third kill goes in favor of the initiator. Kahibi trying to dodge bullets, trying to dodge the op to stay alive. Still so much to do. The spike not even in hand. You've got to deal with Petra. Success. That's 3 on the round. A 1v1. Can Mimi put this away? She's already got 3 kills. Make that 4. The round for G2.
Mimi, oh my God, Mimi, what a round. That was crazy. Man, G2 rotated so fast. Petra instantly giving up that mid line, setting her off towards that A ramp. They instantly knew that SMG was going towards B. They did not commit to A. And the super quick response, Mimi and Glance setting up that perfect crossfire. Exactly what I told you earlier when these crossfires are so important, and they got it down. That is the reason why G2 are playing this so well now.
Again, opting for aggression mid. You know, we saw it a couple of rounds ago. It was with the Judge. This time it's with the Bucky. And there's no one here, but Petra popping the showstopper, not finding a target.
Yeah, this mid control going super fast. SMG finally tired of playing at G2's pace, taking it into their own hands, putting pressure towards that ropes. But we do have the whole team in mid here. Not a single player from SMG's side towards the mains. They don't know where they're going to end. Poking and prodding, breaking Cypher Cam, breaking Util. Really good space taken, but where they end is going to be so important because there are 3 players ready with the op towards this B side. The Raptors peek, but Petra whips.
The paranoia out. They got the deep Viper's wall that we saw a couple of rounds ago, this time towards B. And they committed on this really hard. The paranoia out from Glance. Shirazi still somehow lands a shot with Bulldog and a classic. They've gotten out onto the site. They've got numbers. They've even gotten the op out of Petra's hands into the hands of Shirazi.
Oh my goodness, what a response from SMG, just absolutely shutting it down. Only from B Heaven, which is insane, but G2 trying to figure out a retake with these numbers.
Here.
Kahibi spotting Sarah. A 1-for-1 does not add up when you find yourself in a 3v5.
1 enemy remaining.
It's all on to Roxy. A 1v4. Holy smokes. All right. Neural Theft keeping things close. She's already gotten it onto 2. Time is short though. This has to be fast. Roxy, 3 on the round. Waiting for the swing, and the smoke is going to cause problems. Can she hold it the whole way? Kami, you just on the other side of the smoke. Oh, I don't know that she has time. This is going to be outrageous, and we're not going to see it, but I'm assuming it plays out. What a round from Roxy. Unbelievable.
That was absolutely insane. SMG scrambling in order to get back into B main, but not enough time because Roxy just takes that peek, does not care. What a Red Bull clutch. Look at this spray chance for Doug. Holy.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, unbelievable. Managed to get it to half, and that was the difference maker. Even took the damage down to 11 HP. I mean, if that's not a spark, I'm not really sure what is. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, Roxy really making it up for us because she did go towards that main, but again, showing who she is as Senti.
Yesterday, we spoke with SMG's and Ari about that wild quadruple duelist comp that broke the internet in today's matchup against G2. Take a listen.
Hi everyone, my name is Aneri. I'm from Team SMG. I feel very excited and relieved because our first map, it was kind of a disaster because we picked the wrong agents and we made a mistake. It worked out, and I think I can give ideas to the coach that, hey, maybe we can play 4 duelists next time in the future also. But then we kind of adapted to what we picked at Lotus, and then we finished it out. It was a good score, 13-4, I think.
They have the benefit of playing in the post plan, of forcing EG to be the ones to make a move. It's just a tap. It's just to make the second confirm. The first go falls. The second does too. A Red Bull clutch as SMG gets a series point.
As for my next matchup against G2, I have always watched their games a lot. They're very super good. Their firepower is super strong, and I think they have super good executions. So I am quite excited for this matchup because I think it would be like a super hard matchup. So I think it's quite exciting.
Exciting.
Ref, absolute heroics from Roxy and the pop-off on stage. G2 getting back to the G2 that we know and expect on the other side of that half, Athena.
That was crazy. Roxy, I mean, you can see she is still smiling from that clutch. What a round, and what a way to end the half. I mean, we were talking about how it is attack-sided. 4 rounds on attack. It's doable, but G2 is just looking so clean in the last few rounds that I think when it comes to this, we're going to have to see a lot more confidence from SMG.
Well, confidence isn't something that they've lacked domestically or internationally, so we expect them to have more of that, and we already see some aggressive plays towards Garage. Look at that. A jump spot out from Garage, the TP across. They're already denying space.
Yeah, fighting for that B main control. They don't care about B heaven. We have Cypher going to be rotating towards that, but they understand that that is space that they're giving up, and they're competing for that B main status, allowing their team to rotate. Really, really interesting. But Mimi just walking up on Shirazi and Ropes. That is not how you want to be playing that. Trying to do a trap set, but it did not work out.
No. They're going to continue to scale up into heaven too. Kahibi's going to have to back off. The Satchel out on site. They know they have two members in Garage crunched. Petra's not able to take care of him. Roxy's not either, but Mimi does. Of course it's Mimi who does. Who else? They've gotten the site. They have the spike. And I imagine it's going down.
Yeah, Alexi Kohibi in this 2v3, but again, numbers speak louder than words, but Kohibi with one, not being able to clutch it out. What a round. I mean, these two players took B main. They had such heavy B main presence. It would have worked if they had just picked one of the sides to fight. But unfortunately, that death towards Ropes meant that B Heaven was on the weaker side and that they were getting crunched from both sides of the map. Like, that was so unfortunate for SMG. I saw the vision, but it did not work out because G2 saw it too.
Yeah.
And absolutely
Mimi saw it.
Yeah, Mimi. Well, Mimi happened.
Yeah, Mimi happened.
And then SMG, yeah.
Yeah. Unbelievable. It seems like we're just destined for Haven at this point as G2. It seemed like a situation where SMG honestly desperately needed that pistol, and they have so much they can work with here. Petra's got a Vandal. They've invested so much, wanting to put this map away, wanting to make sure they go the distance.
Yeah, and a reminder, Doug, that this is SMG's pick.
Yeah.
For maps, so interested to see how confident they are. Obviously, this pistol round not going to be much of a caliber for what we know SMG is going to be doing, but the contact play coming in from G2, just walking up, knowing that they're confident, that they're heavy towards mid, clearing the sites together. Free site, SMG not much to work with now, but they do have a fast flank.
Fast flank and pistols, a frenzy to work with, although that's going to be coming up from heaven. I imagine that'll be difficult to find success with. Shirazi getting one, trampling forward, upgrading a weapon, and all of a sudden this is a bit more of a fair fight, but doesn't matter as Petra wins that out nonetheless. Hey, you imagine G2 here get through this, keep as many weapons as they can, get to 10 and maybe farm a couple of orbs on the way out via the kills of Alexi and Kahibi, and continue to try to set them up to potentially win this next bonus and put the map away.
Yeah, G2 looking to not lose any more guns here because they did already lose the one towards B main. They're falling back together in the group, and we're gonna see Kohibi and Alexi die towards that spike just to see them get the full buy for the next gun round.
This is an ever pivotal round, really, in the grand scheme of things, because you imagine the first rifle round for SMG in the second half. This is, I mean, you have to win now, right?
I mean,
like, you've got to win this round.
They literally need this round because if they lose this round, it will be 11 rounds for G2, and they're gonna be broke. They're gonna have to force some crazy buy in order to play for the win. But again, so important, and the way that they're gonna be playing it is gonna be against an A rush.
And it's so difficult too because this bonus from G2 is not nothing. They've got 3 rifles of all kinds. I mean, they've got the Bulldog, they've got the Phantom, and they have the Vandal. This is not just like Spectres or Stingers and pistols.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard, but we actually see them contacting up towards that heaven, trying to punish the Cypher setup, the Cypher cam, looking to find anything. They do spot a player towards heaven, and instead have rotated to play for the site. Sky still alive on site, playing with the trips. Ropes is open, mid is open, Spawn is starting to get close, but there's so much space here for G2 to take.
The nice thing from SMG, though, is they've denied a lot of the space, so you're starting to see some of these rotates towards A already. You've got Raze, who's already halfway through. Petra satcheling out onto side, caught by the trip, the spam not landing. Kahibi somehow, excuse me, Alexi somehow still alive, and SMG slammed the door on this hit. Unless Petra can kick it down once more. It's Petra, Aneri, a 1v1. Petra, the weaker of the two. Having to reposition, excuse me, Kamiyu and Shirazi still have plenty to work with. Got the paranoia, really no shot for Petra. And a great round from SMG.
Yeah, looking really, really good with the rotates. Like you said, Omen taking that full beaming control, allowed SMG to rotate, allowed Shirazi to be in that spawn, looking at heaven and peek out the smoke to get these beautiful kills that just turn the round around into their favor. And Neri getting this final kill. Such a good start for SMG on their gun round, looking like they have a read with the info. And they're gonna start to set up towards this mid, the 1-3-1.
We talked about how much SMG needed that round. They found it with great success, but you're really, I mean, you're really just kind of getting started on this comeback that you're gonna have to pull off. Down 5 rounds, but a heavy investment mid. You talked about it. This 1-3-1 defensive setup is gonna force G2 to look elsewhere.
I mean, it's really interesting because they are opting to play double up in that ropes, in that vents area. They tried playing that little trap setup, but again, Sky falling off to get that information towards A main. Super important that they see the Viper lurking, but again, now they're playing weaker towards mid. Oh, Alexi with the kill on Petra. As soon as I said that, she rotated right in time, but Mimi getting a kill and trade happening towards mid. It is a war zone in mid, and Spike has been dropped by G2.
Ooh. I thought that was going to be ugly to watch for a second. Sarah getting the kill, and Roxy on the extremity too. Do they know? I don't think they know. Kahibi's right behind them.
I have the spike.
They've managed to pick up the spike. They've managed to establish control B, and the neural theft will give that away.
Kahibi stuck between a rock and a hard place. Left. She's walking up towards heaven. Not much else that she can do. I mean, the cam spots her out. The neural theft spots her out. She's in a 1v2. It's probably calm that Roxy is low and that this is winnable, but again, the Viper has so much, or sorry, the Viper has her orb to deny the B main push. Like, there's just so much against her right now. They're playing this crossfire, peek off me in spawn.
They're both so weak. They're both so weak. That's the first to fall. The second does too. 61 HP amongst both, and Kahibi laughs in the face of it. The defuse comes through as SMG get that round.
Dude, Kahibi winning the round that SMG desperately needs as well. This could be a momentum turner right here. Roxy, 5 HP, really needed to stay alive for her teammate. The peek off me did not work. Kahibi, that is the fragging IGL that we know and love from SMG, just showing us why she's here.
Yo, that was a cold killer smile too. It wasn't a pop off, it was just like a very gentle, like, yeah, I did that. Fist bump. The crowd popped up harder than she did.
Yeah, and a timeout here, definitely a lot to talk about from both these teams. I mean, the double vent setup from SMG is so interesting because they got punished for it once, and they haven't been able to do much with it. The Sky looking to rotate between that mid and A heaven to get information, to fight mid if they need to. A nice little float, but again, if red, like that is really, really hard to counter because it's like, you have Sky and Viper in heaven, in ropes, and then you have Raid in heaven. I would just avoid A, because that's like 3 people towards A, including your Sky, including your Cypher. Just go B. So, really interesting to see how GT is going to kind of wrap their heads around this, but SMG still sticking with, I think they're going to stick with what they know, because it is working out for them.
If it ain't broke. 4 rounds separating the 2 squads. You got a judge in the hands of Petra, 2 sheriffs, and then 2 bulldogs. Meanwhile, for SMG, you're healthy. You've got the neural theft from Kahibi, who's having an exceptional performance here. 17 and 10 for the Sentinel.
Yep, mid looking to be held by just a Viper this time. I was talking about that rope setup, which they're opting not to do, and G2 actually taking their judge into ropes. This is actually a good read by SMG. Yes, they're losing a lot of space, but what are they going to do with this judge now? Because they have put themselves in the long-range positions that they have to fight towards A, and a judge is not going to help with that. And we have this full beaming control from Raze and Omen, so Cypher and Sky should be ready to play for an A hit.
Here.
G2 quietly considering where they want to go. And if they do commit to this A hit, you're going to go into the T-set, the Cypher setup. You've got Alexi, who's going to be playing here as well. First flash just now used, excuse me, second flash now used. Gonna have to wait a bit before we get one of those back online. And that's the window that G2 want to push in. The nade, making sure there's no one laying down in hell. The judge from that distance? What? Either way, Kahibi's there for the trade. She's gonna have to deal with so much. The flood overwhelms her. She drowns Mimi now. There with the trade. The Sheriff finding value.
30 seconds left.
Glance weak though. Very weak. Just got a little bit weaker. What can Shirazi do off the swing? Trying to find value out for that paranoia, and they just mow over what G2 had on the site. Yes, it was a lighter buy, and it caused some problems, but SMG walk away on top.
Yep, that Raze nade just delaying that plant for so long that it gave them time to set up in that spawn with the paranoia in order to retake 3v3. They made it so speedy. They made it look so easy, but again, Petra with that entry, that should not have happened for Alexi, but Jaime immediately getting the trades. This was a really great retake, really great setup. They delayed the bomb for so long that it was just really well done. Me too.
Big same. Big same. We got another tech pause. So we will let you all know what's going on. Again, an excellent read from SMG, right? We got to talk again about the fact that, you know, in the previous timeout, the double rope setup that the defense was showing, Petra decides, all right, we're just going to satchel into that. There's nobody there. It was beautifully handled.
Yeah, like I said, like G2 got so much space. They thought they could do something with it. For a second, it did look like they could when Alexi got picked on that site. But again, like, they knew that they had to play back. They knew that G2 was an eco. They were ready to play those far back positions where they were tradable. Kohibi coming out of that smoke. Yes, it was a little bit risky, but getting two was so worth it. Now, I don't know if G2 knows this, but SMG has been taking B main for free every round so far. For free. All they've been doing is throwing maybe an Omen smoke, maybe just a one-way. That's about it. They haven't needed to use any resources. And now if G2 tries to come back towards B main, they haven't seen this yet. The one time that they went in B main was when Roxy just kind of lurked for free into B main. They don't know that they're holding it down. So we don't even know if they're setting up a trap. They're ready to fight with this paranoia and Raze nade. It's going to be super dangerous. So now they need some sort of answer to how SMG is playing. And it's kind of like what we said before with G2. Like, G2 starting not to find the answers that they need as well. So again, definitely defense side of map. We're seeing it play out here. The score line is really close when you think about it, because they were down. The SMG only had 4 rounds coming into this half, and they seem to have built back up the momentum to get to 7.
Got to 7, and again, to go back a little bit further, if it wasn't for Roxy's heroics to close out the half, I mean, we're talking 10-8 right now, and who knows, the defensive side split proving to be the problem as Gear strikes again. Gear 2, maybe?
Oh, Gear 2?
No?
Man.
All right, my bad.
Gear 2.
My bad.
You know, maybe 10 years would be
it does seem to be something on the SMG side of things, as the referee is very intently working with SMG to figure out what's going on. I'm being told by the good people behind the scenes that it is indeed a keyboard issue. So once we get that situated and rectified, we'll jump back into the action. It's a nail-biter that's gone down between these two squads. Just 3 rounds separating them, an 8-4 half in favor of G2, and we've been able to witness a pretty outrageous comeback from SMG, all things considered. That's not quite done, but it's got the makings of it.
Yeah, so we were talking about how Raze and Omen were taking B main. As soon as we said that, they switched up the setup. They have Omen playing with a Cypher trip towards B main, and Cypher just sprinting all the way across the A to place another one, setting up their Cypher cam and trip. What a crazy setup now. Cypher being able to hold down both sides with trips. Mid is completely open. Cypher just sitting with Sky towards A, looking like they're going to be fighting for A Heaven, giving that up that A site. And we still have the ult, Razel on a Neri. This trap could be super important.
Do they fall for it? Roxy clearing the first trip and deciding to go a little bit further. Sarah falls. There's the showstopper that you mentioned onto Roxy. Neri trying to get ahead of the swing, ahead of the flash. Mimi's able to finally counter back a little bit, but as things slow down for just a moment, she looks around and realizes that her team's been decimated. It's just Glance and Mimi left.
Last player standing.
And that quickly changes to just Mimi.
Cover going out.
Dang, that was an Omen diff right there.
Wow.
And Kamiyu ending the round. Oh my goodness, what a setup from SMG. They were so ready for that A Heaven split. Like I said, the Viper wall comes down, the flash comes out, Alexi spamming through Cypher Cage, and Neri's here ready with her showstopper. Such a good read. I mean, this A Heaven was shut down. It was locked down, and that Cypher setup was just beautiful. A little bit risky because they did take some time getting back towards that A site, but it's not going to be a problem this round because Cypher's fully set up towards that B site, and A is held by 3 of these players.
The pit across mid. The Dog's going to spot a little bit, but the counter paranoia is great. Roxy still pushing forward though. Cabbages in her lap, has to take a step back, upgrades a weapon. And any attempt at a fast, aggressive hit towards A is instantly stuffed.
Yep, G2 forcing a buyout and not getting that much into it because Viper has ulted towards mid. Cypher trip still up for SMG at B. They know it's going to be an A hit, but we see the G2 players dropping into vents, taking that space, trying to split with this Sky ult. This is going to be so detrimental for Shirazi unless she holds it down. Pushed out of her ult, but it doesn't matter because G2 is going back to A.
They bullied her out of her pit. The pit will fall, but you're right. It was all just a ruse. It was all just enough to push them back. They want to end A, and you've got Alexi who's close by. Kamiyu has now joined, as has Kohaibi. How do they go about this? Flashback sight. Alexi just so weak.
Scatter.
Committing the ult is Glance to get off site, leaving Mimi all to her lonesome with Roxy not too far off. But this Ram's hold is going to be everything. They push into the orb. Alexi there weak, a 1-for-1. Can they find another? No, it's Shirazi who gets both. Still so weak. Roxy trying to turn the flash, and it's not enough. SMG get another.
That was beautifully played by SMG in a 4v4 retake. They know that the numbers are equal. They hear the Omen TP. They only assume that they've gotten off-site, but that ramp fight was brutal. Both teams fighting for it, and SMG coming out on top because they had the util. They had more numbers towards that ramp. Roxy again trying to hold it down in hell. So hard to be in that position when you're up versus just a stampede. And this kind of goes back to how they were playing earlier on Bind, where it was 3 or 4 of them just running in a wolf pack mentality, pushing towards G2. And not much could be done because, again, tactical pause I think is needed for G2. They forced that round.
Yeah.
Their money's a little messed up.
Yeah, we'll have to see what it looks like. I think you're right. It's not great, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see. They invested the Seekers to get the pit out of the way, so it wasn't just even in the finances. Yeah. It wasn't just in the economy. From a financial perspective, it was the ult economy as well that's gotten things so dire and so close here. And again, I want to bring people back to some of the history that's at stake right now. 35-0 for SMG, and they're a couple of rounds away from pulling off a comeback, from 2-0ing the defending champions, and from keeping this streak alive. This has been an outrageous performance from Team SMG.
Yeah, SMG, I put them as my dark horse for a reason. This team is looking good, is looking solid, but that does not take away from G2, man. I mean, this team, they still have number advantage in map round numbers. Like, they are still here to play. They have the raise out. They have the Viper Pit. All they have to do is get onto site. All they have to do is figure out where the loophole is in the defenses of SMG. And if anyone can do it, I think G2 can.
Light armor for all of them. And they still have 2 ults. They have Petra's Showstopper and then Sarah's Viper's Pit. No intent whatsoever on playing mid. They've just kind of given up on it for now. Maybe it'll be a bit delayed and they'll do it later on in the round, but they're just not interested in it for the time being.
Yeah, looking like they might try to punish this Vents player, but little do they know that the Vents player has already left. Now, both of G2 Sentinels working up towards this A round, trying to find anything that they can, trying to break this Cypher util in order to put some pressure on SMG side and make them rotate. But alas, not much is gonna happen because they still have all the info. They still have all the space towards mid. They know that nothing's gonna happen. And then Ari getting a pick onto Mimi. It's gonna be another Warzone on mid here.
Oh, unbelievable. It gets traded. Just when it felt like they had an advantage, just when it felt like they had some breathing room. But either way, Roxy now getting the kill onto Kahibi, getting the neural theft online, getting a little bit more room as Alexi just barely stays alive. Got caught with utility out. Kamiyu has joined the fray, the paranoia out as both try to anchor back out onto the side. Alexi's there, still good for it. The spike is gonna go up towards heaven. And I wonder, yeah, they're just gonna flip. The spike's going out, it's going towards B. Roxy managed to slip the net. She's gonna get out of there undetected.
Oh my goodness, such a fast reaction from Kamiyu TPing onto site and helping her teammate Alexi. But again, Spike is going to be planted towards that B site. They're going to be pushed towards spawn. And SMG is opting to actually split up on this retake. We have one going towards B main, which is going to be a little bit of a stretch because like you said, the bomb has been flipped to the other side. Omen towards spawn, pushing towards this.
Are they expecting Alexi, who's going to be on the flank though? Or is Kamiyu going to do it on her own? Yes, she will! What a play from Kamiyu, we're tied!
Oh my goodness, Kamiyu just showing that it doesn't matter if they're split up because she can hold her own. The 2v1, oh my goodness. What a round, that was crazy. I mean, the TP, the play towards site, the paranoia, holding, the patience, the spray, the flick, oh my god. That was, okay, Kamiyu is the MVP of that round, playing towards B, not having any action the whole time, and just pulling that out of the hat, saying that she's tired of not seeing anyone, and she's here to play.
6 rounds in a row for the #1 seed from the APAC region. Just when they thought Haven's inevitable, right? There's no way G2 fumble this. What a response from SMG.
Holy smokes, and 10-10, it is all tied up. A buy coming in from both of these teams still. G2 actually doing really well with their economy, making sure they can always buy for the next round. But yes, another setup where they're giving up that mid. They don't care about mid anymore because they have a crazy, crazy A setup to punish those lurks that almost won the round for G2 last round.
I mean, you're reaching in the playbook here at this point, right? I mean, you lose 6 rounds in a row, you've got to be wondering, what the heck do we do, right?
Yep.
Like, what works? And if I'm not mistaken, both timeouts have been burned. So I don't know that that's even really an option.
Yeah, looking like a B split now. They're walking up into heaven, trying to contact up Petra and Mimi. Cypher lagging behind a little bit. The nades being thrown, pushing Shirazi off. But Omen's alone on side, but Kamiyu does not care, dude.
No
2
way.
kills.
Looking for the 3rd and finds it. The 4th not going to connect, but the damage has been done. Can they push it back? Glance left in a 1v2. Wondering how they've gotten to this point once more. Now with 13 seconds left, Amali's going to deny the plant for just a moment. Finally finding the breathing room, finding the space, getting the spike down. There it is. Shirazi on the swing, Glance with no real options. And SMG with an outrageous comeback. They've taken the lead.
I was just talking about Kamiyu, and she is here. Kamiyu is literally the MVP of this map for SMG. They need to thank her. They need to shake her hand after this game, because the things that she is pulling out these past 2 rounds to win the game is just insane. The Omen hold, peeking and getting 2, almost getting a third, sorry, and almost getting a fourth.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a round, what a hold. G2 now, they desperately need an answer coming into this.
But that's the problem. What's the answer, right? What do they try? 7 rounds in a row.
11-10. Oh my goodness. But the good thing is G2, again, I just talked about this, doing so well, making sure that they can buy every single round. Even if it's a light armor, they're still managing to buy, still managing to keep it close. But they need this round. They need to tie it up, opting for some mid control. But again, the Molly, the Orb, the Viper util is so hard to counter in this scenario.
That deep paranoia. Not going to connect onto anything, but again, we've got, what, 35 seconds burned off the clock already with not a ton of space gained. Roxy, who's been so diligent in clearing out the cam, this time gets a little bit further up, ultimately clears the cam out. And they still have some time to feel things out here.
Yep, this lurk from Roxy, they know she's here. They're not afraid of her because she's broken stuff. She's gone in this lurk spot before, and they know it.
Yeah.
But they're giving up the B side dog. They're opting to push down mid.
And they have no idea. I mean, Roxy's so far up, gets a massive kill. The map has just been flipped at this point. The attack side is going to be playing from the defensive side of spawn. They've got a deep trip to make sure there's no rotate coming through there. It's all going to be what's behind them, though, and they're aware to it. Mimi knew, but Kamiu's there on the kill anyway. They've got the pit down.
No charges.
And the ult cleared out. They're going to try to hull it out onto the site. We've got to be careful. Alexi's going to be on the late flank, too, but it seems like Roxy's ahead of it. The Dogs gave the position away. Kamiu playing in, playing up. Pit's still a problem. This kill is massive if they can work this out. Spike ticking away. Times of the S in. Shirazi getting 2. Alexi left alone. A 1v2. The Pit's still a problem. She's gotten it down to 1. She's got the Seekers to work with 2. Trying to bully Sarah out of the way. Trying to land the bullets through the Seekers and cannot. Alexi weak. Alexi gets the shots. And SMG get the round. But they're not going to get the defuse. There was just not enough time. It was all too delayed.
Oh my gosh, what a crazy round from both of these teams. I mean, SMG's reaction to walk down mid, almost winning them the round, but the round is way too close. G2 is not going to be happy that they won that round so messily. SMG showing it doesn't matter because they are still here. G2, Bulldog and a Guardian and light armor versus full Vandals, full armor. They still have Cypher ult. This is going to be a really hard round for G2 to win.
Tied at 11, and of course we wouldn't have it any other way. G2 pushing forward towards A. And again, SMG are glad to face this. They're glad to take these fights, but they may have been overwhelmed.
I have retrieved the spike.
They have so much space towards A.
Yeah, it looks like G2 took a page out of SMG's playbook of walking up together, having that wolf pack mentality, and it worked out perfectly for them. 2 players on the flank, but they are making so much noise. The trip catching off Raze and knowing that Raze is sitting here. Omen paranoia trying to punish and delay, but not much else going on. The blind coming in from SMG, trying to capitalize. They need to speed up on this retake. Viper just sitting in heaven.
Very forward. They don't have ramps control. The timing on this is huge from Glance. There it is. The first, Roxy on the second, and Neri left in a 1v2. Still healthy. Time is of the essence. Are they going to just double face? Is it going to be too many targets for him to deal with? Yes, it will be. G2 finally seemed to stem the comeback from SMG and take the lead back.
G2 aware that they did not have the best gun in the game and chose to stay together. What a great adaptation here. They punished that heaven hold. It was such a good hold at the beginning, but then absolutely shutting it down. G2 doing such a great job there. That round looked clean. And now we're going to see how this last round is going to play out. Either G2 is taking it to third map or OT from SMG.
And of course, there's a timeout to build a little bit more suspense if there hadn't been enough over these last, 20 minutes that we've had on Split. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, so far off these timeouts, both teams have seemed to understand or capitalize one way or another. This one is for everything right now. SMG needs to understand what is going wrong in their setup. Are they going to change things up? How are they going to change things up? And G2 needs to understand that, hey, this Wolfpack mentality that we got going on went really, really good for us.
Also worth noting very quickly, G2 have been flying blind for the last couple of rounds because they didn't have timeouts. Finally, a brief moment for Carcass to be able to speak to his team. And again, the final round of regulation. Perhaps we head to Haven, perhaps we head to overtime. Who knows what's in the cards? Just one ult currently online, but worth noting, SMG have 2 just around the corner. Shirazi 1 away from the pit, and Ari 1 point away from the showstopper, but the buy's not great. It's a Judge, and it's a Spectre.
Yeah, a lot of B pressure coming in from G2 here, and they're pushing off that Omen. They're aware that Omen has been playing alone all of these rounds. Now, we have so much information with the Cypher Cam just looking around. They're trying to set up for a trap setup. They're trying to set up for mid, and they just gave up B main like that. They pushed off Omen, but Camille, Doug, she doesn't care. She's still spawning the entry.
Nimi's dog clearing things out. At least knowing that the space that they had previously fought for hadn't been taken back. Petra so close, but nothing doing yet. And Ari now filling in behind the orb, repositioning. Ooh, that was close. But I think she's undetected. Oh no, they're pinging it on the minimap. They know she's there. And Ari's gonna have so much to do and she can't.
While that madness is happening, Camille actually getting a pick onto Mimi in that B main, and now we're down to a 4v4 from both these teams. And again, regrouping in these scenarios is so important, and that's exactly what G2 is doing. Regrouping, walking up, the flash, knowing that that's where they're going to be ending, and the rotates coming in.
Looking for the trip! Oh, that's huge! But of course, it traded. The flash is great, but the tit for tat continues. 13 seconds left. They are going to get the spike down. Kamiyu and Shirazi with everything to do to force OT. Glance has the ult, but where do you go in a position like this? Maybe Heaven, but you don't know if it's safe. You don't know if that's a safe place to go. The Paranoia tagging the first. Finally, the swarm coming through. Roxy falls. Glance left in a 1v run. Shirazi, Glance, can she pull it off? Pushing the smoke, the tap, daring the swing!
Oh my god, they've done it, Doug! They brought it to OT Shirazi. Oh my goodness!
What a map we've had so far.
Switching sides.
My heart is racing right now. This is a crazy, crazy map. Always coming down to these clutches, coming down to these trades. Everyone going one for one, over and over again. And at the end, Shirazi clutching this out. So important for her team. This OT is gonna be so intense. Oh my goodness, honestly, I would be like that too. I felt that.
What a fight. What a fight we've had in overtime is where things will be settled. SMG on the attacking side. Again, you hear the crowd fully behind the representatives from the APAC region. See him across mid, nothing found quite yet. No glass cannon op or anything like that as we dance with the first round of OT.
Yep, the mid control coming out from both of these teams, trying to bait out all this util from both sides. The Viper wall actually being placed towards B at the beginning of the round as a lurk wall, but it works out perfectly because SMG is opting to end towards this side. They know that Omen is weak.
Glance trying to jump spot. Ooh, hello. By herself. That paranoia is going to create some space, and an Airy satcheling forward. You've got the wall. You can tuck behind 2. And then the smoke. They've got so much on site, but G2 mow everything over. Petra with 3 on the round, and an Airy, who was the first one on the tip of the spear, now finds the shaft is gone. It's just her dodging the showstopper, getting a kill, but still so much work to do. 30 HP, finding another target. And this would be very, very ridiculous given what we've had so far.
30 seconds left.
And Airy faking the plant, repositioning, so much time to work with. Still has a nade and has an ult. With 20 seconds left, they have to understand she's on site. There's no way she's left, and Roxy stops it. G2 hang on to the lead.
Oh my goodness. G2, the super fast flood from B Heaven. They were ready to support Glance on site. What an amazing play. Petra avoiding all that util, avoiding peeking while she's util dumped, and then ending up getting a 3K. Such a well-played round from G2. They were ready for such a play. I mean, that was insane.
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
Can they do it again on the attack side? SMG back to their old antics of taking all of this space in garage. And keeping Kamiyu concealed.
I wonder if G2 is going to have a really good plan of attack to take this back, and this will be the first time that we see both these teams contesting this B main garage while SMG is on defense. So need to see how they react, but it doesn't look like they're going to be rushing into anything. First, the mid pressure coming in with the Raze and the Cypher to try to pull that away, but Raze and Omen staying tight in that B main garage.
If they want to end here, they're going to have to clear out garage one way or another. The dog instantly cleared out by an Airy. They still don't know that Kamiyu is there. The paranoia is going to confirm things. They've gotten out from heaven. They've gotten through garage. They have B. It's all theirs. G2 seemingly putting the finishing touches on a gorgeous map.
Spike planted.
An absolute treat to watch as SMG is left in tatters. Kahibi and Shirazi, the only 2 that remain.
Oh,
and of course, there's a knife.
Roxy with the knife pulling up behind Shirazi. That is not how you want to go on this last potential round. Kahibi stuck in a 1v4. It's doable, but this is looking hard. G2 playing such a well-rounded overtime so far.
I mean, a well-oiled machine. They do it in style, complete disrespect. And that's what takes us to Haven. 14-12 in favor of G2, and this series is not done yet.
Such a good round. Such a good play. G2 showing why they were #1 last year, because everything that they did towards the end there in that OT showed that they were not scared. They were playing their own game, and they forced SMG to play.
14-12, Haven on the other side of this break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Say my name, say it out loud. Call me again, tell me what you want. Say my name, say it out loud. Call me again, tell me what you want. Hey, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't come knocking at my door. Don't come see at the corner. And don't you say Say my name, say it out loud. Call me again. Tell me what you want.
All right, what a way to celebrate your birthday. It's Roxy's birthday already in Germany, so the crowd was also singing happy birthday to her, which is absolutely lovely. And we get the first third mapper of Game Changers Champion 2023. I'm Jeannie, we have Eliza and Kuka on the desk as well. And we're gonna try and break this one down because if I had a BPM monitor during that game, it would have been off the charts.
I don't have a voice, in case you haven't noticed. I don't know how Mimi is going to end up with a voice because every single time that we cut to her camera, she's like, nice! She's like insanely out of the charts. But I think it was Roxy that we're seeing on the screen right now. Not only happy birthday to you, Roxy, it's also the fact that she was the one being like, listen, we need to close this one up. We need to take this to the third map, as you were saying, Jeannie, the first time in these 2 days that we're going to that third mapper. And also the first time in the last 98 days that SMG has lost a map. We knew that the record, of course, in matches was astonishing, but also there's another one just in maps that was broken right now. We wanted to see this also. We wanted to see how they were going to come back. But going back to the Roxy point, all of those tripwires that did not have the effect they expected on Bind had quite the opposite here on Split. It was not only on the frags, in so many of those instances. We were talking, right, Lisa, before we started the map. Hey, you get so easily used to playing against the Cypher because you know where the control points are going to be for the agent. But actually, they were going into them time and time again, and the amount of clutches that were going for G2, I mean, it was just crazy.
Yeah. Honestly, it's super hard to play against Cypher on defense side, because it's really hard to break all the wires, and it's just like the cages allows the Cypher to move around the site, and it's just super hard to kill the Cypher. So Roxy was playing very well on the side, and she was surviving all the time, and she was clutching, she was killing everyone, she was just on fire, honestly.
Yeah, Roxy definitely made this one a difficult one for SMG, broke that record for them.
Hear me out, she also got the first knife kills in all of this year and the previous year, so in Game Changer Championship, that's her birthday present.
That's a birthday
for
now.
herself.
to herself for herself.
Exactly.
For now. You never know how next map is going to go, absolutely, it's something to keep in mind. But another one that is a little bit of an Easter egg here was Petra.
I love this one. Space, thank you so much. He's our star, guys. And I just had this question. I was like, there's no way that he can get me this. But one of the keys to definitely shutting that aggression down, we were talking about it when we were watching it, is getting the operator. And of course, it's going to go on your duelist. But have you seen Petra with that operator? But thanks to Space, we know that during this year, in the 1,854 rounds that Petra had played before coming to this tournament, he had played operator 1 round. That is like a 0.0005%.
Quick maths. My math's not that
Numbers.
good.
And she did pretty well, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
She did pretty well. she could do everything.
G2 can do anything, right? I mean, they bring this one back. We were looking at how close this of a map was. At one point, we were like, whoa, this is looking like a comeback from SMG. We're heading into OT. G2 were able to close it. It almost was. It's hot take. It almost was. But we're looking at G2 and the fact that they were able to come back on their opponent's map pick. SMG, as you already pointed out, they get their first loss as well. So a lot of different variables moving, and it feels like G2 at that end found their footing.
Yeah, G2, honestly to me it was Roxy, because Cypher, you usually play more like supportive in positions that you're safe, and Roxy was basically doing the entry and killing 3 people at a time. I don't know.
I thought that's what Cyphers were supposed to do.
She was pressing W and just killing everyone, so I think she was the main character in that game.
Yeah.
And she was doing it all, you know what I mean? Because SMG was coming so aggressive and just winning all the trades and doing it all and just pushing, and G2 couldn't handle it, but Roxy.
There were some crazy rounds, I think, from both sides. Also, to me, the last round, round number 26, it was just beautiful. We were talking about G2 maybe being a little bit too slow and finding their footing, finding exactly what pace they wanted to follow, or what key to press against SMG to make them feel uncomfortable. And this last round was perfect. They just waited time and time again, being like, okay, so we're gonna be distracting them, using a little bit of utility in Garage. We just keep them stalled here. In the meantime, you're gonna go through Heaven, and it really looked like it was so well prepared, but it wasn't until that last round that we saw that.
Yeah, I mean, just further highlighting how close this matchup is, going to that OT, having to go to the third mapper. We're comparing Roxy and Kohibi both coming out on top of that Cypher. It also further emphasizes how... Best ult in the game.
Prove me wrong.
All right.
Prove me wrong.
It further emphasizes... No, I can't. I literally can't. Like, looking at the numbers, they're both coming out on top, further proving how this composition has worked exceptionally well for G2. You touched upon it, Roxy being the main girl, the main character.
Yeah.
Main character when we're looking at this match. But she was also the main character when we're looking at the crowd, because check this out. Happy birthday. Does anyone want to sing? Anyone here want to like...
I can barely speak, Ginny. Like, are you sure you want me to sing?
Go for it.
People might think that it's because I went to Taylor Swift, but I didn't. It was literally from just watching the games and going completely unreal. I'm so happy that Roxy gets to live this moment here, because she was also part of Game Changers Championship last year under Guild. But I feel like feeling the warmth from the crowd when you're not in your home city, it has to be a lot, because obviously she's German. So last year it was in Germany. So, you know.
I'm gonna say one thing though, this crowd is not loyal. Like,
yes,
it's G2,
so funny
then it's
watching
SMG, then it's G2 again, then it's... Make up your minds, okay?
No, honestly, I actually empathize with them, because I just want to see good Valorant. I don't care who wins. Like, I'm gonna be happy for whomever wins. I just want to see good Valorant. And you know where we're gonna see it? On Haven.
I mean, we've already seen it on Binance Split. We're just gonna add a little bit into the mix on Haven.
But I don't think you understand what's at stake here. You know the difference between Bind, Split, and Haven, even though that they're part of the Holy Trinity of Valorant, is the fact that, well, Lisa, answer this to me. What duelist do you play on Haven?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know, Petra has played almost 4,500 rounds of Valorant in her, Valorant career.
Oh, there's a lot of numbers.
And she has never, ever played that Jett. So we could be witnessing the Jett debut of a professional player coming into LAN, and that professional player being Petra.
So you're telling me...
I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be. Maybe they decide to go back to bases, because this is not a map that they have completely 100% loved in the past. But I'm just putting that there.
You're telling me this map is going to be Jett diff. That's it.
I'm telling you, if this map is Jett diff and Petra is the Jett diffin, they have already won the tournament.
We're gonna have to wait and see whether or not the Jett's gonna be coming through. But I think another thing, as much as that's on stake for G2, something to look out on the side of SMG is the fact that they have just lost their first map. They have that 35-0 winning streak. I mean, on the interview as well earlier today, Inari saying, yes, it's a 35-0 streak, but I'm not that proud of it. Like, we can push it further. So for them, it's, being humble, but for them, it's also the fact that can they come back from the first loss that they have experienced?
I think they came to this tournament hoping that they will lose. Like, it wasn't their plans, you know what I mean? I think they, even though they didn't lose, they have prepared. At least it was the least they could do, you know what I mean? They were playing against the best teams in the world, and this was the time. If we wanted to lose, then let it be now, you know what I mean? And so I think they can grow. This time they can grow, you know?
Yeah, and also this is a map that they played yesterday against DG, and it worked beautifully. Of course, after that first map, I mean, there's close to nothing they can't do, right? But if on the side of G2, if they want to close this up, the last time that they played that Haven, it was when they were disqualified. Well, not disqualified, they were lost in that Game Changers 3, and probably that meant a lot for them because, you know, they're G2 Ghosts and they were supposed to be the queens of EMEA, but it's actually BBL queens that ended up taking that last title. And I think it was devastating and probably a turning point into, okay, we need to change things up. And now that we are qualified and we're good, it's time to, you know, take those changes into reality.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting to touch upon the point of G2 losing because during Series 1, Mary as well when asked the question like, you guys just lost, she also said, our biggest lessons always come from our losses. So assuming the same thing and the same approach for SMG, I think Split is going to be nothing short of a treat.
I did learn a lot when we lost Mary. Mary, wherever you are, we love you and we miss you. No, but definitely, I think that is another one of the things that makes G2 such a great team is that, of course, you know, when you win, it's fine. Definitely, the feeling is awesome, yada yada. But you don't learn that much about yourself. That is also something that we want to see on the side of SMG.
Exactly.
It's not a comfortable win. Of course, if you are to lose this map, you're not out of the tournament yet. But hey, imagine coming into this tournament, breaking all of the expectations, not only with what happened yesterday, but coming on the second day and beating the reigning champions of Game Changers.
But I have something to say. They were losing this map hard, okay?
Yeah.
And they almost did a comeback. It was hard because the things was just not going in their way, and they somehow managed to do OT still. So I think their mindset is really good. Coming back from this type of game that is really difficult, mainly in Split, because you expect your CT to be super good. And I don't know, they just came prepared, you know what I mean? I feel like they came prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. That's nothing short of preparedness that we've seen it from both teams. I mean, we said adaptability was going to be key, confidence is going to be key with the Prime Agent ready. We can also look into the compositions and what we can be expecting and whether or not we're going to be seeing the debut for the Jet. I know that that's what we're looking forward to as well. So we're going to have to wait until that does pop up on our screens. But I think looking at this both of these rosters, they have already proven so much in such a short period of time. However this final map goes, they can both really say that not only did they give it their all, I mean, there's not the end of it, there's still a lower bracket, they have been doing so incredible. And now,
oh my God,
with the Prime Gaming, there we go.
Oh my God, you're making history again. Not only that, they're also moving away from that double controller that they were testing, just going for the full-on standard comp, very European. I am extremely excited for this one.
I think they're coming aggressive. I don't know. They were super hyped in the last map. Everyone is screaming and shouting and just doing the clutches, and everyone was on hype, honestly. And I think they came. This comp is more aggressive than the other one that was double controller. So I think that is what they came for, to be aggressive, to kill everyone.
All right, to be aggressive, to be confident, and to win it all. The first series that's going to go to that final map, the decider, which will see whether SMG lose their 35-0 winning streak, whether G2 goes and can continue to hold on to their title of returning champions. Let's head over to our casters, Doug and Athena, to cover the game.
Thank you so much. It's a treat. This series has been, and now it's a treat to have things end on Haven with so much at stake. I think the devs put it together quite nicely. You've got streaks that are up for grabs. You've got an upper bracket run that's up for grabs on the biggest stage of Game Changers throughout the year. This has just been so freaking good, and for it to end in a position where you've got Petra making her professional debut on Jet, where you've got mirror comps, this is just so good with the exception of the controllers. Athena, this is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, we saw SMG on this map yesterday. They looked really solid, but G2, this is going to be super interesting. Right off the bat, a B hit, Petra getting up or sorry, I mean Inari getting up onto that site, and right there they have the B site. They don't know if there is back site. Gets one. Inari getting the trade.
Seems like G2 might try to reflank through garage. They've managed to get the spike down. SMG have. Where on earth is Shiraz going? Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, surely you're not expecting that. Hang on. Hang on.
One enemy remaining.
The potential for the third connects. Yeah, I think
so. I think she's good.
Yeah, I think Petra's gonna be just fine.
On Jazz fine.
Yeah, I think Petra's gonna be
I
just
was worried.
fine.
I wasn't worried. Were you worried?
No, no.
No, I wasn't worried. Yeah, what a great round. I mean, Shirazi unfortunately getting caught off guard with that A flank. I mean, that would have been so good. You could see that they were trying to end, but the coach reaction here to Petra's amazing 3K. So clean with that Sheriff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she looked at her teammate and said, "I'm not back, I never left, bro." Which is just so freaking cold, man. A 3-0 start, I mean, really a dream. Again, for a professional debut on an agent such as Jet, you couldn't possibly ask for much more. 2 Marshals carried into this round. SMG, you imagine they're gonna try to go for something fast. You're gonna go fast right into the turret, right into the mollies, and right into the Marshal of Sarah.
My goodness, sprinting past that Molly took so much health off, chunked them down, but SMG losing half of their team already. Petra with this Marshal also pushing through, just getting hers, and what a thrifty. That was not really the best eco that they could have ran.
This is just such a clean round. Maybe Alexi will get a parting gift, something to take with her into the next round. So you can't imagine she's going to pull this one all the way off. I mean, a 1v4, ain't no way. We're just one step closer to having the Blades online.
Yeah, Petra, so good, so confident. I mean, again, it was an eco. They had pistols. SMG opting to run it down. I think that's fine. SMG, again, showing that they've been pretty fast-paced so far. I'm wondering if they're going to keep this up with the guns that they have in hand, knowing that the other team is still on a bonus. They know they have 2 Marshals.
Right.
They know that they're going to have to take those long fights, take those peaks, but maybe they're going to run it down. And as I said that, we do see all 5 players of SMG here outside of A main.
Mimi's set up to set Petra up quite nicely with the fault line to give her that line with the Marshal. But it looks like it's just a little late. SMG have been delayed for just a moment. And Ari tried getting high ground, but Mimi was there to greet the flash out. It's just a second early. Kept back by the smoke. SMG moves their way forward. They mow over G2. They have everything they could want right now.
Yeah, Roxy trying to flank, trying to get an extra gun down, but Alexi absolutely shutting any hopes of that. Sarah being spotted in heaven. The breach boom, the cap smoke, everyone is now safe. Shirazi actually chasing a little bit towards that spawn, but she's not going to overpeak and give another gun because they did already lose one.
Well, Sarah might try to take care of that on her own, but not able to find any more targets. SMG on the board. They've managed to carry 4 weapons into the next round, and Ari the only one who died. It's a great response.
Yeah, so again, that fast-paced rounds is all we've seen from SMG. If they're going to keep this up, it could be a good way to start the game. I mean, starting off fast, making the other team get worried and use util right away in order to delay, then starting to slow it down to your own pace later on. That is such a smart way to play Haven and such a good way to play Haven, especially against this breach comp.
Petra with the op, round 4. Tried to get past and does. Oh, just narrowly missing the target. Has to give the space back up. Glance was there to help for just a moment. Certainly worse for Ware, down to 61 HP and no armor. I don't know that Petra's going to be able to find much more here. Stuck in a fault line, trying to find space in the Cloudburst. But Glance and Mimi are there to save the day. They get them all.
Spike down.
Alexi's left alone, and she's still all the way down long.
3 players backside for G2, ready to support Petra with that op. And it's looking like really rough for SMG. She gets flanked, but Alexi actually turning around and punishing Roxy for not getting her in the head right away. But 11 HP in a dream, not much that she can do here.
Let's see if Alexi can try to take another weapon down with her. Also 1 point from having the Hunter's Fury online, so either way, you get the kill, you die, you're gonna get the ult in the next round. All good. But G2 get their 3rd round, they keep the op out of Petra, or they keep the op on Petra, excuse me. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, setting up the line, like Jet getting the line on A is so important. But what was even better was how fast G2 reacted to get onto site. We saw the stuns coming out. We saw the flashes to get back out. We saw Mimi already back site with her breach util, just supporting with her gun out as well. Like, such a good round, a good reaction for this fast-paced style that SMG is trying to give G2.
Question is, how much longer will SMG try to fight for this aim and control? She just spotted the barrel of the gun, and it's an op. Or excuse me, it was a Marshall. Whew. I was tricked for just a moment, but Petra lands a shot.
Down to 24 HP though on Petra. She is going to be moving that op around, and this is exactly how she was playing it on Split. And it's such a good way to play, especially on Haven, where you do have 3 sites. You have the full control of B. They're playing heavy towards that B garage, and see Sova alone on A, forced to play retake, gets tagged, starts falling off. Again, really, really well played. They're not too scared. I mean, G2, the op is back here. They have so much freedom to rotate because of all this information that they're getting.
Petra's following the drone, getting really far up, and there is a player short. Going for the shorty. Kahibi on the other side, stunned. Not another knife.
Last player standing.
Kahibi's there to take care of it, but now, yeah, you took care of Petra. You still have 4 other players of G2 that you're going to have to deal with 32 HP.
30 seconds left.
I don't think anyone's going to swing you. I think the onus is on you here, Kahibi.
The discipline on G2.
Yeah.
That's really showing right now.
Is anyone going to die?
10
there we go.
seconds.
Kahibi now pushing forward, getting Mimi. Sarah was there on the trade.
Yeah,
They're gonna pick up the op that was dropped, take it into the next 3-round lead for G2. This is an excellent start for the defensive side.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you know, the big thing that G2 also picked up on, which I don't know if you noticed, Doug, was that they know where the util is going to go when these 8 hits now, because SMG has done it so many rounds in a row. So we have the players on site able to dodge the util. They know where the dart is going to land. They dodge the fault line from Breach on default, and they're just playing to stay alive. They know where the util is going to land because SMG's done it so many times in a row, and it looks like they're going to do it again.
Same fault line, same dart, and it seems like they were kind of expecting a change. You've got the op towards C, you've got Sarah who's taken all that space now in Cubby. But SMG wanting to lean towards A. Ooh, almost turning that flash. That was really close, but it was too much to deal with. Glance is the last member of G2 who's towards A, and that's dead. The Hunter's Fury is going to be used to clear out the site and secure that no one else is there. G2 are left in a pretty difficult retake situation here.
Shirazi trying to get a lurk in, but Roxy is fully aware that the timing is there. She gets that pick onto Shirazi. It's still down in numbers, 3v4, and Petra has an op. This retake is going to be a little bit difficult because look at all the util left on both these sides.
Sarah has to find a little bit of room. Oh, never mind. It's too late now.
Never mind.
Too late now.
Yeah, their only hope was Sarah kind of getting a good lurk in, but again, that was not possible. Man, that was such a good play from SMG towards Long. They absolutely punished. I mean, Mimi playing so far up, a little bit questionable. She doesn't have util ready to counter that, but Breach flashed her off. Not much that she could have done there other than util dumped. Playing a little bit heavy towards Long with the Sova coming back. Just really, really unlucky timing from G2. But this punish was just amazing. You can see Mimi was in the middle of having a plan. Glance just absolutely getting obliterated. And this was a util diff from SMG. Not using the same util that they've been using the past few rounds in order to execute, but instead punishing the places that we knew G2 was playing.
3 ultimates on the side of the attacking half. You've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got Blades, and then Shirazi's Cosmic Divide. This also feels like the first time we have a really deep smoke out from G2 towards C Long. How do they respond to that? They haven't really tested this Killjoy defensive setup yet.
Yeah, Roxy actually good for one, all the way through grass, peeking through window. Yeah, just like you said, they know that that Killjoy's been set up from that pistol round, actually hearing that turret and using the breach blast to destroy it. So much util. If they're gonna break it and fall off and put pressure, make sure that they rotate, that would be really smart. But looking like 2 players towards Long C are gonna put up so much pressure.
Hunter's Fury was used by Glance. Sarah's still playing on the smoke. Or just on the other side of it, excuse me. The turret is no longer around as Sarah plays backside, has to reposition and manages to do so safely for now. How is she still alive? How is she not taking any damage? Spikes in harmlessly on the ground, and Sarah's there to swing at just the right time. Roxy joins, and that's a 3-round lead for G2.
What a wonderful hold. Looking kind of shaky there at the beginning with so much util being wasted when SMG haven't even gone into the site yet. But it doesn't matter because playing on site seems to be G2 especially. They're so fast at flooding. This first kill from Roxy, absolutely stunning, punishing Inari. And then there we go. The site players holding it down. Just like on A, they're flooding out onto site. And as you can hear, such hype coming in from G2. I mean, this scoreline is starting to pull away a little bit from SMG.
On the defensive side, no less. I mean, the benefit of playing attack is you're able to manipulate rotations a little bit more given the 3-site nature of the map, but G2 have had a beautiful read on the situation. Almost gets a second, but Roxy flashed. Couldn't do much more with it. Sarah, who just had a field day with this site in the previous round, will also fall. This seems like this round will go in favor of SMG.
Yeah, really great entries. That's exactly what they needed from Inari.
Hang on. That's the up on the flank. She's got blades too, and they have a Rolling Thunder. If they want to invest a lot, this could be huge, but I imagine that's the calling card to give it up, to save what you can going into the next. But they might want to push forward anyway. Are they going to go for this?
One enemy remaining.
Inari will get 1, Inari will get 2, 4 on the round. And SMG clean things up.
Padding her stats, and Neri just going absolutely crazy, kind of playing at the pace that she wants to play at. We saw them punishing Killjoy before, but now this flash, so good. Roxy caught out of position, trying to punish Inari towards mid again, but she said, not again. And now we have this really, really cool C-split from SMG coming out.
Still have a couple of really important tools too on the attack side. The Rolling Thunder and Ares Blades, but it seems like they want to go mid. If Kohabi's not careful, there was a shot there. But again, the timing window just so awkward. It's not going to pan out. They've done a really good job though of clearing Roxy's utility. You talked about it a couple of rounds ago. The turret's been in the same place this time. After they clear it out, they want to go this way. Mimi playing backside as Roxy falls.
Whoa, what an amazing strat. They put so much pressure towards B and cause rotation, and Roxy getting caught off guard, but the TP behind. Shirazi shutting that down from Sarah.
I thought she was going to commit. Kahibi's fallen, and they're going to drop the Rolling Thunder to scale them back. But remember, Mimi has one of her own. She can stay alive. Never mind, falls. 3v2 as Petra and Sarah have to take the site back from spawn. Trading weapons as Petra drops the op, has the Vandal, takes care of Kamiyu. How much more can they find? Alexi has 2 shocks to work with. And the grab ball, the dart, the first. Sarah's gotten it to half. And I don't really know that they're doing a ton to stop them. Alexi's not using it. It's gotten down to 1v1 and she's stuck to the fuse. It was just kept.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Shirazi Star too close to the spike that it would not pull far enough away, and Sarah actually sticking the half defuse. That was crazy. I mean, Sarah, wow. Sticking that defuse was really risky, but it worked out great for them. I mean, that was such a beautiful early round from SMG, putting pressure towards B, breaking KJ util, getting on B, and then falling off and C-splitting, abusing those rotates. Exactly what you were talking about earlier.
We're finally going to see both ops in play, and they are going to clash. There it is. Petra lands a shot. Almost deja vu, what we saw a couple of rounds ago. This just feels like a lot of rinse and repeat, right? You test the waters, aim in a little bit, you go back, you clear you attempt to clear the Killjoy utility. Roxy's close by here, playing in window. As Alexi gets some info of what's happening towards B.
Yep, they knew that they have the op set up towards that A line. They already got picked off by one. They started so strong towards A at the beginning of this map, and now they're coming back towards A again. So the way that they're playing is they're putting pressure towards mid. They realize that the pressure is the only way to pull these rotates. That G2 is so strong at flooding, but Petra is still here.
What a flick. Oh. Got a little bit too far up though, and Alexi was there on the punish. The Rolling Thunder is going to keep them back. 35 seconds left. They've decided to draw a line in the sand. Alexi falls. Can they clear them out of short? Mimi with 26 HP and just a few bullets, not able to survive. And of course, it's both Killjoys. Roxy ahead of the play though. She's already on site, but she has no idea where Kahibi's coming from. The shot will land though. G2 get to 7.
My gosh, yes, what a round. This is getting so scrappy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
We're going to start seeing a repeat of Split where it's 1-for-1s all around. You know, Petra getting this first initial pick, and Neri trying to challenge that without any util. So unfortunate. The flash coming in a second too late. Breach getting caught off guard, and all these trades towards short. Roxy showing why she was MVP of last game for her team, and showing that 1v1 is all hers. Such a great round from both teams. I mean, this is hard. Like, this is looking rough for SMG. Like,
yeah, it is.
If I was in SMG's position, it's like, where do you start? Because there's an op that they don't know where it's going to be every single time. You need to find this op. You need to get info on this. Obviously, they don't have a Sky. They have a Sova. So using that dart towards long, using that drone towards short, kind of getting that A lobby information, and you fully understand that if the Jet is there, can probably speed up.
Right.
Or you understand that they're playing really heavy towards there, because every time Petra's been there at the beginning of the round, they've had Breach and Sova close by.
They've had help. Yeah. She's had a ton of help. And really, that's what allowed her to reclear. You think about the previous round, she was there at the beginning, gave some of the space up, but then ultimately took it right back.
Yeah, Petra is just kind of walking all over with this op, able to do whatever she can. And you can tell with the 12-6 scoreline that she has, just running around doing whatever. And they have the KJ ult for retake, but again, we also have the Sova ult on Alexi. They're going on kind of a weird buy from SMG.
Yeah, keeping just enough into the next while still investing a little bit here.
Standing ahead.
And it's going to be a continued fight towards A main. This is pacey though for Maneri. And it almost has to be. She's got a stinger.
They tried punishing that op, but didn't even get close enough to do anything. Again, like you said, so much util to help support Petra.
Oh, Sarah's going exploring. It was a late take into Cubby with Roxy over her shoulder. There will be confirmation that this is where the hit is in just a moment. They've left her. Oh no. Finally settling, getting both. Looking for the third. With full awareness that she's there. And the fight goes in favor of Alexi. Mimi's there on the trade, so try to handle things backside, and Alexi manages to upgrade a weapon, has a Guardian online, and is left in a 1v2 with Spike and plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Alexi do this before. We've seen her go crazy in these positions. But again, so scrappy every single one of these rounds. Like, look at the X's on this map. One and one and one and one. There's a pair everywhere because each player has been traded. But the spike does go down, and now it's up to Alexi to clutch in this 1v2.
The last time we saw a situation like this, Petra dropped the op, went for a rifle to take the fight, but that's not really a luxury here. Given that time is short, given that all the weapons are on the opposite side of the map, it's actually been handed over to Glance. So they are gonna trade it out. That's not gonna land. Glance lands the shot, and that's another round in favor of G2. A formidable attempt from Alexi nonetheless to get out of all of that chaos and get the spike down, get a little bit of money, but just not able to convert it into a round win.
Yep, 8-3, Doug. This is looking rough. Sarah so good with the multi-kills, pushing all the way down, getting hers. But again, G2 just so fast at flooding, at fighting together, and supporting each other on this defense side. And SMG has not had an answer.
No, it's been brutally tough sledding. I believe SMG still has one timeout left, but it doesn't seem like they're going to want to call it to close out this first half. No op in the hands of Aneri, just rifles. They do have the Hunter's Fury and the Cosmic Divide, but it's the same setup, right? You've got the fault line into A main to give them Petra a good angle, a recalled start this time, and Kaibi has slipped the net.
Yep, the Astral Walker on this B looking like an A-link, actually running up, but the ult coming out from Glance to kind of avoid this and delay this. They have the full B site. They're just sitting in A-link, not much to do, but they need to crunch this at some point.
This is really tricky. Hits like this very rarely work, but SMG seems to be laughing in the face of that. Kamiyu gets two, Kaibi gets another. A is open. They have found the room they were looking for. Roxy has the lockdown that she's had for a little while now, so there may be some room for a play. Really no reason not to commit it. And there it is, lockdown online. The Paranoia, they're going to flood up behind it. Yeah, they did, and it was a little bit too pacey. Not able to find full value out of the lockdown anyway. Roxy getting the first. She had a ridiculous clutch earlier in the series. This time it's just 2 kills, but it's around for SMG.
Damn, they almost let her do it again. Yeah. That was close. But yeah, SMG getting that last round and hopefully making that raise up their hopes for this defense side. But they need to have a really good plan and play here to bring this back, because again, 8-4 is so different. It's such a hard scoreline. But Camille, oh my goodness, this 3K was just so great. Both teams in good spirits as it looks. Amazing, amazing, but what a half coming in from G2.
One half to decide how this all ends out. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break it down.
Thank you guys so much. It looks like the crowd this time around is favoring SMG. Unfortunately, the scoreline not yet. Maybe later on, 8-4 in favor of G2 goes in. And we talked about Petra's Jet debut. Sarah's Omen debut.
Yeah, we had a little bit of everything. I think that, you know, Sarah taking that role is also just as important as Petra going as the duelist, but also, you know, taking the operator. And the duels that we were seeing every single time that Petra was on one side and Aneri was on the other one, like my eyes were so open. Like, for example, this one. Boom. Listen, there are things that only Petra can do. I have to say that maybe SMG did not expect this level of proactivity, this level of comfort, let's say, because this is definitely prepared. But also, even though this is an 8-4, okay, and even though G2 was on the defense, they chose to be on this side. They chose to start on the defense. And look at them, they're just feeling themselves.
Yeah, as we see, Petra and Sarah on screen.
Yeah, both of their debuts have been pretty strong, and I think something that we touched upon earlier, Liza, was the fact that when you have these players that are so used to playing a certain role and then they're coming into the tournament with a different role swap, are you impressed?
I'm really impressed, honestly. Like, I really like the way that both the teams played, but I think SMG is playing on a more like it's not a very comfortable way of playing that is basically relying on the first kill. So they were looking for those picks, but it was not really much planned. Like Roxy dying on double doors and Sarah after that just, you know, peeking, and to me that is not a comfortable way to.
All right, we're gonna head into the final one, so let's head over to our casters.
Very reminiscent to the previous map. G2 are up 8-4 at half, and this is where things got real messy the last time we saw this. We'll see if they're able to close it out this time around on the attacking side. I'm Doug, with me is Athena on the call. This has been a treat to watch, but it really feels like SMG has lost a little steam here.
Yeah, I mean, these back and forth fights have been so interesting to watch, but SMG not looking like they're playing to their full potential, how they want to play the speedy C split, coming in with Petra on B. Kohaibi getting caught out, Glance getting one onto Shirazi, and just like that, Doug, it's down to a 5v3.
I mean, this Petra Jet is the truth. Like, I am a full believer. This is outrageous. Her performance has been so clean.
Standing ahead.
And she just got another one. I mean, she's the entry. She's able to create so much space, and then she stays behind as a lure, catches the rotators that are coming through late. And Aries left in a 1v4, and it's good Ghost, and there's no armor on the other side. But there are too many targets to deal with. I mean, surely it's not something that you can pull off. And Ari got 3 and almost made me eat my words.
I was ready to be like, what did you say?
Yep.
What did you say? Wow, what a round.
Almost a classic caster jinx.
Yeah, almost. G2 pulling out the most fun strat of all time, getting Petra into that B and then making her catch the rotations off. That was almost amazing, almost perfect. Obviously, Neri coming in, getting kills of her own, showing them that she's still going to put up a fight. But again, really well played. And just like you said, man, Petra on Jett is kind of looking unstoppable.
No, it's nice. It's looking nice. It's very nice. They're going to invest so many resources to try to fight for this A main control. And one of the biggest investments they made was in Ari's life. They even invested a Marshall in the hands of Shirazi.
Yep, the silent stack here from SMG looking good. They're all sitting towards that short position. Astra is spotting, and Breach and Sova starting to walk up. They are going to get caught. Sarah, Petra, everyone's so smart, so quiet. They know that something is happening around the map, and just speeding up off of those kills. Grouping up and going is the best way to play against these pistols.
Yeah, and surely Shirazi hears what's happening at this point. But she's patient with it. She's quiet with it.
Last player standing.
That was unfortunate. I thought she was going to get a kill there for sure. Roxy swing is at just the right time. I think one of the things we don't talk about super often too is in these eco rounds like this is who's getting the primary amount of kills when it comes to getting closer and closer to having your ult online, especially when we're late in a series like this. So a quick check in glance now just 3 points away from the Hunter's Fury on attack can be so devastating to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so good farming orbs, especially on Haven, because on attack, like, it is a little bit easier to farm the C orb, for example, but you always have that spam to be worried about. And the A orb is so far deep in that long A side that the defense is so much easier for them to get it. So farming these ecos, just like what you said, is super important. Glance with 3 away from her ult, looking really good. And now we're up to 10-4 for G2. Petra topping that scoreboard, 15-8. I mean, and Neri's not far behind. She's got 13 kills as well. But Petra, again, she's putting so much effort into this Jett debut that it's looking really clean.
A quick timeout from SMG, potentially marking the end. Here, it has to be something on the other side of this timeout to build the comeback. This is where it has to start. And really everything kind of going against them. You feel, you know, they said they didn't care a ton, but a 35-0 record, yes, they feel like they can push it more, but that's something you're proud of. That's something you want to preserve on a stage like this against a team of G2's caliber.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, putting down this level of competition early on in the tournament would only cement yourself in that, hey, I'm here to play. Yeah, and one thing to notice, Doug, is that when you pause so early in a match like this, it is hard to read what G2 is actually doing. So stuff like this shows that SMG is sweating a little bit. They have to talk some things out, not necessarily about the other team, but about how they're playing and what small fixes and mistakes that they need to get rid of.
What's the setup look like here? It seems like they're going to want to try to push mid here a little bit, maybe get an area into more of an aggressive angle off of a fault line from Kamiyu. But G2 are just not, they're not concerned with that area of the map at all.
Yeah, the 5-man towards A is looking really good, looking like the right read from G2. However, having that mid control early could be super beneficial for a first flank. Again, this is the first gun round for SMG. They have these Vandals. They need to be able to play it smart. The retake A better come in handy with 3 people on this flank. They need to have a really good retake plan because they're giving them so much time for G2 to set up in their post plants. They have perfect crossfires ready. Alarmbot spotting the flank.
Roxy's going to have a lot to do if she's patient with it. She's heard one pass, the second pass, the third is there. She's dinked, she's dead. How much more patient will she be? Sarah wasn't able to get anything on long.
Enemy kill.
And SMG continue to push forward. They've taken care of Mimi, but they're still going to have to deal with what's behind them. You can't land the shot. onto the dart. Petra with 4, 11 for G2, full steam ahead.
Like I was saying, man, they got this site for free. SMG needed a way better plan on retaking that. They knew that there was potential of KJ Turret or KJ Alarmbot being there holding the flank, but off of that, they did not do much. Camille getting caught off guard, you need to be aware that if they know that someone's flanking, if they need to push, they will take that space back. And now, I mean, as you can tell from their reactions, such a good momentum for G2. And the C rush is actually coming in from G2. They're taking the C line, the best read. Again, no one is on site.
Yeah, they keep guessing the wrong way. And I mean, I get it, especially in a round like this, you have to gamble, right? And hope that you hit the money, but just not the case this time around. And Ari trying to cause problems with the blades. But Roxy has to be cleared, it has to be dealt with, and it's not going to be an Ari to do it. Once again, we talked about this at half a little bit. It really feels like SMG has lost steam. They've run out of gas. They don't really have anything left in the tank. While G2 just continue to gear up, they continue to hit an additional pace and additional gear as the series went on.
Yeah, winning that split game was definitely a momentum turner
for sure
for G2, because now they just look like they're on fire. They know who they are. They're remembering that, hey, we were the champions last year. We need to put this game to an end and show that we need to solidify why we're here. And honestly, I think they've done such a great job of proving that. SMG, again, yes, they're losing gas. They're running out of gas. But again, they also don't have the answers. It's a mixture of everything, where G2 is just looking so clean in so many different aspects.
This feels borderline unwinnable, and I'm not even talking about the score, right? I think you're right. G2's just playing the game so well right now. SMG has found no success.
Last point of this match, potentially, and Inari is starting to go for those confident peaks. Once again, she walked up towards that short, but allowed 2 players towards long to take all this space.
Look at how they're just waiting. They're waiting for SMG to peek here. Playing anti-flash as well, unlucky, but Petra cleans up both. You clear 2 and you think, all right, we've got some room to work with, but Petra was there.
Yep, what a re-clear. Both teams contacting up, one team re-clearing, but it's okay because G2 set up that crossfire way before. They reacted so well to that short push, and now the retake coming in. Roxy actually getting caught off guard. She knows that she's flanking. Camille, turn around!
I don't know how she ended up getting a kill. She should have known. Either way, Petra with 4, the ace on the cards, and what a debut this would be. You know that they're trying to serve it up for. Oh, she's trying to steal the kill. That's cold, but the ace delivers again. What a debut in the face of a streak with the weight of a back of a defending champion on their shoulders. G2 take down SMG.
I mean, an ace to end the game. What a debut of Jet. That was crazy. Petra putting her foot down, showing why her duelist is going to be one of the best of this tournament, and something that we have not seen in a while, but something that we are so happy to see Petra pull out.
Not a bad start at all. 25-8, 382 ACS. Yeah, not too shabby, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, SMG, of course, putting up a fight. Man, these two teams, if this is showing what is to come for the rest of this tournament, I am so excited, because every round, Doug, it seemed like back and forth, and kind of like what Ginny was saying on the desk, if I had a heart rate monitor for this match, it would have been going up and down and up and down.
Poor Petra just trying to tie her shoes. I think she's earned as much, given the performance that she had, but no, it doesn't seem like they're waiting. I think that there's a lot to talk about on the side of SMG as well, because they still look really freaking good. Ultimately, they kind of fell off at the end. They didn't have enough to fight back against this powerhouse that is G2 that continues to be a powerhouse, right?
Of course.
On the other side of roster changes and things of that nature, they're still really freaking good. But SMG showed a lot to be excited about and a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, I mean, if this is how they're performing against the champions of last year, SMG has nothing to worry about, because now they need to know how to learn from their losses. And like they said earlier, they needed to lose to learn their mistakes, and hopefully going forward they know how to adapt and how to push through, because this mistake is something that could help them win throughout that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think this can either go one of two ways for this squad that's been so much fun to watch, right? Either you're going to look at this loss and you're going to learn from it and you're going to grow from it and you go, okay, we know what this is like now, right? It's been a while, but there are a lot of improvements that we can make off of this. It could also very quickly balloon into a second, right? In a double elimination tournament like this, you really can't afford anything like that. So it'll be I'm very curious to see how SMG perform on the other side of this. Again, they've proven it domestically, they've proven it internationally. They're really freaking good.
Yeah,
it just takes a loss like this to kind of learn what you're made of.
100%. Both these teams look so ready mechanically, strategically, so ready to perform. And this is some of the best Valorant that we've seen. Like all day, all these teams have been performing over and over, but still, such a good showcase of skill and strategy. And honestly, everything that we've seen today and the way that all these girls are still smiling after these games just shows that this is such a fun stage, such a fun competition to be a part of.
Yeah, I think there's still plenty of deep tournament run aspirations for both. I think this G2 project of switching roles around is obviously working.
Oh, yeah.
Right, we've seen probably some of the best performance that we've seen out of G2 today, just a few moments ago, and there's still plenty of room to grow.
Oh my god, for sure. Every single one of these players is performing in these roles. And even yesterday, I mean, we saw SMG playing the 4 duelist role. Now, all these players were duelists before, and now look at how they're performing in each of these roles. So both teams just playing amazing in roles.
G2 win 2-1 against Team SMG. We're going to throw it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
E aí, galera, vamos agora conversar com a Petra, que acabou de amassar contra a SMG, ela que é da G2. A gente vai conversar com ela em inglês e eu vou interpretar aqui para vocês em português, fechado? Primeiro eu vou perguntar para ela como ela tá se sentindo, se ela estava esperando essa torcida bonita fazendo barulho por elas. So, Petra, first of all, congratulations. It was an amazing game. So, did you expect this crowd cheering and rooting for you guys?
I mean, the crowd was amazing. Like there was so much sportsmanship. Like they were cheering for both of the teams, and it felt really good. The energy was great, guys.
Eu perguntei para ela, né, então sobre isso, e ela falou que foi incrível, que a energia daqui foi incrível e principalmente tinha uma galera torcendo pela G2 e pela SMG do jeitinho que a gente gosta, né? E agora eu vou perguntar, afinal de contas, a SMG estava sendo considerada ali um dos principais nomes para levar o campeonato e o que ela acha disso? Well, some people considered SMG as the front runner, you know, and I really want to know, you just won, and what do you think about that?
Well, I think SMG is a very good team, and I expected them to go really far in the tournament, and I'm pretty sure we will meet them again. They're really good, and they're great individuals. I love them.
Ela disse que ela simplesmente adora todas as jogadoras, que elas são competidoras super fortes e que ela imagina que elas vão se enfrentar novamente mais tarde na competição, porque ela crê que elas vão chegar ali bem até o finalzinho. So, you banned one of your best maps, and at the same time you chose Bind. Why was that?
Bind is also one of our best maps, but I guess not today. Unlucky. Now Haven is one of our best maps.
Bom, eu perguntei pra ela, né? E aí, o que aconteceu? Porque elas baniram um dos melhores mapas delas. E aí ela falou que a escolha da Bind, poxa, elas também mandam bem na Bind, mas aparentemente não hoje, não foi o dia delas de Bind. E agora fica para outro mapa o posto de melhor delas. So, thank you very much and congrats once more.
Thank you so much.
E é isso aí, é com vocês, meus amores.
Thank you so much for the interview. I mean, the crowd never disappoints. Still, let's go, Petra. I mean, G2 managing to close this one out. And I think this was not the easiest one of feats, Kakuga, because, I mean, we heard it from Petra. Bind is a really good map, just not today.
I just love it. I think that we were talking about it. Like, if you were to ask Petra, what are your favorite maps? She'd be like, well, there's Bind.
Okay.
There's Haven.
All right,
Haven is a map. There's definitely Split. Ascent. Icebox and Breeze, obviously. Then you have Fracture. You have Pearl. We love Lotus. Okay. Sunset is also very fun.
All right.
They'd be like that. No. But I think she does have a point. They practice different things, and by learning and getting to know a different version of G2 goes in for in every single different tournament, she's right. I mean, she's definitely right.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it today, and we were also touching upon the debut from Petra on the Jet. Lisa, we were talking about the Omen from Sarah, but all in all, it felt like once we got onto this Haven, G2 just found their footing, whereas on the side of SMG, they just ran out a little bit of steam.
Yeah, to me, SMG was not playing as they usually do, and I think that is normal since they're losing for the first time today in maps and just in general. I think it's a normal reaction, and if they really learn with this loss today, they're gonna come back great, honestly. And also Petra on the Jet. Oh my God, Jet diff. We were talking about. You were right.
I was so scared about it, and I'm just gonna double down on what I said. Like, if Petra goes into a map, she debuts on Jet out of all the agents on Jet and diffs the other Jet. I have to say that Eneri was definitely up there.
Really?
I cannot by any means disrespect what SMG did today. I think that Alexi was onto something. Like, the value she finds in so many occasions. I can say the same for Kohibi. I'm very, very happy about the performance that they've had. But honestly, it might have been Roxy's birthday, but this is a Petra appreciation party.
Yeah.
Because what she is giving us this tournament, and it's just been 2 days. I am just not ready for the next one.
I mean, G2 keeps showing up time and time again, and I think for SMG, something that we also touched upon was the fact that learning to fail on this international stage is something that they're gonna have to deal with. But again, when we're looking at how this matchup went and how close it actually was, in terms of the amount of multi-kills that both of these teams were able to bring to the table, I mean, do I have to spoil it? Am I going to be spoiling it? Well, it's 54 for SMG and 51 for G2. These are multi-kills within the last 3 maps. That it just further highlights, Kakuga, how incredibly close this actually was.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it mostly highlights that, you know, most of the players, I'm going to say all of the players, have had their moment to shine and to actually carry the round and have an extra added effect that they could have just plainly. I know that whomever is watching from home, especially the Game Changers teams, have to be very scared of both these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to really, really look forward to. But it's time for a HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And this is going to be going to BBL's Ava. I mean, I remember seeing this. This jumping out of the chairs. I remember you screaming in the green room.
Yes, but I scream to everything. I'm Spanish, and I literally come here to work, and I don't even have a voice on day one. But yeah, the way that Eva flicks onto everything, selecting the enemies. But this bullet is a little bit of a BS. Yeah. Whatever that was. You know, Valorant, you've been there. I've been there.
It's a tactical shooter.
Your brother has been there. There is a lot of tactics going on. That was actually beautiful, and she just. The moment that she gets the last one, she's defused, and she turns around and be like, "Yep, that was me."
Lisa, what is her aim routine, do you think?
I don't know.
It has to be crazy.
I think it's talent with Miracle and
that's a good mix.
Yeah.
Just I don't
just
know.
like a sprinkle everything in a little bit here and there.
And Turkish.
And
a little bit of Turkish blood on top.
Absolutely.
And Turkish, yes.
That always goes so well.
It was absolutely incredible. But so far, we have had 2 days of gameplay, and that means that our bracket is slowly but surely taking a little bit of a fill. So when we're looking at today's matchups towards the BBL up against SR, that was an incredible one that we're going to be looking into, okay?
Man, I just don't know how we're 2 days into the competition and G2's already in the semifinal.
Surprise! Yay! I mean, looking at the lower bracket as well.
Who wrote the script?
Someone maybe. I just want to have a talk, you know? But looking at the matchups that we have coming up next, I think SR up against BBL Queens, that is going to be one of the ages.
You think that's crazy?
Yeah.
Just look at literally the first one. As we're looking at the schedule that we have tomorrow, look at the first one. That is EG versus Team Liquid. Tomorrow, on the first match, we're going to be sending home, because this is already an elimination match, either NA Seed 1 or the home team.
That's kind of Sag.
And G2 is already in the semifinal. I don't know who's
Lysa,
right in this.
I'm gonna have to put you here on the spot and ask if you have a prediction that you would like to make for that first game.
Obviously, I do. Obviously, my girlies, Team Liquid, are gonna win. Yes.
Is it gonna be like a close match? It's gonna be 2-0. What are we thinking? Or do you not want to go that far?
I don't know. G2 yesterday didn't seem like they normally do. I don't know. To me, it's not gonna be close. No, Team Liquid is just gonna slay.
They're gonna slay.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, we're gonna find that out tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be do or die. We're gonna be sending 2 teams home, and one is gonna be heading into the semifinals up against G2 Gozen. Make sure you tune back in, same time, same place tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Have a great night. See you then.
Mel alone has played more matches than all of EDG combined, but on this stage, anything can happen. I think it might be closer than we think.
Low on HP, Wawa out in the open, Mel takes care of her. It's a double for the leader, and Shopify up to 5 on the trot. They are eons away from this spike, and with that smoke in play, it's a wide swing for Noya. Disgusting work from the Dane, and the sticks coming through. There's nothing that Wawa Lee can do. It's a perfect shot onto the first. Poor Blue, stuck in a corner with nothing to do, and Floor will keep it going. 13-1 over EDG to start their international run here in Brazil. Rely on solo plays, guys. We need to be a coordinated team. But some tells me he's not too mad about this outcome. Floor, another. She's just unstoppable. 3 kills in the second round. Alexis sustaining with great utility. Noya swings. And there was moments of hope, but in a 1v3, surely there's not a chance when you're up against Noya. 4 kills for her. Blue starts things off for EDG, but Alexis will siege back into the site and find 2 kills. Noya is just behind, and Shopify have A on lock. Shopify Rebellion enter the international stage with dominance. Only 3 rounds lost as they send Edward Gaming to the lower bracket.
Both of these teams are coming into this tournament with a lot of pressure, with a lot of ambitions, with a lot of revenge, but also I think all of the teams just seems to be friends with each other. They do the walkouts together, they have their little dances, and it's so beautiful to see.
And a shredded step on the other end though for BBL. They have opportunities and still,
my.
The TP to spun Alkia. Counts the timing once again. Beautifully done. And that is a 1v2. For me, that's the Red Bull clutch. That high-low is still too good. And a crossfire even more beautiful for Crew Esports. And that only leaves one more. Wow! What a flick from Eva on that spike. Sticking it halfway. Goes up for the swing. And lands that shot as well. Eva! She's going back into sight for BBL. So it has to be the showstopper, but it misses. Eva moving forward. All-star players so far. Seekers on a 1 versus 1. And now we're jiggling on both ends. Another tap. Play mind games. Lands another shot. And BBL Queens take the first map. Wentz moves forward to trade it right back. The crossfire is still really nice though for Crew. And the advantage still continues, still remains for Crew. It's a Rolling Thunder, there it is. It's coming out right now. Showstopper on the other end as well, just to try to answer back. But Felipe's the one that's holding it through towards the sands. There for Crew, 2 players holding towards the showers. Vanya, though, is still alive towards the U-Haul. Orbital strike not used, 12 HP remaining, and jumping right-click classic off the assist on the flash. 4 kills for Vanya within the round. And BBL will take the series!
What a way to end this series!
Who needs fist bumps when you can just play rock, paper, scissors, okay? Winner takes it all, losers goes home. But that is not what it is because we're gonna have to settle this one on the server.
Better watch out. You better not cry.
You better not, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
Oh, a great response from the previous round, getting the opener onto Kahibi, and yeah, she's plucked out of the sky. Oh my gosh, Alexi does it! 3 on the round, the 4th! Had no shot. D2 have to continue to push the pace because they've got it. Well, again, it doesn't matter. Another 3K for Kamiyu.
And Neri rounding the round out with 4 kills.
SMG continue their dominance. It wasn't just domestic. It wasn't just yesterday. A 1-0 lead on a beautiful performance. It's all on to Roxy. A 1v4. Holy smokes. Time is short, though. This has to be fast. 1 around from Roxy. They're both so weak. That's the first to fall. The second does too.
Goodness.
61 HP amongst both, and Kahabi laughs in the face of it. There it is. The first, Roxy on the second, and Ari left in a 1v2. Are they going to just double face? Is it going to be too many targets for him to deal with? Yes, it will be.
Let's go, let's go.
They do it in style, complete disrespect. And that's what takes us to Haven. 14-12 in favor of G2, and this series is not done yet. How is she not taking any damage? Spike sitting harmlessly on the ground, and Sarah's there to swing at just the right time. Roxy joins, and that's a 3-round lead for G2. Oh no, finally settling, getting both. So they are gonna trade it out. That's not gonna land. Glance lands a shot, and that's another round in favor of G2. She stinks, she's dead. How much more patient will she be? Sarah wasn't able to get anything on long. Petra with 4. What a debut in the face of a streak with the weight of a defending champion on their shoulders. G2 take down SMG.
They were still wanting to